This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 1151, Could This Be the Truth? 2 in 1. Mr. Wang told Chenji about the serial killings that happened 20 years ago. Part of the details matched the information that Chenji already knew of the crime. For example, the killer once drowned the victim at Eastern Jiujiang Dam. Then, the killer lured the victim into White Dragon Tunnel and strangled him inside the tunnel, and there was a citizen who saw the killer push the victim from the edge of a tall building. Due to the long distance, the witness did not get a clear look of either the killer or the victim. However, in each case, the victims were children of a very young age. They wore different clothes, but their body size and height were extremely similar. It gave off the inscrutable feeling that the same child had been killed multiple times. After hearing the revelation from Mr. Wang, Chenji's heart was thumping unevenly. When he did the trial missions given by the Black Phone, he had personally witnessed these scenarios. He was the child who was killed multiple times by the killer. Lifting his hands to press against his temples, green veins popped on Chenji's forehead. The shattered memories were slowly piecing up together in his mind. He felt a headache mounting. Mr. Wang, are you sure that the name of the last victim was Chenji? Did you guys find his body? Even though I failed to find his body, I was present when he was killed. Mr. Wang's eyes were filled with regret and guilt. His hands clenched into fists. After our long analysis, we locked onto 3 children in Jiujiang who had the same build and size as the victims in the previous cases. We believed that the killer would target one of these 3 children next. Therefore, the police had set up surveillance around these 3 children. Yes, at the time the law enforcement was lacking manpower, so I was called to join the operation as well. I was assigned to Team 7 by the captain of the Jiujiang police station at the same time. Our team was responsible for watching over a private orphanage. Mr. Wang paused for a moment as if worried that Chenji did not understand him. He added, of the 3 children that we'd narrowed down, one of them lived at the city center of Jiujiang. He came from a very good family. The second child lived in western Jiujiang, the child of the manager for Luo's real estate. The last child, though, was living in eastern Jiujiang's private orphanage. The details of the 3 children did not match Chenji at all. He could remember very clearly that he was living with his parents at Jiangyuan Apartments in eastern Jiujiang. The 3 children targeted by the police at the time could not be him, but how come the last victim was called Chenji? Even to this day, I can remember what happened clearly. The police only told the orphanage's teachers and the director their mission. The children did not know anything. They spent their day playing like usual and then went to sleep. Once night fell, everything was normal until it was midnight, and the child that we were supposed to be watching over suddenly disappeared. Even now, I have no idea how the killer managed to do something like that. It was impossible to sneak a child without a trace out of a room of other sleeping children. After the child disappeared, I immediately reported it to my superior, and then the whole of Team 7 started to go and search for the child. In the end, Captain Yan, who had just joined the force back then, and I found the child inside an abandoned building in eastern Jiujiang. Mr. Wang's voice was shaking. Time supposedly washed away everything, but it was definitely not the case with Mr. Wang. Even when he was thinking back to the case now, he still found it hard to control his emotions. The child was shaking like a leaf. He was seriously injured and his eyes were pleading for mercy. He cried out for help. He told us that his name was Chenji. He said he wanted to see his parents, but just as the child was about to give us the name of his parents, the killer entered the room. The child told you with his own lips that his name was Chenji? Chenji himself had no recollection of this. He could not remember anything relating to Mr. Wang's story. Every single sentence that I am telling you now is the truth. So, what happened after the killer entered the room? The killer was wearing a doctor's coat and had the mask of a devil on. It appeared like he had already filled with room with narcotic gas before he walked in, because once he did, Captain Yan and my mind started to spin and turn. After he shared a few words with the child, he took the child forcibly away. Mr. Wang's expression was wrought with pain and guilt. If only Captain Yan had fired his gun at the time, perhaps things would have ended up differently. Then did you guys catch him in the end? That was the only thing that Chenji cared about. Based on the report from the officers in the other teams, they finally surrounded the killer by the side of the lake, and they personally witnessed the killer toss the victim's body inside the lake. Mr. Wang took a deep breath. The police instantly detained the man wearing the white coat by the lakeside. Everyone witnessed him kill the child and dispose of him in the lake, so there was no mistaking him as the killer. But the problem was there were still several unsolved mysteries regarding the killer that they captured. Number 1, the man in the white coat that they captured by the lakeside was a madman. He kept mumbling, Do not come back again, do not come back again. Number 2, the white coat that he was wearing did not fit him at all. It was clearly not his size. Number 3, the way he disposed of the body was extremely amateurish. It did not look like the action of someone who had committed multiple murders. So you believe that the captured man was a scapegoat? The real killer found a madman and purposely put on a show for the police to see? Actually, what Chen Ji did not say was, perhaps the killers had been switched as well. The victim and killer encountered by Mr. Wang and Captain Yan were the real killer and the young Chen Ji, while the one encountered by the main police force at the lakeside was a planted killer. Even the body that was tossed into the lake probably was not Chen Ji, but one of the innocent orphans from the eastern Jiujiang orphanage. Yes, your guess is similar to mine. Mr. Wang's gaze became sharp. Captain Yan and I had a close encounter with the killer. Even though he was wearing a devil's mask, obscuring his face, the chilling and oppressing presence that radiated off him was completely different from the killer who was eventually captured by the police. Did the police eventually find the body of the victim of the child from the eastern Jiujiang orphanage? Chen Ji asked. Mr. Wang shook his head. Throughout the murders, none of the victims' bodies were found. With what Mr. Wang had said, Chen Ji came up with a hypothesis. The doctors from the cursed hospital had been trying to kill him again and again for 20 years, but they realized that no matter how many times they tried, they could not kill him and attracted the law enforcement's attention in the process. To distract the police away from them, they purposely directed this whole show before the team of officers and had the police apprehend a scapegoat. The killer and victim of these serial killings were still alive in this world, but other than a few people who were still concerned about this case, no one cared about it anymore. The truth would not change due to time. It would instead get buried under the sands of time. Have the police found any information regarding the previous few victims? Chen Ji held onto the road light and kept his head lowered. No, they have failed to do so. Similarly, they could not find the bodies. Even the hair and blood had been properly cleaned by the killer, so nothing was left behind. Mr. Wang's expression was severe. I can tell you confidently that this was a serial killer, but when the captain of Jiujiang police station closed the case 20 years ago, simply because the bodies of the victims could not be found in the end, the case was treated as an indiscriminate murder case. Is there a difference? The difference is very big, but honestly it does not really matter now. In the unfamiliar city, Mr. Wang and Chen Ji stood by the side of the road. The people walked past them. They had their own lives to hurry to, and no one really cared about what they were talking about. So, did you come to Xinhai hoping to reopen this case? Yes, the white coat worn by the killer at the time perfectly matched the uniform of a private hospital in Xinhai. Other than that, Captain Yan and I heard the voice of the killer before. When he spoke, he had a local Xinhai accent. Do you still remember what the killer said at the time? No, I don't. The feeling of having the memory blurred out is very hard to stomach. Mr. Wang swept a glance at Chen Ji, but he did not continue. Actually, he had the same feeling when he visited Chen Ji's haunted house. Therefore, he had quickly recorded all the details that he could remember on the notebook the first moment he woke up. This did not mean that he suspected that Chen Ji was the killer. He just thought that Chen Ji did not appear like a normal haunted house operator, and that was one of the reasons he wished to cooperate with Chen Ji. What is the name of this private hospital that you mention? Where is its exact location? Mr. Wang was a crucial witness of the serial murder from 20 years ago, and that was the part of the memory that Chen Ji was lacking. Just based on this point alone, Chen Ji was ready to help Mr. Wang. The abandoned hospital was situated at the border of Xinhai and Jiujiang. It's used many names in its lifetime, but the one that most people knew it by would be Xinhai's Central Hospital. Mr. Wang hesitated for a moment before he turned to Chen Ji with sincerity. I know I cannot do everything on my own. A single person's power is limited, and I won't be able to handle most situations. If you are free tonight, do you mind going there with me? Just the two of us. And all Wu. Mr. Wang was determined to make this journey no matter what. But Chen Ji also knew that with just the three of them, they would not put a dent in the defense of the cursed hospital. Mr. Wang, if you are willing to place your trust in me, I hope that you are able to wait a few more days. Chen Ji would not tell Mr. Wang about his own secret, so he offered a different excuse. The night before last, the Card's archway in Xinhai collapsed. The police found a mass grave there. This new case is related to a case that happened 1 year ago. I know the police in Xinhai are very busy, so they do not have the time to help me. I can understand that. No, what I mean to say is that these two cases are related to the private hospital that you just told me as well, Chen Ji said in a very serious tone. These 3 cases are related to that hospital. The Xinhai police will eventually realize that, and when that happens, we can go with them. Then, how much longer do we need to wait? Soon. Chenji also had no idea when the law enforcement of Xinhai would lead their investigation to the cursed hospital, so this was the only thing that he could say for now. You have already waited for 20 years, so what does a few more days matter? We should exchange contact information. When the time arrives, I will inform you immediately. Okay, Mr. Wang also sighed in relief. If the police in Xinhai could help him with the investigation, naturally, that would be best. Mr. Wang, there is one last thing that I need to tell you. Do not try to investigate this on your own. If there are things that you wish to tell me and cannot do so on the telephone, you can come find me at Nightmare Academy on Destiny Avenue. Chenji put on a reassuring smile. That is one of my estates as well. It is very safe. Thank you. Mr. Wang focused his eyes on Chenji. It was clear that he still had something else on his mind, but he did not say anything in the end. He turned around and left, melting into the crowd. After Mr. Wang walked away, the smile on Chenji's face disappeared along with him. How come I have no memory of any of that at all? Has my own memory been tampered with as well? What Mr. Wang just told him could prove indirectly that Chenji indeed had been killed many times when he was young. That was not an illusion created by the ghost fetus. It was something that had happened in real life. The thing that Chenji had been trying to ignore now was brought up to the surface. He could not pretend that it did not exist anymore. He had to face this head-on. The child who was killed again and again should be me. All the information and details matched, and the person who killed me should be someone from the cursed hospital. And what kind of role did my parents play in this whole process? How come they did not stop the hospital from murdering me? Chenji gripped his hair tightly until some strands of hair came out in his fingers. This kind of feeling of being unable to remember something that had clearly happened was very painful. My parents were always so kind to me. It was this family who showed me the meaning of happiness, warmth, and love. How could such parents sit idle and watch me being murdered again and again? Or perhaps the person that the doctors killed was not the real me, but a kind of something on me, like perhaps the amalgamation of sin on my body. Chenji took out the black phone and carefully looked over the trial missions that he had done in the past. When I first obtained the black phone, the first nightmare mission that I did required me to stand before the mirror with my eyes closed. It was midnight. The me standing outside the mirror was a person, and the me inside the mirror was a ghost. One was kind and cowardly, the other was cruel and scary. Is it possible that the mission was trying to tell me something through the mirror ghost? Chenji could still remember the description of that nightmare mission now. I know you're still not wholly convinced about the existence of ghosts in the world. In that case, how about a little game? The truth will be revealed when you open your eyes. The mirror was used as the main item. When I opened my eyes at the time, would I see the version of myself in the mirror? When the haunted house officially opened for business, the first unique visitor that I encountered was Fan Yu. The child was reluctant to communicate with others in real life, and he had been searching for heaven. The other Fan Yu turned into the painter in the blood-red world behind the door. He carried the curse and the resentment of the whole school of the afterlife, building a heaven within the realm of hell. Fan Yu and the painter, one represented humanity, and the other suffered all the sin. One was living outside the door, and the other had entered the door. Fan Yu was the key person to unlocking the scenario of Mu Yang High School, and Mu Yang High School was the first 2-star scenario I encountered. The key character to my first 3-star scenario, the third sick hall, was Men Nan. Wait, the situation here was the same with Fan Yu. He was born inside a mental hospital. All the tragedy and pain morphed him into a red specter behind the door while his actual living body became a student under Dr. Gao and lived a normal person's life. Now that he thought about it, the whole thing was incredibly scary. Dr. Gao was the chairman of the Ghost Stories Society, and the red specter Men Nan was trapped by him inside the door at the third sick hall while the Men Nan in real life became his best student. Dr. Gao might have known more than Chenji expected. From the very beginning, he was probably doing some kind of purposeful experiment, and Men Nan was his test subject. The events surrounding the 4-star mission, Ghost Fetus, are even clearer. The shadow escaped from me. From the information that I have, he suffered most of my pain and despair, and he was desperate for happiness and bliss. It was this part of his emotions that became the seed that eventually birthed the Ghost Fetus. Holding the black phone, Chenji's face was pale. He finally realized it. Ever since he obtained the black phone, every single key trial mission had been trying to tell him the same message. Behind one person's happiness, there was another person who was silently suffering all the sin and tragedy. Could there really be another version of myself behind the door? Chenji looked at the black phone he held in his palm. He looked at the messages that he had received on it. He looked at the reflection of himself on the cold phone screen. I think I get it now. Chapter 1152, Dinner is served 2 in 1. Chapter 1152, Dinner is served 2 in 1. Chang Wenyu once said that she'd seen the black phone somewhere inside the Blood City, so the person who has been messaging me should be there as well. Many clues started to link together, and Chen Ji was getting step by step closer to the truth. When Chen Ji entered the Nightmare Academy on Destiny Avenue, he noticed that there was a gaze from the Si Li Xiang eatery opposite that had been following him. But when he turned his head that way with yin-yang vision, he failed to find anyone. There was no one there staring at him. Was it the boss of Si Li Xiang staring at me? Chen Ji could not confirm that suspicion. He planned to wait until night arrived before he went over the place to give it a more thorough check. Entering the headmaster office, he noticed that Kai Ren was asleep. Chen Ji did not disturb him as he moved to sit at the study table. He opened his backpack and was about to arrange his items when his expression darkened. Why are these paper notes still inside my backpack? Didn't I hand them over to the Xinhai police? Chen Ji took the paper notes out from his backpack. The uneven handwriting on them was like a curse that could not be shaken loose. There are more than 10 red specters living inside my backpack. If someone intended to silently place the paper notes back inside my backpack, the red specter employees would have noticed it. If a common person encountered something like this, the first thing that would come into their mind was tearing up the paper notes or burning them. After they did that, they would realize that the paper notes would continue to appear in their vicinity. This was the quintessential beginning to a ghost story. But Chen Ji, as history had proven, was not a common person. First, he placed the paper notes on his own shadow. He waited for half an hour and noted that nothing strange had happened. Then he picked the paper notes up and shoved them inside the red high heels. These paper notes keep appearing, as if they are trying to remind me that I am living inside a sickened world. They keep on repeating the same sentence. If I start to believe the message of the statement and am led to believe its truth, I will probably become an actual patient. The cursed hospital only needed 2 kinds of people, doctors and patients. The way they treated Dr. Fang and Chen Ji was completely different. It was as if they had already decided that Chen Ji was a suitable patient from the very beginning. They had tried everything they could to convince and persuade Chen Ji of his own illness. The moment Chen Ji's conviction started to shake, the moment he also believed that the world was sick and needed to be changed, he would have fallen completely into the cursed hospital's trap. The city of Xinhai gives me a very bad feeling. On the surface, it is peaceful and vibrant, and the security is very tight. Yet I cannot feel safe for some reason whenever I am here. Chen Ji was still thinking about the problem when Kai Ren, who was asleep on the bed, suddenly screamed. His hands waved violently about, and his lips kept mumbling something incoherent. His emotions were unusually heightened. What happened to him? Is it a nightmare? Chen Ji had a red specter who specialized in dreams, the son of the woman in the tunnel. But Chen Ji did not dare summon him out that easily. What if Kai Ren suddenly woke up to find a giant spider before him? He would probably be scared out of his wits. Hey, wake up! Chen Ji pushed slightly but firmly on Kai Ren's shoulders. Kai Ren, who was woken up from his sleep, sprang up into a seated position. His chest was rising and falling violently, and his clothes were wet from cold sweat. Was it another nightmare? Chen Ji handed a glass of water to Kai Ren, but Kai Ren did not dare touch the glass. He curled his body into a ball and shrank backward, his eyes overwhelmed with fear and terror. It came into my dream again. It appears to know that I have already betrayed it, Kai Ren claimed in a shrill voice. His hands scratched his face. The man did not seem to realize that the scratches went so deep that they left bloody gashes on his face. Don't panic. Can you please tell me what happened in your dream first? I dreamt about that ghost who only has a mouth on its face. It was standing next to the bed and requested that I told it a story. Kai Ren placed his hand over his heart. I was very afraid, and I told him that I no longer had any stories to tell it, but it refused to take no for an answer. It threatened me, saying that if I refused to tell it any story, it would peel open my head and crawl into my brain. Then what happened? Just as it was about to crawl into my brain, you woke me up. Kai Ren was obviously still petrified by his nightmare. I have a feeling that it knew I have already betrayed it. All the family members who have betrayed it get seriously punished. They would be better dead. I need to escape. I cannot stay in Xinhai. You need to calm down first. Chen Ji grabbed Kai Ren's shoulders as he tried to crawl out from bed. The curse on your body has been temporarily suppressed. Even if he knows that you have betrayed him, as long as he is unable to find you, you will be temporarily safe. But it knows how to find me. As long as I am still in Xin Hai, it will eventually find me. Kai Ren was on the verge of a mental breakdown. A man of over 40 was scared witless, to the point he had regressed to the state of a child. If it could appear in your dream, there is a possibility that it could have gone through your memory through your dream. That way, it found your location and came in person to get you. Chen Ji did not want to lie to Kai Ren. I am surely dead now. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. I need to go now. I cannot wait until sundown anymore. There is no more time. Like I said earlier, please do not panic. It could only go through your memory in your dream, which means that it can't do anything to you as long as you do not fall asleep. Chen Ji flipped through the comic to summon out Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, who was now a red specter, gave a presence that was completely different from before. It was intensely scary. I could stay awake for another 24 hours, but that does not mean that I won't eventually be overwhelmed by fatigue and fall asleep. Kai Ren hugged his own head. His eyes were filled with despair. At the beginning, he only gave Dr. Fang a warning. That was not a big sin, but now he had shared everything he knew with an outsider. That was a taboo at the cursed hospital. If he was captured, he did not dare imagine what those group of people might do to him. The person that you fear can look through your memory in your dream and know everything that has happened to you. That is indeed a very formidable power, but it does not mean that it is irresolvable. Chen Ji signaled for Zhang Yi to use his own power. We only need to tamper with your entire memory and consciousness, then we will be able to fool the enemy. In other words, we will have to create a fake memory for you. Create a fake memory for me. Yes, I will temporarily hide away part of your memory and use that to misdirect the enemy. When other people ran into trouble, the first thing they would consider was how to solve the problem. But when Chen Ji ran into any trouble, the first thing that he would think of was how to turn that problem into his own benefit. It will be pointless. Even if the memory is hidden away, as long as I am still in Xin Hai, it will definitely be able to find me. Kai Ren shook his head with pain in his eyes. He had already given up. Every person with the surname Kai in Xin Hai is its eyes and ears, and I still have its curse inside my body. If I do not escape from Xin Hai, it only needs to pay a little sacrifice, and it will be able to sense my location. I am its family, someone who can never shake loose from its control. Its sensory power is only limited to Xin Hai. They have buried their curse deep beneath the ground of Xin Hai. They have cursed this city for 20 years. You should run away with me. We cannot win this. The curse is buried underground. Chen Ji held a tight grip over Kai Ren's hands. Tell me more about that. I cannot say more than that. Once I do, the curse will be triggered. It will hurry over here immediately. Kai Ren struggled with his life. The cursed hospital was a fear buried deep inside his heart. Any kind of verbal consolation was unable to coax him out of his mist of despair. Looks like there is no other way. I will figure out a way to bring you away from here, but before that, I need you to take you to one place first. Chen Ji waved for Kai Ren to follow him. They walked out from the headmaster's office and down the dim corridor of the Nightmare Academy. We are here, this is the place. Chen Ji stopped before a door. When he pushed open the door, he also made a signal out of Kai Ren's sight. Zhang Yi silently appeared behind Kai Ren. When Kai Ren peeked inside the room to look, Zhang Yi's hand fell on the top of Kai Ren's head. The eyes slowly closed. Zhang Yi had wiped out all of Kai Ren's memory that was related to Chen Ji inside his mind. You have helped me a great deal. Naturally, I will not leave you to die like that. Chen Ji was a very principled man. He planned to wipe out Kai Ren's memory and then sneak him out of Xin Hai at night. The demon god with the surname Kai is able to look through all the memories of the people who have the surname Kai through their dreams. I will have to remember that. That is very important info. Zhang Yi could look through a person's memory as well. But even after he became a red specter, he still had to make physical contact with someone before he could use his power. Boss, his mind was filled with a black spider web, and many memories had been melded together with curses. The only thing I could do was remove the most recent memories related to you from his mind. I did not even dare look through his earlier memories before I got afraid of triggering the curse and setting off the enemy's alarm. After Zhang Yi became a red specter, he did not lose his rationality. If anything, he gained more than a bit of humanity. You have done very well. Chen Ji looked at Kai Ren, who had fainted on the ground. The demon god with the surname Kai has started to appear in these poor people's dreams. Looks like the cursed hospital has already noticed a problem. I wonder what they will do next. The true power of the enemy was an unknown, and their ability was unclear. If Chen Ji was cornered, he would be in a very bad spot. If I trigger the curse, will the demon god with the surname Kai hurry over immediately? Perhaps I can make use of that. Chenji took out his phone to call All Wu. "Brother Wu, do you have time tonight? Can you drive your car over to the back door of Nightmare Academy?" "No problem," All Wu promised readily. At around 6-something, All Wu drove the car provided by the Jiujiang Medical University and arrived at the back door of Nightmare Academy. Chenji released the Red Spectres to scout their surroundings. After ensuring there was no one around, Chenji brought the unconscious Kai Ren out and placed him on the backseat. "Who is this?" "A friend of mine." Chenji then grabbed his backpack and also crawled into the car. "I need to send him back to Jiujiang." "What, we are going back to Jiujiang?" All Wu was shocked. "Are you already done with your task here?" "Not yet, but I need to go back temporarily." Chenji closed the car door. "Brother Wu, when your car is about to cross Xinhai's border, you need to decelerate." "Why?" "Just follow my instructions." Chenji flipped through the comic and ensured that every single Red Spectre was in their best condition. "Let us prepare to set off." The car slowly moved. A dangerous glint was hidden at the bottom of Chenji's eyes. The demon god with the surname Kai has cursed every single one person with the Kai surname. Earlier, Kai Ren mentioned that once they trigger the curse, the demon god will arrive immediately. Chenji slowly narrowed his eyes. In other words, this was a perfect chance to lure a lone demon god away from the cursed hospital. When Chenji heard what Kai Ren had to say earlier, a mad idea had formed in his mind. He planned to lure the demon god out and use this chance to dispose of it. He knew that the cursed hospital had at least 2 demon gods. If he was able to kill one of the demon gods, the situation would be much better for him. Chenji's side was completely ready, but the demon god with the surname Kai had been in existence for decades. Chenji believed that he had a 70% success rate, and that was enough for him to take this gamble. "The Red High Heel, Xiao Bu, Chang Wenyu. I have 3 top Red Spectres and several Red Spectres with unique power and demon god Zhangya. That should be enough to set up a death trap. The people with the surname Kai will not be able to leave the territory of Xinhai freely. Along with the fact that the curse has been triggered, even if the demon god does not show up itself, it will send other Red Spectres in its place. No matter what, this is the perfect chance to hack away at the power of the cursed hospital." Chenji was tired of dealing with small mobs. He decided to tear off a huge chunk of meat from the cursed hospital. All Wu, who was driving, had no idea what was going on in the backseat. He merely adjusted the temperature inside the car and mumbled under his breath, "This is so strange. How come the aircon is so cold tonight? It's so cold that my teeth are chattering." Xinhai streets were very busy. Chenji and All Wu also happened to leave during rush hour. It took All Wu a whole hour to get the car to the countryside of Xinhai. As Chenji had requested, just as they were about to leave Xinhai, he started to decelerate. The atmosphere inside the car became heavy. Chenji closed his eyes to rest as much as he could, and he had all the Red Spectres reign in their presence. After a while, the car successfully left Xinhai. No one appeared to stop them. "The plan has failed. Did I overthink things?" Chenji did not let his guard down. He continued to wait patiently. The night sky darkened, the lights from the streetlights dimmed, and the surroundings suddenly became curiously quiet. The number of cars on the road gradually dwindled until All Wu became the only vehicle on this long, solitary road. "This is strange. There are so few cars on the road." "You wanted us to take a detour before we left Xinhai. This path is less commonly used. It is normal for there not to be too many cars on the road. It will become normal again when we get on the highway." All Wu still had not realized the severity of the situation. Just as he said that, the vehicle suddenly shuddered. It felt like the wheels had rolled over something. What was that? The road should be flat here." Looking at the rear-view mirror, All Wu started sweating bullets. On the road behind him, someone covered in blood lay on the ground. "I hit someone." He stepped on the brake immediately. All Wu quickly parked the car by the side of the road. "Chenji, quick, we have to go check up on the person." "Do not panic." Chenji grabbed All Wu's hand to steady him. "No matter what happens, I need you to stay close to me. You must not run away from me." "Oh, okay." Carrying the backpack, before Chenji even got the chance to open the car door, Kai Ren, who was unconscious, suddenly started to shriek. His hands reached to his throat and his fingers gouged into his neck. He was trying to kill himself. "All Wu, watch over him. Try to stop him from harming himself." Chenji had All Wu control Kai Ren while he quickly flipped through the comic. The people from the cursed hospital had arrived, but he did not know whether it was a demon god or not. Chenji used yin-yang vision to look at the body on the ground. The dead body covered in fresh blood suddenly convulsed. A face that had been crushed supposedly by the car and filled with wounds turned toward him. "Save me." The sticky blood leaked out from the dead body's wounds. It morphed into numerous bloodlines to pierce through its body. Then, the bloodlines controlled the body to charge at Chen-ji. This red specter is just a toy. I need to find the puppeteer. To be able to control a red specter like that, Chen-ji knew that he had landed a big fish. The sound of pages flickering kept echoing, and an endless sea of red started to spread around Chen-ji. It is time for all of you to come out. Dinner is served. Chapter 1153. I have kidnapped the demon god, S-Sun 2 in 1. Chapter 1153. I have kidnapped the demon god. S-Sun 2 in 1. Chen-ji had predicted that the cursed hospital might send their people. So he had purposely gotten all Wu to drive the car to the other side of the city, the side that was furthest away from the cursed hospital, and along a lane that people rarely used to leave the city. It was true that one might run into ghosts if one traveled too late at night, but if a ghost tried to ambush too many humans on the road, they might run into Chen-ji. There were not that many people on the road. Even if he got into a battle with a demon god, they would not harm any nearby innocents. Furthermore, this place was very far from the cursed hospital, so Chen-ji had enough time to kill the opponent and escape as soon as possible. Chen-ji's escape looked like it was done in a hurry, but actually every step was carefully planned. The endless blood waves gushed out from under his feet and soaked into the ground, sealing up the road at an extremely fast speed. The red specter before him was just a toy. The real danger was the one controlling it. Chen-ji knew that very well, so he had all his red specters make their moves at the same time to seal up the entire territory. Found you? The spreading of the blood soon met resistance. Chen-ji turned his head in that direction. A child was sitting at the door of an abandoned building by the side of the road. The child kept his head lowered, and he had something like a lollipop in his hand. When the blood that came out from Chen-ji's feet reached the child, the blood involuntarily moved around him and could not get close to the child's body. Is it a demon god? Chen-ji was very nervous as well. Using his yin-yang vision, he finally saw clearly that the boy was not holding a lollipop but an eyeball that was pierced through a stick. Around the boy's feet was a cluster of toys. The toys were all made from different human facial organs. The red specter in the middle of the road lunged at Chen-ji under the boy's control. When it was about 1 meter away from Chen-ji, it could not budge forward anymore. The stench morphed into a thick, palpable wall to block the way toward Chen-ji. The red specter howled in pain. Its body was torn by the blood lines. The boy did not care about its feeling. For him, it was just a tool that could be replaced at any time. No wonder you have the guts to escape. You found someone to help you. A chilling and shrill voice came out from the boy's body. The boy raised his head. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole face only consisted of a mouth. Why would you escape when we are family? There is nothing more that I hate than those who abandon their family. The boy's voice traveled into everyone's ears as if the voice could pierce through their eardrums. Seeing the boy's emotion was getting out of control, Chen-ji was not only not afraid, the corner of his lips turned up into a smile. He isn't running. Looks like he has not realized the situation he is in. Chen-ji had once heard from Kai Ren that this was the child that he first dreamt about inside the morgue. Later, his dream included a middle-aged man who only had a mouth on his face. With that information, the middle-aged with only a mouth was the real demon god with the surname Kai, and this boy with just a mouth was probably his split self or perhaps his son. No matter the situation, there was at least one point that was certain. The boy was very powerful. At the very least, he was powerful enough to believe that he could deal with any trouble that Chen-ji might pose to him. Even though he was surrounded by the sea of blood, the boy still did not intend to escape at all. He knew that he had fallen for an ambush. The first thing that came into his mind was to kill Chen-ji alongside with the traitor. Actually, this was expected of the boy. Xinhai was the cursed hospital's territory, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Furthermore, his task was to chase after a betraying family member. Who would have thought the person would have a friend that had a demon god, 3 top red specters, and many red specters with unique talents to set up an ambush? A normal person or ghost would not even consider that. Chen-ji used this psychological that the opponent might have, and instead of running away, he pretended to escape to lure the enemy into his trap. This boy can control red specters like toys, and he has a curious relationship with that demon god. Thus, the boy himself should be very powerful as well. Chen-ji's initial plan was to trap and surround the enemy, but he did not expect the boy to voluntarily fight him head-on. If the boy had chosen to run away when he first saw Chen-ji, it would have been very unbeneficial to Chen-ji should this turn into a chasing battle, and that was what he worried about the most. Thankfully, however, the boy was too overconfident to do something like that. Seeing the boy slowly walk toward him, Chen-ji could not stop the smile from appearing on his face. One red specter after another appeared from the blood mist. When the boy's attention was occupied by the several red specters, the red high heels and Xiao Bu, who had been hiding in the dark, attacked at the same time. This was not cunning, this was Chen Ji's tactic. The top red specters attacked from the back. When the boy realized what had happened, it was already too late. 5 fingers covered in curses pierced his chest, and multiple black and red blood vessels stuck into his body. The sound of wailing shattered the peace of the night. A pile of living facial organs fell out from the boy's body. Somehow, these organs were still alive. The eyes were still blinking, and the lips were screaming. The whole scenario felt surreal and terrifying. Make it quick. After the quick interaction, Chen Ji had a sense of the boy's true power. He was a top red specter, but he was different from a normal top red specter. There were plenty of black patterns that did not belong to him residing inside his body. This gave Chen Ji the feeling that this body was like a spare body the demon god had prepared for himself. Just like how Chang Wenyu had separated out her heart, the demon god with the surname Kai had given the pattern with a special meaning to this boy. The boy could not utilize this power inside the black pattern. Combined with the ambush from 2 top red specters, one of them being the red high heels, a top red specter who specialized in curses, the battle from the beginning was one-sided bullying. That was Chen Ji's style. He would never preserve his energy. A battle should be wrapped up as soon as possible. Demons danced in the sky and ghosts floated on the wind. Blood and curses covered the empty road. Even the clouds over the horizon were dyed red. The top red specter from the cursed hospital was attacked by more than 10 red specters from Chen Ji's haunted house. His body was flickering. He was seriously injured, but he refused to die. The black patterns on his body would always protect him at the most crucial moment. In the end, he knew that he could not resist any further. He thus transferred his memory and his consciousness into the black pattern and gave up the rest of his body. The battle continued, but a very bad feeling started to form inside Chen Ji's heart. If this continues to drag on, the cursed hospital will definitely send reinforcements. The black pattern on the boy's body was under incessant attack. The demon god with the surname Kai must have sensed it already, and if he arrived at the scene, everything would go out of control. Chen Ji's plan was to surprise the enemy with an ambush, but now that the cursed hospital knew that he had the ability to surround and slaughter a top red specter, they would not let their guard down again. Unable to take advantage of the situation, Chen Ji decided to call it a night. With the cooperation of several red specters, the dying boy was sent behind the door of the tunnel lady's son. All Wu, get back to the driver's seat. We are going back to Jiujiang. Chen Ji had done something big this time. He had directly kidnapped the demon god's son. With no time to waste, Chen Ji immediately ordered All Wu to drive and leave Xinhai. After they got on the highway, Chen Ji turned back to look at Xinhai. The night sky above Xinhai's countryside was painted red, like a bloody mouth that was widening. Has something happened inside the cursed hospital? Did they not send anyone to chase after us? Touching the wedding ring on his finger, Chen Ji had no idea whether this had anything to do with Xiao's son or not. All Wu had just experienced the scariest night of his life. He drove the car directly back to Jiujiang. He had not driven so fast in his life before. Chen Ji, when we left Xinhai, what was the thing that we encountered? All Wu's voice was shaking. He had been holding this question in during the whole journey, but just as they were arriving at their destination, the question finally slipped out. I will tell you in more detail when we reach New Century Park. We still have not escaped from the danger yet. The theme park? We are not going to a theme park. We should head to the police station now. I am going to give Captain Yan a call. That won't be necessary. Trust me. I will explain everything to you when we reach the theme park. When All Wu drove the car into New Century Theme Park, Chen Ji summoned out Zhang Yi and sent All Wu into a beautiful dream. When you wake up, you will forget all the pain and anxiety. Chen Ji left All Wu inside the car. He carried Kai Ren and headed toward the haunted house. After he opened the gates before he even entered, the curtains were pulled back to reveal All Bai, who was hugging Xiaoxiao, and a big white cat was slumped lazily across his shoulder. Boss, you're home. Seeing Bai Qiulin in the role of a house husband, Chen Ji did not know what to say. He removed the white cat from All Bai's shoulder. You are a red specter. At least get them to respect you while you're working. The white cat wiggled its body out of discomfort. It tried to scratch at Chen Ji, but it was easily ignored by the latter. Did any accidents happen at the haunted house while I was away? Chen Ji was not that worried about the haunted house, but he still needed to ask. The running of the haunted house went smoothly. Everyone gave their full cooperation, but All Bai pointed at the direction of the haunted house's toilet. There was a little change there. Master Wei and I were planning to try to reach out to you and tell you about this. The toilet, what happened? Chen Ji became nervous. The door of the cubicle suddenly opened on its own one night. What Chenji's heart immediately jumped to his throat. His rush to the toilet, and what he saw caused his already quivering heart to palpitate even further. The wooden boards that had previously sealed up the cubicle door littered the ground in pieces. The picture of the demon on the door was ghastly and creepy, like it was watching everyone that headed into the toilet. The door was opened from the inside. When I heard the sound, it was already like this. All-Bai walked in behind him. To preserve the state of this place, I have not cleaned this place at all. I have been guarding the entrance and made sure that no one came in here. When was the door pushed open? Around midnight yesterday. All-Bai tried to bring up his memory about that night. At the time, I was training the students from Mu Yang High School in the underground scenario when we suddenly heard a loud crash. All-Bai walked to the cubicle door and pulled the door open. The picture of a demon was carved into the outside of the door, while inside the door there was a bloody handprint. The handprint was left behind that night. It is clear that it is the handprint of a child. I can't think of a child in this haunted house who would match this handprint. All-Bai shared everything that he knew with Chenji. The door that has been relatively quiet has started to change. Is it because someone has escaped from behind the door? Chenji stared at the bloody handprint on the door. And he chose to open the door when I was not at the haunted house. Is this a coincidence, or is it premeditated? The door at his own haunted house being pushed open from the inside was not something that Chenji had envisioned. His focus was currently all on the cursed hospital. He did not have any energy left to investigate this door at his own haunted house. One could not enter a blood door without any preparation. For example, the door of the ghost fetus and the door at the school of the afterlife, once entered, would put one under the control of the door pusher. Therefore, Chenji had no intention of entering this door without finding out more about it. Ever since he obtained the black phone, this was the first time Chenji had been away from the haunted house for so long. I have a feeling that the thing that escaped from the door was purposely trying to avoid me. It did not harm anyone and did not destroy anything inside the house. After it left the world behind the door, it disappeared almost immediately. Chenji silently scratched his chin. It feels like it was being chased by something behind the door and finally found its chance to escape. The handprint on the door was that of a child. Chenji memorized the shape of the handprint and then closed the cubicle door. Feels like everything is connected somehow. Chenji had All-Bai to continue guard the entrance to the toilet while he entered the underground scenario. After greeting every employee who had been left behind at the Jiujiang haunted house, Chenji brought the remaining red specters into the Spider Boy's door. The world behind the door was separated from the real world. Even the demon god would not be able to sense the boy's presence there. Chenji had already planned everything with no crack in his plan. Chenji turned to Zhang Yi. Have you gone through the memory of that top red specter? I just became a red specter myself, so the difference in power is too big. I cannot go through his memory. Whenever Zhang Yi wanted to get close to the boy, he would be burned by the boy's curse, and black blisters would appear on his body. Of all the employees, only the red high heels was not affected by this at all. The power difference is too big. Then you guys should continue to suck away his power. No matter the method, just keep on doing it until you are able to read his memory. Chenji used the most vindictive tone to say the cruelest thing. Hearing what his boss had said, Zhang Yi smiled helplessly, but he did not dare reject him. He merely said, the top red specter who is familiar with curses is currently peeling away the layer of curses. After she has consumed all the curses, there should be no issue. The curses on the boy were a strain that the red high heels had not seen before. The curse contained the demon god's power, so it could injure the red high heels, but at the same time it could increase her power. As mentioned before, it was difficult for the red high heels, who was already a top red specter, to seek a breakthrough, but she was now one step closer to becoming a demon god. With the cooperation of more than 10 red specters, each using their unique talent, they had split the top red specter from the cursed hospital into several parts. Most dangerous curse was consumed by the red high heels. The remaining memory and consciousness was given to Zhang Yi, and the resentment and hatred collected by the top red specter was shared among the rest of the red specters. The only thing that remained was the black pattern that came from the demon god. This strange pattern contained the truth of life and death. It had a captivating beauty to it while giving off a very dangerous presence. The most valuable things on the top red specter are these few patterns. Consuming them will give one an enormous power boost, but one has to be able to perfectly digest them. Zhang Yi relayed the words of the red high heels to Chenji. It is very difficult to digest them. Even the boy with the aid of the demon god was unable to do it. Even a top red specter was unable to do it. Digesting a demon god's resentment with just the ability of a red specter is almost impossible because the process of digestion will take too long. During this whole process, the consumer will suffer from unimaginable pain and despair, and they have to be careful not to get influenced by the demon god's lingering spirit. Zhang Yi shook his head. That is too difficult. Unless the demon god who produced this pattern is willing to help, almost no one could successfully digest this thing. The most valuable thing was also the most dangerous. Most of the red specters were unable to give it a try. Only a red specter was silently staring at that strange pattern. Su Yin, Chen Ji, and the nearby red specters all turned towards Su Yin. The young man with the melancholic expression reached out, and he slowly raised his arm. The skin that came into contact with the pattern cracked and shattered almost immediately. This was a pain unimaginable to a normal person, but it only made Su Yin barely frown. Of all the employees at the haunted house, Su Yin had the toughest determination, and Chen Ji had confidence in him. He believed that even if he was influenced by the demon god, Su Yin would not do anything to harm Chen Ji or the haunted house. Chapter 1154, The Last Nightmare Daily Mission 2 in 1. Chapter 1154, The Last Nightmare Daily Mission 2 in 1. When Zhang Yi was hibernating, Su Yin had protected Chen Ji many times. Most of the time, both the human and the ghost were at their weakest, and they had somehow managed to survive through the impossibility. The ghosts that Chen Ji trusted the most were Zhang Yi and Su Yin. The bond that they shared had already surpassed the distance between life and death. Are you sure you want to consume the black pattern of this demon god? Chen Ji looked at Su Yin seriously. Even though Su Yin was the most suitable candidate, he was not going to force him to do things that he did not want to. Even though Su Yin was going to gain enormous power, he would also suffer from unimaginable pain. Just from the touch alone, Su Yin's skin had started to crack at a very fast speed. Su Yin looked at the black pattern at the tip of his fingers, and then slowly nodded. No one knew what Su Yin was really thinking. Perhaps he could feel the pressure coming from the demon god, or perhaps he knew that Chen Ji was not in a good position. The danger that they had experienced together made him realize that his current power was not enough for him to protect everything that he valued. He never wasted much energy on words, but he knew deep inside his heart that he did not wish to lose anything else in his life. There is no need to force yourself. Chen Ji and the other workers at the haunted house turned to Su Yin. Among the group of people, Su Yin slowly raised his arms and swallowed the demon god's black pattern. When the black pattern slid down his throat, Su Yin's face and neck surfaced with innumerable thin and tiny black blood vessels. The heart of the red specter in the middle of his chest was palpitating crazily. Even just by looking at him, one could imagine how much agony he was in. Su Yin's expression gradually twisted from pain. Despair and sadness rushed into his eyes. He seemed to turn back into that helpless young man that Chen Ji once encountered. Rationality was being consumed. Su Yin was at the edge of going berserk. The endless howls echoed behind the door. Chen Ji actively rushed forward to reach out and grab Su Yin's hands. The red specter's cold and sticky blood enveloped Chen Ji's hands. The blood vessels carved out innumerable wounds on Chen Ji's arms. The blood vessels slid across Chen Ji's skin, cutting and slicing it open. Warm blood kept on leaking, but Chen Ji did not take one step back. Do not be confused by the demon god. You are Su Yin. Your name is Su Yin. The red specter employees behind him also moved forward. Blood vessels of different intensities fell on Su Yin's body. They were unable to help him share the pain, so they could only use their own method to help him induce the recovery of his body as soon as possible. A red specter had forced himself to swallow the pattern of a demon god. This was something that had not happened before. In a few short minutes, Su Yin's body felt like it had been reconstructed. A normal red specter would not have survived an ordeal like this, but Su Yin had somehow survived it. He slowly got used to that sensation of pain. The strange pattern around his red heart was growing rapidly, while the black pattern from the demon god with the surname Kai was disappearing at a rate noticeable to the naked eye. Suddenly, a strange male voice came out from Su Yin's body. It was unclear what the man was saying, but it sounded like it was mumbling some kind of vicious curse. Following the curse, the black pattern inside Su Yin's heart morphed into a mouth, and it attempted to bite at Su Yin's heart from inside the latter's body. When the mouth bit into Su Yin's heart, the black pattern around Su Yin's heart also crawled into that mouth. Neither party backed down, and they were both trying to eat the other. Resisting the extreme pain, with the aid from all the employees at the haunted house, the black pattern around Su Yin's heart gradually won over. The black pattern from the demon god with the surname Kai was shattered and was turned into nutrients for Su Yin. Drops of black blood with strange presence dripped out of Su Yin's heart. It changed the young man's presence completely. The black pattern around his heart also started to spread madly. Was that successful? Chenji asked the red high heels through Zhang Yi. I suppose you can call it a temporary success. The pattern of the demon god might strike back at any moment because Su Yin still needs some time to completely digest the nutrients. Other people could not assess Su Yin's body. Only Red High Heels, who was familiar with curses, would be able to do that. After Zhang Yi turned to her with the questions, he also returned to Chenji with some good news. Due to some unknown reason, a huge change has happened to Su Yin's body. Now, most curses will not work on him. This was something revealed by the top Red Spectre who specialized in curses as well. The pain would continue for a while longer, but Su Yin's condition could be said to have stabilized. The top Red Spectre from the Cursed Hospital was utilized completely. Not even a single part was wasted. Zhang Yi, you'd better look through his memory as soon as you can. The more you can find out, the more beneficial it will be for us. Summoning all the Red Spectres into the comic, Chenji left the world behind the door. Returning to the haunted house's underground scenario, Chenji suddenly felt it was more comfortable at home. When he was at Xinhai, even though he had so many Red Spectres with him, he did not feel safe at all. The next focus should be the Cursed Hospital. My parents should be there. I need to find them as soon as possible. Chenji had returned to Jiujiang, but Zhang Jingjiu and Changlin were still in Xinhai. He knew that their situation there would get more and more dangerous, so he had to return there. I have already given my promise to Mr. Wang to solve the case together. Other than that, I still need to consider Xiao-san's safety. If I stay too far away from him, even if he sends me a message through the wedding ring, I will not be able to rush to him in time to help him. Chenji could not stay for too long in Jiujiang. He planned to deposit Kai Ren at the haunted house, and then he would depart back to Xinhai once the sun rose. Last time I left in such a hurry that I still have many things that I did not have the time to do. Chenji first entered the staff break room alone. He took out the black phone and used the remaining scream points to draw items from the Wheel of Misfortune. Perhaps he had really drawn all the specters from the prize pool already. He did not encounter any specter from his draws, but he won many strange and curious items. Is the game a scam? Either I draw a specter or something only usable by specters. Can't you give me something I can use once in a while? Chenji was getting rather annoyed. He read through the introduction of the Wheel of Misfortune provided by the black phone again. He knew that there were supposed to be many different prizes, but everything that he had won so far was related to ghosts and specters. Is it the influence of the title Red Specters favored? Chenji had no other choice but to share the items that he had won with his employees. Seeing the happiness looks on his workers, faces like it was Christmas, the annoyance in Chenji's heart slowly dissipated. The strengthening of the employees is beneficial to me as well. After he was done with the gift-giving, Chenji realized that the Nightmare Daily Mission coupon that he had won from the previous draw still had not been used. He glanced at the time and decided to use it before he could think twice. The Nightmare Daily Mission normally has a special requirement. I cannot bring any specter and things related to the black phone with me. It is impossible to do the Nightmare Daily Mission in Xinhai. The risk will be too great, so I can only give it a try at Jiujiang. Putting away the black phone, Chenji looked left and right before he spotted the white cat which was curled up next to the wall. The white cat, whose body had grown even rounder, looked at Chenji with open eyes. It waved its tail back and forth. The other specters and spirits had all been given gifts. It appeared to be anticipating one for itself. Do you think I have forgotten about you? Chenji took out the high-class cat food inside the cupboard. After he lured the white cat to his side, he scratched the cat's head gently. We might need to go out for a spin this midnight. Since he had returned to Jiujiang, Chenji wanted to finish things that he had not handled. After taking a swift break inside the staff break room, Chenji waited for midnight to arrive. He took out the black phone and tuned into the daily missions, which would have refreshed. Simple daily mission. The number of surveillance cameras is seriously underwhelming, so accidents are bound to happen. Please install new security cameras in all 3-star scenario within the next 24 hours. Normal daily mission. The number of Baleful Spectre employees is growing rapidly. To ensure that they are loyal toward you, you must ensure the state of their mental health. Please help 5 spectral workers complete their dying wishes within the next 24 hours. Nightmare Daily Mission. Have you ever wondered if there would be another version of yourself, standing on the other side of the door when you pushed open a specific door inside your house alone at night? Of the 3 daily missions, only the last mission was written in ghastly blood-like red letters. Taking in a deep breath, Chenji chose the last daily mission. Nightmare daily missions are very dangerous. Are you sure you want to choose it? Yes. Red Spectre's favored, you have accepted the Nightmare Daily mission, Door. This the most difficult of all the Nightmare missions. Hopefully, your luck will be as good as always. Door Nightmare Difficulty. Close your eyes, cover your ears, and do not speak a word that is not your name. Starting from 1:44 a.m., push open all the doors in your house. Whenever you push open a door, you must call out your own name. There are 2 ways to succeed at this mission. One is to have successfully pushed open all the doors in your house, and the other is to hear your own voice echoing from the other side of the door when you shout out your name. Warning, you cannot reveal the information of this nightmare mission to any other individual. You cannot carry any items related to the phone or any specter or spirits with you when conducting this nightmare mission. Chenji was silent, looking at the writing on the black phone. Based on the description of the nightmare mission alone, it did not look that scary, but Chenji knew how difficult it would be when put into practice. The mission requirement is for me to push open all the doors inside the house, but it did not mention whether this house is referring to the house that I once occupied or this house of horrors. If it is referring to this haunted house, even if it gives me the entire night, I will not be able to open so many doors when the most crucial of my senses are blocked. Chenji stared at the words on the phone screen. For me, the only way to pass this mission is to hear the echo of my own voice from the other side of the door. But at the same time, the mission requirement has me block off my hearing. In that case, how am I supposed to hear any voices coming from the other side? Or is it because the voice that rings out from the other side of the door will travel directly into my heart and mind? Pushing open doors in your own house, and then hearing your own voice coming from the other side of the door. From the description, it sounded very simple, but it carried a very unique meaning to it. Will I run into any danger conducting this mission inside the haunted house? The thought just flashed across Chenji's mind when it occurred to Chenji that not too long ago, the door inside the toilet had been pushed open, and something had escaped out from it. The thing that had escaped from behind the door was possibly still hiding in the haunted house. Even if he is still hiding inside the haunted house, I should not be that worried. For the sake of security, Chenji tied one end of the rope around the white cat and the other end of the rope around his own waist. Leading the white cat, Chenji entered the prop room and found the necessary eye patch and earmuffs. When all the preparatory work was done, Chenji walked to the front door of the haunted house. He wanted to start from the entrance and then gradually open all the doors inside the haunted house. I grew up in this haunted house. For the area above ground, I can walk through it with my eyes closed. The real difficulty will be the underground scenarios. Time was slowly ticking away. At 1:43 a.m., Chenji put on all the necessary accessories and started to count his heartbeat at the entrance of the haunted house. When it was 1:44 a.m., Chenji pushed open the front door of the haunted house with a powerful swing. He was unable to see or hear anything. The world around him was dark and quiet. It felt like he was the only person left in the world. The map of the haunted house was slowly being constructed in his mind. Chenji moved down the corridor with his eyes closed. He did not bump into anything. After all, he had taken this route basically every single day. All the nightmare missions have a deeper meaning behind them. They are leading me step by step closer to the truth. This mission should be no different. Chenji did not tell his other employees about the details of the mission. He could not hear any voice or see anything. Padding down the corridors of his own home, it felt like he was walking back in time to the time when his parents had just disappeared. The young man who had just lost the anchors in his life always cowered inside the corner of the haunted house's staff break room. He was very afraid. He was not yet ready to deal with all these things alone. But from a time that was hard to pinpoint, the young man had started to change. Chenji, pushing open the door to the dressing room, Chenji called out his own name lightly, but there was no response. Holding onto the door, the image of him helping his employees with their makeup appeared in his mind. They were busy as they joked among each other. He had never imagined that he would be able to make so many friends in his life. Chenji, then he found his way to the prop room. After pushing open the door, there was still no response. Chenji slowly moved down into the darkness. The surrounding became more and more quiet and cold. The surveillance room, the staff break room, the changing room, Chenji had visited them one by one before he finally reached the toilet. He knew very well that he was standing before his haunted house's toilet. The blood door was inside this toilet. Is the aim of this mission to lure me to open that door? But a blood door can only be opened at midnight, can't it? Unless the person pushing open the door is the door pusher himself. With a certain supposition in his mind, Chenji opened the toilet door, walked through it, and moved toward the fated cubicle. His hand landed on the door handle and slowly pushed. Chenji, the cubicle door was pushed open. Chenji's heart was beating so loudly, and he held his breath without knowing it. 1 second, 2 seconds. About 10 seconds later, he did not hear his own voice being echoed from the other side of the door. It's not here. Retreating from the toilet, Chenji went to explore the scenario of Minghun and murder at midnight, but he still failed to find that door. Could it be underground? He slowly nudged his foot forward and pulled open the iron door that led to the underground scenario and carefully stepped down the stairs. The temperature continued to drop. Chenji shivered involuntarily. He tugged at the rope around his waist and realized that the white cat had already struggled loose from its constraint. The other end of the rope had been dragging on the ground. The cat has gotten cleverer and cleverer. Even though Chenji had gone to the underground scenario many times, it did not form muscle memory. To ensure that he did not miss any doors, he could only move slowly step by step. Darkness, loneliness, chilliness, and quietness. Chenji felt like he was stranded alone in this world, and all of his sensory emotions were being slowly stripped away. Chapter 1155, Please Come and Find Me 2 in 1. Chapter 1155, Please Come and Find Me 2 in 1. With his eyes closed and ears blocked, unable to share what he was doing with his employees, all he could do was repeat his name again and again. Chenji walked for a long time down the dark hallway. He tried to bring up the map of the haunted house inside his mind, but he slowly discovered something scary. It appeared like he was not inside the haunted house at all. He had no idea where he had landed. He was unable to communicate with anyone. He could not hear anything, and all that he could see around him was darkness. Piercing chills stabbed into his heart. Chenji finally stopped moving. Am I still inside the haunted house? This was the first time Chenji had felt like he was unfamiliar with his own haunted house. Is it possible that I exited the haunted house when I opened one of the doors earlier? Many different scary thoughts entered his mind. Chenji had no idea what was waiting ahead of him, and he had even less of an idea when he could push open that real door. Searching in the dark when he could not see even the wisp of hope, he tried to open all the doors that he could encounter. Chenji felt like this whole experience was quite a déjà vu. The nightmare daily mission with the name Door appeared to wish to tell him something. In the absolute darkness and silence, time slowly lost all meaning. Chenji's body movement became more awkward, and the surface of his skin was startlingly cold. Memories from his past flashed across his mind, and the strange sense of déjà vu became stronger and stronger. Chenji, he called his name again and again while he kept repeating the same action. The surroundings became quieter and colder. Chenji's gait slowed down. A very scary thought overwhelmed his mind. If he continued walking, he probably would not find his way back. His mind became duller, and he could not stop his brain from filling his heart with ghastly and eerie imagery. Chenji was visited by an emotion that he had not encountered in a very long time: despair. In the past, no matter how scary the enemy was, no matter how strong the opponent was, Chenji would not give because he had a firm determination holding him upright and pushing him forward. But in this nightmare mission, the determination was slowly being hacked away. There appeared to be a lingering voice in his mind that was trying to tell him that despair was the norm. It was not until then that Chenji realized hope was like a colorful soap bubble. It would burst with the lightest of touch. All this time, he had been like a child who was holding a soap bubble in his grasp. He stood stubbornly on the other side of the world, and insisted on believing that the world inside the soap bubble was the real one. His memory was flipped over by a pair of invisible hands. Along with the sense of chill, pain, and suffocation, many kind of memories that supposedly did not belong to him were churning in his mind. The feeling was very bad, but strangely enough, Chenji felt they were also quite familiar. It was as if he had personally experienced a similar kind of pain in the past, and he had been through it more than once. His footsteps gradually slowed down. He seemed to be walking down a path that had no end. All his memory and experiences were polluted by despair. They did not want Chenji to keep on going. They wanted him to just stop and stay there forever. The road ahead was very dangerous, and the chance of returning could be zero. It was a world of darkness waiting to envelope him. When he could still think with his mind, Chenji's arms reached toward his eyes. He was hesitating over whether to take a peek or not. If he did look, the nightmare mission would definitely fail, but if he did not remove it, he could no longer stand the overwhelming anxiety in his heart. Is it possible that I am now inside the world behind the door? Someone other than the door pusher only can push open the door at midnight, but what if I am the door pusher? What if I was the one who pushed open the door in the haunted house? His fingers landed on the bridge of his nose. In the end, Chenji chose not to look, and his feet decided to keep on moving. I am currently experiencing pain that did not exist in my memory before. I am experiencing a despair that did not belong to me. I have no idea what the black phone is trying to tell me, but I know that when there is despair, there is also hope. The two cannot exist without the other. For those in despair, even though they were surrounded by bliss, they would not escape the torment of despair. And for those with hope, even if they had lost everything, they would be able to see a colorful world inside a simple soap bubble. I have never been treated kindly by this world, but that does not mean that I do not love this world for what it is. For some reason, Chen Ji was reminded of Zhang Ye and the other employees at his haunted house. Even when I am in the deepest despair, I can chance upon a very beautiful accident. With his eyes still covered, Chen Ji suffered the pain that he had not experienced. He forged his way forward while suffering the double torment both on his mental and physical health. He no longer hesitated, and he spent no time on overthinking as he picked up speed. The pain on his body became more obvious, and the pressure on his mind grew heavier. The scenes of Chen Ji being killed slowly swamped his mind. Before he died, he struggled helplessly and pleaded for mercy, but every time the thing that welcomed him was painful death. His compromise, kindness, and help had all been disappointed. His final result was only despair. The green veins on the back on his arms popped. Chen Ji suffered all of that silently. He did not stop his footsteps, and he kept on moving. No wonder who is the owner of this despair, it will not stop me from moving forward. Before Chen Ji obtained the black phone, most of the memories left in his mind had been beautiful and happy ones. His parents also wished that he could continue with his life in that manner. But in reality, when he obtained the black phone, Chen Ji had been given the chance to make a choice. If he had chosen to deny accepting the phone when he found it, then he would have kept on living with his happiness, being none the wiser about the other world around him. However, Chen Ji had chosen a different path. He wanted to know the truth, and for that, he had traded his blissful ignorance for despair and began his slow journey of searching for his parents. As he slowly approached the truth, the despair that had been hidden away would slowly be brought back to the forefront, but Chen Ji had no regret. Along the way, only Chen Ji himself knew how difficult the path he had chosen actually was. His life schedule had been turned upside down. He worked more in the night compared to the hours in the morning. He had not had a good rest since forever, and he was always caught in between the line of life and death. He spent his days with baleful specters and red specters. Dancing on the sharp edge of a knife was not enough to describe Chen Ji's situation. If he was a little careless even once, he would have become a dead body already. He had chosen the most difficult path, but at the same time, this was the path that would lead him the quickest to the truth. This was not some kind of good fortune or bad tragedy that someone had placed on him. It was a choice that he had made for himself in the wide path of destiny. I will not change due to this despair, and I will never abandon my path. No matter what has happened in the past, I am willing to face them openly. Images of his own death flashed across his mind again and again. Chen Ji felt like his body was being torn apart repeatedly. Suffering the dual torture on his physical and mental selves, he pushed forward with determination in the seemingly endless darkness. He could not see his surrounding, and he felt he was stranded alone in the world. He could not hear any sound and could not sense the passage of time. He kept on calling his own name as he opened one after another door. Chen Ji, he pushed open another door before him. Chen Ji had lost count of the doors he had opened, but suddenly another voice came from the space before him. I did not expect you to really come here one day. Chen Ji's own voice came from a spot that was only a few steps away from Chen Ji. At that moment, Chen Ji almost removed the eye cover and his body could not help shuddering. Everyone wants to kill you. You are my final hope. Please come and find me no matter what. Something was slipped inside his palm, and the voice became smaller and smaller. I am in the haunted house within that city. Please, you have to come and find me. That city, the Blood Red City. There is also a version of the haunted house in the Blood Red City. Gripping the thing in his palm, Chen Ji could not control himself any longer. He opened his lips and was about to voice out the question in his mind. You. But when the first word escaped from his lips, the chill around him instantly disappeared, and the arm that he raised suddenly came into contact with something hard. It was the handle of a door. Pushing the door open, the memories that did not belong to him started to disappear. It was as if he had walked back to Earth from hell. The phone in his pocket started to vibrate. After being stunned for several moments, Chen Ji slowly removed the eye cover and the earmuffs. The first thing he saw was all his haunted house employees standing before him in a circle. They were all looking at him strangely and curiously. Wait, I'm still inside the toilet. He looked around and realized he was standing inside the cubicle of the haunted house's toilet. His hand was still holding the door of the cubicle. I did not leave this place and go to the underground scenario. You covered your eyes and then locked yourself inside the cubicle. Initially, we thought you were possessed by some kind of ghost, but then we thought about it among ourselves and felt like no ghost would do something that would waste so much of their energy and for such little gain. Men Nan was standing right at the door. Seeing that nothing was wrong with Chenji, he squeezed through the crowd of people and left. The party's over. The man is fine. Go back to your work. I did not enter the underground scenario, but have been standing inside the toilet cubicle. In other words, when I pushed open the door of the cubicle, I entered the world behind the door. Chenji was covered in cold sweat. He lowered his head to glance at his palm. Before the other voice of himself disappeared, the person had shoved something into his hand. It was a key that was covered in cracks. A key? Wait, this is the self-perceptive key. Once Chenji tried to take a closer look at the sky, the rust covering the key in his palm peeled off in big patches, and then the key itself split in two. I entered the world behind the door, and it was with this self-perceptive key that I was able to return back to this world from the haunted house behind the blood door. Chenji had obtained 2 self-perceptive keys from his missions in the past, but he had no idea what they were for. It should not be that simple. The person behind the door perhaps wanted to remind or warn of me something through this key. The words that his own voice said kept appearing in his mind. Chenji's brows did not stop creasing. There is another haunted house inside the blood-red city, and he is currently hiding inside that other haunted house, huh? Why does he treat me as his final hope? Chenji leaned against the door. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. He felt like the energy had been fully drained from his body. This door inside the haunted house should have been pushed open by him. Chenji looked at the cubicle door. He pushed on it lightly, but nothing changed inside the cubicle. Only the door pusher could control the door. Chenji himself was unable to open the door, but the fact was, he had been able to enter the door earlier, so the real door pusher had probably opened the door for him through some method. Wait a minute. Is there a possibility that the door pusher has been split in two? Only when both parties are touching the door at the same time can the door be opened. Climbing up from the ground, Chenji gave a brief explanation to his employees and then had all by continue guarding the toilet while he ran back to the staff break room. The moment he opened the door, Chenji saw the white cat, who was munching on the high-class cat food inside the cupboard. But he was in no mood to be training his cat. He took out his black phone and swiped on the screen. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored for completely the daily nightmare mission, Door. You have obtained the unique special talent, Lips of Tragedy. Lips of Tragedy, natural talent. As they say, tragedy comes from the lips. Now that you have gained this talent, you will be able to hear all that they converse about among themselves. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. This is so impressive. You now possess Mortician's Makeup, Spirit Sniff, Ghost Ear, Yin-Yang Vision, Lips of Tragedy, and Dollmaker's Talent, all 6 natural talents. The current you can now produce the version of yourself that you want. Looking at the message on the black phone, Chenji shuddered involuntarily. He had a feeling that the last sentence was hinting about something incredibly horrible. The current me can now produce the version of myself that I want. I need to personally make another version of myself. What does it mean? Chenji had not used most of the 6 talents to their maximum potential. Other than Yin-Yang Vision, he did not use the rest of the talents much. All this time, he thought the rest of the talents were rather weak, but from the looks of it, that was not the case. Never mind, it is too early to consider something like that. Chenji knew very well that to unleash the full potential of the Dollmaker's talent, he would first need to capture a living human to experiment on them. A perfect living door needed a fresh human life. This was something that Chenji would never attempt to do. Perhaps in the future I might change my mind, but I hope that day never comes. Chenji put the black phone away. The nightmare daily mission that night had given him more questions than answers. He needed to lie down to slowly work over the information that he had gathered. Is the despair that I experienced when I was doing the mission the despair that was experienced by my other self? What exactly is my other self anyway? Has he been shouldering all the despair that should have fallen onto me? Chenji found it impossible to rest. His mind was too active with questions. At that moment, Chenji's eyes glanced at the white cat, which was still sneaking toward the pack of cat food. Chenji sat up to drag it away from the cupboard and forced it to join him on the bed. He tousled the cat's furry coat, and his heart slowly calmed down. Even the cat knows when to run away from danger, but someone like myself insists on walking down the most dangerous path. However, the most despairingly, this appears to be the only path that is given to me. Being hugged by Chenji, the white cat appeared to be frozen in fear. It seemed to have realized that it had done something wrong earlier, so it was acting like the best pet in the world. It did not dare move in Chenji's grasp, playing the role of a fluffy doll. The white cat has consumed the blood vessels from the Ghost Stories Society. The blood vessel was prepared by Dr. Gao for the woman in the well, so technically, it belonged to Dr. Gao. Chenji scratched the bottom of the white cat's stomach. Is it possible for me to trace Dr. Gao through the blood vessels in the white cat's body? Or can I somehow make Dr. Gao actively come to me through the blood vessels in the cat? There were at least 2 demon gods at the cursed hospital. Chenji knew that he was too weak to deal with the cursed hospital on his own, so he wished to gain the assistance of Dr. Gao. His finger moved up and down the white cat's belly like a surgeon drawing out the lines before the surgery. The white cat was so scared by Chenji's action that it could not help convulsing. The blood vessels have probably been digested by the white cat's body already. Looks like I will have to bring it with me behind the door in the future. Looking at the time, there was still some time before dawn. Chenji carried the white cat in one hand and found the graduation certificate from the School of the Afterlife inside the prop room. It has been quite some time since I last returned. I wonder if anything has changed at the School of the Afterlife. The cursed hospital had placed a ton of pressure on Chenji. He decided to combine all the sources that he had to deal with the hospital together. The Blood City is very close to the School of the Afterlife. If I am lucky, perhaps I will run into a lost Red Spectre. Chapter 1156, Expanding Red City 2 in 1. Chapter 1156, Expanding Red City 2 in 1. Chenji had all by stay back to guard the haunted house. Then he pulled all the other Red Spectre employees into the comic and carried the white cat out of the haunted house. The guard at the entrance of the New Century Park was already fast asleep. There were not many vehicles on the road. Chenji waited for a long time before a taxi stopped for him. At 3:00 a.m., Chenji arrived at Western Jiujiang Private Academy. He held the graduation certificate and ran to the toilet cubicle at the top of the education block. How do I use this thing? He gave it multiple goes, but the blood door did not show up. Chenji had no idea whether this meant some kind of accident had happened to the door of the School of the Afterlife, or he had missed the crucial timing. The School of the Afterlife's door currently is still missing a door pusher. It looks like I will have to come back again at midnight tomorrow. Just as he said that, the shadow behind him started to change. A drop of blood leaked out on the cubicle door, and the blood slowly bloomed like a flower. The blood flower expanded to cover up the entire door, and a strong stench of blood drifted out from the gap of the door. The startlingly red of the blood reacted with the red letters on the graduation certificate. Chenji tried to give the blood door a push. Instantly, a wave of redness overwhelmed him. When he recovered, his world was covered in red, and the whole building was surrounded by blood. The School of the Afterlife. Chenji stood where he was. Before he decided what to do next, the sound of footsteps came from the outside corridor. Chenji reached for the comic subconsciously to summon Men Nan and Xiao Bu. Moments later, the toilet door was pushed open, and 2 beautiful young ladies appeared at the door. One of them was wearing a white dress and the other a red dress. They had similar facial features, but the reactions they had when they saw Chenji were completely different. Yin Bai Yin Hong. Once the blood door was pushed open, I knew that Yu-Di returned. Yin Hong tilted her head to the side to swipe a glance at Chenji. Then her eyes landed on Xiao Bu and Men Nan beside him. Her cute brows slowly frowned as she pulled Yin Bai's hand to move her away from Chenji. State your intention. What is your purpose for coming back to your alma mater? Even though we do not really welcome you here, considering that you once saved our school, we can offer you some help if it is absolutely necessary. Is the headmaster here? I wish to talk to him. Chenji was quite worried about the School of the Afterlife as well. After all, this place was very close to the Red City. The old headmaster from Muyang High School was just a half-red specter. Chenji was afraid that he might not be able to handle things alone. Follow me then? Yin Hong did not waste time and led Chenji to the nurse's office. After the original school doctor was killed, the place had been vacated. I want to meet the headmaster. Why did you bring me to the nurse's office? Chenji was rather confused. Yin Hong shrugged quite helplessly. Just go in and you will see. Pulling open the blood-red curtain, Chenji saw a fat old man who was in a red shirt sharing his experience and counseling several students. The old man heard the movement of the curtain and lifted his head to see Chenji. Instantly, a kind smile appeared on his face. Chenji, why are you here? Sir, when you did break through to become a red specter? Chenji was very shocked. When he left, the old headmaster had been a half-red specter. It had not been that long since they last met, but the old headmaster had already become a red specter, and he seemed to possess a special power within him. I also cannot remember the actual moment. Ever since I took over the responsibility of this school, I have been trying my best to help these children, and without knowing it, I turned into a red specter. The old headmaster at Mu Yang High School was a very special specter. After he died, he did not consume any ghosts, but he had somehow become a half-red specter. Now, even more miraculously, the senior gentleman had somehow turned into an actual red specter. From the old headmaster, Chenji saw another path available for specters to break through to their next level. Perhaps this was a path that was more suitable for Yan Danian. How did you manage to do it? Can you tell me more about the details? Chenji appeared rather inconspicuous standing amid a bunch of young students. My experience probably will not be much use to you. The children at the School of the Afterlife came from all different backgrounds, but most of them are victims of school bullying or children of broken families. They had never experienced love and warmth. My purpose is to heal the wounds that they have suffered during their childhood by attempting to provide them a new home at the School of the Afterlife. The old headmaster rubbed his large belly. Actually, I have not done anything. It was mainly because the children have slowly given me their approval. They have influenced the school's consciousness, and I gradually gained the approval from the school's consciousness. When the door of the School of the Afterlife was at its weakest moment, it desperately needed to search for itself a new door pusher. Under those circumstances, since the old headmaster had gotten the approval from most of the students, and there was no competition from others, the school's consciousness was slowly channeling its energy into the old headmaster and aided him to slowly become the owner of this door. In terms of pure power, the painter and Chang Wenyu were much stronger than the old headmaster, but neither of them would be able to bring salvation to the students behind the door. Even though the old headmaster was the weakest among them, this kind gentleman was the most suitable candidate. While he could not build a fake heaven behind the door, nor could he help all the students escape from the constraint of the door, he was trying his best to create a sanctuary behind the door for these lost souls. A 4-star scenario can cultivate a demon god. The School of the Afterlife is a 4-star scenario approved by the Black Phone. If the headmaster is given some more time, he might really become something of a miracle. Without consuming any specters, he could become a demon god. This incident that was almost impossible was slowly turning itself into reality due to the determination within the old headmaster to do the best by his students. The old headmaster had provided a brand new path for Chenji. He felt like he should sit down and have a real talk with Yan Danian to understand the thoughts that Yan Danian had inside his heart. Sir, during this period, has the Red City caused any trouble for you? When Chenji entered the School of the Afterlife last time, Zhang Yu had just become a demon god, and she had been recovering from a heavy injury. Moreover, most of his employees had still been quite weak. This time it was different. Just looking at top red specters alone, he had 3 with him. About that city, the smile disappeared from the old headmaster's face. It is not looking so good. I will bring you to the top floor and you will understand what I mean. The headmaster led Chenji to reach the top floor of the education block. The iron door that led to the roof was the only door in the School of the Afterlife that was not sealed up by wooden boards. I will open the door. Do not move too far away from me. It is very dangerous. The old headmaster took out a key from his shirt. The key had the etching of a small heart of a red specter. Slowly, the door was pulled open slightly. The rolling blood mist slid through the gap and floated down the corridor. After ensuring that there was no danger, the old headmaster finally waved Chenji over. Look for yourself. Using his yin-yang vision, Chenji looked through the gap. Many different kinds of buildings stood around the School of the Afterlife, and every one of the building was covered in blood. This was different the last time I came. Chenji was very shocked. The School of the Afterlife has already been swallowed up by the Red City, the old headmaster said with a helpless smile. Not long after you left, the distance between the school and the city became smaller and smaller. We had no choice but to abandon part of the campus and gather all our energy. We used the rest of the wooden boards and soul nails to seal up the main campus, and this is the only door that we have left open. In other words, the School of the Afterlife is currently a completely isolated scenario. Yes, we've had to abandon places like the field, the recycling center, the library, the extracurricular hall, and so on. Most of the school body are gathered in the education block, the dormitories, and the lab building. The old headmaster looked at the blood fog outside the door and sighed lightly. That is the only solution available to us at the time. Before the Red City, we are so weak and small. The School of the Afterlife had already been consumed by the Red City. This was something that Chenji did not anticipate before he arrived. The Red City is still expanding. No, perhaps the word growing is more suitable. The old headmaster tried his best to look at the bright side. Even though the campus is now much smaller, as long as we stay in the main few buildings, the ghosts from the Red City will not harm us. They seem to have a set of rules that they have to follow here. Before this, the School of the Afterlife was situated at the fringe of the Red City. Just like the ghost fetus scenario, it was a scenario in and of itself, but now the School of the Afterlife had become part of the Red City. Chenji looked into the distance through the gap in the door. All he could see were the red buildings, and they continued over the horizon. I wonder if the cursed hospital is also isolated outside of the Red City. Chenji focused his gaze as far as he could. If only I could make this city to go and consume that cursed hospital. Chenji, this place is very dangerous. If there's nothing else, I am going to close the door now, the old headmaster said. The painter headed into the Red City after he was defeated, and Dr. Gao might currently be somewhere inside the Red City as well. Should I try my luck inside the city? Chenji flipped through the comic. He wanted to have his employees go hunting inside the Red City, but it was too dangerous. He could still remember what had happened to Dr. Gao after he had forged his way through the underground morgue to the Red City. Bang! The iron door was slammed shut. The old headmaster appeared to have read Chenji's mind. Do not do anything stupid. Even a top Red Spectre will not be able to survive the danger inside the Red City. How do you know that, sir? When the school was first being consumed by the Red City, there were some specters and ghosts who were hiding inside the blood fog. It was clear that they wanted to enter the school. It was unclear what happened after that, but all of the ghosts and specters were killed and murdered. The old headmaster himself could not give a clear account. It was very scary. We were hiding inside the education block at the time, and all we could see was a red shadow floating past. Was that a top Red Spectre? Even a top Red Spectre could not kill so many specters in an instant. Furthermore, there were top Red Specters among the ghosts who were interested in the School of the Afterlife. The old headmaster still shivered just thinking about it. If you somehow end up inside the Red City, you have to remember to stay away from any red shadows. If I have noticed anything, it was that they do not seem to be able to enter any buildings. Thank you for the information. Chenji took a deep breath. Sir, do you mind opening the door again? I wish to conduct an experiment outside the door. How come a human like you is so much braver than ghosts? The old headmaster shook his head, but in the end, he was persuaded by Chenji's miraculous power of persuasion. Holding the comic, Chenji had the red high heels pull out some blood with the Red Spectre's blood vessels from the white cat's body. Put some curse on this blood. See if you can make contact with Dr. Gao. The red high heels gave it some try before she shook her head. Won't work. Looks like the blood vessels left behind the Ghost Stories Society are not enough. In that case, I will have to go and find Gao Ruzu. Chenji did not mean Gao Ruzu any harm, but the girl was Dr. Gao's blood relative, and he wished to reach Dr. Gao through her. The tragedy of Dr. Gao started when he encountered the cursed hospital. His wife's death was also related to that hospital, so he shared a common enemy with Chenji. They should be able to form a truce. Chenji, quick come back, do not stay out there for too long. The old headmaster spotted something approaching from the blood fog, and he shouted to warn Chenji. Chenji did not want to take any unnecessary risks. He put away his comic and returned to the school. Closing the iron door, the old headmaster finally sighed in relief. Do not go out there unless it is truly necessary. The Red City is very dangerous. Sir, I hope you do not mind, but there is another favor that I need from you. Chenji voiced out the other reason he was there that night. Is there anyone left at the school who can contact the painter? I wish to get his cooperation to help me with something. All the students who approved of the painter have already left with him, but there is something here that should be able to help you find the painter. After locking the door, the old headmaster led Chenji to the lab building. He found an unfinished oil painting inside the art room. This is the only painting left behind by the painter. When he left the school, all the paintings dissolved into ash. This is the only painting that remained. I believe that is because this painting is very important to him. Chenji picked up the half-finished oil painting. The content was very simple. It was the painting of a young man with heavy lines of worry on his face sitting next to a boy under the sun. They appeared to be chatting about something. This painting is about the painter and Fan Yu-ha. This was a simple scene, but it was a dream that was impossible to fulfill for the painter. Chenji took good care of the oil painting, and then he went to meet up with the other Red Specters at the school. He still needed more helpers to deal with the cursed hospital. After gaining the old headmaster's approval, Chenji left the school with 3 Red Specters. After leaving the School of the Afterlife, Dawn had not yet arrived in real life. Chenji gave Zhang Wenyu a call, saying that he wished to meet him in person. Half an hour later, Chenji found Zhang Wenyu at an abandoned building in the countryside of northern Jiujiang. The suicide line operator was standing next to a homeless person who was suffering from a serious illness. He stared at the person silently. It was clear that he wanted to save the person, but he knew better than to break the rules. In the end, he was like death animated in real life, watching the person slowly drift away. "I wish to ask you for a favor." Chenji walked toward Zhang Wenyu. Zhang Wenyu answered with a simple word, "Sure." "Do not hurry to say yes. The enemy that I need to deal with has at least 2 demon gods." Chenji did not want to press others into his aid. "Demon god? A ghost that is at least 10 times scarier than a top red specter," Chenji said with a serious expression. "Are you still willing to help me after knowing that?" "Of course," Zhang Wenyu nodded. "Thank you." Chenji wanted to pull Zhang Wenyu into the comic, but he failed after multiple tries. After he asked for more details from Yan Danian, he only found out why. Zhang Wenyu might appear to be a red specter, but actually he represented a multitude of ghosts and specters. The comic was not large enough to fit so many spirits and ghosts. When Chenji was figuring out what to do, Zhang Wenyu's body slowly disappeared. Moments later, Chenji got a message on his phone. It was a message delivered from the number of the suicide line operator. "I will always be by your side until you have resolved this danger." He turned to look around him. Even with the help of yin-yang vision, Chenji was unable to see Zhang Wenyu, but there was a source of power that he could not describe that was burgeoning in his heart. It felt like there were a large group of people silently following him and cheering him on. The people that you have rescued will eventually become the source of your own salvation. The sun was rising over the horizon. Chenji put away his phone and left northern Jiujiang. He hailed another cab, and this time, his destination was Jiujiang Medical University. He planned to meet up with Dr. Gao's daughter, Gao Ruzu. Chapter 1157, You Are My Seventh Friend 2 in 1. He arrived at Jiujiang Medical University. Chenji gave a call to Gao Ruzu on her phone, but no one picked up. Chenji entered the school and found a free lecturer. After asking him, Chenji only found out that Gao Ruzu had applied to defer. She had not appeared at the school for a very long time. Her mother was killed by that hospital, and now her father has disappeared after committing such a serious crime. It is hard to imagine the pressure and pain that Gao Ruzu must be feeling. Since Gao Ruzu refused to answer Chenji's calls, he had no choice but to personally go to her place. He knocked on her door for several minutes before Gao Ruzu opened the door. She looked so much more haggard, and she had lost quite a bit of weight. "Chenji, do you mind if I come in to talk with you?" Chenji carried his backpack. He had not slept that night. His eyes were bloodshot, and he did not look much better than Gao Ruzu. "I have something that I have to discuss with your father, but I need your help to be able to find him." With a small nod, Gao Ruzu opened the door and allowed Chenji to enter the room. The room was covered with a thin layer of dust. It was clear that the place had not been properly cleaned for quite some time, but at least overall the place still looked rather passable. Everything was neat, if a little bit dusty. "I also would like to talk to him, but I have no idea where he is." Gao Ruzu sat on the couch. Even though a decent amount of time had passed since the incident at the underground morgue, Gao Ruzu could not stop the change in her expression whenever she talked about her father. "I need some of your blood." Chenji did not wish to go into detail. He stated his reason for being there directly. "My blood?" Gao Ruzu slowly lifted her head that was previously lowered. She looked at Chenji with open confusion before she stretched out her arm toward Chenji. "Using my blood, you will be able to find out where my dad currently is, right? It might not be successful, but it is worth a try." Hearing that, the light in Gao Ruzu's eyes slowly dimmed, but she still did not pull her arm back. Instead, she said, "If you really do succeed in meeting him, remember to tell him that I miss him a lot." "Of course." Chenji had Gao Ruzu close her eyes, and then he summoned out the red high heels. A black curse like an iron needle pierced into Gao Ruzu's body and sucked out a drop of blood right from her heart. "You can open your eyes now." Chenji looked at Gao Ruzu's pale face, and he gave her a serious promise. "I will relay your words to Dr. Gao personally, and I will try my best to help your family if it is within my power." After he left Gao Ruzu's home, before Chenji moved that far away, Chenji got some good news. By applying a curse on both the blood vessels inside the white cat's body and the blood from Gao Ruzu's heart, the red high heels had successfully sensed a very scary presence. Based on Chenji's prediction, the monster that was giving off this scary presence should be none other than Dr. Gao. It is a good thing that we can sense his presence. After we enter the world behind the door, perhaps the intensity of this presence will become much stronger. After he walked out from the apartment, Chenji rushed to Jiujiang Children's Home and retrieved a drop of blood from Fan Yu. After he was done with everything, Chenji silently returned to New Century Park and woke up all Wu before theme park opened for business. "Brother Wu, it is time to wake up. We should prepare to return to Xinhai already." All Wu, who was fast asleep, was shaken awake. He looked at Chenji blurrily. There were so many questions on his face. Chenji tried his best to help recover his memory. "Last night, I asked you for a favor to drive me back to Jiujiang to get something. Did you forget about that?" "Yes, I think I do remember that." All Wu rubbed his head. "So let's return to Xinhai. I have already got everything that I needed." Chenji placed the white cat on the backseat. He had already done everything that he could. What he needed to do next was focus all his energy against that cursed hospital and get to the bottom of the mystery behind his parents' disappearance. The car left New Century Park in the morning, and they arrived in Xinhai when the sun was at its peak. "Brother Wu, if possible, stop using this car. Other than that, I need you to remind Mr. Wang not to go out late at night. It will also be best if the two of you are staying somewhere with a lot of people." Chenji was worried that the car might be targeted by the cursed hospital, so he gave All Wu a kind reminder. "Okay." All Wu dropped Chenji at the Nightmare Academy and then left in a hurry. Chenji carried his backpack and hugged the white cat as he pushed open the front door to the Nightmare Academy. Once he stepped into the building, he felt something was not quite right. Because they had not yet prepared to open for business, the central aircon was not on, but at that moment it was curiously cold inside the haunted house. "Zio Dai? Zhang Jingjiu." With a bad feeling in his heart, Chenji flipped through the comic to summon out several Red Spectre employees. "Search the entire building," Chenji ordered in a serious tone. He did move away from the entrance. He stood right at the front door. If there was a trap, he would turn and run at the first notice. Half a minute later, Mennan appeared before Chenji. "There is no one inside the haunted house." "Did something or someone come here last night?" Chenji was very worried about the safety of his haunted house employees. "We cannot sense the trace of the presence of any other baleful specters, but I can say for sure that something indeed infiltrated this place last night." Mennan pointed at the entrance to one of the scenarios. "Come and take a look at this." Being escorted in the middle of several red specters, Chenji walked to the entrance of the scenario. The wooden doors that led into every scenario were covered in paper notes, and every single note had that familiar statement on it. "This is a sickened world. Why have you not discovered that fact? I swear to cure you." The paper notes with different handwriting covered the many wooden doors, and it looked intensely creepy. "This has to be the doing of that cursed hospital." Chenji was reminded of a detail. The previous morning, when he returned to the Nightmare Academy from his Red Spectre hunting, he had felt a sharp gaze that was watching him from Shili Xiang Eatery. Perhaps from then on, he had already been targeted. Time to go to Shili Xiang Eatery. It was just past the lunchtime, so there were not that many people inside the eatery. Chenji burst through the door with several red specters behind him. "Welcome to Shili Xiang. How can I help you today?" The waiter very passionately walked toward Chenji, but the latter ignored him directly. He walked toward the counter and strode toward the door that was meant for employees only. "Hey," this was the first time the waiter had encountered a customer so rude and unreasonable. He was about to reach forward to stop Chenji when his body was suddenly drained of power, and he collapsed onto the chair behind him. Chenji did not want to waste time on meaningless actions. Without wasting any time, he rushed into the kitchen at the back, and he saw the boss of the shop who was pouring something into a big vat of sauce. The boss was Kai Longtu. "Zhang Ye." Wasting no time for a single pleasantry, when Kai Longtu saw Chenji, Zhang Ye had already crawled into his body. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Ye crawled out from the back of Kai Longtu's head, and he reported with a disappointed expression. "The enemy appears to have realized that I can look through people's memories, so this man's memory has already been tampered with. I cannot find any useful information." Cursed Hospital had realized that Chenji had a specter who could look through people's memories, so they had sent someone over to deal with Kai Longtu's memory. Chenji had already predicted that the demon god with the surname Kai would be able to look through a living individual's memory, so he did not reveal the presence of Kai Ren to any of his living employees. He had kept Kai Ren hidden inside the headmaster's office. The devil was always in the detail. "Even if the Cursed Hospital has taken away my employees, they won't be able to obtain any useful information from my living employees. But with how the Cursed Hospital approaches things, if I am unable to find Zhang Jingjiu and Zio Dai soon, I am afraid they will be in mortal danger." Be it living employees or ghost workers, Chenji treated them like they were his family. Now that his family had been kidnapped, he was naturally not going to sit idle. After he returned to the Nightmare Academy, Chenji summoned out all the specters from the comic. He started a carpet search, not letting go of a single detail. After about half an hour, Chenji was rewarded with a new discovery. He found a cursed letter inside Zio Dai's room. The content of the letter was pieced together from newspaper cuttings. The letters of different size were stuck to the paper, and it looked like a ransom letter. Is this some kind of cursed game? I held the hands of 7 friends to come to the hospital. My mother said that the patient is among us. If any of us are not smiling, then that person is the patient. My good friends, my bad friends, they all smiled. I held the hands of 7 friends to come to the hospital. Father told us that mother is sick and told me to wait outside the sick room. My good friends, my bad friends, they all turned to look at mother. They told me that none of us would leave the hospital alive. I held the hands of 7 friends to come to the hospital. The doctor told us my father and mother had both died at the hospital. My good friends, my bad friends, they heard what the doctor said. They said that they would not come to play with me at the hospital at midnight anymore. Even after reading the letter, Chenji had no idea what the content of the letter was trying to express at all. Was this left behind by a non-smiler? He turned the letter over to the other side. Chenji discovered the picture of a human face blurrily drawn on the back of the letter. When he looked closer, he was able to see the following words written not that clearly along the human face: "You are my 7th friend." I am the 7th friend. So there are 7 people who received this letter last night, huh? Is this some kind of an invitation to a cursed game? Chenji put the cursed letter away. After he ensured that there was nothing else to discover, he pulled out his phone and called the police immediately. Captain Kai, I have been assaulted by the criminals. 3 of my employees were kidnapped last night. After hearing the call from Chenji, the police did not even know how to react. From their perspective, no matter how rampant the criminal activity might be, they would not go to the biggest business area in Xinhai to conduct their crimes, much less commit something as serious as kidnapping 3 people at the same time. We will be there in a minute. You'd better look after your own safety until we get there. In just 10 minutes, 2 patrol cars had arrived at the entrance to the Nightmare Academy. Captain Kai, come and look at this door. Chenji dragged Captain Kai by his arm and ran to the entrance to the haunted house scenario. The paper notes that covered the wooden door gave the police quite a shock. When did you discover that your employees had disappeared? I returned to the haunted house around noon today. Once I walked through the front door, I realized that the employee on duty was not at reception. It was then that I realized something was wrong because my employees were still living at the haunted house. After that, I called them on their phones, but there was no answer. When I walked in deeper into the haunted house, I encountered this door, Chenji said urgently. These employees followed me from Jiujiang because I wanted to expand my haunted house to Xinhai. We were supposed to open a second branch here, but before we could even open for business, they have already been targeted by the criminals. This is all my fault. The criminal must know that I've been investigating him, so he used this kind of method to take revenge on me. Please do not blame yourself too much. By the way, were you not at the haunted house yourself last night? Captain Kai felt like there were too many loopholes regarding this case. Initially, I planned to reopen this place for business in 3 days, so last night, I went back to Jiujiang to gather some necessary props. All Wu from Jiujiang police station can attest to that. He gave me the ride back to Jiujiang. You can probably see us on the traffic cameras as well. Chenji was very sad. The criminal's real target is me. If I had not involved myself in this case, then my employees would have been safe. Mr. Chen, you must not think that way. It is already very impressive that you dared step forward to expose the evilness of the criminals. Technically speaking, it is our responsibility for the failure to protect the safety of your employees. Captain Kai wanted to console Chenji, but he really did not know what to say. Captain Kai, there must be more than one criminal at work here. They were able to kidnap all 3 of my employees at the same time, so they should be working in a group. Yes, that is what we are thinking as well, and our investigation is heading in this direction. I'm afraid that there might be more than just my 3 employees who disappeared last night. They should have been planning this for a long time. Chenji's basis for saying something like that was because of that cursed letter. The letter said that he was the 7th friend, so it was highly probable that there were 7 cursed letters in total. Captain Kai, the criminals have actively targeted me and my people. They must have done more than that behind the scenes. You are the only people who I can rely on now. Please do not worry. I will assign people to guard around your haunted house. If they dare return, I will ensure that they are apprehended. They have just caused such a big disturbance here. I doubt they will return to this place any time soon. This case is related to the safety of my 3 employees. Is it possible for me to join the investigation? The cursed hospital had existed in Xinhai for more than 20 years. The police must have collected some cases related to the cursed hospital. Chenji wanted to make use of the police force's information and try to get to know that hospital as best as he could. He knew the truth behind certain things, so the perspective that he held would be different from the Xinhai police. Therefore, he might come to a different conclusion regarding the same case. "I'm afraid I cannot make the decision regarding something like that." Captain Kai rejected him in a roundabout way. "That's okay," Chenji did not press further. "The criminals have kidnapped 3 people, so it must have caused them some trouble. They will make their next move tonight. You guys need to be careful." When Captain Kai heard that from Chenji, he felt weirded out. Normally, when a person encountered this kind of situation, they would plead the police to capture the culprit as soon as possible. But Chenji had been consciously reminding the police officer to mind their own safety. Both parties exchanged information for an hour. Chenji linked the clues of all the cases together, and some of the clues could be directly or indirectly linked to an abandoned hospital in Xinhai's countryside. Xinhai had always been a city with very good security. The cases that had happened in the past few days were extremely rare serious crimes. With the stern order from above, the police force all over the city had mobilized. More than one case was being investigated at the same time. When the whole city was brought under control, the police even prepared to conduct a deep investigation into the hospital in Xinhai's countryside. The peace and silence on the surface of Xinhai had been completely shattered. The tides were raging violently under the surface. At 3 p.m., Chenji had just sent the police off when he received a call from All Wu. He brought Chenji more bad news. Mr. Wang had disappeared. Chenji did not even have time to finish his meal. He hurried to where Mr. Wang was staying. He did not encounter Mr. Wang there, but he did come across Mr. Wang's student, Zhu Han. "Why are you here?" "Last night I gave my lecturer a call because I wanted to ask him something. When we were halfway through the phone call, he said that someone had entered his room." Zhu Han looked very serious. "He hung up on me to give it a check. After that, he did not answer any of my calls. I was worried about him, so first thing this morning, I got on the earliest train to come to Xinhai." "Did you find anything special inside Mr. Wang's room, like a note or a letter?" Before Chenji finished, he saw Zhu Han pick up a letter from the small coffee table. The letter was similar to the letter that Chenji found inside Xiao Dai's room. The only thing that was different was on the back of the letter. On the human face on the back of the letter, it was written, "You are my first friend." Chapter 1158, 4-Star Trial Mission Cursed Hospital, 2 in 1. Chapter 1158, 4-Star Trial Mission Cursed Hospital, 2 in 1. This letter again? Chenji pulled out the letter that he found in Xiao Dai's room and placed it on the coffee table as well. "Last night, 3 of employees went missing, and I found similar letters in their rooms as well. What is their goal?" Zhu Han's eyes stared closely at the letters on the table. The back of Mr. Wang's letter states that he is the person's first friend, and on the back of this letter that I found in my employee's room, it states that they are the person's 7th friend. This person believes that my employees and Mr. Wang are both their friend. There must be something in common between my employees and Mr. Wang. Chenji very calmly started to do his analysis. "In terms of timing, I suspect they have captured these people based on the serial killings that happened 20 years ago. Mr. Wang was the person who was involved in the investigation of the case from 20 years ago, so he was the earliest person who found out about the clues of the real truth, while my employees are wrapped in this situation, due to the fact that I started to investigate this case recently. In a way, they can be considered the last few people who became related to this case. Therefore, Mr. Wang is the first friend and your employees are the 7th friend?" Zhu Han nodded. He agreed with Chenji's analysis. "Boss Chen, can you leave the letter that the person left for Mr. Wang for me to keep?" Chenji could guess what Zhu Han was planning. After a moment's hesitation, he handed the letter to Zhu Han. "Do not act too rashly. The people that we are dealing with do not belong to the same world as you." "They do not belong to the world as me. I am sorry that I cannot reveal more details to you, but trust me that I will not do or say anything with the intention of harming you." Chenji picked up his backpack. "If possible, you and All Wu should leave Xinhai as soon as possible and find a place where there are many people to stay." "Then what about you?" Zhu Han could pick out a trace of unusual urgency in Chenji's voice. "Certain things happen because of me, therefore it's my responsibility to deal with it. I cannot escape from it." Chenji said a few words to Zhu Han and All Wu, and then he left from the place where Mr. Wang was staying. The Cursed Hospital had been operating in Xinhai for many years. This was something that Chenji had already noticed several days ago when he was out hunting for baleful specters. All the red specters in Xinhai appeared to have been cursed, be it the evil spirit at Card's Archway or the red specter at the abandoned school. Their spirits had both been polluted. They had been turned into monsters who only knew how to kill and to spread the seed of despair. The control that the cursed hospital had over Xinhai was invisible. Any specters or spirits that had any kind of power within the territory of Xinhai were all under their control. In other words, the cursed hospital could be said to represent the darker side of this big city. The 7 friends might be all related to the serial killings from 20 years ago. In other words, these 7 people might all be related to me. Perhaps they are all people who knew a little something about that case. The cursed hospital is now forcing me to show my hand. Chenji had been through a lot of things, so he saw through the cursed hospital's ploy almost instantly. But unfortunately, even if Chenji knew that this was the enemy's evil plan of trying to lure him into a trap, there was nothing that he could do about it. If he wanted to uncover the truth, he could not be a coward and slither away. Furthermore, this time, 7 innocent human lives that were related to Chenji were on the line. The cursed hospital had done everything it could to force Chenji out from the darkness and into the open. Perhaps the cursed hospital was somewhat cornered by Chenji as well. After all, Chenji was someone who was playing a hit-and-run tactic with his demon god and top red specters. Today, the cursed hospital had lost a red specter, and tomorrow, they might lose a top red specter. No matter how long the history of the cursed hospital went in Xinhai, they could not allow themselves to be continually ground down like this anymore. The cursed hospital had been cultivating their power in Xinhai for more than 20 years. They would not allow Chenji to ruin their power. They had learned from their previous mistake. They would no longer send out one specter after another for Chenji to ambush. That might happen in a game, but this was not something that would happen in real life. After Chenji had ambushed and killed one of their top red specters, the cursed hospital had responded almost immediately. They would have to deal with the big problem that was Chenji no matter what. To be frank, now was not the perfect time for Chenji to make his move, but the cursed hospital could not allow this to drag on any longer. The cursed hospital possessed the advantage of the location, but Chenji had the possible advantages of unity and people. Both parties had completely stopped dancing around in circles and started a killing game with the city of Xinhai as the background. Night fell. The busy city of Xinhai was still as bright as if it was daylight. If anything, the crowd on the street was even more bustling than in the morning. The partying crowd did not realize that there was an additional hue of redness in the night sky. Bloodshot eyes opened up in the shadows of the city, but even they did not notice a young man who was standing at the corner of the stuff. The young man was carrying a large backpack, and he had a cat with a fur coat the color of snow following him. Chenji did not return to Nightmare Academy. After he left Mr. Wang's home, he went directly to the police station. He did not enter the station but posited himself at the cafe next to the station. The passers-by assumed he was a street performer based on the large amount of items he was carrying and the pet that curled around him. In any case, no one came to disturb him. At around 8 p.m., Chenji received some good news. The red high heels had managed to gain contact with Dr. Gao through her curses. Although instead of actually gaining communication, it was more like the red high heels had used the blood and curse to create the fake impression that Gao Ruzu was heading toward the cursed hospital. Through the curse and the blood, she could sense that the distance between Dr. Gao and herself was slowly closing. To prevent unnecessary misunderstandings and accidents in the midst of battle, Chenji had the red high heels brand the blood that was mixed with the curse on the back on his arm. A scar that was in a shape of a droplet was the seal that was mixed from the blood from Gao Ruzu's heart and the blood vessels taken from inside the white cat's body. Dr. Gao was madly moving toward the location of this scar. Based on the red high heels prediction, Dr. Gao's current power level is much higher than hers. To be able to surpass a top red specter who specializes in curses, there is a very high chance that Dr. Gao has already become a demon god. There was an irresolvable hatred between Dr. Gao and the cursed hospital. Chenji hoped that it would mean Dr. Gao would prove helpful to him when he was dealing with the cursed hospital. Now that he had the aid of 2 demon gods, Chenji felt like he could give it a try. He took out the black phone and turned to the page that had all the trial missions. His eyes finally landed on the 4-star trial mission, Cursed Hospital. The Cursed Hospital is the only mission that I have not completed on the black phone's list of missions. I wonder if anything will happen to the black phone after I accept this mission. At the very beginning, there was no 4-star trial mission that was showing at all inside the list of missions provided by the black phone. As Chenji continued to clear more and more missions, the 4-star trial missions started to get unlocked. The black phone has not updated its list of available mission for a very long time now. After I complete the trial mission at the cursed hospital, I wonder if it will update with 5-star trial missions. The difficulty of a 4-star trial mission was already impossible for Chen Ji to accept. If there was really the presence of a 5-star trial mission, how high would the difficulty be? Chasing all the unnecessary thoughts out of his mind, Chen Ji looked at the last mission available on the list of the trial missions, and his finger slowly moved. His parents disappeared at that hospital. All of this started because he had not given up the mission of looking for them. Actually, he had been waiting a very long time for the arrival of this day. One could say that all of his effort and sacrifice was for this moment, for him to have the power to make this choice. And now he had done it, and had surpassed the expectations of everyone. The lives of at least 7 people are in the hands of the cursed hospital. I cannot watch them be killed by the cursed hospital just like that. His finger touched on the screen lightly. Chen Ji soon received the message from the black phone. Are you sure you want to accept the challenge of the 4-star trial mission, the cursed hospital? Warning. This trial mission is extremely dangerous. Please make sure that you have finished with all of your preparations before you make this decision. Yes, I am sure. Chen Ji continued to move his finger to click on the confirmation button. The black phone then kept vibrating. He had received multiple messages. Red Spectres favored Chen Ji. You have now accepted the 4-star trial mission, Cursed Hospital. Cause and effect. The ending has been destined since the beginning. In the end, you have returned to this place. Life and death. You have used one death after another to deflect fate and destiny. 20 years have been exhausted to buy yourself a chance at life. Kindness and sin. Everyone thought that the world behind the door is a representation of despair, pain, and unforgivable sin. But there was a child. He has sealed up his own kindness deep inside the nightmare behind the door, but has left the most extreme sin in the human world. Human and ghost. Are you willing to choose to become a blissful human or an immortal ghost? Mission requirement. Arrive at Xinhai Central Hospital before midnight and survive until sunrise. Optional Mission 1. Find your parents or their dead bodies. Optional Mission 2. Provide salvation to Patient 1 or kill Patient 1. Optional Mission 3. Kill the hospital president or become the new hospital president. Mission hint. The version of yourself who lives inside a dream might be immortal, but your life is nothing but a slate of barrenness. After reading the messages that appeared on the black phone, Chen Ji was startled for a very long time. The information that was provided by the description of the mission this time was enormous. The cursed hospital might be the most complicated and most difficult mission that he had ever attempted. The ending has been destined since the beginning. Reading the mission description, many predictions that Chen Ji had were slowly being confirmed. The young version of myself that died again and again must have come to the cursed hospital about 20 years ago. He fought for a chance for me to keep on living, but there is one thing that is different from what I believed. The child has sealed up the kindness in the nightmare behind the door, but has left the most extreme sin outside the door. If this child in question is the other version of myself, then the child who is suffering the torment of despair behind the door is the representation of kindness, and the me who is living a normal person's life outside the door is the representation of sin. Can I understand it this way? Chen Ji paused for a moment and could not help questioning his own self. Do I look like a bad person? But I have sworn on my soul that everything that I have done was out of the kindness of my own heart. I have helped so many people and saved so many ghosts. Putting this question aside for now, Chen Ji turned to the optional missions. When he saw the first optional mission, his whole body became jittery with excitement. Since the black phone had given this mission, there was an 80% chance that Chen Ji's parents were still trapped in the cursed hospital. From the first day Chen Ji obtained the black phone, he had been waiting for this chance to arrive. I'm not that interested in the other 2 optional missions, but I have to complete this first optional mission no matter what. Chen Ji only managed to calm down several minutes later. He read the information given by the black phone all over again. Be it the hint or the optional missions, there are choices of opposite ends. This is something that is very strange. I should pay some attention to it. Chen Ji had done all the preparation that he could. At around 10 p.m., he received a call from Captain Kai. The tone of Captain Kai on the other end of the phone was rather strange. Chen Ji, we have already finished our investigation of that abandoned hospital in the countryside. Our people did not come back with any findings of any strange events happening there. The hospital has been abandoned for many years now. There is no trace of any living people there at all. Then what's your next move? Part of the police will be assigned to continue the exploration at the abandoned hospital, but most of the police force will be mobilized to scout out the entire city. The criminals are very cunning. Perhaps they intend to use different existing ghost stories to create widespread panic throughout the city. If we do not capture them as soon as possible, it might lead to a very bad influence on the city. Captain Kai briefly informed Chen Ji of the investigation, but essentially, he had not given Chen Ji anything useful. Just as Chen Ji was about to hang up on the phone, Captain Kai suddenly lowered his voice. He appeared to have moved to a place where there were not that many people around him. Chen Ji, I need you to listen to me. This case is very strange. If you involve yourself any deeper, you might be in mortal danger, so you'd better leave everything to the police. Did something happen to the police at the cursed hospital? Chen Ji very astutely noticed something was not right. Do you still remember the reminder on that paper note? Captain Kai's voice lowered even further. This is a sickened world. When you return, you'd better burn all the paper notes that contain that sentence. What's wrong? What did you guys encounter over there? Chen Ji still wanted to press for more details, but the signal suddenly became very bad. Captain Kai's yelp came from the other side of the phone. It sounded like someone had bumped into him. The call was disconnected. When Chen Ji called back the same number, no one picked it up anymore. The tone that Captain Kai was using was different from usual. Is it possible that he was forced to make this call under the threat of someone else? Or was someone trying to mimic him on the phone? Since Chen Ji had tong with him, he knew that other specters could have done the same thing. This is not good. The cursed hospital had a lot more spirits and red specters compared to the number of employees that Chen Ji had at his haunted house. Their combined powers and abilities were enough to overturn Chen Ji's understanding of the normal world. I have already accepted the trial mission on the black phone. I have no other choice. Chen Ji waited until past 10 p.m. before he called a cab to head to Xinhai's countryside. To ensure that the driver was not a puppet sent by the cursed hospital, Chen Ji even had Zhang Yi quietly look over the driver's memory. Ever since he accepted the mission, other than his company of ghosts, Chen Ji refused to blindly trust anyone from Xinhai. To search for his parents, he had worked through endless days and nights. He had struggled multiple times along the line of life and death. Everything that he had done, it was in preparation for this day. He would not allow himself to make any mistakes. After they entered the countryside of Xinhai, the hubbub of the city was left behind almost instantly. They were still within the territory of Xinhai, but this place appeared to be a completely different world from the city. Behind them were the bright lights of a bustling city, while before them was an enveloping darkness. Only traces of some abandoned buildings could be seen in the dark. This was the countryside of Xinhai, a piece of land occupied by many abandoned buildings. The deeper one ventured into it, the lower the chance of one encountering another person. Dude, I will drop you off here. The driver parked the taxi by the side of the road. No matter how much Chen Ji was willing to pay, he refused to go any further. Chen Ji did not waste too much time arguing with him. After he paid his fare, he got out from the car. He was about to leave when the driver poked his head out from the driver's seat window and waved at Chen Ji. Is there anything else? Based on your accent, you aren't a local, right? The driver looked left and right before he whispered at Chen Ji. Do not stay too long at the countryside. I hear from the older generation that this place is a small hell. Many people have been buried here. Before Chen Ji could ask for more details, the driver turned the car around and returned the way he came. The speed was twice as fast compared to before. Chapter 1159. When I encounter darkness, I walk right into it, 2 in 1. A small hell? Chen Ji kept his eyes on the taxi until the last bit of light from the tail light of the taxi was also swallowed up by the darkness of the night. The countryside of Xinhai was extremely deserted. There were barely any people on the road. Flipping through the comic, Chen Ji had all his employees remain ready, and then he placed the white cat on the ground. The white cat, which was naturally cautious, perked its ears perked up. Its heterochromatic eyes were filled with intense anxiety. It stuck close to Chen Ji, and showed more than once that it would crawl underneath Chen Ji's clothes if it could. You also feel the danger in the air? Scratching the white cat on the back of its head, Chen Ji took a deep breath. He moved away from the main street and trekked deeper into the countryside on the smaller path. Walking through the series of abandoned buildings, the surroundings became quieter and quieter. The sound of the insects chittering had disappeared, as did the last speck of light. This piece of land consists of mostly unfinished residential buildings. How come the construction was stopped only after the shells of the foundation were built? Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ji saw the many different crass words that were written on the outer walls in red paint. It appeared like there was a riot among the employees due to the delay in the construction company paying their salary. They desecrated the unfinished building to force their bosses to surrender to their demands, but something else had happened. Not far away from the unfinished residential area was a large site of an abandoned factory area. There were chemical factories and medical factories, but most of the factories did not specify what kind of factory they were. The rust on the fences showed that they had been there for a long time already. They lacked cleaning, and various large machines had become garbage that was impossible to deal with. The Xinhai countryside was larger than Chen Ji anticipated. The taxi driver basically dropped him at the edge of the countryside. The man did not intend to drive Chen Ji in any further. To prevent the possibility of an ambush on the main road, Chen Ji did not dare use the paved street. He could only slowly seek out his own path this day. The interaction that he had with the Xinhai police proved useful at a moment like this. It was not completely useless. At least when he visited the police station, he managed to gain a more detailed understanding of the building layout at Xinhai's countryside. The countryside had been abandoned for so long that the location of the various abandoned buildings and factories were only marked down at the map used by the police force. Residential areas, various factors, cinemas, supermarkets, small parks, and the types of abandoned building at this countryside sure are numerous. It is basically like a forgotten city. Chen Ji had been wondering why the cursed hospital situated deep inside the countryside would be called Xinhai Central Hospital, but he believed he had found the answer. If the entire Xinhai countryside was seen as an abandoned city, then the cursed hospital was indeed placed at the center of this city. The mission requires me to arrive at Xinhai Central Hospital before midnight. I am on a time crunch. Looks like I'd better pick up my pace. If Xinhai was the cursed hospital's territory, Xinhai countryside was their old lair. Chen Ji reminded himself that he had to be extremely careful with his every step here. At around 11 p.m., Xinhai countryside, which was surrounded in darkness, suddenly had a flash of light cut through it. Chen Ji looked toward the source of the light. It looked like a car that was driving down the main road. Wait, isn't that the car from Jiujiang Medical University? Could that be All Wu and Zhu Han? Chen Ji knew how dangerous the cursed hospital was, so he immediately took out his phone to call All Wu. All Wu, you have come to Xinhai countryside as well. It was Zhu Han who drove the car away. I parked the car in the original parking spot at the apartment, and then I brought Zhu Han with me to check in at a hotel in the middle of the city. But half an hour ago, when I went to take a shower, Zhu Han grabbed my keys. He's now missing, and he is not answering my calls. Zhu Han is not the kind of person to act so rashly. Take a close look around the room. See if he has left any clues behind for you. Chen Ji was a bit desperate. The battle between the haunted house and the cursed hospital was on a completely different level. No matter how clever Zhu Han was, if he was dragged into this battle, there was only one ending. Death. When I went to take a shower, I believe he was reading a book. Yes, found it. The sound of pages being flipped came from the other side of the line. All Wu suddenly said, Did you find something? Some of the words on this page have been circled in pencil, All Wu said softly. Room someone there is in. Someone is in the room. Chen Ji widened his eyes. Someone is in the room. All Wu, leave the room immediately, now. By the time Chen Ji shouted that order, the other side of the line had already gone quiet. No matter how loud he cried, there was no response. The cursed hospital has already made their move, so what exactly do they wish to take from these people around me? Chen Ji shared a very normal relationship with All Wu. There was basically nothing that All Wu knew about Chen Ji, but even so, he was not spared by the cursed hospital. The memory that All Wu might have when he accompanied Chen Ji in leaving Xinhai had already been wiped away by Zhang Yi. The cursed hospital would not find any valuable information on him. That could be considered the only good news. Have they targeted anyone related to me? The hospital is most familiar with curses. Is it possible that they are attempting to put a curse on me through the many individuals who are related to me? For most curses to work, they required a medium. The scarier and harsher the curse, the more significant the medium needed. A very bad feeling overwhelmed Chen Ji's heart. Time is needed to complete a curse. They have just taken All Wu, so if I am not wrong, their curse cannot have been completed just yet. Chen Ji looked at the car that sped into the darkness, and he moved faster than before. At 11:30 p.m., Chen Ji finally arrived at the perimeter of Xinhai Central Hospital. This abandoned hospital was situated at the middle of Xinhai's countryside. Several buildings were joined together to form an inverted cross. It gave off a sense of death, like a zone of hell. This is the place where my parents gone disappeared, huh? Chen Ji did not use the front door. He summoned the red high heels and Zhu Rong while he observed the hospital from the outside. Zhu Rong did not expect that she would once again return to this place where her nightmare originated after she tried so hard to escape from it. The curse in her body was evoked. If not for the suppression from the red high heels, she would have gone berserk. Have you lost your mind? Why would you voluntarily come here to seek death? Can't you just live your life peacefully in Jiujiang? What is so bad about that? Zhu Rong tried her best to maintain her rationality. Stop wasting time. You were a night doctor at the cursed hospital before, so you should be very familiar with the inside of this place. I am not going back into this place. There is no way you can convince me. Zhu Rong was on the verge of breakdown. Chen Ji had the red high heels add new curses on Zhu Rong. The cursed hospital has captured my employees, and they are threatening with the lives of many other innocent people. I am not asking you to do me a favor here. If you do not want to help me, then I will have my employees swallow you up right this moment. Chen Ji's tone was sharp and icy. At a moment like this, hesitation and kindness would not help. It would only delay his plan. The black lines on Zhu Rong's body continued to increase as the red high heels applied more and more curses on Zhu Rong. When Zhu Rong was treating the red high heels, she too had placed many curses on the red high heels. In a way, this was a cycle in and of itself. Stop, fine. Zhu Rong's eyes were bleeding. Black blood vessels surfaced on her skin, and she was in extreme pain. The cursed hospital will not capture people for no reason. There are only two kinds of people that they will capture: doctors who are worth investing in and humans who possess the unique properties to become patients. When the doctors are tricked into joining the hospital, they will start their work as a day doctor, but the patients are not so lucky. They will be kept inside the quarantine area. If they can survive for 3 days, they will gain a new number which will replace their name. Quarantine area? Yes, all the new patients will be locked up there. The black blood vessels on Zhu Rong's skin disappeared. She glanced at the red high heels fearfully. Her once patient had become a very scary monster. The central hospital is very big, and the quarantine areas are at the deepest part of the hospital. I hope you will reconsider what you are doing. I think you might have misunderstood me. I am not going to the quarantine areas to save people. Then what are you planning to do? Zhu Rong was a bit confused. My plan is to completely destroy this hospital and clear out any humans or ghosts who have already fallen for the curse. After cleansing the whole hospital, naturally, I will be able to rescue the people that they have kidnapped. Chen Ji waved his arms. Bring us into the hospital. Lead the way. Since she was basically no different from a hostage, Zhu Rong had no choice. She led Chen Ji to the left side of the hospital. This here is the side door. It is relatively safer because only the hospital staff know about it. After Zhu Rong said that, both she and Chen Ji saw the car that was parked beside the side door. Why would the car from Jiujiang Medical University be parked here? Did Zhu Han enter the hospital from the side door? But didn't you say that only the hospital staff know about the existence of this door? But that's the truth. Zhu Rong was clueless as well. I have no reason to lie to you. I will end up worse 1,000 times if I am recaptured by the cursed hospital compared to being captured by you. Therefore, I will unconditionally side with you. If the hospital staff know about this place, then doesn't that mean that they will predict me using this door? This route is not as safe as you think. Chen Ji shook his head. He chose a window that was even more out the way. At 11:54 p.m., Chen Ji officially entered the cursed hospital. Xinhai Central Hospital was supposed to have been abandoned for a long time already, but the inside of the building reeked of disinfectant, and there were occasional footprints and shoe prints on the ground as if people still wandered these halls. When Captain Kai called me earlier, he told me that there was no trace of any recent human activity at the hospital. Why would he lie to me? Was something standing next to him when he made that call? With the aid of yin-yang vision, darkness posed no trouble for Chen Ji. He carefully moved down the corridor. Without moving that far, Chen Ji saw someone had used a red paint to write the following on the wall of the corridor. This is a sickened world, why not destroy it? The ghastly handwriting combined with bright red paint, it stood out even in the dark. Chen Ji frowned slightly. He continued to move forward. The real maddening side of this hospital was slowly being exposed to Chen Ji. Yellow death notices appeared on the ground, and black and white pictures of doctors were hung upside down on the walls. Some of the pictures had scratch marks from fingernails, and the white coats were poked through with needles. The owner of the cursed hospital is the hospital director, and the doctors. Why would they allow such vandalism of the doctors' pictures? Situation was more complicated than Chen Ji thought. The corridor that he had been walking along appeared to reach down into the endless darkness, and every door seemed to hide a monster behind it. Every corner of the hospital showed signs of the patient's struggles. The walls had been repainted layer after layer. The surface looked white as snow, but the inner layers were already corrupted, and the new layer did nothing to cover up the rotting smell. This whole place does not feel right, but strangely enough, I cannot sense the presence of any monster or ghosts. Chenji had superhuman senses. Ever since he entered the hospital, he did not sense any danger. He only felt strangely uncomfortable, like he was dropped inside a pool of quicksand. The white cat, which was highly alert when it was outside the hospital, started to relax once inside the hospital. It strode next to Chenji, and sometimes turned its head around to observe things out of curiosity. Do not let your guard down. The night at the cursed hospital has always been like this. You should be lucky that you have not run into any patients or night doctors. Every single one of them is scarier than the last. Even though she was already a red specter, when Zhu Rong thought back to these things, she was still afraid. Are you sure? How come it feels like all the ghosts have already decided to leave tonight? Chenji pushed open the door of the sick room. He saw the handwriting left behind by the patient on the wall next to the bed. Who can bring me away from this sickened world? Why does everyone here think the world is sick? The truth is that because they themselves are sick, and that is why the world looks sick from their perspective, isn't it? There was plenty of similar handwriting, scratch marks, and paper notes that had the same message. Chenji had a feeling the cursed hospital was doing this on purpose. A normal person was led into the impression that they were living inside a sickened world, and then the cursed hospital used many crazy methods to show them how sick the world was to get the normal person to approve of the world's sickness. Once that impression was made, the normal person would officially become a patient. No matter what, I cannot allow my conviction to be shaken. No matter how imperfect this world might be, it exists in reality. Just walking down the corridor, the sickened world had already appeared before his eyes, who know how many times already. Chenji finally understood why he felt so uncomfortable when he arrived at this place. Xinhai Central Hospital was different from the outside world. In fact, one could say that the whole of Xinhai's countryside was different from other places. This place was the real sickened world. They appear to have the aim of forcing madness on everyone that enters the hospital, be it the patients or the doctors. Scariest part of the cursed hospital was not the fact that they would kill people, but that they would do everything in their power to change a person, like with the ghost fetus. What the shadow was looking for was bliss. He was desperate for love and being loved, but after he ran into the cursed hospital, the shadow's worldview was corrupted. The child, who originally had a chance at salvation, was turned into a demon god in the world of the dark fog. He had committed many erroneous crimes, and had been made to suffer the most painful and the most despairing curse, and the culprit behind everything that had happened to him was the cursed hospital. Chenji had no idea why the cursed hospital would do something like that, but he knew that what he needed to do now was ensure that he was not influenced by the cursed hospital. From the moment his employees were kidnapped, the cursed hospital appeared to have initiated their plan. Chenji wanted to destroy the cursed hospital, and the cursed hospital wanted to turn Chenji into a patient. The history behind the two parties had started more than 20 years ago. It crossed the line of life and death in two cities. It involved many forces. Many ghosts and people were waiting for this moment. Walking out from the reception hall, Chenji entered the ICU. When Zhu Rong and his employees were not paying attention, Chenji silently brushed against the wedding ring on his finger. Zio's son was located somewhere underneath the hospital. Chenji was very close to him. Chenji did not head directly to Zio's son, but continued with his original plan. Along the way, he did not run into any living person or any ghost. He moved smoothly and arrived at the door that led underground. The first quarantine zone is underneath this door. I need to remind you this place is very dangerous. Zhu Rong's expression became quite strange. Black lines started to appear in her blood-red eyes. The atmosphere is indeed rather unusual at the hospital tonight. You'd better remain on alert. Looking at the dark corridor, Chenji rushed into it without any hesitation. Chapter 1160, Am I Still Me? 2 in 1. The underground layout of Xinhai Central Hospital was incredibly complicated. The internal space was very large, and the twisted handwriting could be seen everywhere. The air reeked of heavy disinfectant. The ground was littered with stained patients' garbs and various types of trash. Occasionally, no entry signs could be seen at the corners of the corridors, but the wooden signs had all been decayed away, and there were clear signs of struggles from the nail marks that were left behind on them. How come I have not encountered a single person or ghost at all? Is this Zio-san's work? But no matter how powerful Zio-san is, he could not have cleared an entire scenario on his own. Chenji walked down the underground corridor for a very long time. He looked into the many different sick rooms that were not locked. It was not until then that he realized none of the rooms at the hospital appeared to be locked. He could open the door and explore them if he wanted to. He had no idea what this meant, but his feeling told him that this was not right. I have to be careful around these doors. The atmosphere inside the hospital became stranger and stranger. The feeling of oppression and suffocation grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the building that they were inside was slowly dropping into the abyss, and no one inside the building would be able to escape. If you move further ahead, you will reach the quarantine area. Everyone that is brought to the hospital, be it doctor or patient, will be first sent to the quarantine zone. Zhu Rong's eyes were moving around. Her pupils were flushed with blood. Then that means that you were once sent into the quarantine area when you first arrived at this hospital as well. In that case, do you still remember any details from your days spent inside the quarantine zone? Chen Ji suspected the secrets behind the hospital were all locked behind the quarantine zone. The quarantine zone's main purpose is for the hospital to observe the patients and have them recognize their true selves. After their condition has stabilized, they will be released. Zhu Rong did not really answer Chen Ji's question, but instead, she introduced the function of the quarantine zone to Chen Ji. How would a normal person be forced to recognize their true self? How would a person who is not sick get their condition stabilized? Chen Ji could not help but frown. What exactly is inside the quarantine area? What Chen Ji did not tell Zhu Rong was, he realized Xiao Sun was currently located inside the quarantine zone. I really cannot remember anything. After leaving the quarantine zone, I realized I was unable to remember anything that has happened inside the quarantine zone. Zhu Rong did not look like she was lying around. All I could remember was after I left the quarantine zone, I started to approve with the hospital's philosophy and voluntarily stayed to work at this place. You cannot remember anything about it? Chen Ji thought back to the final stage of the ghost fetus scenario. He did not see any memory that was related to the quarantine zone inside the apartment building that was a tome of the ghost fetus memory. In fact, the ghost fetus memory started after he was moved into the sick room. Based on what Zhu Rong had said earlier, when a new person was brought to the hospital, they first had to be sent into the quarantine zone and not assigned a sick room. Did the ghost fetus forget the incidents that happened to him inside the quarantine zone as well? Chen Ji continued ahead. There was not even a glimpse of light around him, nor was there any sign of life. A strange feeling started to arise in his heart. The underground building of the cursed hospital was very similar to the underground scenario of his own haunted house. The atmosphere was surprisingly similar. It was eerie, scary, and it kept creating different nightmares to consume various negative emotions. It feels like both the Black Phone and the cursed hospital are trying to build the same thing, but the path that they have chosen to do this is completely different. Chen Ji eventually reached the end of the corridor, and before him now was a staircase that led deeper underground. At the corner of the staircase, written in uneven writing, were the words, "Quarantine Area." The signal that came from the wedding ring became more intense. Chen Ji was on high alert and slowly moved down to the second basement level. This is the quarantine area. Chen Ji glanced down at the sick rooms at both sides. The rooms were filled with many different old clothes and old shoes. Some of the models had already gone out of fashion. They were from at least 10 years ago. I saw a similar setup at the old hospital's storage where Kai Ren worked. The shelves there were filled with various kinds of shoes as well. At the time, the image had left a deep impression on Chen Ji. Each pair of shoes appeared to represent a person. After entering the storage, he felt like there were many different dead people squatting on the shelves. He continued to move down the corridor. Several consecutive rooms that he walked by were filled to the brim with old clothes. Just how many people has the cursed hospital treated in the past 20 years? Chen Ji temporarily did not notice anything special about the quarantine zone. What changed was the number of crazed words that were left on the walls. They overlapped over each other. Even if one did not pay them specific attention, the message would be imprinted in one's mind. Smell of disinfectant in the air became so heavy that it had reached the point of being stinging to the nose. But what most alarmed Chen Ji was that even though the smell of the disinfectant was so intense, it did nothing to cover up the barely discernible stench that was lingering in the air. He was very familiar with this stench. He had once encountered it in the world behind the ghost fetus door. It was a kind of stench that only his nose could pick up. He carefully walked into the deepest part of the quarantine zone. Chen Ji finally stopped in front of a door. This was the 4th floor underground of the cursed hospital, and it was the location where the stench was the thickest, and the location where the signal from the wedding ring was the strongest. Xiao Sun appeared to be behind this door. The whole hospital has not even one person. Why would they purposely leave Xiao Sun behind the door? Could it be that Zio's son has already been exposed? Or are all the ghosts from the cursed hospital currently hiding this door? The situation at the cursed hospital was too strange. Chenji did not dare lower his guard. He gave it some thought. Before he pushed the door open, he whispered Zhang Ye's name in his heart. The shadow behind him started to ripple. Zhang Ye also did not discover anything that was too strange about this hospital. She could not sense anything dangerous about this place. This appeared to be a very normal abandoned hospital. With a demon god present, Chenji felt more comforted. He signaled for Zhu Rong to go and open this door at the deepest part of the quarantine zone. Zhu Rong herself was one of the more powerful red specters. She would be able to take care of herself when she was faced with danger. Furthermore, she was at the constant edge of a breakdown, and she would not be able to listen to Chen Ji's order if that happened. So if an accident happened, it would not decrease the overall power level of Chen Ji's haunted house. Chen Ji had taken many different factors into consideration before he decided to have Zhu Rong push open the door. Zhu Rong did not refuse. In her mind, her memory about her days in the quarantine zone was a blank as well. She wanted to recover the part of her memory that was lost. The finger that was covered in wounds landed on the door. Zhu Rong slightly pushed. Just as she pushed open the door a gap, the shadow behind Chen Ji started to spread like a black ocean. An indescribable horror reached its boiling point, and a pale arm reached through the line between reality and the void, carrying an enormous wave of blood as it surged at the door. At the same time, the door before Zhu Rong was thrown open from the inside. An arm that was carved with many black human faces reached out to block Zhang Ye's wave of blood, and then another blood-red arm reached out from inside the door to grab at Chen Ji's shoulder. Two demon gods? Black hair wound itself tightly around Chen Ji's body. He became the battleground for the three demon gods. His body temperature instantly dropped below zero. Chen Ji's physical body was being torn in many different directions. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the three demon gods, the black hair completely enveloped itself around Chen Ji. Zhang Ye hugged Chen Ji from behind and charged actively into the door. Zhang Ye's diary that was sitting inside Chen Ji's backpack disintegrated into dust, and the lines of words appeared on Chen Ji's body instead. At the same time, the blood on Yan Danian's comic was slowly being washed away. All the pictures started to disappear. One red specter and ghost after another was pulled into the door. As the owner of the comic, before the last page of the comic disappeared, he held a ballpoint pen that was covered in cellophane tape in his hand, and was madly drawing something at the edge of the page that was quickly dissolving. Before he was sucked into the door, the final painting that he had completed also appeared on Chen Ji's back. Heaven and earth spun. His body felt as if it had been pulled apart into small pieces and reconstructed again. Chen Ji hugged his head with both of his hands. Many different memories in his mind were being squashed, and they were replaced by painful memories that did not belong to him. This is a sickened world. Actually, you are more familiar with that fact than anyone else. In less than half a minute, the fourth basement level of the cursed hospital returned to normal. Death, silence, oppression, and a complete void of hope. He slowly opened his eyes. His line of sight was very blurry. Chen Ji tried multiple times before he managed to find a focus. His body was covered in pain. The pain came from all parts of his body, but the source of the most intense pain was his brain. Chen Ji found that he was unable to control his body. All he could do was barely move his eyes about. He realized he was lying inside a sick room. The sunlight shone into the room through the window that was equipped with an iron fence. It was very warm and comfortable. The sick room was not big, and there were other people in the room because Chen Ji could hear drifts of conversation coming from the other corners of the room. See reactive protein, homocysteine, male hormone, head CT, hypofamine CT, breast CT. The speed of the nervous transport system does not any obvious anomaly. Similar checks have been done during his previous bout of fainting. His mind was clear. Inspection of his heart and lungs showed no sign of damage. The nervous system showed no sign of negative impact, and his limbs were working just fine. There should have been a chance for him to improve, but his condition suddenly worsened after the treatment began. The patient suffers from paranoid schizophrenia, as well as serious delusions. Searching for the source of the voice, Chen Ji slowly turned his head and looked beside him. Two doctors in white coats were chatting with one another. After the younger doctor noticed Chen Ji had woken up, he immediately stopped talking and walked out from the room with the document file in his hand. The other middle-aged doctor, though, walked over to Chen Ji's bedside. "How did you sleep last night?" Chen Ji raised his head with difficulty. When he saw the middle-aged doctor's face, his lips opened slightly, but he realized he was unable to utter a single word. "You've forgotten everything again?" The middle-aged doctor appeared to have gotten used to this already. I am your main physician. My name is Gao Ming. You can call me Dr. Gao for short. Dr. Gao? The words were slowly formed in Chen Ji's lips. His throat was completely raw. It was incredibly taxing even just for him to say these two words. Looks like you have come back to us. Dr. Gao removed the straps that had been used to keep Chen Ji's limbs bound. Last night, when you were acting up, do you know how much trouble you gave me and the workers? Me acting up? Whenever Chen Ji tried to remember what had happened, an intense pain would shoot through his mind as if someone was using a knife to stab into his brain. Take these pills and have a good rest. After your condition has completely stabilized, I will apply to have you sent over to the normal sickbay. Dr. Gao fed Chen Ji 2 white pills. After swallowing the meds, Chen Ji realized his headache was gradually going away. After ensuring that Chen Ji had swallowed the pills, Dr. Gao turned to walk away. Wait a minute, Dr. Gao. Even though he was quickly overwhelmed by drowsiness, Chen Ji still called after Dr. Gao. What is this place? Xinhai Central Hospital. Who brought me here? Don't you worry about that. Just get a good rest. Do not go and think about those things. It will only hinder your recovery. Dr. Gao left after he said all that. The sick room became incredibly quite other than the occasional bird song that came from outside the window. The warm sunlight showered itself warmly on Chen Ji's body through the iron net. He tried his best to gather his strength, but he was unable to sit up. My head hurts so bad. His mind was working very slow, and whenever he tried to formulate a thought, intense pain would shoot through his body, so all Chen Ji could do was lie in the bed quietly. After who knew how long, the door was pushed open, and a young female nurse walked in carrying his meal. When Chen Ji saw the female nurse's face, the name practically slipped out of his lips. Su Wan. When she heard Chen Ji's voice, it was clear that the female nurse was quite shocked. She placed the tray of food on Chen Ji's bedside table, and she sat down beside Chen Ji. You managed to remember my name after all? I guess the 6 months I have spent looking after you were not a complete waste after all. The female nurse was very kind. She looked cute and her voice was very soothing. 6 months? You have taken care of me for half a year. Chen Ji's brows were knitted in a frown, and his brain felt like it had been pierced with 1,000 needles. Seeing Chen Ji in such pain, the female nurse quickly stood up. Your condition has not stabilized yet. Please do not use your brain too much. It will only cause further injury. Tell me, can you please tell me? The pain scrunched up Chen Ji's face, but he still gritted his teeth to repeat those words. I will not tell you anything lest it puts any more pressure on you. Please do not exhaust yourself like this. I will go and get the doctor now. Su Wan turned to leave, but the corner of her shirt was grabbed hold by Chen Ji. Turning around, Su Wan looked into Chen Ji's eyes that were filled with pain and sadness. Who brought me here? What has happened to me? Su Wan did not the heart to leave. She sat back down beside Chen Ji and reached out to massage Chen Ji's arm that was bursting with green veins. If you can calm down, I will tell you what you wish to know. That is a promise. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ji forced himself to stop thinking and the pain slowly faded away. His facial expression slowly returned to normal. Chen Ji was like a wounded stray. His eyes were filled with the lethargy and pain after a long struggle. Now, can you tell me? About half a year ago, you drove your parents to the hospital. Your whole family was caught in a traffic accident, and only you were saved in the aftermath. At this point, Su Wan took a pause. She watched Chen Ji's status closely. After noticing Chen Ji did not react too intensely, she continued. But your brain was heavily damaged. You were in coma for a very long time. Not too long ago, you finally woke up, but the effect of the traffic accident appeared to leave you with a serious case of delusion. What? I am suffering from delusions. Yes, I believe it is your brain trying to protect itself. You refuse to admit that your parents are already gone, and you keep evading the truth and live inside the memory that you created for yourself. Su Wan looked at Chen Ji with clear concern in her eyes. Occasionally you lash out, but at other times you are so still. During the few moments of sentience, you would describe a world where humans and ghosts were able to coexist, and you kept saying that you search for your parents, believing you could one day find them. That was not a delusion, and I did not make any of that up. Without even thinking, Chen Ji's subconscious offered the words. I did not mean to shatter your dream, but if you insist on staying inside that dream, your only company will be pain. It is time to move on. Su Wan sighed under her breath. Actually, you know that's all fake. For example, in your story, you have not even met your parents because they are already dead. Furthermore, you rarely drive to any location. You always prefer public transport or taxi. That is because your subconscious is still afraid of driving after that car accident that cost your parents' lives. It is not that you do not know what is happening. It is just that you have been purposely avoiding seeing the truth before you. Chapter 1161, Cruel Truth, 2 in 1. His memory was fragmented into pieces. Whenever Chenji tried to remember anything, his brain would feel like it was about to shatter, but even so, he resisted the torture silently. The arms that gripped the bedsheet started to pop with green veins. Seeing Chenji in such pain, Su-won did not have the heart to continue the story any longer. She laid a consoling hand on Chenji's arm. I know how much the truth must hurt. After having your lunch, you'd better lie back down and rest. Su-won picked up the meal from the bedside table and fed Chenji a spoonful at a time. Chenji's taste buds could sense the taste of the vegetables and meat perfectly. It was extremely real. Chenji masticated the food mechanically, and his eyes were unable to focus. The memory fragments that occasionally appeared in his mind convinced him that everything Su-won had told him was real. He indeed had been searching for his parents, and he rarely drove anywhere. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced he did have a trauma being behind the wheel. Picking up the napkin, Su-won wiped Chenji's mouth. If you need anything, feel free to call me. If your recovery goes well, you should be able to move out from the quarantine area tonight. I know how much you wish to move back to the normal sick room. Why would I be so desperate to return to the normal sick room? Is there any danger from staying at the quarantine area? The term, quarantine zone, made Chenji's stomach flip. He had a very bad impression of this term. Of course, there is no danger here. No one will be able to harm you now that you are here. The reason you wish to return to the normal sick room is because you will be able to see outside the hospital walls there. Su-won collected the utensils and left. I will be able to see outside the hospital walls. After Su-won left, the room became quiet again. Chenji lay in bed. If he could stop himself from thinking, the pain that came from all parts of his body would lessen enormously. The sun showered on his body. His head cushioned on the clean and fluffy pillow as Chenji gazed outside the window. It was a brilliant and sunny day. White clouds drifted freely against the azure sky. All that ruined the verdant spectacle were the iron wires on the window. Are the iron wires to stop thieves from getting in or to prevent the patients from escaping? The hospital was very well kept, and it made people feel very comfortable staying there. But for some reason, Chenji felt incredibly anxious lying there, but he had no idea where the anxiety came from. Whenever he tried to figure it out, his body would be tormented by pain, but when he stopped thinking and lay in bed like a wooden puppet, the pain would slowly disappear. He tried to move his body. Chenji worked on controlling his muscles. He needed about an hour before he finally managed to sit up in bed using his own strength. Deep purple welts cover my wrists and ankles from the straps. There are bruises on my back and shoulders as well. My left leg is wrapped in plaster and my cheeks are scratched. Chenji was inspecting his own body. His eyes slowly moved before they landed on the back of his arm. There was a wound that was in the shape of a blood droplet there. When did this wound show up? How did it get there? Chenji tried to think about it, and then it felt like an invisible hand gripped around his nervous system. The heart-drilling pain was enough to make him nearly faint. Bang! The room door was pushed open again. Dr. Gao walked in alone. He was holding a document in his hand. When he saw Chenji was sitting up on his own, the expression on his face was one of surprise. Looks like your recovery is going very well. Dr. Gao, my head hurts so much. Chenji sidled to the edge of the bed. His body was still very weak. Now is not yet the time for your meds. Come, why don't you do this with me? Cross your arms before your chest and take a deep breath. Dr. Gao instructed Chenji patiently. After the latter had calmed down, Dr. Gao moved over a chair and sat himself down next to Chenji's bed. Do you still remember what happened last night? Last night? Your illness suddenly acted up last night, and you were caught in a very serious delusion. I had to call in 3 hospital workers before we managed to detain you. Dr. Gao took out a mechanical watch from his pocket. He glanced at the time before placing the watch on the bedside table. The needle of the watch ticked rhythmically and softly with every passing second. Why don't you talk to me? Don't treat me as a doctor. Just see this as a friendly chat between friends. There is no need to hide anything from me. Whatever you think of or anything that you have seen, you can tell me, Dr. Gao said with a kind smile. There is only one detail that you need to remember, and that is not to lie and do not say anything that is against your own principles. I cannot remember anything. All I know is that I entered a dark and eerie hospital last night. The memory in his mind had already been shattered. Chenji hung his head, and pain was plain on his face. What's the name of that hospital? What did you see in that hospital? Did you have anyone accompanying you? As the mechanical clock continued to tick, Dr. Gao patiently asked one after another question. I believe the hospital is called Xinhai Central Hospital. I saw many different words and different handwriting. I did have someone accompanying me at the time. Her name was Zhang Ya. Suddenly, a name popped up in Chen Ji's mind. The name escaped from his lips before he could stop himself. His hands reached to his head, and the immense pain caused the man to curl up in a fetal position on the bed. Screams kept coming out from his mouth. So painful, this hurts so bad. Dr. Gao sighed softly, and he twisted open a medicine bottle and fed Chen Ji another 2 white pills. After swallowing the medicine, Chen Ji's condition became much better. He lay back down on the bed, and his face was scarily pale. That was all a delusion. Last night you stayed inside Xinhai Central Hospital. You did not go anywhere. The eerie and scary hospital that you saw was this place. Seeing that Chen Ji had slowly calmed down, Dr. Gao pointed around him. Does this place look eerie and scary to you? The sun washed the room in a bright and sunny atmosphere. The room was clean, and everything was arranged neatly. The place had nothing to do with the terms scary or eerie. Perhaps this place is different at night compared to the day. Chen Ji felt like he had said something similar somewhere else before. There is nothing different about the hospital, be it in the morning or at night. The building is not a living thing. All that will change is you. Dr. Gao gradually revealed the truth to Chen Ji. What changes when night falls is you. Me. Yes, you can be communicated with normally in the morning, but at night, you will turn into something of a beast. Dr. Gao placed the document that he had on the table. Initially, we thought that was a post-traumatic disorder, but then we realized you suffer from severe delusions. And not too long ago, we discovered there was another persona living inside you. Another persona living inside me. Chen Ji's brain turned dull. He was unable to process so much information in such a brief period. Why don't you come and look at the surveillance video that we have captured last night? Dr. Gao took out his own phone. The phone was pure white in color and had a large screen. Pressing the play button, a blurry video started to play on Dr. Gao's phone. Chen Ji, who was lying in bed, suddenly sat up. He dragged his plastered leg and silently moved to the room's door with his hands edging along the wall. When midnight arrived, he pushed open the door and attempted to escape from the hospital. However, he encountered the nurse on night duty. They got into an altercation. Chen Ji exploded like a cornered beast. He kept shouting words that no one would be able to understand, and he got into a serious physical tussle with the nurse. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the hospital workers rushed to the scene. The 3 of them worked together to get Chen Ji under control and move him to the quarantine area. The surveillance did not end there. Chen Ji, who was lying in bed, struggled as best as he could. His eyes were red from the struggle. They were so red that it felt like blood would flow out from them any time soon. His body was twisted into impossible positions, and he appeared to be under enormous pain. His lips flopped open, and he screamed as if from pain. This was me. Chen Ji looked at the video silently. Chen Ji lay in bed quietly. He had no recollection of this incident at all. He is you and not you. To be precise, he is the second persona inside you. The reason behind his existence is your illness, Dr. Gao said seriously. You must have an impression of his existence because you have been relying heavily on him, but you are unable to admit that to yourself. No, I am me. There is no one else inside me. Chen Ji shook his head firmly. Is that so? Dr. Gao picked out a page from the binder. From all the strange stories that you have told me, there was a ghost that has been protecting you. The ghost did not ask for anything in return for his protection. He even took up the role of being your guardian as the only reason in his life. Green veins surfaced on his forehead. Before the pain arrived, Chen Ji nodded. I remember him. He's not someone that I have made up. Then do you still remember the surname of your father? Dr. Gao suddenly changed the subject. His surname is Chen. Then do you know what your own name is? Chen Ji. What is the surname of your mother? It was Su. Now try to think about it. What is the name of that ghost? Dr. Gao spoke very quickly. There was practically no gap between his questions. His name is Su Yin. Chen Ji pressed his head from pain and difficulty. Dr. Gao placed the page of information before Chen Ji. He pointed at the record from about a month ago. The name that you have given your second persona is Su Yin. In the morning, your name is Chen Ji, but at night, you are called Su Yin. The ghost who has been willing to suffer all the pain without leaving and has been protecting you without asking for anything in return is actually yourself. Impossible. It is totally normal for you not to realize that. Based on my observation, the reason this second persona showed up is mainly because you have given yourself too much pressure, and you desperately needed someone else to come and share the pain and pressure that you were placed under. That is absolutely impossible. Su Yin is real. I remember him very clearly. I'm not saying that he is not real. In fact, he is as real as you and me, but he only exists in your brain and your stories. Dr. Gao used a very soft and soothing voice to communicate with Chen Ji. Whenever you wake up from your fainting, I'm the first person that comes to talk to you, and I'm always your first listener. In your stories, whenever you found yourself in danger, Su Yin would show up to protect you. He is not that powerful, but he would always try his best to help you survive the ordeal. Think about it, a solitary figure that is not that powerful but refuses to give up. Doesn't that remind you of someone you know? Dr. Gao looked at Chen Ji with a sad smile. With the leading words from Dr. Gao, the figure in Chen Ji's mind became more and more blurry before it completely overlapped with the image of his own self. Pain, loneliness, and sadness that could not be shared with anyone else. They shared too many similarities to be a mere coincidence. Su Yin, Chen Ji? Many different fragmented memories floated up in Chen Ji's mind. He had no idea who to believe, but he soon adjusted to a firm belief. Impossible. If Su Yin is my second person, it means that all my previous experiences were fake, but I remember them very clearly. They are all real. There are really ghosts in this world, and Su Yin is a real person. Chen Ji held onto the broken pieces of memory in his mind. Rationality told him that Dr. Gao was not wrong, but he refused to listen to himself. There are no ghosts in this world. The only thing that exists is the unpredictability of the human heart and the length that it might go to protect itself. Every word that Dr. Gao said resonated greatly with Chen Ji. Chen Ji's subconscious told him that the doctor was right, but he felt strangely discomfited by that thought. Come, I have already filled in the application for you to move back to the normal sick room. Hopefully you will recover soon. Dr. Gao summoned Su Wan, and the two of them supported Chen Ji on each side as they moved him out from the quarantine room. The bright and clean corridor smelt of disinfectant. The sick rooms on the two sides of the walls were all locked. The window was blocked off by a thin curtain. Standing in the corridor, one would not be able to see into the other sick rooms. Walking down the corridor, the place was rather noisy. Many patients could be found loitering along the corridor. Please move out of the way. Dr. Gao moved Chen Ji to the first room at the corner of the stair of the second floor. This room was much bigger than the room that he was staying in earlier. There were 3 beds inside the room. You should be able to remember your own bed, right? Dr. Gao asked softly, but Chen Ji only looked back at him with confusion. Looks like you have forgotten about it again. No matter, we can take this slowly. When the injury to your brain has totally recovered, it will not hurt so much anymore. Dr. Gao supported Chen Ji as they moved to the bed near to the window. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Ji looked out the window. Beyond the wall was a theme park that was not that big. Chen Ji edged his way onto the bed, and when he settled down, he realized there was another theme park that he could see from his vantage point. From Chen Ji's bed, he was able to glimpse the entirety of the 2 theme parks. Most of the visitors were gathered at the theme park on the eastern side of Xinhai Central Hospital. The place was equipped with a lot of high-tech entertainment devices, while theme park on the western side of the hospital was relatively quieter with fewer visitors. Most of the rides on the western theme park were of the older fashion. The only attraction more conspicuous about the place was a haunted house. When he saw the haunted house, the memory in Chen Ji's mind started to awaken. He held his head, but he did not move his eyes away. He kept his eyes on the theme park on the western side while resisting the pain. Is that New Century theme park? That is called Xinhai Theme Park. You often stand beside the window observing it. Sometimes you spend your whole day doing just that. I think I have remembered something. Chen Ji pulled on his hair with both hands. Thin veins appeared on his face and sweat poured out from his forehead. I once worked at a theme park. I inherited my parents' haunted house, and I possess a haunted house that they left for me. Just like her, right? Compared to Chen Ji's maddening claims, Dr. Gao's voice was slow and even. He extended his finger and pointed in the direction of the haunted house's entrance. Chen Ji followed the direction Dr. Gao was pointing. There was a woman dressed as a ghost standing at the entrance of the haunted house. The makeup on her face was ruined by the sweat that poured down her forehead. She wore a red dress, and currently she was selling tickets while holding an board for the haunted house outside the gates. Zhang Ye, when Chen Ji saw the woman's face, he was stumped. To aid in your recovery, I went to make some inquiries. The identity that you have given yourself is actually stolen from this girl. Her family opened a haunted house here about 10 years ago. The haunted house has been in business since her parents' generation. Dr. Gao shook his head, and a trace of pity could be discerned from his eyes. The person who is running a haunted house for a living is this young lady, and all you did was hide behind the hospital window and look at her. You have not said a word to her before, but you have indeed visited her haunted house a long time ago. That's how you know her name is Zhang Ye. Impossible. She is a ghost, a very important ghost to me. Extreme pain came from Chen Ji's brain again. If she is really that important to you, why don't you personally go and talk to her after your condition is better? If you go in your current state, you will only scare her, Dr. Gao told Chenji softly. Chapter 1162, Sickened World, 2 in 1. There was a window equipped with an iron net that stood between Chenji and the outside world. Standing at the window, he could smell the fragrance of flowers and the caress of the wind. He could even watch the person who was the most important in his mind, but what he could not do was leave this place. The world outside was very real and very beautiful, and the outside world belonged to the others. His hands gripped the iron net, and the rust cut against his skin. Chenji watched Theme Park on the western side quietly, his eyes never leaving the female actor in the ghost costume. Even though she was wearing heavy makeup, Chenji managed to pick her out from the crowd at first glance. You have to cooperate to receive the treatment. After your condition gets better and after we get the approval from the hospital director, you will be able to leave the hospital, and you can go and meet her in person. Dr. Gao treated Chenji very kindly. He was familiar with Chenji's sad background. Other than the doctor's responsibility toward his patient, he felt deep concern and pity toward Chenji. I can leave this place after my illness is cured? Chenji desired the outside world. He could not keep his eyes away from the female actor. The female actor who was selling tickets at Theme Park seemed to be able to sense something, and she turned her head to glance at the hospital. The two's eyes met. Chenji subconsciously wanted to move his eyes away, but he soon realized the female actor did not mean him any harm. There was no trace of stigmata or disgust in her eyes. If anything, there was only more than a bit of curiosity. Perhaps she could discern the panic and anxiety within Chenji. The female actor in the ghost disguise gifted a light smile at him. After the 1 to 2 seconds when their eyes met, the female actor returned to work and started handing out flyers to the passing visitors. She kept holding the board and tried her best to promote the haunted house. The former me is just like her, so she is acting like the former me? Two contradictory thoughts appeared in Chenji's mind. He could not tell whether this was his instinct or this was a symptom of his illness. He did not dare spend too much time contemplating this further. The pain that felt like it was about to tear his mind open was not something that could be stomached by anyone. Seeing that Chenji had returned to his post by the window, Dr. Gao sighed softly and then turned to silently walk away. The sun over the horizon became softer. A hue of red and orange filtered through the light. When the dawning sun was blocked by the skyscrapers, it appeared as if the sky was on fire. It was beautiful and breathtaking. Chenji stood by the window for the whole afternoon. The temperature around him slowly dropped. The gentle night breeze crawled into his collar and caused the man to shiver. The sky is getting dark. He touched his chest. The surveillance video that Dr. Gao had him watch earlier flashed across Chenji's mind. The beast-like person that appeared in the video, is that really me? The camera would not lie. Chenji believed subconsciously that the surveillance video was trustworthy evidence, because in the past he had often used similar surveillance video to confirm many things. The other me is called Su Yin. If the doctor has not lied to me, when will he arrive? Looking at his own body, Chenji suddenly felt like he could not recognize it anymore. He leaned against the wall and slowly moved back to his bed. The sky was already dark, but Chenji did not choose to close the window. For some reason, whenever he thought about doing that, he would be wrought with discomfort. It was as if by closing the window, the air would become suffocating inside the room, like he was dropped inside a maze that had no exit. I wish to leave this place. The theme park outside the window had already stopped its day of operation, but the lights were still on at the haunted house. She does not return to her own home, or is the haunted house her home? Has she been living in the haunted house? It must have been quite taxing to clean up such a large haunted house on her own. If only she had someone else to go and help her. But wait, why is she alone? Shouldn't she have her parents with her? When this thought crossed her mind, more sharp pain pierced Chenji's head. Parents appeared to be a taboo inside his heart. Whenever he thought about anything related to his parents, his brain would respond with enormous pain. His hands hugged his brain. Chenji growled in pain. He curled up into a ball on the bed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking came as Dr. Gao pushed open the door. When he saw the status Chenji was in, he immediately ran to his side and helped him through a series of breathing exercises. After the pain disappeared from his brain, Chenji collapsed onto the bed. Clear your mind and stop thinking about these other things. Try and get a good night's sleep. After Dr. Gao said all that, he moved to the side. It was then that Chenji realized there was another person standing behind Dr. Gao. The person was not that old, but his face was expressionless. He appeared to suffer from a lack of emotions. Due to various reasons, the 2 previous patients that shared this room with you have been moved away. This will be your new roommate. His name is Zhu Han. There were only 3 beds in total in the room. The patient who was called Zhu Han did not communicate with Chen Ji. With the same frosty expression, he walked to choose the bed that was closest to the door. Hopefully you guys will get to know each other and help each other. Dr. Gao gave Chen Ji a quick introduction of Zhu Han. During this period, Su Wan arrived to bring meals into the room. Once Chen Ji and Zhu Han had finished their dinner, Dr. Gao took out the medicine bottle from his pocket. After he personally witnessed Chen Ji and Zhu Han swallow the pills, Dr. Gao left the room with Su Wan. The night breeze blew into the room. Zhu Han was sitting at the bed close to the door, and Chen Ji was lying on the bed next to the window. There was an empty bed between them. Neither of them spoke. After 10 minutes later, Chen Ji was the first to break the silence. "If you think it is cold, I can close the window." "That won't be necessary," Zhu Han replied snappily. He stood up to inspect the door, and after ensuring the room door was not locked, he climbed back into the bed with his shoes still laced to his feet. "Aren't you going to remove your shoes before you go to sleep?" For some reason, the name Zhu Han felt very familiar to Chen Ji, but his brain could not match the name to the face before him. Since he had just swallowed the medicine, his brain was operating conspicuously slower than normal. Zhu Han stared at Chen Ji's face. After a long time, he coldly said, "The reason I am not removing my shoes is so that I can leave this place as soon as I can." "But why?" Chen Ji was reminded of the fact that he had once chosen to escape this place through the evidence shown to him on the surveillance video. His brain was not working as fast as he wished, but his senses were still very sharp. It was as if his instincts were kicking in. "Because you are inside this room, and you are a very dangerous patient." Zhu Han rolled his eyes at Chen Ji. "That is pot calling the kettle black. If you weren't sick, you wouldn't be here." Chen Ji did not think he was that dangerous. If anything, he thought his mind was very fuzzy. Whenever he tried to concentrate on something, his mind would respond with pain. But if he stopped thinking for a long time, he felt that the only memories that he had of himself would completely disappear. "I am not sick. There are indeed many people who wish to harm me in this world. That is the truth, not because I am sick." Zhu Han scoffed coldly. "Furthermore, even if I am really sick, I am in a much better condition than you are." "You know me. You've heard about my stories before." Chen Ji's eyes that looked at Zhu Han changed. Zhu Han shook his head. He opened his mouth to reveal the white pill that was hidden under his tongue. "The doctor only fed me half of a pill, but I saw that he fed you 2 whole pills. So even if we are really sick, your illness is much more serious than mine. You did not swallow the pills that the doctor gave you. Pills are meant for patients who are sick, and I am not sick, so why should I consume the pills?" Zhu Han sat up and walked to the side of the door. His finger slid across his lips and removed the pill without a trace. "The corridor outside the door is heavily surveilled. They want to trap me here forever." Squeezing the half pill between his finger, Zhu Han gradually grinded it down. He was very carefully until he grounded the pill into dust. Only then did he stop. "If you do not mind me asking, what kind of illness did the doctor say you suffer from?" Standing from Chen Ji's perspective, it was clear that this Zhu Han had something wrong with him. "They said I suffer from serious paranoia and delusions, but I do not believe a single word that they say because I know the bunch of doctors are up to no good. They do not intend to cure me from the very beginning. They want to harm me." "Why would you think that?" A patient diagnosed with paranoia was sent to a hospital. The fact that he refused to take his medication, and the strange way that he was acting, as well as the belief that he thought the doctors were not trying to save him but harm him, all these were signs that he was indeed suffering from the illness that the doctor said he had. "No reason?" Zhu Han paused for a moment. "My instincts tell me that things are not that simple. There are many things in this world that are problematic. I cannot tell you exactly why. But if I can leave this hospital, I am sure there will be numerous ways to prove that I am right." "Then good luck to you." Chen Ji glanced at his right leg that was wrapped in plaster. "I couldn't escape even if I wanted to." His body was covered in bruises, one of his legs was broken, and his brain only worked sometimes. Whenever he was deep in thought, he would be assaulted by pain, and apparently there was a second persona living inside his body that would lash out like a beast. Under these conditions, Chen Ji did not think he would be able to escape from this hospital. "How I wish to leave this place as well." Chen Ji looked at Theme Park outside the window. Theme Park was completely dark in the night. There was no light at all. The room once again returned to silence. Neither Chen Ji nor Zhu Han spoke again. Closing the lamp on the bedside table, Chen Ji lay in the darkness. Being enveloped by darkness, he felt strangely comforted, like the eyes that had been watching him could not see him anymore. "I have not done anything throughout the day, but how come I still feel so drowsy? Is it the effect of the pills?" His eyelids became heavy. Before Chen Ji drifted off to bed, he glanced at the bed where Zhu Han was. Zhuo Han did not go to sleep. He did not even change out of his clothes and shoes. He curled on his bed like a panther as his eyes followed the door alertly as if he believed that someone would burst into the room in the next moment. What? He could hear the sound of nails scratching against wood. Chenji opened his eyes blurrily, and he saw someone standing by the room door. Zhuo Han, Chenji did not say anything. He pretended to still be asleep while he moved his eyes in the dark. On the bed nearest to the door, the bed was bulging. Zhuo Han appeared to have stuffed his pillow under the bedsheet. Without making any noise, Chenji quietly watched the figure in the dark. After a few minutes, the figure suddenly turned around and headed directly toward Chenji. There was no sound of footsteps. The person moved very slowly before he finally stopped beside Chenji's bed. "You have already woken up," Zhuo Han's voice came from the mouth of the figure. Chenji knew that he had been discovered, so he stopped with the pretense. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am trying to escape from this place," Zhuo Han whispered. "When I first laid eyes on you, I felt you are very familiar. Have we met somewhere else before?" "Why would you suddenly ask me about that?" Chenji also lowered his voice to a whisper. "When I first moved in there, I noticed there were people standing outside the door. I suspected the doctor and nurse had not wandered away, so I did not dare to share too many words with you." Zhuo Han sat on Chenji's bed. "I must have met you somewhere else before. I am certain of that. After all, when I first saw you, I knew that you are not dangerous at all. If there is anything that I am certain of, that would be it. Since you knew that the doctor was just outside the door, why would you volunteer the information that you did not consume the pill? Aren't you afraid of them finding out?" Chenji was confused. "They already know that I have been skipping my meds. The reason I said that out loud was for them to put their guard down, for them to think that I did not realize they were spying on us." Zhuo Han stared at Chenji's face. "Use their known secret to undermine them, to give them a feeling that they are in control, but in reality, they have no idea what I am thinking at all." "You are quite a clever person." Chenji instantly understood what Zhuo Han was saying. The conversation that they had in the late afternoon was not entirely filled with truths. At the time, Zhuo Han suspected the doctor was just outside the door, so he purposely said certain things and did certain things, even going so far as to expose some of the smaller details to confuse the doctor. "Whenever I encounter anyone in this world, there will be a guardedness that rises inside my heart, and that includes when I am around my parents and the doctors, but you are the only exception." Zhuo Han frowned. "It is very strange. This is the first time I've felt so open in front of a stranger. Perhaps because I have a personable face. Perhaps," Zhuo Han lowered his voice even further. "I know how difficult it is to escape from this place, so I need a friend. If you are willing to help me, I can bring you with me." "Are you sure we can successfully escape from this hospital?" The image of the beast-like self that Dr. Gao had shown him kept appearing in Chenji's mind. The persona that had gone berserk made him feel fearful. "I cannot be sure of that, but I know that if we stay here any longer, we will go crazy for real." Zhuo Han sat on the bed in the middle. "It's now 3 in the morning. The workers change their shift at midnight. They will go on patrol around the rooms around midnight and 2 a.m. Each patrol will last for about half an hour. How did you manage to find all this out?" Chenji's eyes that fell on Zhuo Han slowly gained a tint of suspicion. "You worry that I am one of the people sent by the hospital. You are worried that this is all a test." Not only was Zhuo Han not offended, the icy expression on his face softened a lot. "Looks like we are the same kind of people. We bear suspicion regarding this world from the bottom of our hearts. Actually, it is not us who are sick. This world is sick. You and I have already realized that. We are living in a sickened world." When he heard the last sentence that Zhuo Han said, Chenji's heart was gripped by an inscrutable chill. It was as if the term sickened world represented a strong psychological pressure. He instinctually felt resentful and cautious of these few words. In his mind, only his nemesis would say something like that. Is this world really sick, or am I the one who is sick? Who is the one with the illness? Chenji's head started to throb with pain again. Are you all right? Zhuo Han started to frown. He wanted to look for a helper, not a burden, and Chenji was too weak physically. My head gets painful for no reason. Do you have similar symptoms? Chenji forced himself to calm down. He tried to arrange his emotions and realized something very strange. He was disgusted by the term sickened world, but the disgust did not include Zhuo Han, who uttered the term. It was as if he knew subconsciously that Zhuo Han was not the one who was connected to that term. That has never happened to me. I need to stay on alert at all times to respond to any possible danger. Zhuo Han returned to his bed and maintained a distance from Chenji. At 3:30 a.m. I will leave this room. At that time I need a favor from you. I am not in a good condition. I do not think I will be of any help to you. Chenji still believed that, in their situation, it was best to not act too rashly. Chapter 1163, Self-Perception 2 in 1. What I need you to do is very simple. If any doctor or nurse comes to inspect the room after I leave, you only need to pretend to be asleep. Zhuo Han did not place much hope in Chen Ji. Do not give away any extra information. No matter what they ask you, just tell them you do not know anything. That's all. Yes, other than that, when I return, remember to open the door for me. Zhuo Han lay in bed and stopped talking to Chen Ji. About 10 minutes later, Zhuo Han glanced at Chen Ji, got out of bed, and walked to the room door. He quietly pulled the door open slightly. After ensuring that there was no one else in the corridor, he snuck out of the room. This person is highly suspicious of everything. His various actions and words are consistent with the diagnosis that he suffers from paranoia. Chen Ji sat up in bed. Should I help him or not? Without even thinking too much about it, Chen Ji realized that Zhuo Han had not left the room that night just to explore the hospital only. It was also a test for him. He did not trust Zhuo Han, but Zhuo Han also did not trust him fully. Inside the world of patients with delusional paranoia, the whole world was dangerous, and every corner was hiding a potential enemy. Without moving an inch, Chen Ji sat in his bed for about 10 minutes, but Zhuo Han still had not returned. He glanced at the slightly ajar door. He got out of bed. Dragging his leg that was encased in plaster, he slowly moved to the door. Pulling open the door, Chen Ji glanced outside. The corridor of the hospital was not fully dark. The corners of the corridor and the nurse stations had lights. This is different to my memory of the hospital. Could it really be true that I completely imagined that eerie and dark midnight hospital? Chen Ji had managed to work out a way to think about things. As long as he did not venture deep into any contemplation, as long as he did not try to think about the past, the pain would not assault his brain like it was trying to tear it into pieces. When I think back what happened in the morning, the headache will not come, but whenever I try to think back to what happened before I fainted, the intense pain overwhelms me. This in itself is very strange. What is the meaning of these former memories to me? Why would the pain come just because I wish to remember them? Even under the influence of heavy medication, his body's incredible weakness, and the torment of pain, even with all that, Chen Ji still maintained the ability to think for himself. In a way, I am rather similar to Zhuo Han. He believes that everyone in this world is trying to harm him, and I also think everyone in this world is lying to me. Does that mean that we are really sick? Since he had such similar symptoms to a diagnosed mental patient, then the simple conclusion was that he must be a mental patient as well. To be able to realize that I might be sick, this means that I still have some ability to assess my own condition. My power of self-perception has not been weakened. Wait a minute, self-perception. The sudden term that burst through the fog of his brain stunned Chen Ji. Why does the word self-perception feel so familiar to me? This thing appears to have very great importance for me. I need self-perception, or rather something that will be able to help me become self-perceptive. Pain rushed at him like waves. Chen Ji appeared to have triggered his former memory again. Different memory fragments collided in his mind, and the pain was so intense that he almost fell unconscious. Chen Ji gripped the edge of the bedpost with both of his hands and gritted his teeth firmly. Blood leaked out from the gums of his teeth, but he still did not make any noise. Why would I have such a deep impression of the term self-perception? His consciousness started to flag. If Chen Ji continued to focus on this, the headache would escalate and he might just faint on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ji tried his best to make himself calm down. He followed the breathing method that was taught to him by Dr. Gao. He tried it several times before the pain in his brain slowly faded away. In a short few minutes, Chen Ji's back was already soaked in cold sweat, and he felt even more drained than before. If I'd fainted then, would the other me have appeared? Would I be able to communicate with him? Just as Chen Ji prepared to return to his own bed, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Zhuo Han does not make any sound when he moves, so this should be the hospital worker. Chen Ji still remembered what Zhuo Han had asked of him. He hurried back to his bed and pretended to be asleep. After about 10 seconds, the sound of footsteps stopped at the door. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ji glanced toward the door. He was not nervous and did not feel any anxiety. It was only then that he realized how strong his heart really was. Knock. Someone knocked lightly on the door. Then, as the sound of footsteps picked up, the person outside the door left. What is the meaning of this? The person came to knock on the door just once at 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning and then left just like that. Is this a prank by one of the workers? The person outside the door did not come in or even open the door. This was what confused Chen Ji the most. Who knocked on the door, the hospital worker, Zhuo Han, the doctor, or another patient at this hospital? After some time, the door was pushed open, and Zhuo Han walked in frostily. So how did it go? This hospital is enormous. It is a general hospital. The third sick zone where we are located is just a very small part of the whole structure. Zhuohan walked to Chen Ji's side and gestured with his hands. If we assume this pillow is the hospital, I believe we are right about here. Are you confident that you can escape from this place? Chen Ji was more concerned about that. The strange knocking on the door earlier gave him a sense of urgency. It was as if his instincts were telling him that if he stayed there any longer, something worse was going to happen. No, Zhuohan did not hide the truth from Chen Ji. There are cameras installed at the start of every corridor, and our floor itself has 3 hospital workers and 2 nurses working 24 hours a day. The door to leave the hospital is also locked, and I have no idea who might have the key. A key? With the mention of the key, lightning flashed in Chen Ji's mind. He was like a drowning man finding a floating log drifting toward him. I need to find a key. Yes, without that key, we won't be able to escape from this place. Zhuohan thought Chen Ji was acting quite strangely, so he did not communicate further with Chen Ji and returned to his own bed. Aren't you going to sleep? Chen Ji realized Zhuohan was still wearing his clothes and shoes. He leaned to the side and did not look like he intended to sleep at night. I do not wish to die in my sleep. Zhuohan closed his eyes. He hid one of his hands inside his shirt. His palm appeared to be hiding something. Could it be a knife? It does not look like it, but it should be something sharp. Where did he get it? When he was outside. Based on what the doctor said, Zhuohan is a patient with serious paranoia. Staying inside the same room with such a dangerous character who has access to a possible sharp weapon is very dangerous. Just the thought of it is quite scary. Chen Ji's rationality told him that he should be afraid, but to be honest, his heart did not feel any tension at all. Turning to a more comfortable position, Chen Ji closed his eyes and slept. What? The door opened, and Chen Ji slowly opened his eyes. The sun outside the window fell on him, and he stretched comfortably. This kind of life is not so bad. As long as I do not go and force myself to think about those horrible memories, my life is not much different from that of a normal person. Chen Ji turned his head around. Zhuohan was still lying in bed. The young man appeared to have fallen asleep only after the sun came up. Looks like you got a good sleep last night. Dr. Gao stood at the door. He did not stop to inspect Zhuohan, but strode directly to Chen Ji's bed. Did you have any nightmares last night? No, Chen Ji shook his head. The image of Dr. Gao that he had in his mind was overlapping with this Dr. Gao in real life. Perhaps his mind was slowly recovering. The 2 previously contradictory memories started to heal and agree with each other. There was a force in his mind that was slowly changing his perspective, to aid him in seeing the truth and helping him slowly and gradually peel away the pain. This proves that my treatment is still quite effective. Dr. Gao was thankful. Today, I will stop Su-Wan from coming to bring you any more meals. You have stayed for far too long inside this room. It is time for you to work your muscles. I believe it will help immensely with your recovery. That means that I can finally go out. Can I go visit that theme park? Chen Ji was instantly given a shot of enthusiasm. Dr. Gao tried to hold in his laughter at Chen Ji's antics. You wish to go and visit that female boss of the haunted house, do you? I am afraid that is not possible at the moment. For now, you can only temporarily move within the hospital. Okay then. I will grab a pair of crutches for you. Hold on. After Dr. Gao left, Zhuohan, who Chen Ji thought was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He gestured at Chen Ji, and after he got Chen Ji's attention, he whispered, Do not believe a word that he says. You're still awake, aren't you tired? Zhuohan did not reply anymore. He did not move again. It was as if he had been asleep the whole time. Several minutes later, Dr. Gao returned to the room with the crutches. He helped Chen Ji up from the bed, and the 2 of them left the room together. Throughout this whole process, Dr. Gao did not spare even a second for Zhuohan. It was unclear whether it was because Dr. Gao did not want to disturb the sleeping Zhuohan or there was another reason. After breakfast, Chen Ji and Dr. Gao went to the garden outside the hospital building. Because they had already missed spring, there were not that many flowers in the garden, but even so, staying there made one feel quite at ease. The wind blew through the tree branches and caressed their faces like a pair of gentle hands. The sunlight filtered through the foliage and danced on the ground like swimming goldfish. The shrubs at the sides of the corridors were neatly trimmed. The whole place was like a verdant heaven in the middle of the hospital. Have I been lying in the sick room for a very long time now? Chen Ji stood with the help of the crutches and slowly moved his body. Why would you suddenly ask a question like that? Because it feels like I have not felt so relaxed in a very long time. In fact, I do not think I have felt anything quite so serene before. Chen Ji touched the bark of the trees around him to feel the grain under his hand. Then he found a quiet place and sat down on a wooden bench. It is not that you have not experienced something like this before. It is just that you are currently trapped inside a room with no light, and you have already forgotten about that feeling. Dr. Gao sat down beside Chen Ji. He seemed to like chatting with Chen Ji. A room with no light. This room with no light is your heart. You took the key and locked yourself inside it. All I can do is try to figure out a way to help you walk out from that room. Dr. Gao looked into the sky. It was unclear what he was thinking. Does this mean my illness will be cured after I leave this room? Chen Ji asked seriously. Dr. Gao shook his head. Mental illness is different from psychological illness. Mental illness cannot be corrected with only self-determination. It needs to be combined with medication. Helping you walk out from the room in your heart is just the first step. Then, doctor, how would you consider that I have already cured from my illness? Actually, to be honest, at this moment, I feel like I am not that different from a normal person. Chen Ji leaned against the back of the wooden bench, and his eyes were glassy with confusion. You still have not realized that you are sick. This is evidence that you are still quite a distance away from full recovery. The knowledge of illness and self-perception are the basis that we doctors use to determine the severity of a patient's condition. Dr. Gao started to chat with Chen Ji. Self-perception? What is that? Chen Ji grabbed the edge of bench and kept his head lowered. He did not want other people to see the current expression on his face. Self-perception is the patient's ability to diagnose his own mental health and condition. It enables him to see whether his own mental health is good or not. It is clear that you do not have any self-perception at this stage of your illness. But I still feel that I am not so different from a normal person. The only difference is the occasional headache. Chen Ji lifted his head, and his hands reached to his temple. The headache appeared to have visited him earlier. Dr. Gao did not say anything to counter Chen Ji. He merely lifted his finger to point at a man who was talking to himself at a pergola that was not that far away from them. The man was about 30, and he was also wearing a patient's garb. He stood under the sunlight and kept mumbling to a spot that was under the shade of the pergola. Chen Ji felt the man look incredibly familiar, but in that moment the name could not come to his mind. His name is Zhang Jingjiu. He once stayed in the same room as you, but we realized after he had moved in with you, his condition kept on worsening, so we moved him to another room. Zhang Jingjiu. Yes, his family runs a big winery in Xinhai. He is not that old. His future should have been incredibly bright, but unfortunately something went wrong with his mental state. What kind of illness is he suffering from? When Chen Ji heard the name Zhang Jingjiu, his expression twitched slightly. Undifferentiated schizophrenia. Dr. Gao stared at Zhang Jingjiu, watching his every move. This patient is under the impression that he can see ghosts. Ghosts? Of course, there are no ghosts in this world. Actually, we have conducted many tests on his senses and realized that they are different from a normal person. Dr. Gao said casually. Unlike normal people, he finds it difficult to focus his senses. He keeps feeling that there is someone talking to him. This condition does not improve even when he is inside his room alone, and his brain has some issue when processing sound. I will give you a simple example. When a normal person hears a simple sentence, their brain will contemplate the meaning of this sentence. But he will hear them in individual words, so it means that every single sentence that he hears will be fragmented when it reaches his mind. When Dr. Gao was chatting with Chen Ji, the patient called Zhang Jingjiu turned his head around to them. His eyes suddenly widened as he ran over toward them. Before Dr. Gao and Chen Ji could even react, Zhang Jingjiu pulled on Chen Ji's arm as he tried to pull Chen Ji off from the wooden bench. However, he did not realize Chen Ji's leg was injured, so in the end, Chen Ji was dragged up and was left careening to the ground. This came without any warning, so even Chen Ji did not have the time to cushion his fall. Help, nurse, we need help over here. Dr. Gao and a patrolling worker dragged Zhang Jingjiu to the side. When he was being dragged away, he still kept screaming at Chen Ji, "Ghost, ghost, ghost." Are you all right? Are you injured? Dr. Gao helped Chen Ji up from the ground. I'm fine, it's just a fall, it's nothing serious. Chen Ji sat back down on the bench. He thought the whole episode was rather strange. From Zhang Jingjiu's parting words and tone, it was clear that he was afraid of ghosts, but if he was afraid of ghosts, why would he voluntarily come to grab me? And after he failed to do that, he kept screaming the word ghost at me. Chen Ji lowered his head to pat away the dust from his clothes, and at the same time, he moved his eyes away from Dr. Gao. He should be trying to warn me that there is a ghost around me. He believes Dr. Gao is a ghost. Chapter 1164, Such a Large Cat 2-in-1. Inside a mental hospital, a mental patient was hinting at another patient that the doctor could be a ghost. Was this not a sign that they were both sick? From the perspective of a normal person, they would definitely think the patient who said the doctor was a ghost had to be suffering from some kind of illness. But Chenji did not share that thought. He subconsciously believed that the man's words were worth studying. In other words, his subconscious also told him that there was some problem with this Dr. Gao. His brain started to hurt again. Chenji gritted his teeth strongly. He was now very lost. His way of thinking was obviously different from a normal person, but did that equate to the fact that he was ill? Admitting that one was really suffering from mental illness was something difficult for a stubborn person, because once admission was made, it was basically an overhaul of said person's entire worldview. When a person's worldview and thinking framework were changed, then could the person still be called the same person anymore? He did not think any further. Chenji cleared his mind and stopped reaching for his memory in the past. The pain slowly faded away. It had been less than 24 hours since he woke up from his previous fainting spell, but he had already mastered the way to avoid the pain. And this was under the condition where he had lost most of his memory, and he was acting for the most part on his instinct. Sitting on the wooden chair, Chenji, who had his emotion adjusted, turned to look at Dr. Gao. He was shocked to realize that Dr. Gao was currently closely watching him. The pair of sharp eyes stared directly into Chenji's eyes, as if he could look directly through Chenji's skin and see what was moving in Chenji's brain. This made the latter feel quite uncomfortable. Among the doctors at this hospital, there is such a statement that we share. Do not contemplate too deep into the words that the patients say. We only need to believe in the reliability of science and the objectivity of the diagnosis, and provide them with the correct prescription. Dr. Gao said slowly. This was our responsibility to the patients as well as to ourselves. The patient appears to really believe that he can see ghosts. Dr. Gao, do you think there is actually ghost in this world? Chenji knew Dr. Gao had noticed something. He merely said something to change the subject, but to his surprise, when he asked whether he believed there was actually ghost in this world, the deepest part of his brain started to blind him with intense pain again. It felt as if someone had asked him this particular question before. The sudden pause caused Chenji to hug his head. He collapsed to the ground and rolled about in pain. Dr. Gao at his side quickly went to grab Chenji's hands. Quick, calm down and follow the breathing method that I taught you. 3 to 4 minutes later, Chenji finally returned to normal. Dr. Gao also slowly replaced the bottle of medicine back into his pocket. If Chenji did not calm down soon, he was planning to feed Chenji another 2 pills. Did you remind yourself of some very bad memory from the past again? Yes, Chenji nodded. He would not purposely underestimate other people's intelligence, so he did not deny it when the truth was so obvious. I feel like I have met ghosts before, many different type of ghosts in fact. That is normal in your own delusion. The identity that you have given yourself is the operator of a haunted house, and thus your employees were various types of ghosts. Dr. Gao pointed at the fence around the garden. The source of all your illusion is that haunted house at Xinhai Theme Park. You have subconsciously posited yourself into the shoes of that female actor. The business of the haunted house is dying out, and most of the employees have quitted. Therefore, in your imagination, you created many different kind ghosts, and had them become actual workers at your haunted house to help you resolve the issue of a lack of manpower. Impossible. Why would the employees of the haunted house leave in the first place? Because there are too little visitors, and I could not pay their salary. Do you need to pay salary to these ghosts if they were hired to replace the posts held by the living employees? Well, of course not. There you go, that is the basis of your delusion. Dr. Gao helped support Chenji back to the chair. In your imagined world, you have possessed everything, but nothing has changed in real life. The only thing you could do is to sneak glimpses at that girl behind the window, and she is still facing the dire situation of the haunted house closing. Dr. Gao sighed. Do you know what is the thing that worries me the most now? What is it? Chenji asked, since it felt like it was the right thing to do. The most that worries me the most is that after the haunted house really shut down from business, you might not be able to see that female actor anymore. When Dr. Gao said that, Chenji could feel his heart grip with pain. That is the world of reality. It will not change due to a person's determination. When the wind blows, the grass will bend. You think you are the wind, but actually we are all small grass. There was a trace of sadness in Dr. Gao's voice. I do not wish to shatter your beautiful imagination, but I know if that haunted house suddenly close, you might lose the only thing that keep you going, and that might cause your condition to suddenly worsen. Chenji did not respond with anything. Dr. Gao, though, understood the conflicting feelings that Chenji was going through. What you need to do now is to stop submerging yourself in the imagined world that you have created as a shell, and try to a brave step forward to start a new life. Instead of waiting for the haunted house to close and your condition to worsen and lose the chance to leave the hospital ever again, why don't you cooperate with us and our treatment so that you can leave this hospital to go find her as soon as possible? Every word that Dr. Gao said was reasonable and logical, and they were for Chen Ji's own good. They were all concerns that Dr. Gao had towards Chen Ji. Is all my past really just an illusion? Once Chen Ji imagined the closing down of the haunted house, there would be an inscrutable pain that wrapped around his heart. This kind of pain was different from physical pain. It was hard to describe, but it was buried deep inside his heart. Actually, you already have the answer yourself. In your imagined stories, there are many symbolism taken from real life. Did you not realize that in your stories there are more than a handful of psychiatrists and psychologists? They have been everywhere in your whole story, and they were always there when your storied life has reached a turning point. Do you think they are all just a mere coincidence? Are they not? Chen Ji's eyes were dimming. In his shattered memory, there were indeed the presence of multiple psychologists and psychiatrists, and each of them seemed to have their own stories, and they were very important characters in Chen Ji's supposed illusion. It was a doctor in a large doctor's coat that had been killing the younger versions of himself multiple times. The head of the Ghost Story Society was Dr. Gao. His parents tasked a Dr. Chen to look after himself, and if he was not mistaken, the most recent one was a Dr. Fang. His brain appeared to be punctured by many needles. Chen Ji shivered uncontrollably but determined to pull through. The timing of these doctors' appearance match up perfectly with our medical invention in real life. In reality, your stories are just an extension of your real life. You will soon realize that. Dr. Gao chatted for a while with Chen Ji, and then there appeared to be some emergency at the other sick zone. So after feeding Chen Ji another 2 pills, Dr. Gao left in a hurry and left Chen Ji alone in the hospital garden. I so wish that I can go to visit that haunted house in person. After swallowing the pills, Chen Ji's mind dulled, and the sense of pain faded away. Time appeared to slow down, and sleepiness caught up to him. But a life like this is indeed far more comfortable compared to the scary life that I have led in my imagined stories. As time continued to move, the outside temperature started to rise. Many doctors and patients escaped indoors until there was no one left around Chen Ji. Right at that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby bush. Chen Ji slowly turned his head to look at it. The small branches were pushed away and the head of a cat peeked out from behind the bush. The cat had a snowy white fur coat and it had different colored eyes. When it saw Chen Ji, it immediately bounded over and with a leap it landed on Chen Ji's knee. The leg that was encased in plaster suffered the weight of the white cat. It caused Chen Ji to grit his teeth in pain. Holy cow, you are one big and heavy cat. Probably due to its unique breed, the white cat was much larger than a normal house cat. It weighed much heavier than it appeared. But the key issue was the white cat appeared to not know that at all. It very expertly attempted to crawl onto Chen Ji's shoulder. Holding the white cat by both of his hands, Chen Ji placed it on the space next to him on the chair. Why would there be a cat at the hospital? Are you a stray that has wandered in from outside the hospital? Chen Ji looked at the cat, and the cat looked back at it. The cat's eyes were very spiritual. They appeared to contain many very different emotions. Have you been abandoned by our master? Chen Ji asked the white cat, but to his surprise after he said that, the cat looked at him with clear confusion. Is it for real? Or I am hallucinating again? How come it feels like the cat is communicating with me with its eyes? Chen Ji mumbled to himself, not realizing how strangely he was acting. The white cat titled its head to study Chen Ji for a long time when suddenly a trace of cunningness crossed its eyes. It suddenly leaped into the air and waved its paw to smack Chen Ji in the back of his head. Then, as if worried of revenge from Chen Ji, it quickly slithered away as fast as it could. Sitting on the wooden chair, Chen Ji was stunned. He held the back of his head and said, "What the? I'm already 26, but I was just whacked on the back of my head by a fucking cat." The white cat hid inside the bush that was several meters away watching Chen Ji. The confusion in its eyes grew even deeper. If not for the plaster on my feet, I would show you. The drowsiness that came to Chen Ji due to the medication had disappeared completely. He felt weirdly energized now. Looking at the white cat hiding in the bush, there was a strange familiarity with it, but it did not go further than that. There was no memory about any cat in his fragmented past. Be it in his illusion stories or in real life, this white cat did not seem to exist in either of them. In other words, the memory fragments in his mind were only related to people, but there was none that was related to any cat. After hearing the threat from Chen Ji, the white cat was not only not afraid, it ran back towards him. Well, I have to give you some merit for your courage. Chen Ji looked into the white cat's pair of confused eyes. He too thought this was quite strange because the cat appeared to recognize him. Are you a stray that I have kept before my car accident, or I often come here to feed you food when I was hospitalized? The white cat did not know how to speak. After it realized Chen-ji really failed to recognize it, the light in its eyes dimmed. It bounced around Chen-ji and kept using its head to brush against Chen-ji's calf. Stop doing that, you're pushing so hard. The plaster might break if you continue to do that. Chen-ji picked up the white cat and placed it on his knees. Looking at the white cat's dual-colored eyes, the sense of familiarity only continued to grow, but nothing concrete came to him. Perhaps it sensed something was wrong with Chen-ji. The white cat kept meowing, and it went as far as biting Chen-ji on the bottom of his pants, as if it was trying to drag Chen-ji to some hidden location. Holding the crutches, Chen-ji stood up and followed the white cat deeper into the hospital. They walked through the entire garden until they reached the fence of the hospital. On the other side of the road was the western side of Xinhai Theme Park. The white cat crawled out through the gap in the fences and then turned back to look at Chen-ji. You want me to leave with you? You wish for me to leave this hospital? Chen-ji looked at the fence that was 2 meters tall and then he shook his head. Currently his body was very weak and one of his legs was wrapped in plaster. He had difficulty walking, much less climb over a fence that was 2 meters tall. Seeing Chen-ji was about to turn back, the white cat crawled back in. It bit on the bottom of Chen-ji's pants and refused to let go. About 5 minutes later, when the sound of footsteps came from down the distance, the white cat finally let of and escaped through the gap in the fence again. Chen-ji, what are you doing here? Dr. Gao appeared behind Chen-ji. I just wanted to come to look at the theme park closer. Perhaps if I am lucky, I might chance a look at her. The anticipation was clear in Chen-ji's eyes. His reason was absolutely solid, and it did not appear that Dr. Gao suspected anything else. It is about time we return to your room. Okay, Chen-ji followed behind Dr. Gao. After he took a few steps, he turned back to glance at the fence again. The cat was hiding inside the bushes outside the fence. Half of its head was poking out, and its dual-colored eyes were following Chen-ji closely. When he returned to the room, Chen-ji saw that Zhu Han was still lying on his bed in his bed. Even his pose did not change since the last time he left. Did you not go for lunch? Chen-ji felt like perhaps he was born a kind person. Even if he had lost part of his memory, he would instinctually show kindness towards others. I am not hungry. Zhu Han sat up in bed and opened the door for a gap. After ensuring there was no one else outside the door, he sighed in relief. Where did the doctor take you this morning? Did he conduct some hypnosis on you, or he has force-fed you some other medication? We just went for a sit at the garden. In the middle of it, Dr. Gao had to leave in a hurry because something else happened. Chen-ji sat down in his bed and then he said in a smile, Oh right, something very interesting happened to me today. There is a stray inside this hospital. It appears to like me a lot. It sticks to me like it was my pet. Stray cats are usually highly alert. They will not show affection to any random stranger. Perhaps that cat is really somehow related to you. Zhu Han opened the zipper on the back of the pillow and took out several pieces of paper. There appeared to be many things written on them. Sometimes animals are much more reliable than people because they do not have complicated emotions, and most of the time, they are acting out of pure instinct. But I have no memory of that cat at all, or to be more precise, all the memories that I have are in fragments, and whenever I try to think about the past, my brain would be assaulted by intense headache. Chen-ji's words resonated with Zhu Han. He put down the pillow and silently walked towards Chen-ji. You are in the same condition as I am. Even though I have not lost any of my memory, I realize there are many logical inconsistencies with them. What do you mean by that? It means that someone has messed with my memory, god damn it. I am very familiar with this feeling, but I do not know why. Zhu Han hissed through his teeth. There are more than a fair of contradictory details in my memory. Perhaps the person who tempered with my memory thought this was the first time this had happened to me, so they were not too cautious. They had no idea that I would suspect my own memory as well. Brother, even though your various symptoms are indeed very similar to paranoia, but I still think you are one hell of an impressive person. Chen-ji could sense the special presence radiating off Zhu Han. Compared to Zhu Han, he felt much too plebeian. That is where you are wrong. I have gone around to ask some questions. Those kind of white pills are not meant for any person. The doctors will only use them in powdered form when some of the patients are acting up. But in your case, you have to take them 3 times a day and 2 pills each time. I suspect this hospital is trying to kill you through over-medication. The way Zhu Han looked at Chen-ji was filled with caution. I think you are stretching a bit there. Never mind, just consider it a warning. Other than that, you have to be careful about this too. Better keep your voices to yourself in the morning. The walls have ears. Zhu Han said, and then returned to his bed. He still did not remove his shoes like he was ready to escape at any moment. After lunch, Chen-ji had a counseling session with Dr. Gao in the afternoon. Being fed the pills multiple times, his illness did not surface anymore. A peaceful and beautiful day ended just like that. The sky started to darken down the horizon. After taking the medication, Chen-ji soon slumbered into his sleep. At around midnight, he was shaken awake by Zhu Han. "What's wrong?" "Shush!" Zhu Han pointed at the room door and signaled for Chen-ji to pay attention to his sense of hearing. Leaning on the door, Chen-ji perked up his ears to listen. He could hear the wailing of a man from down the corridor. He appeared to be repeating the same word, ghost. "Zhang Jingjiu. Do you know him? I have seen him once in the morning. He was grabbing my hands and shouting ghost, ghost, ghost at me." Chen-ji told the incident in the morning to Zhu Han. "It is obvious that he is in extreme pain. The hospital is clearly torturing him using some kind of method." Zhu Han frowned. "The hospital will not torture him for no reason. It must be that he has made some mistake." After that, Zhu Han turned to look at Chen-ji. "Could it be that he has leaked the secret to you? This whole hospital is really filled with ghosts." Chapter 1165. I need more stimulations, 2 in 1. The whole hospital is filled with ghosts? How is that possible? If you say one doctor or one patient is possessed by ghost, then perhaps I can believe you, but the fact that the whole hospital could be haunted is rather hard to believe. Chen-ji did not voice his real thought. He was merely following the rationality that was set up in his mind. "Well, to know whether it is true or not, we only need to go and ask, right?" Zhu Han was very courageous. "The screams came from above us. This hospital zone that we are in has 7 floors in total, so the sick room that he is in should be on the 5th or 6th floor. Are you sure you want to take this risk? If you run into any worker outside the room, then you will be in very serious trouble. I believe it is a very serious offense to wander around in the hospital at night." Chen-ji was very cautious. "I am not the one taking this risk alone. We are taking this risk together." "We? You said it yourself that it was Zhang Jingjiu who came to pull on you voluntarily and even called out to remind you of something this morning. Don't you think that is rather abnormal?" Zhu Han stood at the door and kept on luring Chen-ji to join him like the devil. "I have encountered that patient before. All he ever did was to talk to himself. He would never actively approach someone, therefore. This proves that you are a unique presence to him." "But I have no memory of him at all." Chen-ji did not dare to think of his past memory, lest the pain suddenly came back again. "Brother, I am telling you the truth. You might not believe me, but the pills that the hospital is feeding you every day is used to suppress your memory. Their intention is not to cure you, but to change you into someone that they approve." Zhu Han lowered his voice. "This world has its own set of rules that it operates on, and those who do not abide by the rules are viewed as patients. In contrast, those who are willing to fit into the rules are considered normal persons. This is a whole entirely abnormal oppressive system." Seeing that Chen-ji's conviction was slowly shaken, Zhu Han continued his persuasion. "You once told me that the moment you started to think about your past, the headache would come. Is that a symptom of any kind of mental illness? If you ask me, they have tempered with your brain and placed some kind mechanism there that prevent you from thinking about your past." "But why would they do something like that? Why would you stop me from remembering my own past?" "Perhaps the truth of this sickened world is hidden in your memory. In any case, your memory must be something that is feared by the hospital, and thus they have to do everything within their power to stop you from remembering it. This is a very simple logical observation." Zhu Han slowly convinced Chen-ji. In the end, the two of them decided to wait for the patrol to finish, and then they would the room together to investigate. At around 1 a.m., Zhu Han and Chen-ji pushed open the room door and exited to the corridor. There are cameras at the corner of the stairs, but the people on duty might not be paying attention to the surveillance at all times. As long as we can move fast enough, they might not be able to detect us. So essentially we're hedging our lives on a bet. There is no other way, because if we destroy the cameras, that would be directly telling the hospital that someone is trying to resist the hospital, so all we can do now is to bet. Zhu Han looked at the plaster around Zhu Han's leg. "When did you injure your leg? How long will it take to recover? I do not wish to carry an incapacitated person with me when I try to escape from this place." "They told me I ran into a car accident about a year ago, but theoretically speaking, any injury suffered then would have been healed by now, so this broken leg must have nothing to do with the car accident. Therefore, it must have occurred after I fell sick." "Well, isn't that interesting? In other words, you are telling me a mental patient suddenly broke his leg while inside the custody of the hospital." Zhu Han looked at Chen-ji coldly. "You poor thing who has lost your memory, do you still think the hospital has your best interest at heart? You suspect it is the hospital who broke my leg. All the beautiful things are an illusion. Cruelty and sickness are the main theme of this world. Zhu Han's eyes were bloodshot. How about a bet? I bet that your mental illness will be cured before your leg does. What do you mean by that? Through many different observations, I believe you are the most dangerous patient here. After your leg recovers, the hospital will be anxious, therefore. Some kind of accident will befall you and various kind of supposed coincidence will cause your body to constantly in a state of injury. Zhu Han's eyes were shining darkly. When I think about something, I have the habit of seeing from the worst possible outcome. I do not have any anticipation towards the innate kindness of human nature. If my words have offended you, I hope you do not mind. In the future, you will realize who is really looking out for you. Some people would run into the most beautiful accident in the deepest despair, and some would encounter the cruelest truth in the most beautiful dream. Chen Ji did not think Zhu Han's words were in any way offensive. If anything, he agreed with Zhu Han's point of view. It was then that he realized he was slowly agreeing with the perspective of a patient diagnosed with paranoid delusion. When we see Zhang Jingjiu later, no matter what happens, I need you to be calm. Zhu Han led Chen Ji to the corner of the stairs. The lights in the hospital were still on at night, but the lights provided no warmth. Every single ray was radiating a chill, and walking down the corridor, it could cause one's hair to stand on end. The hospital in the morning is different from how it is at night. Chen Ji also did not know how to describe this change. He merely felt that the hospital that he had seen in the final fragment of his memory was slowly overlapping with the hospital before his eyes. The illusions appeared to be returning. Zhu Han and Chen Ji were incredibly lucky. They came all the way to the 4th floor and they did not encounter any hospital worker. The whole area was very quiet. This place gives me the feeling more like a slaughterhouse than a mental asylum. Everywhere there is blood that we cannot see, and souls whose mouths were sewn shut are hiding at every corner. Zhu Han's tone was getting crazier. At this moment, he looked like a quintessential mental patient that Chen Ji had seen on television show before. The patient was seriously ill, but he had not realized it. In fact, he thought he was still in very good condition. Starting from this floor, all the doors are locked. Looks like the patients who stay here are all serious mental cases. Chen Ji and Zhu Han came from the normal sick zone. Their room door was not locked. They could leave and enter freely. The doctors and nurses could enter their room freely as well. But the rooms on the 4th floor were completely different. There was a lock outside the door, and the patients inside had their freedom limited. If they wanted to leave, they needed to get the permission from the doctors and nurses first. Thankfully, there are windows on the doors, or else we would have wasted our journey tonight. Just as Zhu Han and Chen Ji arrived at the 4th floor, they heard the echoing sound of footsteps coming from the stairs below them. The sound comes from the duty room. The patrols are coming. Zhu Han had already scouted out the location of the duty rooms and the nurse stations. He grabbed Chen Ji by his hand, carried the man over his shoulders. Jesus Christ, why are you so heavy? Where are we going? Shush, keep your voice down. Zhu Han carried Chen Ji, who could not move that swiftly, to the nurse station at the end of the corridor. Both he and Chen Ji hid under the counter at the nurse station. We're hiding at a place like this. Are you sure they won't come and check this place? Chen Ji thought Zhu Han had a really big heart. After midnight, the workers and nurses would switch their shifts. I have been observing them for the past few days. The night workers like to stay in the duty room on the 1st floor. They rarely come to check the nurse stations. Zhu Han was the kind of person who had a brave heart but a careful mind. He was never going to fight a war that he had not planned, but he was not going to miss out on a good opportunity due to hesitation either. The footsteps slowly approached. The two patients stopped talking at the same moment, as if they had already planned this beforehand. Both of them appeared strangely calm. The footsteps eventually walked past them, but neither of their heart rate had changed. Like this was something that they would encounter every day. You need to memorize the location of the nurse stations. There are one each on the 1st floor, 4th floor, and 7th floor. If we run into any serious accident, I will distract the workers while you try and go hide at the nurse station. Zhu Han's tone was still frosty, and it carried no emotion, but Chen Ji could discern the actual concern that the man had for him. It was hard to imagine that a patient who had paranoid delusion would be so considerate towards others. Through this details, Chen Ji started to reconsider the words that Zhu Han had told him earlier. Chen Ji's brain would always be surfeited by contradictory thoughts. Every time he tried to think, these two opposite thoughts would collide, and it felt like they were trying to tear his brain apart. One of the parties was the hospital that was represented by Dr. Gao, and the other party was the patients represented by himself. The former symbolized recovery and bright future, while the latter symbolized a dark past and a whirlpool of despair. Sometimes, Chen Ji also did not know how to choose. The medicine and the peacefulness that he was experiencing in real life was slowly dulling his senses and convincing him to accept his current life. But at that moment, Zhuo Han had shown up in his life. They were both patients, but Zhuo Han had placed a seed of different thought in Chen Ji's mind. After the footsteps left the fourth floor, Zhuo Han and Chen Ji climbed out from behind the nurse station. Zhang Jingjiu's voice should come from this floor. Zhuo Han and Chen Ji had no idea which room he was staying in, so they had no choice but to look through the door one by one. Both of them knew how Zhang Jingjiu looked like, so each of them was responsible for one side of the corridor. They leaned on the small window on the door and looked into the rooms. Most of the patients were asleep after taking their medication, but some of the patients were doing strange things inside their rooms. For example, one of the patients were shivering uncontrollably under his bed, and there was another patient who folded a piece of paper into the shape of a fruit knife, and she kept stabbing it at her pillow. These were rather explainable symptoms of mental illness. Chen Ji moved to the middle of the corridor. Just as he was about to look into the next window, he suddenly realized there was a face looking at him on the window. The patient was standing at the other side of the door, and the face was placed at the window. The two pairs of eyes met. Chen Ji was given quite a fright. The sensation of numbness over his skull and the shot of adrenaline over his body brought back a sense of nostalgia. Is this the sensation of fear? Chen Ji's lips split into a smile. He did not feel any discomfort. In fact, his brain started to become more active and excitement lit up his eyes. His hands pressing on the door, Chen Ji looked at the patient on the other side. The patient inside the door was like a puppet without soul. After looking at Chen Ji for a long time, he slowly wandered away. Found him? Zhuo Han whispered softly. Realizing that there was no response from Chen Ji, he turned back to look, and he saw Chen Ji was looking through one of the doors with excitement on his face. What are you doing? Zhuo Han did not dare to raise his voice. One was because he was afraid he might attract the attention of the workers, and two was for some reason. His instinct told him to be careful around Chen Ji. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Ji's expression returned to normal. The fear merely gave him a temporary sense of stimulation. The two patients squeezed at the door outside Zhang Jingjiu's room. At that moment, Zhang Jingjiu was lying on the ground. His eyes were lifeless. There was no obvious wound on his body, but the man's face was scarily pale. Zhuo Han tried to open the door, but the door was already locked. He could not push it open. He knocked on the door lightly. Zhang Jingjiu inside the room appeared to have his soul taken away from him. He did not budge from his position and did not move at all. Looks like we will have to find a way to approach him in the morning. Now I'm afraid that they might send Zhang Jingjiu to the quarantine area. Outsiders will not be able to enter that place, and patients who are sent in rarely come out again. Zhuo Han appeared agitated. I came out from the quarantine area. Don't give up just yet, let me try. Chen Ji stood at the door and knocked on it. He very easily called out Zhang Jingjiu's name. Zhang Jingjiu, who did not react to Zhuo Han's voice earlier, suddenly blinked his eyes when he heard Chen Ji's voice. He slowly turned his head around to look at the door. When he saw Chen Ji's face, the fear in his eyes subsided. His lips moved like he was trying his best to say something. I think he is calling me boss. Why is that? Chen Ji had no idea why he knew how to read life. It appeared like this was one of the talents that he was born with. From what I hear, Zhang Jingjiu's father is a CEO of a big company at Xinhai. He is a disreputable second-generation young master. Why would he call you boss? Zhuo Han turned to Chen Ji with confusion, and then he realized Chen Ji's face was quite scary. His forehead and cheeks were bursting with black and green veins. Are you all right? Zhuo Han instantly noticed something was wrong. He grabbed Chen Ji by his shoulder and tried to move him away, but a chill came from his palm. Chen Ji's body temperature was rapidly dropping. Zhuo Han had a moment thought that he was carrying a dead body. When Chen Ji was acting up, hurried footsteps came from downstairs. The workers chose this timing to inspect the corridors. Am I that unlucky? Zhuo Han looked at Chen Ji. With a grit of his teeth, he carried Chen Ji on his back again, and he started to run away from the sound of the footsteps. Chen Ji on his back became heavier and heavier. Zhuo Han bit on his teeth. This is just one person, but how come it feels like there are multiple person crawling on my back? Voiding the cameras and predicting the workers' location through their footsteps, Zhuo Han drafted the safest route to the nearest nurse station in his mind. He even predicted that the two workers might move separately, so he used the timing that they had split up and finally successfully brought Chen Ji back to their room. After closing the door, Zhuo Han directly deposited Chen Ji on the bed. Then he crumpled to the ground and gasped greedily for air. In the end, I found no clues and I was almost exposed. Next time, I think I should just go on my own. Zhuo Han knew now was still not the time to rest. He adjusted his breathing and dragged Chen Ji to the bed near the window. Can you hear me? Zhuohan tried to communicate with Chenji, but then he realized not only Chenji's face, the latter's body started to surface with black veins too. The blood veins were like poisonous snakes. They looked incredibly scary. Bursting of blood capillaries, and they appear black and green in color. A person of slender build would have this problem more often. Even though he looks weak, his body is incredibly muscular, especially his arms and legs. They are as muscular as athletes that I have once dissected. That takes away the possibility of weakness of constitution. The lack of red blood cells or irregularity of cellular metabolism will not cause this kind of symptoms either. This kind of symptoms is most commonly accompanied by poisoning, so my guess is right all along. The doctor has mixed the pills with poison. This is the after effect of overdosing on poison and medicine. Zhuohan was wrecking his mind on how to cure Chenji. About several minutes later, Chenji, who was in a semi-conscious state, had his body temperature gradually rise back to normal, and the blood capillaries started to fade away. A medical miracle, the man is still able to recover after that kind of status. Zhuohan really wanted to split open Chenji's body to inspect the internal makeup of his body. His gaze gradually regained focus. Chenji recovered his rationality. It was you who carried me back here. Who else do you think it would be? I have carried you for the whole journey back. I am definitely not going to bring you with me next time. Zhuohan massaged his shoulders. Your body looks even, but why are you so heavy? Perhaps because I carry too many things on me. Chenji pushed against the bed with both of his hands, but he failed to sit up even after multiple tries. What happened to you earlier? I cannot explain it myself. When I saw through Zhang Jingjiu's lips that he was calling me boss, my fragmented memories in my brain felt like they were going to explode. Multiple voices rang out at the same time, and they were all calling me boss. Chenji took in a deep breath. I have not heard most of these voices before, but in that moment I have already memorized their voices. If I can hear them again, I definitely will be able to recognize them. That was all. There is another discovery that I found. When we were inspecting the rooms earlier, I was given a fright by one of the patients. The sensation of horror made my mind active. There seems to be some kind of connection between myself and this sensation of horror. Chenji held his brain. You like to be scared? What kind of strange obsession is that? Zhuohan took several steps back. I do not know how to explain it, but when I am faced with this emotion, the memory fragments in my mind appear to come alive. They actively connect with each other and show me the past that I have forgotten. Chenji tried to think back of that feeling, and then he said with certainty, I need more stimulations. Chapter 1166, Exchanged Identity 2 in 1. Chenji, who was lying on the bed inside the mental asylum, had the expression, and said the words that perfectly matched the environment that he was in. Why does his condition become so serious at night when he was acting so normally in the morning? Zhuohan sat back in his bed and stayed far away from Chenji. I study forensic science. I have been studying for so many years, and I have not heard of any cases where a person's lost memory could be recovered through constant stimulation of horror. You forensic science students deal with dead bodies. The situation of a living person might be more complicated. You know how low your body temperature was earlier when you were acting up. The only difference that you had then compared to a dead person was you still possessed a heartbeat. Zhuohan's initial thought was to cooperate with Chenji, but now he gradually realized that might not be such a good idea because he slowly noticed how dangerous his roommate could be. The man might lose control and ambush him at any moment. From Zhuohan's perspective, Chenji was not only suffering from mental sickness that simple. There had to be more secrets on this man. Is it possible that this hospital has been conducting human experiment on its patients? Zhuohan tried to use his knowledge to search for the answer, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Even science could not explain Chenji's situation. This was already within the realm of theology and mythology. Zhuohan, can you tell me a few ghost stories? It is best if they are the one that are incredibly scary. Chenji laid in bed and twisted his head to look at Zhuohan. His eyes were shining with anticipation in the dark. What is wrong with you? Why do you suddenly want to listen to ghost stories? Zhuohan blurted out from his mouth. He realized he was completely unable to understand Chenji anymore. In the middle of the night, you want to hear your roommate tell you a ghost story inside a mental hospital. I really cannot understand what is going through your mind when you made a request like that. I just wanted to see whether the sensation of fear could help me stimulate the recovery of my memory or not. It is just a test. We have nothing to lose. Hearing what Chenji said, Zhuohan did not have any argument to retort. The corner of his eyes twitched, and then he told Chenji a few ghost stories that he knew. Well, are you scared? Nah, it did not work. Your stories failed to give me any excitement at all. Who will get excited from listening to ghost stories? Zhuohan crawled out from his bed. He moved his bed as far from Chenji as he could. He only stopped when his bed was right next to the door. At this distance, if Chenji suddenly decided to attack him, he could open the door and run out immediately. Has anything scary happened to you in your life? Yes, I was trapped inside a mental asylum, and my roommate insisted on having me telling him a ghost story in the middle of the night. Zhuohan could not understand Chenji's behavior at all. From both scientific perspective and mythological perspective, Chenji's action made no sense whatsoever. Your ghost stories are not scary at all, how about? Chenji forced himself to raise his hand. We play some haunted games like Pen Spirit or Plate Spirit. Without even needing to think, certain things were already branded in his body. Chenji was very familiar with these terms. Didn't you lose your memory already? How come you are so familiar with these strange things? Zhuohan realized the source of the problem. In my memory, I was once an owner of a haunted house, but the doctor told me I had inputted myself into the identity of another person, and my memory was just a projection. The doctor might be lying to you. From the various strange behavior that you have showcased tonight, it is clear that you are an adrenaline junkie, likes to be scared, and you are very familiar with scary games like Pen Spirit and Plate Spirit, so you probably really did own a haunted house in real life. Zhuohan scratched his chin and shared his thought. But why would the doctor lie to me? How would I know? Then shall we play a game of Pen Spirit? Perhaps I might be able to slowly remember something. We can't, we have no pen or pencil. How about Plate Spirit? I also know another scary game called Back-to-Back. One person will be lying on the bed and the other one will be hiding under the bed. Once he started to reach into his mind, Chenji's brain felt like it was being torn apart. So no matter whether he was speaking or acting, he tried to act on his instinct as much as he could. Zhuohan stopped interacting with Chenji. He looked at Chenji frostily before turning away to face the wall. With his back against Chenji, he started to formulate the plan to escape from the hospital. He maintained this position for a while when Zhuohan suddenly felt strangely unsettled. He thought back to what Chenji had said, and he kept feeling something was not that right. Is it possible that this man is just acting all along? Now that I have turned away from him, is it possible that he is standing behind me now? Goosebumps appeared on the back of his neck. Zhuohan whipped his body around and he realized Chenji was already asleep. He looks so normal when he is asleep, no one would have expected such scary things would come out from his mouth. The room returned to silence again. At around 2 a.m., suddenly a loud crash from somewhere inside the hospital. It sounded like something had exploded. Both Zhuohan and Chenji were startled awake. Before they realized what had happened, suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the corridor again. Someone is coming. The door of the room was knocked on lightly twice. Before Zhuohan or Chenji could get up to open the door, the footsteps had faded away already. When Zhuohan did open the door, there was no person outside the door at all. Who was the person who knocked on the door? Oh, right, when you were out exploring the hospital yesterday night, someone also came to knock on our door, but at the time, they only knocked once. Chenji realized when he was thinking about the things that happened inside the hospital, his brain would not be assaulted by pain, but the moment he tried to think about the memory that occurred before his fainting, the tearing would come to his brain. They had knocked once yesterday, and today they had knocked twice. Looks like they came here on purpose and were doing this deliberately. Zhuohan stared at Chenji. Do you know any other patient at this hospital? I cannot remember. From the time I was hospitalized here, I appeared to have fainted many times already. Whenever I wake up, the memory before the most recent fainting would become very blurry. So is this possible? The hospital wants you to become a normal person that is following their standard, but every time their treatment has failed, so they could only repeat the process every time. The more Zhuohan thought about it, the more he realized how probable that was. You probably have undergone similar treatment many times already, but you yourself simply could not remember them. But what does that has to do with the person who came to knock on the door? Chenji laid in the bed. He tried to control himself to stop thinking, and hopefully that would help recover his body as fast as possible. Perhaps the relationship between you and this person is similar to the relationship that you currently have with me. Zhuohan gave a brave stipulation. They perhaps were once your roommate, but you were reactivated due to the failure of your treatment, but they were hidden away. The knocking could be some kind of promise between you two, and perhaps they were thinking to pass some message to you. You have a point there, Chenji nodded. This means that they might show up again tomorrow night. We have to figure out a way to gain contact with them then. Okay. The hospital that night was not that quiet. The footsteps kept echoing on the corridor, and it was not until it was almost dawn when Chen Ji drifted back into sleep. At around 8 a.m., the room door was pushed open, and Su Wan as well as Dr. Gao walked into the room. "How did you rest yesterday night?" Dr. Gao once again Zhu Han, who was lying on his side in his bed. He directly moved towards Chen Ji's bedside. He looked quite exhausted. "Not so good. I think I heard something exploded inside the hospital yesterday night. The loud noise woke me up from my sleep." Chen Ji looked rather weak, and his tone was slow and sluggish. "There was a small accident at the boiler room. It was nothing serious." Dr. Gao sat on the bed in the middle of the room. "Did you have any dream yesterday night?" "No," Chen Ji shook his head. "I felt like I have forgotten some things. Some blurry memory fragments are being wiped away by new memories. It is very contradictory. I do not know which one to believe, which one is the real me." "The fact that you can realize that is a solid proof that your condition is improving. Do not force it. We should take this slow." Dr. Gao was very patient. "One cannot rush the recovery of mental illness. One has to accept it, recognize it, and then finally overcome it." After saying that, Dr. Gao turned his head to look at Zhu Han. "Chen Ji, I heard from the hospital workers that someone was loitering at the halls of the hospital yesterday night. Neither you nor your roommate left your room yesterday night, right?" Hearing this accusation from Dr. Gao, Zhu Han's eyes flew open, but since he was facing away from Dr. Gao, neither Dr. Gao nor Chen Ji saw this. "We have been staying inside our room all night, but I did hear some footsteps on the corridor right around midnight. There were so many of them, it sounded like the halls were filled with people." Chen Ji did not continue on this topic, but returned to the issue where he was startled awake from his sleep. "Dr. Gao, I still discovered something strange yesterday night." "Do tell." "Yesterday night, when I was startled awake by the sound of the explosion, it felt like a surge of electricity had crawled through my body in that moment. I hate that sensation of fear a lot, and my body could not help shaking." Chen Ji crossed his arms before his chest, and color drained from his face. Dr. Gao listened to his patient kindly, while Zhu Han, who was pretending to be asleep, crimped his lips. The madman, who was smiling while having a staring contest with another mental patient inside the hospital now, said he hates the feeling of being scared. "Feels like I was thrown into an endless nightmare. Headache, heart palpitation, and cold sweat broke out all over my body. I found it difficult to breathe. In fact, there was even a loss of gravity and the imminence of death." Chen Ji gripped his head, and he was speaking very rapidly. "My former memory appeared to be filled with fear. Whenever I was scared, the heavy sense of helplessness would overwhelm my whole body. I hate my memory from the past. I want to completely delete them from my mind." "Dr. Gao, can you please help me?" Before Dr. Gao, who sat on the bed, could say anything, Zhu Han's eyes already widened. He already knew what Chen Ji was up to. "Fear could make you feel disgusted and averse to the memory from your past." Dr. Gao slowly nodded. "Like what I have told you before, the stories that you have invented for yourself are indeed scary, and they are indisputably very horrible memory." His eyes were fading in concentration. Chen Ji glanced at the ceiling numbly. "That was such a painful experience. I hate the feeling of being submerged into helpless horror." "That is a normal reaction. The fact that you can feel something like that means that you are slowly recovering." Dr. Gao took out the medication bottle from his pocket and tipped out 2 pills. After he saw Chen Ji swallow them, he turned to leave. "I shall go and update our treatment formula. In a bit, you shall follow Su Wan to go and have breakfast." After Dr. Gao left, Su Wan helped Chen Ji up from bed, and with his morning routine, and then she brought Chen Ji to the hospital canteen. "This is the 3rd Sick Hall's canteen. After your conditions stabilize further, you can come here on your own in the future." Su Wan only left after she had helped prepare Chen Ji's meals. "I'm familiar with this scene a lot in my memory. She often helps bring me food as well," Chen Ji mumbled to himself. He had no friend and thus sat at the corner of the canteen alone. Occasionally, he would lift up his head to study the other patients around him. Xinhai Central Hospital's 3rd Sick Hall is the treatment center for people with mental problems, similar to the place called 3rd Sick Hall in my memory. The memory was weaving together with real life, forming a tight tapestry. Chen Ji held the spoon and lightly tapped it against the surface of the table. With no expression on his face, he was thinking about something on his mind. Dr. Gao said self-perception is very important to a mental patient. In my mind, at the earliest part of my memory, the term self-perceptive key once appeared before, and the term appeared as the same time as the 3rd Sick Hall. Even though I cannot remember clearly what I have done inside this 3rd Sick Hall, one thing is certain. There is some kind of connection between this 3rd Sick Hall and the self-perceptive key. Assuming the 3rd Sick Hall in my memory is based on this 3rd Sick Hall in real life, Does that indirectly mean that the self-perceptive key is hidden somewhere inside this third sick hall? The veins on the back of his hand pulsed as he tightened his grip around the key in his palm. The pain was torturing Chen Ji's senses, but he used his strong determination to suffer through it. Dr. Gao said my past memory is all an invention, but the things in my memory are based on actual things that exist in real life. In that case, I do wish to see what does the self-perceptive key that has appeared in my invention would look like in real life. And Chen Ji made the connection between the self-perceptive key and third sick hall. Another memory fragment appeared naturally in his mind. Self-perception was important to a mental patient. The self-perceptive key was related to a mental asylum. This is not a coincidence. It feels like someone has purposely planned. It was as if they knew that one day I would end up trapped inside a mental hospital and have already placed this self-perceptive key to help me. Whenever his mind operated, it would feel like it was punctured by millions of needles. This kind of pain was not something that could be stomached by a normal person. The self-perceptive key appears to be something important that might trigger my memory. It has provided me with a direction to formulate my thoughts. Gripping the key that was almost twisted out of shape, Chen Ji resisted the pain and fed himself the food little by little. He was slowly getting used to the pain. He used this most stupid and cruel method to help himself face his own past. After having his breakfast, Chen Ji returned to the hospital garden with the aid of his crutches. No matter what, I cannot be moved back to the quarantine area again. I will play the role of the patient that the hospital wants me to. Only then I have the chance to investigate the truth. Sitting on the bench, Chen Ji looked at the pergola that was not far away from him. Zhang Jingju was not there that day. He was given such a serious punishment simply because he had uttered a single word to me. The sun showered on Chen Ji's face, but he could not feel any warmth at all. Looks like Zhang Jingju won't be coming today. Several minutes later, the bushes were parted away and a cat's head poked out. The stray cat appeared to be waiting for Chen Ji, but who could say that Chen Ji was not waiting for it as well? Crawling out from the bush, the white cat bit on the edge of Chen Ji's pant bottom and dragged him to the fence. Chen Ji did not resist. But this time, there was something different from last time. When the white cat led Chen Ji to the fence, it meowed several times at Chen Ji, and then it crawled out through the gap in the fence and raced to the theme park across from the road. It wanted me to wait for it here? Chen Ji had no impression of this cat at all. Be it his memory from the past or his current memory, this cat did not occupy either of them. About 10 minutes later, just as Chen Ji suspected he was being toyed by a cat, the white cat showed up again. Behind it was a woman in a red dress. Zhang Ya, the woman was dressed as a ghost. When she heard Chen Ji call her name, she was slightly startled. Chapter 1167, The Paradox 2 in 1. You know me? The woman had put on makeup, her face was startling white, and her dress was covered in fresh blood stain. Even standing at this distance, Chen Ji could smell the scent of paint that drifted off her. I am Chen Ji. Chen Ji blurted out the 4 words. He did not say that my name is Chen Ji, but directly introduced himself like they should have known each other for a long time already. A mental patient in a patient's garb and a haunted houseworker in a ghost outfit stood at the 2 sides of the fence that surrounded a mental hospital just like that. They belonged to 2 distinctively separate worlds, but at that moment, they were facing each other face to face. Is it your cat? Zhang Ya did not get any closer to the fence, but she did point at the white cat. It was it who brought me here. The white cat squatted between Chen Ji and Zhang Ya. Its fluffy tail wagged back and forth. It looked very proud of itself. It is a stray cat, but for some reason it is very close to me. It likes to come and visit me. Chen Ji looked at the white cat that sat between them, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Something is wrong with my brain. I have forgotten a lot of things, and the doctors are helping me recover them. Even though Chen Ji was wearing a patient's garb, the feeling that he gave was completely different from the mental patients that were portrayed in mass media. He was very collected, calm, and rational. There was nothing dangerous or strange about him. If he was not wearing the patient's outfit, an outsider might thought he was a melancholic person, and there was an inscrutable pain that was pooling in his eyes. Studying the weak Chen Ji, Zhang Ya found it unable to hate him or be scared of him. You should be the owner of this cat. You are hospitalized and sick, so you have forgotten about it, but it is clear that it has not forgotten about you. The fact that your cat sticks to you so much proves that you are definitely a very kind and gentle person. Hopefully you will be able to regain your memory as soon as possible. Zhang Ya squatted down to scratch behind the white cat's small head. A cat is willing to cross a city to come find you. I cannot imagine that hardship that it must have encountered along the way. You must not lose it again. Okay. Chen Ji also squatted down. His eyes darted away. He did not dare to look at Zhang Ya's face, so instead he silently studied Zhang Ya's hand that was patting the white cat. Zhang Ya's hand was very beautiful. She had tapered fingers, fair skin, so fair that they did not possess any color of blood at all. As if sensing Chen Ji's gaze on her hand, Zhangya coughed slightly and pulled her hand back. Starting from a few days ago, this cat has appeared around my haunted house and refused to go. I noted how clever it is, so I did not chase it away. But now that it has found its owner, I do not need to look after it anymore. Wait a minute. Zhangya stood up and prepared to leave, but Chen Ji suddenly called after her. Is there anything else? Looking at Zhangya's profile, Chen Ji's eyes were filled with confusion and pain. Have we met somewhere else before? I remember your name, I cannot forget it no matter what. You have shown up constantly in my past memory, but I cannot for the life of me remember how you fit in my past life. If a stranger had said something like that to Zhangya on the street, she definitely would have turned and walked away. And if the man insisted on bugging her about this, she might even call the police. But this situation was different. Chen Ji was a patient inside a mental hospital, and from the looks of it, he did not look like he was acting. The pain and helplessness that were clear inside his eyes pulled at her heartstrings. Zhangya stopped moving and carefully studied Chen Ji's face. She had no impression of this person at that, but she did not feel strangely comforted by this face that could not be called that handsome. I believe this is the first time we have met. Actually, I am curious too, how did you know my name? I cannot remember. The doctor said I have once visited your haunted house, and that was how I know your name, but I am afraid that might not be the truth. Chen Ji grabbed the fence link that was rusted. I have a feeling that you are someone very important to me. This was a very simple sentence, but it was pulsing with sincerity when it left Chen Ji's lips. The impression that he gave was that he was like a piece of white paper, and the whole paper was written to the brim with Zhangya's name. Due to her beauty, Zhangya had heard other people said similar words to her before, but this time, when Chen Ji said it, it evoked some kind of indescribable feeling inside her. Her heart slowly picked up its pace. Zhangya hesitated as she turned around to look at the haunted house before she walked to stand before Chen Ji. Normally, I remember all the visitors that have come to my haunted house in the past, but this really appears to be the first time we have met. Is it possible that your doctor has mistaken that detail? Chen Ji shook his head. I can still remember the scenarios that are available at your haunted house: Night of the Living Death, Minghun, Murder at Midnight, and a high school. Night of the Living Dead and Minghun are indeed scenarios at my haunted house, but the ones after that do not belong at my haunted house. Zhangya said rather sadly. Currently my haunted house do not have that many visitors. It is already maximum for us to have 2 scenarios. If we open up more scenarios, we will be seriously understaffed. How many employees are there at your haunted house now? There are 3 of us working there, me and my parents. Zhangya was quite embarrassed. I am responsible for giving out flyers and selling tickets. My father plays the role of the zombie while my mother is responsible for the Minghun scenario. Even though we do not earn that much, it is a pleasant way to spend our days. Discrepancies appeared in his memory. Chen Ji's head started to become painful again. He remembered through the fog of memory that the haunted house's boss, parents, had already left the haunted house. Why are you breaking out in sweat and your body is shivering? Hey, are you okay? Do you need me to go and call the doctor for you? Seeing how startling pale Chen Ji's face was and the green veins that popped on the surface on his skin, Zhangya was quite worried. She thought that she had accidentally said something wrong. Stay right here, I will go and get the doctor for you. Zhangya turned and prepared to head to the entrance of the hospital, but before she could take the first step, Chen Ji reached out to grab hold of her wrist. Please don't leave, and please do not go and get them. Both of their arms were equally cold. Zhangya was given quite a fright. Just as she was wondering what to do next, a large piece of bruise on the back of Chen Ji's arm started to leak with blood. The blood droplet appeared to gather into very small letters. They formed several lines as they went, and together they bound to form an entry of a tattered dairy. The drop of blood slid from Chen Ji's arm and fell on Zhangya's wrist. At that moment, Zhangya's panicked heart instantly calmed down. Looking at her wrist that was held tight by Chen Ji, she was blanking out for a few seconds before she recovered herself and pulled her hand back. I am so sorry, but I hope you will help me keep this secret. I do not wish for the doctors to know that I have met you in person. The pain assaulted him. Chen Ji did not dive that deep into his memory and did not trigger any memory fragment, but the pain kept rushing at him like waves. It was as if the dam that had been holding the pain back had suddenly crumbled, and now he needed to suffer this endless pain alone. His arms were shaking. Chen Ji thought he had gotten used to the pain, but only at this moment he realized the pain that he was been experiencing was just 1/10 of the pain that he was being subjected to now. But why? Chen Ji's legs lost their balance and the man dropped to the ground. The white cat ran around him in clear concern. Zhangya also kept saying something at Chen Ji, but Chen Ji could not hear her anymore. What have I done that this pain would suddenly appear to overwhelm me? His body felt like it had been torn apart. Chenji used the last shred of his rationality to yell at Zhang Ye and the white cat. Bring that cat away, and tomorrow morning I will be back here. After stammering out the words, Chenji immediately turned to run back into the hospital with his hands clamping over his heads. He used the last bit of his energy to burrow through the bushes and finally fainted at the garden path. This time he was knocked out directly by the immense pain. What? So painful, so painful, so painful. In the world of darkness, Chenji could hear his own voice echoing. He followed his voice and tried to search for the source. Finally, at the deepest corner of the darkness, he found a melancholic young man holding a beating heart, and he was standing away from Chenji. The man looked similar to him from the back, and the voice that came out from his lips was Chenji's voice, but instinct told Chenji that the young man was not him. Su Yin, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Chenji walked forward in the Black Sea, but the waves of darkness gradually pushed him away. The young man who was standing in his place to suffer the endless pain appeared to hear his voice. Just as Chenji was about to be washed away by the darkness, the young man turned back to look. The front of his body was being corrupted by different kind of curses. The curses were like needles that were stuck into his body, but he seemed to have a lot of resistance regarding these curses and pain. The curses were unable to drill into his body and harm the beating heart in his embrace, and Chenji, who had already been carried away by the black waves behind him. The two eyes suddenly flipped over. Chenji's expression was violent and beast-like. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hands to grab at something, but he was quick to realize both of his arms were strapped to the bed. He slowly calmed down. Chenji looked around him and took in the shattered windows, the titled beds, and the bedside tables that had been toppled over. Now I finally understand why the doctors are feeding you 2 pills. Zhu Han's voice came from the corner of the room. He had moved his bed as far from Chenji as he could. I somehow have managed to survive for such a dangerous patient like yourself for 2 straight days. Thank you for not killing me, by the way. It was me who messed up the room. You were not only trying to mess up the room, you were trying to destroy everything. Zhu Han was now as obedient as a pet cat. He sat at the corner and refused to get close to Chenji no matter what. I can only remember that I have fainted. My brain felt like it was being torn apart, and pain came from every part of my body. I cannot remember anything else. During your unconscious period, you have woken up once. That version of you is completely different from the current you. Your eyes were filled with blood, and you roared like a beast while dragging a broken leg, refusing to let anyone get close to you. Thinking back, Zhu Han was still quite afraid about what happened then. Bang, 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 the room door suddenly burst open. Dr. Gao and 2 workers rushed into the room. When they saw Chenji had woken up, they all sighed in relief. The 2 hospital workers were still quite afraid. Only Dr. Gao voluntarily walked towards Chenji. Why would you faint at the garden this morning? Were you bothered by some of the other patients? Did they jolt some of your past memory? I suddenly remembered something from my past. The more I tried to not think about them, the more they got out of control. In the end, I fainted because I could not suffer the pain anymore. Chenji basically was telling the truth. Your condition has started to stabilize a few days ago. You should not have relapsed so soon. Is it possible that the medication has lost its power already? Dr. Gao took out the medicine bottle, and this time he tipped out 3 pills instead. You should take a good rest after you take your medication. I will go and discuss with the other doctors regarding your condition. Dr. Gao, does that mean that my condition is getting serious again? No, you are indeed getting better, but your second persona is getting more intense. Perhaps he can sense that you are slowly getting better, so he is getting more and more out of control. Dr. Gao analyzed. If I am getting better, how come my second persona is getting more out of control? If you are fully cured, then it would mean that your second persona will completely be wiped out. Dr. Gao sighed in a severe tone. Your second persona is built up from your negative emotions and the darker side of humanity. Selfishness, cruelty, violence, melancholy. He will not go peacefully. When that moment arrives, he will try everything within his power to bring you down with him. My second persona will destroy me. You should be able to sense the danger that he is in as well. But remember that you are the normal one and he is the abnormal one. Do not lose yourself to that persona that only know how to destroy everything. After witnessing Chenji swallow the 3 pills, Dr. Gao left some orders with the hospital workers before he left in a hurry. The 2 hospital workers stood inside the room. They then cleaned the room, replaced the broken windows, and they busied themselves until the afternoon before they left. Chenji, Zhu Han summoned his courage to get close to Chenji. He shook Chenji's shoulders slightly and was shocked to realize that Chenji's eyes were open the whole time. You have not fallen asleep after all. What's on your mind? Have you ingested all 3 pills? Zhuo Han reminded him out of kindness. The white pills of the hospital can dull the pain, slow down your brain, and help you decrease the sensation of pain, but at the same time, the pills will slowly make you lose yourself. If you take too much of it, eventually you will turn into a living doll that only knows how to smile. A living doll. Like the name suggests, you will become a doll that is alive. You will become a puppet to be controlled by the others. Even though you will never feel pain again, but you will also never feel joy and happiness anymore, it will destroy everything that you are. Zhuo Han was himself a forensic doctor. He seemed to be familiar with these pharmaceuticals. Is the drug that scary? Chenji slightly moved his head to the side and revealed the pills that were hidden under the pillow. You did not consume them. My arms are tied. Do you mind helping me grind these 3 pills into dust? Do not let anyone discover them. Okay, Zhuo Han nodded subconsciously. He realized Chenji's tone was slightly different from before. He appeared to be more in control of himself. More confidence was radiating off the man. By the way, Chenji, there is something that I wish to tell you. What is it? Earlier, Dr. Gao said that your second persona only knows how to destroy and is completely made up from negative emotions and darker side of humanity, but actually he was lying to you. Zhuo Han went straight to the point. When you were acting up in the room earlier, I was inside the room with you. You wanted to destroy everything within your sight, and attacked all the patients and workers that you could see, but you never intended to harm me even though I was just literally a few feet away from you. What Zhuo Han said successfully piqued Chenji's interest. Keep on going. Your second persona appears to know me. This proves that perhaps we have known each other before we were admitted here. Zhuo Han lowered his voice, but Chenji could hear the excitement in his voice. If that is the case, then it will explain why I feel like the whole world is trying to harm me, but you are the only exception. And at the same time, this is the evidence that shows that our memories have indeed been tempered before. Zhuo Han was very sharp. He hit the nail on the head immediately. We are each other's proofs. Your memory from the past should not be the fake one, but it is these doctors who are trying to convince you that they are made up. Zhuo Han knew that once Chenji sunk into deep thinking, he would start to get headaches, so he was speaking very fast. He needed to voice out his own thoughts before Chenji fainted from the overwhelming pain again. Back to the most basic problem, the doctors said that the illness happened because your parents got into an accident caused by you. But have you ever wondered that perhaps your parents are still alive? And consider the possibility that they are still somewhere inside this city. Chapter 1168, The Meaning of Zhuo Han's Existence. The word parent had special meaning for Chenji. No matter inside his fragmented memory or the memory that doctor fed him, his parents was the starting point of all the mystery. One could say that Chenji was the way he was now was mainly because of his parents. He was very certain of that, but he had no idea why these thoughts would appear in his mind. In his memory, parents meant more than just the words parents. Once he tried to think of anything related to his parents, his brain would throb with pain. Even though the doctors had told him things about his parents, Chenji found himself unable to agree with them. It was as if the parents the doctors were talking about were someone else's parents. With Chenji's personality, he would not openly discuss these things with others, but he did not expect Zhuo Han to approach him so directly. Every word that came out of Zhuo Han's mouth was like knives that drove themselves into Chenji's brain and pierced through the broken pieces. They are still alive. There was a big premise that everything that the hospital had told him, and that was that Chenji's parents had died in a car accident. But if Chenji's parents were still alive, then it would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the hospital was lying to him. Therefore, to tell the false from the fear, to determine whether he was sick or not, the simplest way was to find his parents. This was the final thought that Chenji had before he fainted. Before he fainted, he pushed Zhuo Han away. He was worried that his second persona might injure Zhuo Han. Seeing Chenji faint again, Zhuo Han took in a cold breath. Such a strong determination. The blood veins popped up all over his body like poisonous snakes, but he managed to last until the last moment and only fainted after he pushed me away. Actually, Zhuo Han was quite afraid of Chenji, but the things and details that Chenji did always manage to lower that fear that he had. For example, Chenji resisted that amount of pain and would still be concerned about Zhuo Han's safety. Why would such a kind person have to suffer such a punishment? Zhuo Han turned back to look at the door, and his eyes turned cold. This world looks so perfect on the surface, and all my memories tell me that this is a blissful world, but such a perfect world has trapped me inside a mental hospital, so is it really that perfect to begin with? When Chenji woke up next, it was already night time. Dr. Gao and 2 workers were inside the room. Zhuo Han was lying on his side. It appeared like he was asleep. "Time to take your medicine, Chen-ji." Dr. Gao took out 3 white pills. After he saw Chen-ji swallow them, his expression softened. "The food is placed on your bedside table. Remember to eat them. Tonight you better close the door before you got to sleep. There has been a small problem at the hospital recently. A patient is injured. We temporarily have not found the culprit, so you better not go wandering around at night." "Okay," Chen-ji nodded weakly. His body appeared to reach its limit already. His face was pale. "You better rest," Dr. Gao sighed. He had the workers undo the straps around Chen-ji's limbs and left. "How come it feels like Dr. Gao is getting busier and busier? A few days ago, he gave me a sense of unwavering confidence. Has something happened to him?" A doctor had to make sure that they were well prepared before they faced their patient. That was why they would remind themselves to be in their best condition when they were dealing with certain patients. At the beginning, Dr. Gao was a model doctor, but for the past few days, his condition had been worsening. "Is there a patient who is more troublesome than I am at the hospital?" After Dr. Gao left, Chen-ji's expression returned to normal. Then again, it might not be a patient, it could be another doctor. Moving his wrists, Chen-ji sat up in bed. "Looks like something has indeed happened at the hospital, or else they would not have purposely come to help me remove the binding." Taking out the pills that were hidden under his tongue, Chen-ji was about to grind them into dust when he noticed something was wrong. Of the 3 pills Dr. Gao gave him, 2 were white and 1 had a black stripe on it. "What's this, a hair piece?" "No, it is slenderer than hair." Chen-ji was flustered. "Is it possible that Dr. Gao suspect I am not taking my medicine, so he purposely switched one of them out?" Chen-ji did not destroy the pills, but moved to wake up Zhuo Han. "Brother, can you help me?" He told Zhuo Han about his discovery and hoped Zhuo Han could help him capture some bugs or small animals to conduct some experiment. But when Zhuo Han heard about it, he told Chen-ji they should just grind the pills into dust and slip them into the workers' drink when they went on patrol. He had even come up with the best time to do so. He told Chen-ji that they could do that when the workers went on their last patrol. "I don't think we should experiment on live humans." Chen-ji denied it firmly. If there was a real problem, the hospital would immediately link it back to him. "They have already experimented on you, but you are still so considerate towards them. Are you a saint?" Zhuo Han grumbled. "I believe someone has told me that before," Chen-ji chuckled weakly. "I can't help it. I guess I do not have a hardened heart." "It is definitely not a poison. The hospital wasted so much effort to cure you, so they will not prescribe you poison. We are merely trying to analyze the drug through their symptoms." Zhuo Han was a doctor, so he was good at this thing. "If you think that is not safe, then we can try on another patient." Zhuo Han was unable to convince Chen-ji, so in the end, they still experimented on bugs. Once the bugs that came in contact with the black pill's dust became strangely agitated and even attacked other bugs. One of them directly tore into other bugs. The white pills are to numb the senses, and the pills with the black line has the exact opposite effect. Chen-ji looked at the dead bodies of the bugs, and his eyes slowly moved to the straps. He seemed to be reminded of something and turned to look at the tray on the bedside table. Zhuo Han, before this, when Su-wan came to send us food, she would bring the tray away with her when she left, right? Yes, she would sit and watch until you finish your food and then take them away. I suspect the nurse has some interest in you. But why didn't they take away the tray this time? Chen-ji took up the sharp metallic fork on the tray. Plus, I remember they will not give patients any forks or even chopsticks in fear of them hurting themselves. Normally, they give normal utensils. Zhuo Han also caught up to his thought. He looked at Chen-ji, who was holding the metallic fork, and then shuddered. "I know, the hospital wants you to personally kill me." When he said that, the room became instantly quiet. They had been living together for days. Zhuo Han had gotten familiar with Chen-ji. Both parties had become the other's support in some way. But while everything was looking up, the hospital exposed its evil plan. They had given Chen-ji the seed of hope, and then they pushed him to snuff it out himself and pushed him step by step to become the person that he hated. Perhaps from the moment Zhuo Han moved into this room, the meaning of this young man's existence had been decided. Chapter 1169, The Understanding Between Mental Patients 2 in 1. To have Chen-ji murder Zhuo Han, that was probably something that the hospital had designed from the very beginning. To push a madman deeper into the brink of madness, one had to dig out the deepest and darkest secret buried inside his heart, and then used another method to showcase it to him once again. Is this really a kind of treatment? Chen-ji's hands slowly gripped into fists. Compared to Chen-ji, Zhuo Han was comparatively calmer. The hospital appears to have already prepared some other treatment options, but due to certain reasons, they had to use this last method earlier than expected. These 2 patients were incredibly unique. Chen-ji had a very complicated past. The hospital had poured all of its attention on Chen Ji, and they had seriously underestimated Zhu Han. They did not expect Zhu Han have the habit of suspecting his own memory and would disturb Chen Ji's treatment progress. The other original plan was destroyed, and now the two extremely astute patients were slowly taking back their upper hand. Yes, this action by the hospital has once again proven our speculation. Chen Ji put down the fork. But why would they do something like this? Yes, this is something that confuses me as well. Be it from the state of mental health or state of value, I would appear to be more valuable than you are, right? Even if I am not as good as you might be at certain area, but to have been treated as one of the medicines to cure you is a bit maddening, isn't it? Zhu Han's voice was dark. You are one of the medicines meant to cure me? A living person is a medicine. Something occurred to Chen Ji then, but he quickly stopped himself from venturing further in his thoughts. This is not going to be a quiet night. To prevent the hospital from suspecting us, I am afraid you might need to suffer a little bit. Are you planning to punch a few holes in me with the fork? The conversation between Zhu Han and Chen Ji sounded more and more like two mental patients. I am not going to go that far. Chen Ji looked at the remaining pill. Do you think I should ingest half of the pill to give it a try, to personally experience that kind of sensation? Have you lost your mind? A mental patient was sincerely asking another mental patient about what he was thinking. If you do not die tonight, the hospital might continue to prescribe me this kind of medicine tomorrow. I need to know the effect from consuming this drug so that I will be able to play the role of an affected patient as authentic as I can. Chen Ji had no idea why, but he was very serious when it came to acting. It felt like this had to do with his sense of professionalism. Do not stay too far away from me tonight. Then Chen Ji used his finger to stick against some of the dust and slipped it into his mouth. He did not hesitate at all during this process. Jesus Christ, I can't imagine what is going through your mind to do something like that. Zhu Han took a step back. He was a very clever person. If they were just comparing intellect, he might not be worse than Chen Ji, but he now slowly understood, overall speaking, he was still much lesser than Chen Ji. The taste is similar to the white pills. In other words, the black strand does not have any unique taste. Chen Ji pursed his lips and turned to face Zhu Han as he moved to sit on his own bed. To prevent accidents from happening, he even purposely picked up the straps and bound his hands together. Is it because the dosage is too small? For now I do not feel anything. Perhaps we have wasted too much feeding them to the bugs earlier. Chen Ji's eyes were calm. When the pain from his brain was burning at his soul, it had also left at the same time a gap in the lock on his memory. He suffered the pain for a reason. Chen Ji now knew how to think without evoking that pain. As long as he did not venture into his past, and did not focus on those terms that contained special meaning, even if he triggered the pain would not be so intense that he fainted on the spot. Any kind of medication will take time to evoke its uses. You need to slowly process the changes to your brain and your body. Zhu Han retreated to the corner of the room. This was already the furthest he could hide from Chen Ji. He stuck his back to the wall and said with a bitter expression, "The hospital wants you to personally kill me, so that means that my death should be able to trigger some kind of effect in you. It really does appear that we were friends in the past. In your memory, you are a student at a forensic university. You have a completely different path in life compared to mine. How would we become friends? Or rather, what is the link between us?" Chen Ji could not think too deep, so Zhu Han had to play the role of the brain for him. Perhaps you were really a haunted house boss in the past. I am a person with very deep curiosity and desire to win. Perhaps I have visited your haunted house before and have been pranked by you. Due to the unwillingness to admit defeat, I continued to come and challenge your haunted house, and that was how we became friends. After all, it would not be that uncommon for a business proprietor to befriend his frequent customer. Zhu Han was very familiar with his own personality. This was the first thought that came into his mind. The various actions committed by the hospital actually had also revealed some important information. At least the two of us should be able to trust each other implicitly. Chen Ji sat in bed and carefully experienced the change to his body. There should be other friends of ours among the other patients in this hospital. For example, Zhang Jingjiu, there should be other patients just like him. But how do you explain what happened when we went to visit him? Zhu Han tried to think back to the incident on the night before. When we went to find Zhang Jingjiu, he did not react to my voice at all, but once you said something, you got a reaction from him. The rest of us appear to be individual characters that do not know each other, and we are only linked through you. Yes, that is what I feel as well. I am the center of all the relationship. Chen Ji looked at the metallic fork on the food tray. All of you appear to be medicine that the hospital has prepared for me. The layers of the hospital were slowly being peeled back by Chen Ji and Zhu Han. The hospital that appeared to be providing treatment for its patient had a real purpose that might shock each and every patient. 1 hour later, black spots started to appear on Chen Ji's skin. Perhaps because he had taken too little dosage, the black dots were unable to form a black line inside Chen Ji's body. As the black spots started to appear, Chen Ji's eyes became bloodshot, his chest rose unevenly, and the veins on his arms started to bulge. Are you okay? Zhu Han stood at the door. His hands were on the door handle. He was ready to run as soon as things went south. The black spots appear to contain negative emotions and some kind of power. They want to take over my body, but there appears to be another force inside my body who is resisting these black spots, to suppress their influence. The force appears to come from the heart. Chen Ji traced the change in his body closely. These black dots should have the purpose of evoking the force that is resting in my heart. Does this mean that my second persona is residing in my heart? But if I suffer from schizophrenia, shouldn't my second persona be a creation inside my mind and not my heart? Sitting by the edge of the bed, Chen Ji mumbled to himself. Zhu Han at the door was nervous-looking, and he did not dare to reply at all. The time ticked by slowly. The black spots in Chen Ji's body became more active. His status was not that stable, his eyes were filled with blood, and he looked incredibly scary. After the drug enters the body, its effect will reach its climax after 3 hours, and if it is not released, the sense of agitation will continue to persist. Chen Ji was in a ghastly grimace, but his tone was incredibly calm. I have merely tasted some of the powder. If I have ingested the whole pill, undeniably the effect will shatter my mental defense, and I would have killed my roommate without even realizing it. Hey, I am just standing over here. Do you mind paying attention to my feeling when you say those things? But there appear to be benefit to this pill too. After ingesting it, the sense of lethargy that has been overwhelming my body dissipates tremendously. The sense of weakness that has been troubling me disappears gradually as well. There were pros and cons, and Chen Ji was most familiar with finding things that were useful to him in the most despairing of situations. At 1 a.m., Chen Ji felt like the effect of the medicine will not strengthen anymore. He forced the binding around his wrist to come loose. He picked up the metallic fork from the tray. Zhu Han, if you do not run fast enough, you might have a few new blood holes on your body, but don't you worry, I will make sure to avoid the fatal parts. Wait a minute, you are going to start now? At least give me some warning. Zhu Han had just finished when Chen Ji seemingly had morphed into another person. There was a bloodshot in his eyes, and the twisted face was filled with a sick desire. It was as if he could not wait to destroy every living thing. Only blood and murder would be able to calm his soul. What the fuck? Even if they had planned this earlier, Zhu Han was still gripped by fear. He could not believe that Chen Ji was just acting. This was 120% too real. The fear grew around his heart like a poisonous briar. One of his legs was encased in plaster, so he could not move quickly. Therefore, Chen Ji started to crawl on the ground like a beast. The hospital had once shown Chen Ji how he acted when he was acting up. Dr. Gao was using it to prove that Chen Ji the existence of a second persona in Chen Ji's body. They probably would not have imagined Chen Ji would mimic the characteristic of that person in the video to fool them. Chen Ji had familiarized himself with how he would act after he had lost his mind. Be it expression or action, he had replicated it most perfectly. The metallic fork stabbed through the bedsheet and pillow, and it pierced through the mattress. It left a few small holes on the wooden boards. Zhu Han shrunk his neck back. He knew Chen Ji was not joking. If the same force was applied to his body, probably a bloody gouge would appear on his skin. Help me! Opening the room door, Zhu Han ran outside while yelling at the top of his lungs. The beds were tripped over. Just as the moment Zhu Han ran out, the metallic fork brushed against the back of his head and slashed his clothes. With a streak, the shirt was torn open. A chill rushed up Zhu Han's back. If he was one step slower, the fork would have directly stabbed into his spine. This man's actual identity is a murderous killer, or else how is he so good at this? He must have done this many times in the past. Perhaps I have been killed many times in his mind already. The more Zhu Han thought about it, the more afraid he became. He charged out of the sick room and then turned to look behind him. Cold sweat slid down his face immediately. Chen Ji moved with both of his hands on the ground. Dragging the plastered leg, the monster was chasing after him like a beast yearning for his delicious meal. Even though he knew that this was all an act, Zhu Han was really afraid. He was unable to control himself, and his instinct told him to run towards the duty room where the workers could be found. Help me, someone please come and help me. One was running and one was chasing. The familiar feeling rose in both people's mind instantly. It was as if they had experiencing something similar before. Normally, the workers who would come out when they heard the smallest of voice did not show up that night. It was as if no one was on duty. Even when Zhu Han's throat was coarse from all the shouting, no one came to help him. Zhu Han did not dare to stop. Currently, he had no idea whether Chen Ji was acting or he had really been brought under the influence of the drug. In any case, he did not want to stop to find out. That was definitely not an option. He raced like his life depended on it. Zhu Han did not dare to turn back, and eventually he found his way to the duty room. He knocked frantically on the door while screaming non-stop. Moments later, the door was pulled open from within. A worker poked his head out with annoyance. The thing that he saw was Chen Ji's ghastly face that was twisted from madness and bloodlust. Bang! Chen Ji slammed into the duty room's door, and Chen Ji sent the worker flying. At the same time, the force also threw the door of the duty room wide open. While the worker careened to the floor with a scream, Chen Ji, who was supposedly in the grasp of madness, shot a glance at Zhu Han and signaled for him to check out the rest of the duty room. Two patients communicated without words. While Chen Ji entangled with the worker, the other worker came out to help. Zhu Han used this opening to slip deeper into the duty room. Even though the medicine had been grounded down into dust, they had a great effect on Chen Ji. Not even the two workers were able to restrain him. A metallic fork became a lethal weapon in Chen Ji's possession. The two hospital workers probably also did not expect to run into such a scary patient. One of them took out a phone with a white casing on it to call for help, but before he could dial the number, he was slammed into by Chen Ji and pressed against the ground. "Help me, help me!" The fork fell down again and again, and they were always aiming at the worker's eyes. The worker, who was so frightened, barely escaping the fate of being blinded. This was not something a normal person would be able to suffer peacefully. Zhu Han appeared to have found something important inside the duty room after just a mere 3 minutes. He heard the workers call for help, but he did not intend to help either of them at all. He ran past them and hurried down the other side of the corridor. The two hospital workers knew that they were unable to stop Chen Ji. After they pushed Chen Ji off, they too started to take off for their lives. "I was almost killed. Help me. I was almost killed by him," Zhu Han screamed while he ran. He too was playing the role of a mad patient perfectly as he kept shouting this statement over and over. "Go and find the night doctors. We need to head to the doctor's office." The two hospital workers ran down one of the directions of the corridor. Zhu Han stuck close to them. Chen Ji was crawling on the ground so he could not move fast. This gave them the opportunity to escape. In reality, though, Chen Ji's arms and legs were already filled with wounds, but the pain only made his expression more intense and scary. Opening the door that was in the middle of the corridor on the first floor, the hospital workers ran into the second sick hall. This place was obviously eerier than the third sick hall. "Doctor, doctor!" The workers and Zhu Han darted into one of the rooms. The lights came on, and a doctor in a doctor's coat came out from it. With the direction from the doctor, the three of them worked together to apprehend Chen Ji. Being put on the straps, Chen Ji felt like he could not resist anymore. He snuck at room at Zhu Han. The latter, who had been rummaging through the doctor's room when they were coming to stop Chen Ji, appeared to have stumbled across something very important. After he realized the job that night had been completed, Chen Ji relaxed. He used the last ounce of his energy to struggle as best as he could, and then he started to focus on his memory fragments that were related to his parents and the haunted house. Soon, the brain-tearing pain overwhelmed his mind, and Chen Ji fainted from the intense pain. What? He slowly opened his eyes. The sun outside the window was about to sink down the horizon already. This time, Chen Ji had gone unconscious for about 10+ hours. "Can you hear my voice?" Dr. Gao was standing beside Chen Ji's bed. He looked at Chen Ji with extreme concern. "You have finally woken up." His lips were dry and cracked. Chen Ji looked around him. He realized he had been sent to a room inside the quarantine zone. "Where is this place? Why am I here?" "Your second persona has surfaced again yesterday night, and he almost killed the workers at our hospital." "How is that possible?" Chen Ji desperately wanted to sit up in bed, but he realized his arms and legs were strapped to the bed, and he could not move even if he wanted to. "I am sorry, but it is real." Dr. Gao showed the surveillance video to Chen Ji again. "Your second persona is filled with the desire to destroy. If you do not defeat him, one day you will be consumed by him." Chapter 1170. They are all Zhang Wenyu 2 in 1. Looking at himself inside the video, Chen Ji was surfeited with fear. He exposed an expression of disbelief. The shock and fear did not look like they could be faked at all. "Is that really me?" Chen Ji's voice was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. His eyes darted away, showing that he was too afraid to face this version of himself. "The video can be faked, but the wounds on your arms and fingers will not lie." Dr. Gao put away the phone with the white casing. "No one wants to believe that there is another person living inside them, but sometimes with the evidence placed before us, we will have to face the truth." Chenji sat idly on the bed. His expression seemed to suggest that his mind was 1,000 miles away. Dr. Gao studied him for a while and could not help but console him. Your second persona is getting more and more intense, but that also proves that our treatment is getting more and more effective. He is afraid that one day he might disappear. Don't be too saddened by this. Just try to take as much rest as you can while you are here. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Treatment of a mental illness is a very slow process. The more you try to rush it, the more difficult the treatment will be. Chenji nodded his head slowly. He seemed to still be in a state of shock. He did not appear to hear Dr. Gao. He was merely nodding simply because that was what was expected of him to do. Tonight you shall stay at the quarantine zone. After your condition has stabilized, we will consider moving you back to the normal sick room. After Dr. Gao fed Chenji 3 white pills, he prepared to leave. Dr. Gao, Chenji turned his head to look at Dr. Gao, who had already reached the door. Will my illness one day be cured? Of course, as long as you have confidence in the hospital and yourself. Dr. Gao left after saying that, and Chenji was left in the room after. The wounds on his arms had been bandaged, so they would not deteriorate. Perhaps due to the effect of the black pill's dust, Chenji had slowly gained consciousness of the broken leg that was wrapped in plaster. After Dr. Gao had wandered far away, Chenji laid his bed, but the pain and struggle on his face slowly disappeared, and in their places was calmness and serenity. If someone looked into his eyes then, they probably would be in for quite a shock because Chenji's pupils were gradually shrinking. The hospital is lying to me. They do not intend to cure me at all, but they are trying to turn me into a monster that fits their requirement. With the pillow cushioning his head, Chenji turned his head to glance at the straps on his body. I need to leave the quarantine zone as soon as possible to gain contact with Zhu Han. Yesterday night, he appeared to have found very important discoveries inside the duty room and the night doctor's office. Under the scrutiny of the hospital, the 2 patients put on a show with their lives on the line. They had temporarily fooled the hospital and had managed to obtain part of the information. Zhu Han is very clever. He should be able to fool the doctors. Chenji had done everything that he could. From the moment he fainted, the stage was handed over to Zhu Han already. Actually, the two had very clear delineation of job. Neither party could afford to make any mistake. If any party exposed even the slightest flaw, the other party would be dragged down by it as well. But from Dr. Gao's attitude towards Chenji, Zhu Han should have done everything flawlessly. There was no clock inside the room at the quarantine zone. After the sky turned dark, Chenji fell asleep again. After who knew how long, the door of the room was knocked on suddenly. Bang, 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 bang. A person knocked on the door 4 times. When Chenji opened his eyes, the knocking sound had already disappeared. The knocking returns at midnight again? The door of the sick rooms at the quarantine zone were very unique. To prevent the dangerous patients inside from escaping, all the locks of the door were installed on the outside. In other words, the people could enter the room freely from outside, but the people inside had no chance of escaping the room at all. Chenji's heart slowly rose to his throat. He had been deeply curious about the identity of this mysterious knocker. When I was staying at the normal sick room, I could hear the knocking at midnight, but that I have been moved to the quarantine zone, the knocking has followed me as well. What is the person trying to communicate with me? But from mere knocking, what kind of information could be relayed anyway? Chenji was moved to another area of the hospital, but the knocking had arrived like usual. This meant that person behind the knocking was extremely familiar with the happening inside the hospital. Other patients probably would not be able to know for sure which sick room I have been moved to. Does this mean that it is one of the doctors who has been knocking on my door at midnight? With limited information, that was only the conclusion that Chenji could have come at. Assuming this is true, then the doctor who is behind the knockings appear to have a different stance from the other doctors at this hospital. Does this mean that there are doctors at this hospital who are willing to help me? They are unable to show themselves, so they have been using this method to tell me something. The hospital has been restless for the past few nights. Other than myself, I believe there are other people taking up the hospital's attention. After knowing other people had been helping him secretly, Chenji became even calmer. He tried to think back to his own memory little by little. Yesterday night, to stimulate himself so that he would faint, he actively tried to think about things related to his parents and the haunted house. And the result was before he fainted, his brain really did come up with fragmented images of these 2 things. My parents, I believe, have told me when I was very young that to stay away from Eastern Jiujiang no matter what. His limbs were tied to the bed. Chenji could not even move down from the bed. He did not dare to fall asleep, so he kept staring at the door. Under the premise of not stimulating his brain, he had been arranging the events that had happened for the past few days. Reality and memory were mixed together. It felt like there were two voices arguing in his mind. No one was willing to admit that it was the false one because once the admission was made, it was meant that it would be abandoned. After the sun came up for a long time, Dr. Gao came into the room with two hospital workers. "Did you have any nightmare yesterday night?" Whenever Chen Ji woke up from his fainting spell, Dr. Gao would ask that question every time. "I don't think so. I slept quite restfully after taking the medicine yesterday." "That is good news." Dr. Gao and the two hospital workers moved some large medical equipment into the room and gave Chen Ji a simple inspection. After he noticed there were still some black spots left on Chen Ji's arm, the expression on Dr. Gao's face relaxed a lot. "Chen Ji, do you wish to return to the normal sick room or not?" "Of course, at that room I will be able to see that theme park, the haunted house and her," Chen Ji answered without wasting a beat. "But in your current condition, I am unable to persuade the other doctors, and no patients will be willing to stay in the same room with you. I only want to return to my previous room, so that I can occasionally see the theme park outside the room. The hospital does not even need to remove the bindings. This way I will not be able to harm anyone." "You still do not quite understand it." Dr. Gao sat down on his bedside. "The problem is not you but your second persona. You represent kindness and he represent evil. You have to use your own determination to shake off his influence on you and deny him from the bottom of your heart. You have to abandon him fully so that you can truly start your treatment. You do not need to worry about being consumed by him. Us doctors will always be there to help you." Chen Ji nodded his head. "I know what to do now." "If you lost control of yourself again, I am afraid you will forever be locked up in the quarantine zone already." Dr. Gao stood up. "I will try my best to have you moved back to your original room, but do not have too much hope about that." Even though that was what Dr. Gao said, in that same afternoon, Chen Ji was moved back to his previous room by the hospital workers. Honestly, when the second persona did not show up, Chen Ji was no different from a normal person. In fact, he was kinder and friendlier than most people. Many other patients thought he had the warmest smile. Only the doctors and a certain victim knew how dangerous Chen Ji could be. When he returned to the room, Chen Ji did not encounter Zhuo Han. After asking the doctor, Chen Ji found out after Zhuo Han knew Chen Ji was going to move back into the same room with him, he ran out into the corridor to scream and shout. He berated the hospital and threatened them with his life. He would do anything to be spared the fate of staying in the same room as Chen Ji anymore. After the hospital took in various consideration, in the end, they arranged Zhuo Han to stay in the room adjacent to Chen Ji's room. Staying alone inside the normal sick room, after ensuring there was no one outside the door, Chen Ji walked to Zhuo Han's original bed. "I almost killed Zhuo Han yesterday night. Zhuo Han is someone who was supposed to suffer from paranoia. No matter what, he would not willing to be my roommate anymore. This matched his symptom perfectly, and this would prevent him from being suspected by the hospital. If Zhuo Han had shown no opinion when Chen Ji was supposed to move back in with him, then that would definitely arouse the hospital's suspicion. After all, Zhuo Han was supposedly to be suffering from paranoia. How could someone who was supposed to be so extremely sensitive to potential danger be willing to stay in the same room as someone who almost killed him? Even though Zhuo Han had moved away, the hospital workers still intentionally let slip the information that he was just living next to me. Looks like the hospital still has not given up. They still want me to go and kill Zhuo Han. Furthermore, even after Zhuo Han moved away, a new patient might move into this room with me. The new arrival will be a test for me, or it would be an opportunity for me to gain a new person to help me." Chen Ji was completely in tune with Zhuo Han's thought. Now I will have to solve the last problem. Zhuo Han definitely had found something yesterday night. Since he had voluntarily asked to move away after he knew that I was moving back here, then perhaps he would have left his findings inside this room, so that I could be able to see them without having direct contact with him. Scanning the sick room, Chen Ji mumbled to himself. Where would he hide all those information? There were not many places where one could hide things inside the room. Chen Ji first checked under the bed, inside the bedsheet and mattress before he turned to the pillow. Could it be inside the pillowcase? Chen Ji removed the pillow on Zhuo Han's bed from its case. It was completely empty. After Zhuo Han moved away from this room, the hospital workers might need to change his pillowcase. After I move back into this room, the hospital workers might inspect my bed as well. In that case, the safest place would be the bed in the middle, which had not been occupied by anyone before. Chen Ji picked up the pillow from the middle bed. After removing the pillowcase, he found a few broken pieces of paper that were filled with words. Found it. Was not eager to read them. Chen Ji first returned the sick room state back to its original and then crawled back into his bed. He even found pen and paper. Looks like Zhuo Han had stumbled across a hoard of information yesterday night. Chenji sat away from the door and started to read through the pieces of paper one by one. The first piece of paper had to do with the hospital workers. Zhuohan had scanned through the hospital workers' identification and duty records. All of the hospital workers at this third sick hall have the surname Kai. Zhuohan suspected the surname Kai has a special meaning at this hospital. He hoped that Chenji would pay special attention to it. The information on the second paper was marked important on the top by Zhuohan. He had found a cupboard which was used to store patients' record inside the night doctor's office. All the patients' record was arranged according to dates. There were 7 boxes in the cupboard, corresponding to every day of the week. 6 of the boxes only had several patients' records in them, but one of the boxes were filled to the brim with patients' records. Perhaps there was not even space already. There were a few paper boxes on the ground that was filled with the patients' records on the same day. Zhuohan took a look at the date. All the patients' records on that day was from the day before he moved into the same room with Chenji, and the strangest thing was all the patient's name on the patient's record had the name Zhang Wenyu. The age, symptoms, and even pictures on each of the patient's records was different, but in the space for the name, all the patients had the name Zhang Wenyu. Counting the patient's records in the few large paper boxes, the patient's records with Zhang Wenyu's name had reached up to the 10,000s. The hospital probably did not expect so many patients would appear on the same day, and so an accident happened. Part of the patients had escaped from the hospital before they could receive treatment from the hospital. Currently, the hospital was very understaffed, because one of the bigger reasons was part of the doctors and hospital workers had to leave the hospital to go to the Xinhai city outside to go in search of the patients. The above information was obtained by Zhuohan based on the notes of the night doctor as well as his own close observation. It was trustworthy. Zhang Wenyu, yet another familiar name. His brain was pulsing with slight pain. Chenji instantly made himself stop thinking. He continued to read. The third piece of paper wrote that Zhuohan had buried the phone with the white casing that the hospital worker had dropped under the third tree in the hospital garden. The fourth piece of paper contained some of Zhuohan's speculation and his words of appreciation to Chenji for sparing his life. This kid is so capable. This amount of information he has found is far beyond my expectation. The most important piece of information was the one related to Zhang Wenyu. The day those 10,000s of patients' records showed up was the day Chenji first woke up from his unconsciousness. That was too much of a coincidence, so it had attracted the serious attention from Chenji. He suspected the appearance of such an exorbitant amount of patients' records had to do with him. I have just woken up from my fainting spell, and the hospital had received more than 10,000 patients' records, and some of these patients have even escaped from the hospital. If the memory of all the people inside the hospital has been tempered with by the hospital, then the patients who are still wandering outside the hospital, is it possible that they still retain their original memory? Yes, that must be it. Or else why would the hospital go through so much trouble of tracking them down? The hospital suddenly had to deal with so many patients. The hospital would not be able to handle all of them, so there has to be some who slipped through the cracks. There have to be people whose memory has not been tempered with. Chenji instantly got excited. There was originally only one voice in this world, and that was those of the doctors. He was told to believe that everything the doctors said had to be the truth, but now things were different. Chenji knew that there was another part of people who had a grasp on a different version of the truth. I have to figure out a way to gain contact with the people on the outside. Temporarily, I am unable to leave the hospital, so I would have to plead Zhang Ye to help me. Hopefully, I will be able to convince her. Chenji started to have a plan formed in his mind. He stopped to believe implicitly in Dr. Gao. His search for his own truth had begun. Chapter 1171, Dr. Feng. After dinner, Chenji laid in bed. His expression was dull as he stared silently at the theme park outside the window. Compared to the previous time he woke up, Chenji had become more silent. Perhaps in the doctor's eyes, the current him fitted the hospital's requirement more. Bang, the door was pushed open roughly. 2 hospital workers and Suwan walked in. Chenji, time for your medicine. Where is Dr. Gao? Isn't he normally the one who deliver the medicine? He has something else to do tonight, so I shall take his place tonight. Suwan's voice was very gentle. There was nothing strange about it. After confirming Chenji swallowed the 3 white pills, she said again, the hospital is lacking in open beds, so this is your new roommate. Try not to scare him away again. 2 workers dragged a middle-aged man with pale face into the room and assigned him the bed previously occupied by Zhuohan. Try to get to know each other. Try to rest and do not go out at night. Suwan left with the workers after saying that, leaving the 2 patients in the room. Chenji studied the new arrival with curiosity. His new roommate looked about 40+. His face was free of wrinkles, but his hair was all white. He seemed to have gone through many inhuman torture. His mental state was very weak, and his body kept shivering. "Brother, how shall I call you?" Chenji actively tried to communicate with him. He suspected this middle-aged man was another type of medicine the hospital prepared for him. Since he was a medicine, then he must have played a part in Chenji's past before, thus he might help Chenji remember some things. "Can you hear me?" he called multiple times before the man finally turned to look Chenji. His eyes were filled with intense fear. When he saw Chenji, he immediately lowered his head again. "Do you know something about me?" The man had completely different personality from Zhu Han. He refused to say anything and to communicate. Chenji had no idea what was his name and what illness he suffered from. He only knew the man appeared to be afraid of him. Night was falling, but the sound of footsteps and trolley kept echoing in the hospital corridors. At around 1 a.m., the door of the room Chenji was in got knocked. The middle-aged man who slept in the bed nearest to the door sat up immediately. The door was knocked 5 times. The interval between each was very small. "They knock one more time compared to last night. The knocking represents how many days I've been here." The corridor soon returned to normal. The middle-aged man gathered his courage and walked to the door. He pushed the door open a gap and peered out. "Hey, is there anyone outside?" Chenji suddenly spoke and startled the man. The man lightly closed the door and then shook his head at Chenji. "There is no one outside." The middle-aged man's throat appeared to have been injured. His voice sounded awkward. When he spoke, his expression was pained. "Brother, it is fate that we have been given this chance to share the same room. How shall I call you?" Chenji was surprised that the man would reply him. He felt this was a chance for them to get to know each other. "My surname is Fang." "Brother Fang, why are you here? What kind of illness you suffer from?" Chenji asked. "Paranoia. I used to be a ENT doctor, but after I got sick, I have this feeling there is something alien inside my body. I'm feeling it now." The man pointed at his ear and mouth. "I feel like there is a snail crawling in my ear, and there is a full syringe with drug inside my throat. I know these are just my illusion, but the feeling is so real." Combining that with the hospital's various action, the way Chenji looked at Dr. Gang changed. He felt like these things might really exist within Dr. Fang, and they were not an illusion. Dr. Fang became more talkative at night. It was unclear whether he was desperate for a friend to chat with or he had felt better around Chenji. "Brother Fang, do you mind if I look down your throat? You said you feel there is a syringe in your throat. What if it's true?" Chenji climbed up from his bed. Dr. Fang looked at Chenji with complicated expression. The fact that Chenji would say something like that proved that Chenji was also a mental patient, but strangely enough, Dr. Fang felt concern in Chenji's words. "Is this what they call a friendship between mental patients?" Dr. Fang silently labeled Chenji a kind madman. "Open your mouth." Chenji moved to Dr. Fang's bedside. He looked into Dr. Fang's throat, and his pupils narrowed involuntarily. The esophagus was like an endless black hole. Chenji's gaze was sucked into it like his whole person was slowly being pulled into Dr. Fang's mouth. His consciousness kept falling. When the pupils were narrowed to its smallest, he saw a human face deep inside Dr. Fang's throat. Flesh enveloped that face. The face's eyes were closed, and it was hidden deep inside the esophagus. There was a person inside Dr. Fang's throat. His body was pushed back. Chenji's eyes returned to normal, and he looked at Dr. Fang in shock. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there really a syringe in my throat?" Dr. Fang sat at the edge of his bed. He was being stared at until his heart quivered. "There is no syringe, but I did see a human face in your throat. He looks just like you with his eyes closed and face pale." Chenji tried to gesture with his hands. "There is a human face in my throat." Dr. Fang first reacted with fear, then he shook his head. "Looks like you are more serious than I thought. How can there be a human face in one's body?" "It's real." Chenji did not argue on this point. He returned to his own bed and started to consider the Dr. Fang before him and the Dr. Fang in the throat. Which one was the real Dr. Fang? The room returned to silent, and neither of the patients spoke again. When sun fell on his face, Chenji had a good night's sleep. "The morning of this world sure is alluring." Chenji mumbled something that no one understood. His eyes were glued to the theme park outside the window. Soon the door opened, and Dr. Gao walked in with Su Wan. He had not seen Dr. Gao for one night, but the latter looked more worn than usual. "Did you have any nightmare yesterday night?" Before even greeting Chenji, Dr. Gao cut to the chase. He seemed to be in a hurry. "No, I slept soundly through the night." Chenji hesitated before finally asking, "Dr. Gao, why do you keep asking me that question?" "A dream can often reflect a person's mental state." Dr. Gao ticked on a document. that appeared to be Chen Ji's patient's record. There was a number behind the document. Chen Ji could not see the 2 digits in front of the number, but the last digit was the Arabic numeral 1. Chapter 1172. The New Night Doctor, Dr. Sun 2-in-1. Normally a patient's record did not have that many things to write, but Chen Ji's patient record was an exception. It consisted of several pages, and the content of each pages appeared to be completely different. Dr. Gao had been recording Chen Ji's condition daily. He seemed to sense Chen Ji's confused gaze on him, so he put the patient's record unassumingly away. Chen Ji, I remember you told me a few days ago you were very averse to the sense of fear. As long as you are wrapped in fear, you would feel incredibly anxious. Yes, I did say that. Based on my observation, the reason behind the birth of your second persona was to share in your fear. You have lived in your own made-up horror stories for too long. At that imagined world other than yourself, everyone else is fake. You yourself know that deep in your heart, and to buffer the pain and uncertainty, so your mind came up with another version of yourself to take in the pain that you are unable to face, and that person is Su Yin. Dr. Gao sat on Chen Ji's bedside. It was hard to tell the doctor's real thoughts from the expression on his face. When you are living in your nightmare, or in other words, surviving in your made-up world, Su Yin has been protecting you to prevent yourself from being harmed. But when you return to real life and your condition has started to get better, your second persona, Su Yin became the biggest hurdle in your road towards recovery. He is the problem on my road to recovery. Under our treatment, you can now delineate between the real world and the imagined world somewhat, but Su Yin still does not possess that ability. He exists because of your imagination. Your delusion is his whole world. Dr. Gao's every word was meant to lead Chen Ji. When he wants to escape from this made-up world, he would try his best to bring you with him so that you would not be able to escape as well. Perhaps, from his perspective, he was only trying to protect you, but in reality, we know that he is only going to end up harming you. Then what should I do? Struggle free from his grasp that grips you. Leave him behind in your delusions and you step forward to embrace the light of the real world. Dr. Gao stared into Chen Ji's eyes. There was a heavy fatigue in the doctor's eyes, but deep inside his gaze, Chen Ji discerned a complicated emotion as well. That emotion confused Chen Ji, because in his memory, the Dr. Gao that he knew would not have expressed this kind of emotion. He will only appear when I am unconscious. I am unable to communicate with him even if I want to. That can be corrected. We can create a unique scenario where we can evoke him from your mind while maintaining your consciousness. This will be very dangerous, so we need full cooperation from you. Many things appeared to have happened at the hospital for the past few days. This gave Dr. Gao a sense of urgency. He appeared to wish to stabilize Chen Ji's condition as soon as possible, or at least do away with the second persona within Chen Ji. I'm willing to cooperate with you. To be honest, I also wish to meet my second persona in person. Once Chen Ji said that, Dr. Gao immediately shook his head. Do not have any curiosity towards him. Do not trust anything that he might say. It has not been easy for us to help you walk out of your delusion. You must not let yourself spiral back into it again. Dr. Gao's tone was very serious. We have spent almost a year in your treatment, and we are about to reap the reward soon. This is the most crucial moment. If your conviction crumble now, then everything that we have done will be for nothing. I understand, but how am I supposed to cooperate with you? When the time comes, you only need to do one thing, and that is to reject him from the bottom of your heart. Remember, you have to tell him sincerely that you do not need his help anymore, and you do not wish to be dragged down into that despairing dark sea again. Dr. Gao put away the patient's record and stood up. If the reason behind his existence is only to protect you, then he should be made to understand that his mission has already been completed. You do not need him anymore. Chen Ji nodded silently. The treatment will be conducted this midnight. I will return to this room to come fetch you. Chen Ji took out the medicine bottle and fed 3 pills to Chen Ji. You better take some rest now. Tonight will be a very important night for you. Pushing open the door, Dr. Gao left. Chen Ji laid in his best, working over the words that Dr. Gao had said in his mind. There has to be a reason why they have suddenly decided to adopt such a drastic treatment method. Some kind of accident must have happened. The hospital wants me to actively cooperate with them to destroy my second persona. This proves that with their own power, they are unable to temporarily remove this second persona in a short period of time. Just what kind of existence is Su Yin? When I fainted last time, I once saw someone standing behind him. He has volunteered to take on most of the curse and pain. How would someone like that even contemplated harming me? Chen Ji already knew what he should do. Tonight is indeed a very important night for me. Moving down from the bed, Chen Ji took a glance out the window. After bidding farewell to Dr. Fang, Chen Ji moved slowly to the cafeteria with the aid of his crutches. After having a comfortable meal, Chen Ji came to the garden outside the sick hall. After ensuring there was no one watching him, Chenji entered the garden. When he came to the chair that he usually occupied, Chenji realized Zhu Han was already there. The young man appeared to be waiting for him. "Have you seen the notes?" "Yes." "Then what do you plan to do next?" "I plan to search for Zhang Wenyu. That might still be outside the hospital. They might retain the memory that has not been tempered by the hospital." "Do you need my help?" "After tonight's midnight, Dr. Gao wants to conduct an intensive treatment on me. If something happens to me, you should escape from this hospital," Chenji said with a smile on his face. Just from his tone, it was hard to believe he would be in any kind of danger that night. "You mean I am to escape on my own?" "Yes, you need to protect yourself first and foremost. There will be plenty of chances in the future." "What about your new roommate? Can you befriend him?" Zhu Han asked carefully. Chenji shook his head. "He believes there are objects inside his body like snail and syringe. I looked down his throat, and the result was I saw a human face inside his mouth. It was his own face." "There is a face inside his mouth." Zhu Han sucked in a cold breath. Chenji and Zhu Han spoke very quickly. In less than a minute they had finished their conversation. Zhu Han did not stay there for long. After they were done, he left immediately. After sitting for almost an hour on the chair, Chenji heard the rustling from the bushes. He walked towards it with the crutches under his arms, and then he saw the cute white cat's furry head among the bushes. "Have you gotten fatter? How come it feels like you have gotten rounder than before?" It had been 2 days since the white cat had seen Chenji. It bounded towards him and meowed continuously. Its dual-colored eyes were filled with concern. It brushed against Chenji's feet and then led Chenji to the edge of the fence. Even through the distance, Chenji managed to see Zhang Ye, who was standing on the other side of the fence. Zhang Ye in a red dress gave a sense of familiarity to Chenji. "Didn't you say you will come here every morning?" There was no trace of accusation in Zhang Ye's voice. If anything, there was plenty of concern. But the girl herself had no idea why she would be so worried about someone that she did not really know. "I thought you would not come back here again." Chenji walked to the side of the fence, and he gripped the rusted fence links with both of his hands. "Zhang Ye, I need a favor from you." "What kind of favor?" "I need you to help him find people with the name of Zhang Wenyu inside the city." Chenji lowered his voice. "They are currently being sought after. The hospital has claimed them as mental patients who have escaped from the mental hospital, but actually they are not sick at all." Studying Chenji, who was in the patient's garb, Zhang Ye hesitated. After all, this was not a request that could be accepted that easily. After all, from the perspective of a normal person, they had more reason to place their trust in the hospital than a patient inside said hospital. "You said they are being sought after. Zhang Wenyu is not a single person. Is it a code for a group of people?" "Yes, these patients have different appearance, age, and even occupation. The only thing that ties them together is that they share the same name, Zhang Wenyu." Chenji looked at Zhang Ye seriously. "You need to pay special attention to visitors who come to visit the haunted house. If they still retain their old memory, then there should be people among them who know about my relationship with the haunted house, so there is a great chance that they might voluntarily go and approach you." "I do not quite understand what you are trying to get at." "You do not need to. You only need to ask them whether they still remember the real past and ask them about details regarding and try to find a way to send those information to me." For the sake of security, Chenji added the following. "If something happens to me, and I do not show up here for many days, then you should go and look for a young man called Zhu Han. He is a very clever person. He should know how to make use of these information about Zhang Wenyu." "How come it feels like you are giving me your last words?" Zhang Ye felt the mental patient before her was acting very strange. He kept saying these things that made no sense, but she did not have any sense of impatience at all. It was as if she could tell that he was telling the truth. "I need to do something very dangerous tonight. Honestly, I do not know whether I will be able to meet you again or not." Chenji prepared to leave after he had finished saying all that. "Zhang Ye, remember what I said." "Wait a minute," Zhang Ye suddenly said. She walked to the edge of the fence. This was the first time she was so close to Chenji. "I have been coming here for the past few days because I have something to ask you." "You have something to ask me?" "After the day that we met, I had a dream that night. In the dream, the parents that I lived with were not my own parents. My real parents had gotten into a car accident. The day was my birthday, and the car still had the birthday present that they had carefully wrapped, and a birthday cake that they had just bought for me." Zhang Ye's birthday present? An inconspicuous fragment of memory was triggered at the corner of his mind, and Chenji blurted out the following without thought. "Is it a ballet dress?" After that, both Chenji and Zhang Ye were stunned. Both of them looked at each other in shock. "How would you know that? I have not told anyone about this dream before. Zhang Ye grabbed the fence with her hands as well. The dream was so real when I woke up I still had tears on my face. I know that was not my life, but I could not control the tears from falling. I have had similar dream before, but in my dream, my parents are the owner of a haunted house, but one day they disappeared and left me alone. Chenji grabbed Zhang Ye's hands through the fence. The life that you are experiencing now is the dream that I once had. The reality that I want to escape now is actually your past. Impossible. I have been staying with my parents for over 20 years already. There is no need to rush. Just follow my instructions for now. Among those people named Zhang Wenyu, there should be some who know the truth. Chenji released his grasp. It was much too easy to grab other people's attention if he stayed there for too long. He held the crutches and left in a hurry. Wait, the sun sunk down the horizon. The color of night enveloped the hospital, and it was complete darkness outside the window. Chenji had no idea what was the content of the treatment intended by Dr. Gao. He could only silently adjust his breathing and try to ensure that he was in the best possible state to face this imminent challenge. For the past few nights, Dr. Gao was preoccupied with something else. I wonder what has he been up to in the nights? This is the first time I have encountered a treatment that has to be conducted after midnight. Is it possible that Dr. Gao in the day is a different Dr. Gao in the night? Looking outside the window, Chenji was thinking when a flash of lightning crossed the night sky. In that moment, the lighting shattered the sky, and then it was followed by rumbling thunder. The wind drifted into the room and caused the curtains to flutter. They flapped against Chenji's face. A storm is coming? Ever since Chenji woke up, the sky had always been in a good weather. Every morning he would wake up to a warm sun. That was one of the good things that he could experience here. Could there be a reason behind this sudden change of weather pattern? The rolling rain clouds gathered in the sky. A suffocating presence appeared within the heart of every patient. Dr. Fang leaned against the wall and bit on his own fingers. The edge of his lips were stained with blood, but he did not seem to realize it. He kept mumbling something to himself. At around midnight, the door was pushed open and Dr. Gao walked in alone. Normally, when Dr. Gao came to visit Chenji, he would bring the hospital workers with him. But tonight he had come alone. This discrepancy unsettled Chenji even more. The treatment room is on the 5th floor. The trace of warmth that was normally in Dr. Gao's voice had vanquished. In fact, there was no emotion in his tone. It felt like all the emotions had been sucked out of his body. 5th floor? Chenji had been to the 5th floor before with Zhu Han. The place only had rooms for patients with serious problems. There was no treatment room on that floor. Dr. Gao personally bound Chenji's wrist with the strap. He did not give Chenji the crutches. Instead, he supported Chenji as they walked out of the room together. Just as they were about to leave the room, Dr. Gao turned back to address Dr. Fang. Why don't you come with us? Your illness has been dragged on long enough. The hospital that night appeared to be different from usual. All the lights in the other sick room had been switched off. The duty rooms and the nurse stations were all vacated. Chenji walked for a distance but did not encounter any other person. We are here. Dr. Gao took out a large ring of keys from his pocket. There was a number written on each key. These keys should correspond to the number of the various sick rooms. Opening the door, Dr. Gao walked into the room. And then, as if on purpose, Dr. Gao hung the large ring of key on the hook beside the door while he made sure Chenji was watching him. Why don't the two of you find a place to sit first? The room's light was not turned on. Chenji frowned as he scanned the room. The small room had 7 chairs inside it, and 3 of them were already occupied. They were all wearing patient's garb, so they should be patients at the hospital as well. Dr. Fang's shoulders were slightly quivering. He sought his way in the dark before settling in chair number 1. Chenji looked around before finally deciding on chair number 7, which was closest to the door. Of the 7 chairs, chair number 6 and 3 were still empty. 2 more patients who are supposed to receive treatment have gone missing, so their empty spaces will be replaced by me and another night doctor tonight. Dr. Gao took chair number 3. After that doctor arrives, we will start our treatment immediately. 10 minutes later, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor and then came the knocking. Dong 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 dong. The door was knocked on consecutively for 6 times. The door is not locked, please come in. The door was pushed open. A doctor in a white coat walked into the room. After he saw the seat next to Chenji was empty, he went towards it immediately and sat down. This new night doctor who has just arrived has the surname Sun. You can call him Dr. Sun. After making the simple introduction, Dr. Gao took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. During the process of treatment, do not matter what happens tonight, do not leave the room. If one of the patients suddenly act up, I hope everyone else will help us to restrain them and then feed them with the pills. Chapter 1173, Cursed game 2 in 1. Fifth floor of the hospital was the floor for patients with serious illness. The windows were reinforced with wires and the doors were specially reinforced. It is now 12:30 a.m. Our treatment will start at 12:44 a.m. Dr. Gao opened the medicine bottle on the table. Before the treatment officially started, we need every patient to ingest a single pill. This is for your own good. There were only 4 pills inside Dr. Gao's bottle. Minus the 2 doctors who did not need the pills, the medicine ran out just as it reached Chen Ji. Placing the empty bottle on the ground, Dr. Gao took out a new bottle of medicine from his pocket. From the outside appearance, there was no difference between the 2 bottles of medicine. And Dr. Gao was unwrapping the bottle. Dr. Sun, who sat next to Chen Ji, took out a bottle of medicine from his own pocket. I still have some leftovers on me. He shook out a single pill from his bottle. The surface of the pill was pure white in color, but if you looked closer, you could discern some very small black lines on the surface. When Dr. Gao saw this, he reached out his hand to stop Dr. Sun. Chen Ji's condition has become much better. He only needs half of the pill. Half of the pill? Dr. Sun looked at Dr. Gao with confusion. The former should have been notified of the treatment process beforehand. Yes, he only needs half of the pill. Dr. Gao tried to cover up his hesitation. That is different from what the hospital director wants. Dr. Sun shook his head without any expression. Even though you are his main doctor, some decisions are still made by the hospital director. He stood up and tipped the pill into Chen Ji's mouth. Chen Ji could feel the pill brush against his lips, but the strange thing was Dr. Sun did not force-feed him the pill. He only used his hand to cover his mouth. The pill was still squeezed between Dr. Sun's fingers. Dr. Sun took his hand back, and Chen Ji subconsciously made a swallowing motion. The pills with the black lines could make people go insane and lose their rationality. Chen Ji was very familiar with that. It appeared like Dr. Sun did not want to feed him that kind of people, and even silently pulled one over Dr. Gao and the rest of the patients. This piqued Chen Ji's interest. Dr. Sun, who sat next to him, appeared to not want to harm him. From the day I woke up inside the hospital, someone would come to knock on my door every night. The knocking will correspond the amount of days I have spent inside the hospital. As if worried that I might lose count of the amount of day, the person will come to notify me every night. Yesterday night they had knocked for 5 times, so technically today they should have knocked 6 times. Coincidentally enough, when this Dr. Sun entered this room earlier, he knocked on the door 6 times. Is he using this time of method to tell me that it was him who had been knocking on my door? Thunder and lightning danced outside the window, but the room was eerily quiet. The 7 people sat around in a circle. Other than Chen Ji and the 2 doctors, the other patients had their heads titled downwards, as if they were asleep. They should be given the normal white pills. The medicine bottle that Dr. Gao has placed on the table now should contain the pills with the black lines. Before the treatment started, Chen Ji already sensed something was seriously off. Based on what Dr. Gao said, if any of the patient acted up, the other people had to help restrain them and feed them with the pills on the table. Clearly enough, the pills inside the bottle on the table were not the normal white pills, but the pills mixed with black lines. Ingestion of those pills would only make the patients go even more out of control. If this kind of treatment continued, the final result would most likely be the patient who was force-fed the pills would end up killing everyone else in the room in a bloodlust berserk. Chen Ji narrowed his eyes. He was suddenly reminded of a detail. When Dr. Gao entered the room, he casually hung the ring of keys next to the door as if encouraging the patients to reach of it. Being force-fed the pills with the black lines, the patient will go completely out of control. After the patient kills everyone in the room, they will take the ring of keys by the door and leave. The more Chen Ji thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. If Dr. Sun did not help him, Dr. Gao would have fed him the pill with the black lines, then he would definitely be the first patient to lose control. If that happened, he would get restrained by the other patients, and be fed more pills with the black lines, which would only make him go even more crazier. The end result would be Chen Ji would end up killing all the patients in the room and use the key to start a manhunt of the other patients in the sick hall. If Chen Ji had done something like that, then his humanity would be grinded away. All of his determination would turn into a sin that he would never wash away. He would also lose the version of himself in the past forever. Now that every patient has taken the pills, I need you to remember the number on your own chair. That number will be your name from now on. Dr. Gao removed his watch from his wrist and placed it next to the bottle of pills. At 12 midnight 44 minutes and 44 seconds, we will start the treatment. All the patients and doctors looked at the clock face of the metallic watch. The room was very quiet, and the only sound that remained was the ticking of the second needle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. When the needle passed a certain number, Chen Ji suddenly felt an indescribable drowsiness overwhelmed his mind. His eyelids became very heavy. He could not help himself from closing his eyes, but he soon realized he must not fall asleep now. He had to maintain his consciousness. Just as his eyes were about to close, he flipped them open again. The whole process took less than a second, but in this 1 second, a huge transformation appeared to have happened inside the room. He could not pinpoint exactly what the change was. He just felt mildly uncomfortable, as if the room that they were now in was different from the room that they had entered earlier. It is now 12 midnight, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. The treatment will officially start now. Dr. Gao's voice became even more different than before. It was unfeeling and chilly, like it came out of a dead body that had no emotion. All of you are patients that suffer from serious paranoia. I have called all of you here today because I wish to commit to a collective treatment. Do not worry, I will only play a mini-game with all of you. You only need to make the choice that is most suitable for you in your heart. Dr. Gao's voice carried no emotion. First he turned to Dr. Fang, who was seated at the first chair. On the day of 1st April, you were working the night shift at Xinhai Central Hospital. Over the past few days, something has been bothering you. You felt like someone was looking at you. At 12:45 a.m., you stood up and walked to the window for the 17th time and looked outside the window. Dr. Gao suddenly stopped, and the silence lasted for a long time. And then he said, while pointing at the window in the room, "Go and look what is outside the window." Dr. Fang, who was fed the pill and his gaze was not so normal, stood up from chair number 1. With his hands on the wall, he moved to the window. When he pulled back the curtain, a flash of lightning crossed his face. It lit up the inside of the room as well as the space under the hospital. "Ah!" Dr. Fang yelped from shock. His hands gripped the edge of the window tightly as if he was worried that he might fall over if he was not careful. "You stood up and went to the window for the 17th time, and then what did you see?" Dr. Gao's tone did not change at all. At this moment, it felt like he was a dead body among a room of living humans. "There is a madman who is constantly smiling at me from the ground. He is waving at me. He wants me to jump down the window to join him," Dr. Fang uttered softly. When he spoke, it felt like he had difficulty catching his breath. "There are 2 choices placed before you. Do you want to jump down to meet him or have him come up to find you?" The 2 choices given by Dr. Gao were easy choices for Chen Ji. They were on the 5th floor. If you jumped down the window, you would definitely die. Therefore, to survive, the only choice was for the man to come up to get you. This was a question that one did not even need to hesitate over, but Dr. Fang gave it a serious thought. Drops of sweat slid down his face. His body kept quivering. In the end, he did not make a choice. He slumped down on the ground instead. Dr. Gao did not say anything until Dr. Fang climbed up from the ground and hid behind the curtain to look out the window. The question Dr. Gao asked was, "Is the person still outside the window?" No, he is gone already," Dr. Fang said with extreme fear. Then he moved back to chair number 1. No one knew where the monster at the bottom of the building had gone. Dr. Gao did not force any more questions on Dr. Fang, but Dr. Fang could not keep his gaze away from the door of the room, as if he knew that the madman would come knocking at the door at any moment. Dr. Gao moved his gaze to look at the second patient. "At 12:46 a.m., you have come to Xinhai Central Hospital to investigate an old case. These past few days you have been searching for clues. In the end, all the information points to this hospital. You are certain that the killer is hiding inside this hospital. When you arrived at the hospital, you looked up and you saw a doctor pull back a curtain in a panic." Dr. Gao's eyes wandered between Dr. Fang and the second patient. "Take a closer look. Does that doctor look like him?" The patient who was seated in the second chair lifted his head. His face was pale and he looked much older than his actual age. The patient in the second chair stared for a long time at Dr. Fang, and then he eventually shook his head. Silence returned once more to the room. The sound of the mechanical watch kept on ticking in everyone's ears. After who knew how long, Dr. Gao addressed patient number 2 again. "At 12:47 p.m., you have found a letter asking for help outside the hospital lobby. A boy's big sister was injured by one of the patients. The patient is hiding inside one of the many rooms. The description inside the letter is somehow similar to the case that you have been investigating." He kept the letter and entered the hospital. The emotion of patient number 2 had started to fray. He shook his head mechanically as if he was unwilling to believe anything. "Reach your hand into your sleeves, see if the letter is still there or not." Dr. Gao's voice weaved between the ticking of the clock. The middle-aged man who was the second patient subconsciously reached his hand into his own sleeve and pulled out a crumpled piece of white paper. After seeing the content on the white paper, the patient number 2 pulled on his hair madly. His eyes were turning red like he could go on a rampage at any moment. "What is the thing that is written on the letter?" Dr. Gao did not seem to care about patient number 2's condition. Not even the tone of his voice had changed. Patient number 2, whose eyes were bloodshot, placed the letter on the table. The whole letter was written fully with the 2 words, "Save me." The words should be written by a child. When he saw those words, Chenji felt a sense of familiarity in his word. He believed the handwriting was similar to his own when he was still a child. Now there are 2 choices before you: go into the hospital to save him or go into the hospital to kill him. After saying that sentence, Dr. Gao stopped caring about patient number 2 anymore. Dr. Gao himself was seated on chair number 3, so now he turned his attention to the patient on chair number 4. A female patient sat on chair number 4. She looked weak and thin. The patient's garb was hanging loosely off her body. At 12:49 a.m., you were attacked by a patient inside your little brother's sick room. The person has strangled your neck. Dr. Gao picked away the butterfly that was folded from a piece of paper from the grasp of patient number 4. He pinched on the wings of the paper butterfly. He slowly gathered force, and the paper butterfly's body was gradually being pulled apart. Seeing the butterfly being torn apart slowly by Dr. Gao, the patient number 4 looked like she was about to suffocate. It was as if Dr. Gao was not pulling on the butterfly but pulling on her neck. Blood drained from her face. Patient number 4 croaked out a desperate cry for help. She waved desperately at Dr. Gao, but she did not possess the courage to grab the paper butterfly away from Dr. Gao. You are in extreme pain. You hope that someone will be able to come and rescue you, but you do not dare to call for help because the killer said that once you utter a word, he will kill you and your little brother. Dr. Gao placed the paper butterfly, which was about to be torn apart, on the table. Now there are 2 choices before you. 1. You ram into the sharp knife the murderer is holding and call for your little brother to go and get help. Or push your little brother against the tip of the sharp knife so that you can escape the room in the commotion. Patient number 4's breathing became urgent. She was seriously considering this question. Her face spoke of intense pain and difficulty. Caressing the wings of the paper butterfly, Dr. Gao turned to patient number 5. At 12:50 a.m., you stood outside the door of a sick room. The room was inhabited by the person that you love and his little brother. Patient number 5 was about at the same age as Chenji. He did not like to speak. Both of his hands were calloused. It appeared as if he was very good at making things. You hesitated for a long time before you finally decided to enter the sick room to see her. But once you pushed open the door, you saw a madman holding a sharp knife, attempting to kill the brother of the woman you love, and the woman you love are pleading at the madman. There are now 2 choices before you. Grab the woman you love and bring her away, or rush into the room to fight against the madman and die on her little brother's behalf. Dr. Gao watched the expression of patient number 5 closely. When he was about to move his eyes away, patient number 5 suddenly spoke. I will choose to go in to fight with the madman. Of all the patients, patient number 5 was the only one who had really made a choice. Are you sure you might die? Yes, I am sure because I have done something similar in the past before. After patient number 5 sat that, he gone back into silence. He pressed his hands closely together, and the small wounds on his palms were gradually leaking with blood. Dr. Gao finally turned to look at Chenji. At 12:52 a.m., you held the sharp knife and pierced it into the heart of patient 5. After killing patient 5, you killed patient 4 and her little brother. His finger reached out and grabbed the paper butterfly up from the table. Dr. Gao pulled suddenly and tore the paper butterfly into 2. And then you rushed out of the sick room with the knife still dripping with blood. You encountered patient number 2 in the corridor. After you murdered patient number 2, you saw patient number 1 inside the night doctor's office. The sound of the mechanical watch echoed in Chenji's ears. Chenji's eyes started to blur. His hands gripped tightly at the edge of the table, but his body started to stand up like it was out of his control. The mechanical watch on the table was still ticking. The time on the surface of the watch now showed that it was 12 midnight 51 minutes and 44 seconds. Chapter 1174, Treatment that has gone out of control 2 in 1. Dr. Gao said that at 12:52 minutes, patient number 5 would be killed by a madman. When Chenji stood up from his seat, it was about 12:51 a.m. The clock needle moved past every single digit. The ticking of the watch chimed in sequence with the beating of his heart. Everyone turned to look at Chenji as if what he decided to do next would affect everyone. The memory in his mind slowly became blurry due to the sound of the mechanical watch. Chenji wanted to control his body, but the more he wanted to do so, the more his body went out of his control. Green veins popped out on the back of his hands. Chenji's lowered head slowly lifted. His bloodshot eyes turned to focus on patient number 5. Chenji was at the edge of a mental breakdown. Dr. Gao also stared closely at him. As a doctor, Dr. Gao not only did not move to stop Chenji, he instead took out something that was wrapped inside layers of newspaper from his pocket. He placed the object on the table before Chenji. When the thing landed on the surface of the table, it gave a crisp, tingling sound. Something heavy was wrapped inside the newspapers. Time was still moving. Chen Ji's consciousness gradually blurred. Now he was thankful that he did not take in the pills Dr. Gao was supposed to give him. If he had ingested the pill with the black lines, with the incitation from the pills, he would not have been able to stop himself at all. The edge of his fingertips slowly moved along the table until Chen Ji's hand closed over the newspaper. 5 fingers clamped together. Fresh blood leaked out from Chen Ji's palm. The object that was inside the newspaper was very sharp. Blood soaked through the newspaper, turning it black. Chen Ji gripped the object inside the bundle of paper tightly. Large amount of blood seeped out of his palm, but the curious thing was he could not feel any pain at all. Why would my body react like this? I'm sure that I did not take any pills, but I still cannot control myself. Is it the effect of Dr. Gao's watch? The mechanical watch on the table still kept on working. The needle moved second by second. 12 midnight 51 minutes 50 seconds, 12 midnight 51 minutes 51 seconds. The sound of ticking became louder and louder, so did Chen Ji's heartbeat. His chest rise and fell unevenly, and small black blood capillaries appeared on his face. 54 second, 55 second, 56 second. His hand that grabbed the newspaper could not help trembling. Chen Ji leaned his body forward. The figure of patient number 5 was reflected in both of his eyes. 57 second, 58 second. At 51 minutes and 59 seconds, Chen Ji raised the object that was wrapped inside the newspaper. But just as he was about to swing the sharp object at patient number 5, there came a knocking on the room door. The knocking interrupted the ticking of the mechanical watch. This was the first time the expression had changed on Dr. Gao's unfeeling face. Both of his brows creased slightly. Hong, the thunder screamed outside the window. Soon after that, beads of rain splattered against the window like it was trying to shatter through the glass. The storm ravished against the night. Many sounds drilled in Chen Ji's ears. He finally regained control of his own body. Dr. Gao picked up the watch to look at the time before placing it back on the surface of the table. Then he turned to address patient number 1 again. At 12:52 a.m., you heard the knocking on the door you were in. You suspected it was the person who had been observing you who had arrived outside the door. You walked over to open the door. Impossible, he could not have been standing out the door. Dr. Fang stood up from his seat. He stood at the door with his quivering finger pressing against the room door. Uncertainty and anxiousness made Dr. Fang hesitate for a long time. Then he pushed the door heavily open. Hong, the sound of thunder exploded in everyone's ears. The doctors and patients inside the room all turned to look at the corridor outside the door. At the dark corridor, there was no light at all. All the sickroom doors were shut as if they were the only few people left inside the whole hospital. I remember the light at the corner of the corridor should be on. Chen Ji was slowly taking back the control of his body. He moved his arms and hid the hand that held the newspaper behind him. The newspaper was not wrapping a knife, but the mirror piece with sharp edges. No one noticed what Chen Ji had done since their attention were all pulled to the corridor. The sickroom door was pushed open again. The hospital looked through the door appeared to be different from normal, if gave off a completely different feeling. If one had to describe it, the current hospital was more similar to the nightmare that had appeared in Chen Ji's night. Storm and lightning were roaring outside the hospital, like it was the end of the world, but inside the hospital it was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a pin falling to the ground. The dark corridor looked like it reached endlessly into the darkness. The white walls now looked more like the pale faces of dead people. At 12:53 a.m., you saw the corridor outside the sick room. There was no one on the corridor. The once familiar hospital now became a bit more unfamiliar. Dr. Gao stood up from his seat. He strapped the watch around his wrist. You are afraid in your heart. There is a voice inside your heart that reminds you to not leave the room no matter what. Do not be compelled by your curiosity, because once you take a step forward, you might not be able to return to this place anymore. Just as Dr. Gao finished, the sound of a heavy object being dragged suddenly came from the empty corridor. It sounded like a fisherman had just dragged a large dead fish out from the water. Everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of this sound. They all turned to look at the corner of the corridor. The sound was getting closer and closer until eventually a human head poked out from the floor of the corner. Zhang Jingju? When he saw the human head, the name immediately floated up in Chen Ji's mind. Since he arrived at the hospital, Zhang Jingju had warned him twice. The first time was at the garden when Zhang Jingju grabbed him and shouted the word ghost repeatedly at him. Because of that, Zhang Jingju was severely punished. He was locked up by the doctors on the 5th floor, which was meant for patients with serious problem. The man seemed to have gone through plenty of inhuman torture as well. The second warning came when Zhu Han and Chen Ji explored the hospital late at night. Zhang Jingju opened his lips and uttered the word boss with what appeared to be his dying breath. From all these factors, Chen Ji could confirm that Zhang Jingju must be related to him, and he was definitely an ally and a friend from his past. At that moment, when Zhang Jingju's head appeared at the corner of the corridor, Chen Ji could not hold himself in anymore. The wall had blocked off Zhang Jingju's body, so Chen Ji had no idea whether Zhang Jingju was lying on the ground because he had lost his mobility, or the man only had a human head left. At 12:54 a.m., Dr. Gao's eyes scanned all the patients in the room. All of you have seen the killer. Now there are two choices in front of you: to kill the killer or be killed by the killer. After saying that, Dr. Gao started to observe the patient's reaction. Everyone has seen the killer, so that means the killer is inside this room with us. The first person to return to normal was patient number 2. The middle-aged man appeared to have shaken off the effect of the medicine. His gaze slowly returned to normal. His eyes that were bloodshot stared fixedly at the human head at the corner of the corridor. The second person to return to normal was patient number 5. His eyes that turned to Chen Ji did not contain any hostility but only fear. Kill the killer or be killed by the killer. This is not even a choice at all. Are you sure you are trying to treat us? Chen Ji grabbed the mirror piece wrapped in the newspaper and used his other finger to point outside the door. The things that happened inside the room were stories that were made up by you, but there is a real accident that has happened outside this room. All of you have seen that head at the corner of the corridor, right? Someone is really injured. Chen Ji wanted to save Zhang Jingju even though he had forgotten his actual connection to Zhang Jingju. You really think all the stories that I have said earlier are all made up? Dr. Gao lowered his head to look at his watch. Didn't you always tell me the stories that you have made up? Then do you think those stories are real or not? Chen Ji had no idea what Dr. Gao was trying to express. His fingers tightened around the mirror piece, and he prepared to leave the sick room to investigate. I will go with you. The patient number 2, who was the first to recover, also stood up. He looked tired and old, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He seemed to be in the law enforcement before he was sent into the hospital. Think about it carefully before you make your decision. After all, you only have one life. This reality is not a part of your imagination. You are not in the story that you have made up in your mind. Dr. Gao stopped talking after saying that. Chen Ji was worried about Zhang Jingju. He held the wall and slowly moved towards the door. Even though patient 2 had decided to go with Chen Ji, he still maintained a safe distance from Chen Ji, as if he too was slightly afraid of Chen Ji. The two of them shuffled out of the room one after another. After they left the room, they realized things were definitely not right. The hospital was too dark. Not only the third sick hall, it was as if the lights at the entire hospital had been switched off. The hospital should have backup generators. If this is some kind of accident, at least the emergency lights should be on. Patient number 2 walked ahead and he said in a serious tone, This is too strange. I have walked down this corridor many times already, but how come it feels so oppressive tonight? Chen Ji did not communicate with patient number 2. He had a sense of familiarity from patient number 2, but in this circumstance, it was better to trust no one but oneself. Dragging the leg encased in plaster, Chen Ji and patient number 2 reached the corner of the corridor. When he saw Zhang Jingju's body, Chen Ji's face darkened immediately. Zhang Jingju was lying at the corner of the corner. Both of his arms and legs were broken, and they were arranged at a very curious angle. The loose patient's garb could not cover up the wounds on his body. The poor man's body was covered in boils and bruises. You could see the signs of needle injections all over his body as well. Zhang Jingju? Chen Ji called his name softly. Perhaps it was Chen Ji's voice who had evoked Zhang Jingju's memory. He struggled to pull his eyes open. His lips moved as if telling Chen Ji to run as fast as he could. Holding Zhang Jingju's bloated hand, Chen Ji wanted to pick Zhang Jingju up from the ground, but he was hindered by his broken leg, and he was unable to accomplish this. Let me help you. Patient number 2 wanted to carry Zhang Jingju on his back. He grabbed Zhang Jingju by his shoulder, and he was about to apply his strength when he suddenly realized Zhang Jingju's stomach and chest were both stained with blood, soaking through his clothes. Blood, patient number 2 immediately tore open Zhang Jingju's clothes. The wounds are very small, but they reach very deep into the flesh. They look like wounds from a sharp knife, but the edge of the wound is extremely irregular. There is a fixed distance between the 5 wounds. What could be the weapon? This is a very strange pattern. Probably due to professional reason, the first thing that appeared in patient number 2's mind was various kind of possible murder weapon. Chen Ji gestured with his hands next to him, and then his face paled even more. Number 2, come and take a look at this wound. Don't you think they are the result of being punctured by 5 fingers as they plunged into his body? Before Chen Ji said that, everything was fine. But after he did say that, the way number 2 looked at him changed. It was very strange. The distance between each wound on Zhang Jingju's body matched the distance between Chen Ji's fingers perfectly. In other words, Chen Ji's hand could have perfectly matched the wound on Zhang Jingju's body. giving the feeling that this was a wound left behind by Chen-ji. "What is going on here?" Dr. Sun was the third person to walk out from the sick room. The other patients followed behind him. Dr. Gao was the last person to leave the sick room. The strange thing was, after Dr. Gao left the room, he kept his eyes glued to his watch as if he was waiting for certain things to happen at certain moments. "Someone is injured. He is losing a lot of blood. We need to send him to the emergency room now." The patient number 2 gave Zhang Jingjiu a simple bandage of his wounds. "The wounds are around his chest and stomach, so we cannot carry him on our back. Hurry and find a stretcher. Someone come and help me support him." "The emergency room is at the 4th sick hall. I will bring you over there." Dr. Sun did not waste time. He had patient number 5 and 2 picked up Zhang Jingjiu, and he led the way forward. A human life was on the life. Everyone was desperate to save Zhang Jingjiu, so they ran into a hurry. This meant that Chen-ji, who had a bag leg, was slowly left behind at the back of the group. He ambled right next to Dr. Gao. When he was forced to slow down, Dr. Gao would slow down with his as well, as if the man intended to stay at the back of the group too. "Dr. Gao, what has happened to the treatment tonight?" The treatment was supposed to be carried out inside the room, but as accidents continued to happen, the treatment appeared to have gone out of control. Now Chen-ji could not even tell whether he was experiencing the treatment designed by Dr. Gao or something had really happened at the night. After all, it had not been a peaceful night at the hospital for the past few days. No matter what Chen-ji said, Dr. Gao did not open his mouth to reply. After the latter left the sick room, other than occasionally lowering his head to check the watch, he did not utter another word. In contrast, it was Dr. Sun who slowly took over the session. It felt as if the restraint that had been placed on him was pulled off. "Dr. Gao?" Chen-ji pushed lightly on Dr. Gao's arm. The latter lifted his expressionless face and directed an icy gaze at Chen-ji. The sound of ticking echoed in Chen-ji's eyes. Even though a storm was roaring outside the hospital, the sound of the mechanical watch was still echoing clearly in Chen-ji's mind. There has to be a special meaning behind this ticking sound. If there is a chance, I should try to steal the watch away from Dr. Gao. Chen-ji was walking next to Dr. Gao, and he quietly observed the other patients who had walked ahead. Based on the stories told by Dr. Gao back inside the sick room, there was a very great chance that I am the killer. In other words, I would have killed the other patients according to the plot of Dr. Gao's story. The hospital has been trying to make me kill people, and these people appeared to be already selected. Why would they do something like this? What can they gain from it? Are they trying to fill me with guilt? With confusion in his eyes, Chen-ji then turned to Dr. Sun. "And what is with this Dr. Sun? Why would he help me? If the hospital want to submerge me in guilt, they will make me kill those who are close to me. If this Dr. Sun is related to me, then how come my other friends have all been transformed into patients, but he has somehow become a doctor at this hospital?" Chen-ji could not understand the reasoning behind this at all. He also did not dare to dive too deep into this just in case he triggered his past memory. "Oh well, I guess the only thing I can do is to take it one step at a time." After walking down the corner of the corridor, Chen-ji silently turned back to glance at the treatment room that they had left. There appeared to be still 7 people sitting inside the room that they had just vacated. Chapter 1175, Brain Maze 2-in-1. When Chen-ji and the rest left, the treatment room appeared to still have 7 people sitting in them. The 7 people appeared to look like Chen-ji's group. He rubbed his eyes. When Chen-ji tried to take a closer look, Chen-ji felt a yank on his arm. He turned to look, and it was Dr. Gao who was pulling him to the other corner of the corridor. "Perhaps I have mistaken." 5 patients and 2 doctors had already exited the treatment room, so how could there still be 7 people inside the same room? We are still inside the treatment room. The thing that has exited the room is actually our consciousness or soul. Chen-ji shook his head to deny this thought because it was too impossible. Currently, he did not dare to turn back to investigate it on his own, so he followed the rest of them and continued to move forward. The most important thing now was to send Zhang Jingjiu to the emergency unit and try to stabilize his condition. Dr. Sun, patient number 1, and patient number 2 walked at the front of the group. They found a stretcher at the nurse station. They carried Zhang Jingjiu and moved down the stairs. Patient number 4 appeared to be very afraid. She was still holding the torn paper butterfly as she kept hiding behind patient number 5. With just a glance, it would appear that everyone was acting perfectly normal. Without the patient's garb, no one would have believed that of the 7 people there. There were 5 of them who were suffering from serious mental illness. I have been to the 5th floor before. The patients at the serious treatment zone are noisier than everyone else. Even at 1 a.m. this floor should be incredibly noisy, but now there is not even a whimper that could be heard throughout the floor. Have the patients been moved away from this place already? The only answer that came to Chen-ji was this. He did not think someone could have killed all the patients, and he did not think the killer was capable of silencing all the mental patients. Unless the killer was a doctor, and he had fed all the patients with a large amount of sleeping pills tonight. Chenji turned his head to glance at Dr. Gao. He felt Dr. Gao was turning into a stranger before his eyes. It is this man who wants me to go insane. It has been twice already he wants to give me the drug that will make me lose control. But how come a doctor like this will give me a sense of familiarity? Is it possible that the Dr. Gao in my memory is not similar to the Dr. Gao currently before me? To prevent himself from accidentally triggering the memory from his past, Chenji carefully arranged the clues in his mind. There were 7 chairs in total in the treatment room earlier. That should not be a random number. The chairs were so many for a reason. The few patients and doctors carried Zhang Jingjiu to the first floor. There was no one to be found at the nurse stations or duty rooms. The whole block was swallowed by the darkness. It was as if the hospital had been abandoned for a long time already. What is going on here? If it is just a simple loss of electricity, there should still be plenty of patients inside their room, patient number said urgently. He was worried about Zhang Jingjiu's injury, and at the same time, he felt the hospital that night was filled with strangeness everywhere. When I entered the treatment room, everything was still perfectly normal. Dr. Sun walked at the front to lead the way. He was moving very fast like he was trying to escape from something. We have been in the room for at most several minutes only. It is impossible that everything has changed so drastically in such a short amount of time. Patient number 2 was still quite rational even though the diagnosis that the hospital had given him was that he suffered from delusion. Yes, this is too strange. Patient number 5 was very afraid too, but he still stood firmly beside patient number 4. If there was any actual danger, he would bring patient number 4 away with him at the first notice. The few patients kept grumbling. Perhaps he was annoyed by their endless question. Dr. Sun, who walked at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. He turned back to glance at Dr. Gao. After he made sure that Dr. Gao was now like a dead man with no expression on his face, Dr. Sun's eyes wandered over to Chenji. Actually, there is a ghost story at this hospital. According to legend, if you push open a door at the hospital after midnight, you will be able to see the other side of the hospital. When Dr. Sun said that, he kept his eyes on Chenji, as if the statement was meant for Chenji to hear and process. Push open the door and see the other side of the hospital. What do you mean by that? Dr. Sun, are you really a doctor at this hospital? The patients bombarded him with questions, but Dr. Sun did not reply any of them. It was as if by saying the statement earlier, he had already taken a huge risk already. For the patients, this was the first time they had met Dr. Sun, and the only person who knew about Dr. Sun's real identity was Dr. Gao, but the latter was acting very strangely at this moment. Not saying a word, his body temperature continuing to drop. To give it a more accurate description, Dr. Gao was slowly turning into a dead man before their eyes. The patients had many questions, but none of them was going to get any answer. The doors and windows of the hospital were closely shut. They had nowhere else to run, so the only choice they had was to keep on following the doctor and moving forward. Pushing open the door that led to safety corridor of the 3rd sick hall, 2 dark and long corridors appeared before Chenji. He had been to this place with Zhu Han before, but back then, he was playing the character of his second persona. Move quickly, do not stay inside the corridor for too long. Dr. Sun chose the corridor that Chenji did not pick the last time. Dr. Sun kept urging them, so even Chenji, who was at the back of the group, had started to pick up speed. When they had entered the safety corridor, the door on the other end of the corridor behind them closed with a bang on its own. There is someone following behind us. Chenji now was getting more and more confused. There were too many unanswered questions. First, they had encountered Zhang Jingjiu, who was heavily injured. Then after they had supposedly left, Chenji realized there were still 7 people sitting in the treatment room. Now the door behind them had closed on its own, a proof that people were following behind them. Chenji, who had not fully recovered, felt the splitting headache was about to come again. This is the 4th sick hall. All of the patients with terminal illness and heavy conditions will be transferred here. Dr. Sun swept a glance at Chenji and added as if casually, many people have lost their lives here. No one understand the meaning behind Dr. Sun's last statement. The doctor did not appear like he was going to provide any explanation either. He only tried to move faster. The electrical system at the whole hospital appeared to have gone down for the night. They could only borrow the temporary brightness provided by the flickering lightning from outside the window to move forward in the darkness. The 4th sick hall had a completely different internal structure than the 3rd sick hall. There were not that many sick rooms that were available for patients. The ground floor was occupied mostly by various medical rooms. There is no one at the duty rooms at this sick hall as well, patient number 2 said desperately. We need to stop the bleeding on this patient as soon as possible or else he will be in mortal danger. Where all the pictures on the wall of the duty room at the 4th sick hall are of that of males. Dr. Fang looked at the faces on the wall and subconsciously took a step back. How is that a strange thing? Is it that weird that they are all males? Patient number 5 asked softly. I used to be a surgeon. There was a period of time when many of the patients at our hospital were attempting suicide. It caused a lot of pressure on the staff. To protect the female doctors, we only assigned male doctors when we were deciding the night shifts. After exiting the treatment room, Dr. Fang had failed to calm down. He would occasionally glance behind him for no reason, as if worried that there was someone about to harm him who was hiding behind the nearest corner. You used to be a surgeon. Patient number 2 was startled, and then he turned to tell Dr. Sun, we have a surgeon among us, so it does not matter whether there are people in the duty room or not. Now we only need some tools, and we can help save this patient's life. But I was a ENT doctor. It will be fine. I'm a forensic doctor and thus know a bit of surgery skill. I will be able to help you. Patient number 2 did things quickly and swiftly. Even though he was not that much older than patient number 1, he was proven to be more adept at dealing with emergencies. Dr. Sun looked at the various patients and he only said lightly, follow me. Walking down the dim hospital corridors, Dr. Sun stopped before a surgery room. He did not enter it but did something quite out of the place considering the circumstance. He raised his arm and Dr. Sun knocked lightly on the door. The number of times that he knocked, it was perfectly 6 times. When Dr. Sun knocked on the door, Chenji felt the temperature around him suddenly dropped. It was as if the world had decided to drop his disguise and to reveal his real self. But soon, the tick-tock of the mechanical watch drilled into his ears again, and nothing around him had changed. After knocking on the door, Dr. Sun did not enter the room. He just stood outside the room without speaking and did not push open the door. The door is locked, patient 2 was worried. He went over to push on the door of the surgery room and the door was pushed open easily. Quick, carry him in here. Patient number 2 did not notice the strange way Dr. Sun was acting, but Chenji watched all of this with his eyes. The few patients carried Zhang Jingjiu into the room. Just as they prepared to place Zhang Jingjiu on the bed in the emergency room, they realized there was a human-shaped stain left on the bed. It was black-red color that had faded away. It was unclear whether it was blood or something, but it had carved out the shape of a human being perfectly. It feels like someone who was bleeding out had occupied this bed in the past. Chenji stared at the bedsheet with both of his eyes. Before he could take a closer look, patient number 1 and patient number 2 had already placed Zhang Jingjiu on the bed. Then they proceeded to look through the various cupboards in the room to look for medical instruments. They worked for quite some time before they managed to help Zhang Jingjiu stop his bleeding. Their mannerism and actions are so professional, they do not look like mental patients at all. Chenji observed the proceedings silently from the side. He noticed more and more strange things happened around him. That feeling got especially stronger after Dr. Sun showed up. Dr. Gao, who had turned into a seemingly dead person, had a death hold on him so that I would not be able to wander too far away from me. Dr. Sun, who had been acting strangely, kept giving me multiple hints like he is trying to tell me something. The 2 doctors appeared to have gotten into an argument because of me. This is strange. How come it feels like this whole world is constructed with me as the central character? 2 patients who were formerly doctors were trying to provide the best treatment to save Zhang Jingjiu's life, but the real doctors were standing outside the door to watch. This scene wrapped Chenji in a sense of absurdity. Inside this hospital at midnight, who truly was the patients and who was the doctor? The grasp on his arm got tighter and tighter. Chenji frowned as he turned to take a look. He realized Dr. Gao's fingernails had practically dug into his flesh. Dr. Gao? Chenji waved his arm, but Dr. Gao did not respond in any way. He only clutched onto Chenji tightly, refusing to let him go no matter what. Why would he do something like this? Dr. Gao, who was like a dead person, beside, Chenji seemed to have sensed something. The facial expression on his frosty face was slowly changing. Just as Zhang Jingjiu's condition was slowly stabilized, there was another sound of a heavy object being dragged that came from outside the emergency room. There are other victims here? Chenji looked out the door. There appeared to be another person standing inside the corridor meeting his eyes. Who is that? The hospital wants to make me go insane. Their original plan is to have me kill everyone who are related to me. For example, Zhu Han and Zhang Jingjiu. This means that the patients who receive the treatment with me tonight should be people that are related to me as well. But there is a detail that I should not forget. There were 7 chairs, but there were only 5 patients. Dr. Gao said that the other 2 patients had gone missing. If these two patients were people that I know as well, then the higher chance was that something had already happened to them and not because they had gone missing. One of the victims was Zhang Jingjiu, the other was most probably Zhu Han. With this thought in his mind, Chen Ji's heart wrenched with pain. Coincidentally, just as Chen Ji walked out the room to take a look down the corridor, a flash of lightning crossed the sky. The blinding white light shot through the windows installed with security wires and lit up the corridor in that instant. Chen Ji's eyes slowly widened. With the light from the lightning, he finally had a clear look of that figure standing at the end of the corridor. Dr. Sun? There was another Dr. Sun standing at the end of the corridor. His white coat was covered in blood, his hair was tousled, and blood was coming out from every orifice. But there was an exaggerated smile on his face. The light from the lightning lasted for less than a second, and the corridor outside the emergency room sunk back into darkness again. Dr. Sun is the killer? There are two Dr. Suns. Chen Ji felt like someone had muddled his brain. He could not even tell that whether he was currently inside a nightmare or whether he was still in the real world. Dr. Sun inside the emergency room had mentioned a door earlier. He said that if you open a door at midnight, you would be able to see the other hospital. Could there be a Dr. Sun both inside and outside the door at the hospital? His mind reached this conclusion naturally, but when that thought stuck to his mind, that heart-wrenching pain returned again. A growl escaped from his throat. Chen Ji gritted on his teeth. Initially it was Dr. Gao who held onto his arm tightly, but now it was Chen Ji who was hanging onto Dr. Gao's arm. The latter's arm was twisted into painful shape by Chen Ji, but the expression on Dr. Gao's face had not changed. It was as if after they left the treatment room, Dr. Gao was no longer a doctor, but he had turned into a dead body without self-consciousness. I must not faint now. This place is too dangerous. The Dr. Sun in the dark is slowly approaching. He might reach here at any moment. Chen Ji tried his best to slam the door of the emergency room close. But the enclosed space not only did not bring him any sense of security, it only amplified the horror assaulting his heart. What did you see outside? It was unclear when Dr. Sun had materialized beside Chen Ji. A question abruptly left his lips. When the lightning crossed the sky, I saw someone standing outside the corridor. He was covered in blood. Chen Ji did not say that the person had the same face as Dr. Sun. He was covered in blood. Dr. Sun appeared to be reminded of something. Does he have a fixed smile on his face? Looking into Dr. Sun's eyes, Chen Ji did not know how to answer anymore. If he said that he saw the figure was smiling constantly, then it would prove indirectly that he had seen the killer's face and he knew what the killer looked like. After giving it some thought, Chen Ji decided to nod in the end. Yes, he is smiling like he cannot stop, and I realize he looks very similar to you. I know what you are afraid of. That man is not me. He is the ghost at this hospital. The smile on Dr. Sun's face was slowly morphing to mimic the smile of the ghost outside the room. Do you believe in the existence of ghosts in this world? I feel like many people have asked me that question before. Then do you know what kind of ghost is the scariest? Dr. Sun appeared to be trying to help Chen Ji, but at this moment he was really looking very scary. Hearing Dr. Sun's voice, a figure with a red dress floated up in Chen Ji's mind as if on instinct. He answered as if hypnotized. A ghost in a red outfit is the scariest. That is not correct. Dr. Sun's voice slowly lowered. He pointed at Chen Ji's eyes. A ghost with warmth in his eyes is the scariest. Chapter 1176, Cursed Hospital 2 in 1. Ghosts with warmth inside their eyes. Doesn't that mean that they are still human and not ghost? Chen Ji had problem wrapping his head around Dr. Sun's words. Dr. Sun, do you guys have an antibiotics here? Patient number 2's voice traveled out from the emergency room. We have just bandaged up the patient's wound and stopped the bleeding, but the wound on the front of his chest suddenly worsens, and it is now pouring with an exorbitant amount of pus. The wound suddenly worsens? Chen Ji also ran over. He had a feeling everything would not have been so coincidental. When he entered the room, he saw the bandage and various objects that littered the ground. At that moment, Zhang Jingjiu was still lying unconsciousness on the operation table, and his chest had stopped heaving. He is still alive, but he has lost his consciousness. However, if we allow his wound to continue to spread, then I worry he will not have any chance to survive tonight. Patient number 2 gasped greedily for air. His hands were filled with blood, and it looked incredibly scary. Why would his injury suddenly worsen? I have no idea, probably because the wounds that he suffered went a bit too deep. Dr. Fang stood next to the operation table wearing his gloves. He looked very professional. I need distilled water to clean the exterior wounds and povidone to help with the disinfection. By the way, there are some black threads stuck inside the flesh around his wounds. They are probably the signs of infection of some kind of bacteria. If we have to treat him, we will have to do it at a sterile environment. Dr. Fang's head was covered in sweat. I have not done similar surgery before, and we do not even have enough tools here. We still professional surgeons to come do this. Then he turned to Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao. We should postpone our treatment for now. It is far more important to rescue this patient's life. It is pointless for you to turn to me. Me and Dr. Gao are both psychologists. Our knowledge of surgical medicine is even poorer than you. How about this? We will go to the other sick hall now, and if we are lucky, we might run into other night doctors. Dr. Sun suggested casually. I suppose that is the only thing we can do. He is not able to move. Number 2 and I will stay here to watch over him. The rest of you should go and look for other night doctor. Dr. Fang and patient number 2 tried their best to help ease the pain on Zhang Jingju, but without any professional tools, there was only so much they could do. Without a suitable medical device and surgical environment, they did not dare to apply any cut on Zhang Jingju. If it caused the infection to spread, then they would definitely claim Zhang Jingju's life. We are going to split up. Patient number 5 thought this was not a good idea. The killer is still inside the hospital. If we split up now, we will get taken down by him one by one. This patient cannot wait anymore. If we carry him with us, it will only slow us down. The best solution is to temporarily place him here. That will also help with his condition. Dr. Fang considered everything from the perspective of a doctor first. His teacher kept installing in him a theory in life, and that was to help anyone that he could. If there was a chance for a rescue, he should do everything within his power to help them. That was in the oath when he took up his occupation as a doctor. Number 1, have you seriously considered this? Patient 5 was not afraid of death. If anything, he appeared to be more concerned about patient number 4's safety. You have to understand, not only this patient is in a situation of life and death, every single one of us is the target of the killer. To save the life of a person who might not survive, we are going to put the lives of all the survivors on the line. Do you think that is worth it? What kind of risk he has put you under? We are only going to temporarily split up. Part of us will go look for medicine, doctors, and help, while the rest will stay here and guard. Patient number 2 groused with impatience. There is probably just one killer and there are 7 of us. There is no reason for us to be afraid of him. Patient number 2 appeared to be used to deal with different kind of horrid and scary criminals in his past, so he did not show any trace of fear. If anything, he was anticipating to capture the killer. 3 of us will stay behind while the 4 of us will go out to look for medicine. Number 1 is the only one with medical knowledge to tell how the patient is doing, so he has to stay here. Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao know about the layout of this hospital, so one of them will have to join us. Patient number 2's mind was sharp and clear. It did not feel like he was a mental patient at all. In just a few minutes, patient number 2 had decided the teams. Chenji, Dr. Sun, and Dr. Gao, as well as patient number 2, would go out in search of medicine and other night doctors, while Dr. Fang, patient number 5 and 4, would stay back to look over Zhang Jingju. Please move faster. The wounds are already leaking pus. The speed by which the wounds are worsening is a bit ridiculous. Lock the door, and we will return as soon as we find the other doctor. Actually, in the beginning, patient number 2 did not intend for Chenji to leave because his leg was encased in plaster. But Dr. Gao and Dr. Sun refused to leave without Chenji. In fact, they were insistent that they were not to be separated from Chenji, so patient number 2 had no choice but to allow Chenji to leave with them. Opening the door of the emergency room, Chenji's mind was instantly occupied by the image of the other Dr. Sun. He knew the person was just hiding in the dark, perhaps right at that moment. He was even watching them. The things that patient number 2 need is at the 4th floor, but I do not suggest we go to the 4th floor. For the sake of security, we better go to the other sick hall to look. Dr. Sun's statement was very strange. It sounded like it was purposely phrased that way so that people would ask more questions. Why can't we go to the 4th floor? Are all the doors locked? Chenji decided to take the bait. The hospital director's office used to be at the 4th sick hall on the 4th floor. But after the first hospital director committed suicide, the newly appointed hospital director had moved his office to somewhere else. Dr. Sun said calmly, but his words had provided a lot of information for Chenji. The first hospital director at this hospital has committed suicide, at this very hospital. Chenji's interest was piqued even further. Yes, this incident is a taboo at this hospital. Very little people will bring it up. Dr. Sun lowered his voice. This hospital used to be the biggest hospital at Xinhai, and it was built at the newer part of the city. But for some unknown reason, people kept dying inside the hospital. Initially, the deaths were mostly limited to people who died from medical incidents. and patients with terminal illness, but soon after that, cleaners and general workers started to go missing, and lastly it were the nurses and doctors. They were probably murdered then. If they were murdered, then most of the things would not have added up, Dr. Sun said cryptically. Each of the victims had a clear reason of death. Most of them died from suicide, but a very small part of the victims had their bodies gone missing. You make it sound so scary. Chenji felt chills running up his arms. Dr. Gao, who was next to him, had body temperature which was very low. It felt like he was now a walking dead body. The truth is far more scarier than I am describing it. Dr. Sun walked adjacent to Chenji. I remember the first victim that should not have died was found at the 4th sick hall. Technically speaking, it should be categorized as a medical incident. The patient's family came to the hospital threatening to sue. The surgeon in charge was so scared that he went hiding inside the morgue. The hospital director came out personally to mediate the situation with the family. In the end, he finally got the family members to leave, but when they came to the morgue to find the doctor, they realized he was already dead. The doctor has died. What was the cause of death? The autopsy given the Xinhai police station was suicide. The crime scene also looked like a suicide. The doctor used the cloth that was meant to cover up the dead body to make a noose and hang himself on the beam over the door. Isn't it a bit too rash to determine the cause of death as suicide based on that little observation? Chenji felt there was a bigger problem behind this. But since the police worked on evidence, everything should be based on facts. Actually, it was not that surprising that the doctor chose to commit suicide. He was living not that happy of a life. Combine that with such a serious medical incident that he had caused, the man had nothing else to live for. He came from no background, and thus he would most likely lose his job and get ordered to court. With such a great pressure on his shoulder, it was quite easy to imagine why he had chosen the decision he did. Dr. Sun appeared to be finding excuse for the doctor's death. Anyway, the second victim was a night nurse. The surveillance video showed that she had been lying at the duty room all night. She maintained the same posture throughout the night. When the nurse from the morning shift came to check up on her, they realized her body was already cold. Dr. Sun was telling these incredibly scary things, but his voice and expression did not change at all. It was like he was just telling a normal story. The double incident with the doctor and the nurse compelled the hospital director to call for an emergency meeting. However, he did not intend to solve this problem from its basic at all, but instead he planned to suppress all these news. The first hospital director had his own reason for doing so. I believe it has to be related to the fact that at the time the government was pouring money into setting up this newer part of Xinhai. If everything has gone successfully, the new city where Xinhai Central Hospital was situated would become much more advanced and populated than the old part of the city. In reality, we cannot really pin the blame on the first hospital director. They had more than enough reason to believe that the victims have died from suicide. Therefore, when you consider they have made all these decisions on the basis that the victims had all committed suicide, the fact that they had come to these decisions were quite normal and reasonable. Dr. Sun, Chen Ji, and Dr. Gao walked side by side down the hospital's dark corridor. Patient number 2 followed behind them with his brows creased heavily together. The third accident happened to a male hospital worker. He had gone insane when he was patrolling the rooms, and he jumped down from the window of the corridor. No one knew what he had seen in the corridor that day. This confused the police as well, just what kind of things he could have seen that might have scared an adult male so much that he decided to jump out the window. The atmosphere inside the hospital gradually became stranger. The doctors and nurses who knew the truth were afraid for their lives. Even though the hospital director wanted to keep everything under cover, the strange stories still eventually reached the ears of the patients. Coincidentally enough, the fourth victim was a patient who was living at the hospital. At this point, Dr. Sun turned to take a look at Chen Ji. The patient was staying at the 3rd sick hall. He suddenly went insane at midnight. He claimed there was a ghost hiding under his bed, and in the middle of the night, he demanded the night doctor to switch room for him. The doctor naturally rejected his request, but he could not allow the patient to cause such a big ruckus in the middle of the night. So after feeding the patient some medicine, the doctor stayed in the room with the patient until he drifted away into sleep, and then the doctor left. What the doctor did not anticipate was not long after he left, the patient would crawl up to the rooftop of the building and then jump down. Now that the patient had died, the hospital wanted to push the blame fully on the doctor, but the doctor felt wronged. Because normally the door to the roof would be locked, but for some reason it was left unlocked that night. The 5th victim was this hapless doctor. He wanted to investigate who opened the door to the rooftop that night. The hospital only installed the camera at the corner of the corridor. The doctor recorded everyone that had appeared at the corner that led to the rooftop that night. According to rumor, he stayed until very late that night to watch all the tapes. To clear his own name, the doctor was very serious. In the end, he did find something on the surveillance tape. On the night the patient jumped off the roof, there was someone in a red shirt that appeared in the corridor, and he was heading up the stairs. But do you know what the scariest thing was? The doctor could only find the footage of the person in the red shirt going up the stairs, but he failed to find any evidence of him returning back from the roof. There was only one way that led to the hospital rooftop, and it was through this corner. The doctor was stumped. He looked at the time on the surveillance tape. Even until after the patient had jumped off, the person in the red shirt still had not came down the stairs. In other words, when the patient jumped off the building, the person in the red shirt was at the rooftop. In fact, he was probably standing next to the patient. The doctor finally found the real killer. He had made it his mission to find this person. He sat inside the surveillance room and focused his attention on the footage. He wanted to see when that person would leave the rooftop and where he had went after he left. But the thing that slowly worried the doctor happened. He had looked through all the surveillance footage, but the person with the red shirt did not appear to have come up from the roof until now. The doctor started to panic. He kept on consoling himself. Perhaps he had missed it, or perhaps the man had escaped through the blind spot of the camera. Even though that was what he thought, the doctor kept flipping through the surveillance channel. He was freaking out, but in the end, he did find the figure in the red shirt on the surveillance monitor. The person was standing behind him. The moment the monitor turned dark, the doctor saw himself and the red shirt behind him. The doctor gone insane. He repeated this discovery to everyone that he encountered, but no one was willing to believe him. In the end, he was found dead inside the trash chute at the 4th sick hall. Dr. Sun did not appear like he was just telling stories. It was as if he wanted to impart more knowledge onto Chen Ji through these things. The 6th victim was the hospital worker who found the doctor's body. He was a very common person. There was nothing too wrong with him, but there was nothing that stand out about him either. The night he found the doctor's body, he returned to the hospital for some unknown reason, and the next day, his own body was found inside the same spot inside the same trash chute. In an extremely short amount of time, there were 6 consecutive victims. The hospital director could not hide this anymore. He gave the order to seal up the trash chute and the sick room where the patient stayed. He even welded the door to the rooftop shut. He thought that would solve all the problem, but who would have known he would become the 7th victim? The death of the hospital director was still a mystery. He returned to his office after dealing with all the admin work like usual, but he did not come out from his office after that. The next day, the doctors found the hospital director's body inside the director's office. He spent the whole night writing the character death in blood on all the surfaces of the office. No one knew why the hospital director would suddenly go insane. Everyone was speculating whether it had to be a curse that had befallen the hospital, because that was the only way to explain all the strange phenomena. How else would one explain the occurrence of so many creepy and scary things in such a short period of time? Chenji thought Dr. Sun would end then. He was about to say something when suddenly Dr. Sun looked at him with a piercing gaze. It was as if Dr. Sun was trying to look through him. The hospital director was the 7th victim. Since then, the number 7 became the unluckiest number at this hospital. Once 7 people entered the hospital at the same time, then all 7 of them would be cursed, and they would die one after another. Isn't it a bit late for you to tell me about all these now? Chenji felt the Dr. Sun before him was both familiar and unfamiliar. Counting the 2 doctors, there are 7 people in total that walked out from the treatment room earlier. Think about the cause of death for the 7 victims. It should be immensely helpful to you. Dr. Sun turned his head around. The wounds on his neck and cheeks were slowly splitting open. Chapter 1177, Jar of Heart 2 in 1. There were 7 dead bodies in the hospital in the short amount of time. Each of them constituted a strange death, but there did not appear to be a conspicuous thread tying them all together. Dr. Sun purposely reminded me to pay attention to their cause of death, but there is not any big problem just from their cause of death. Or Dr. Sun is trying to tell me that there are actual existence of ghosts in this world through the stories of these 7 unfortunate victims. Chenji had too little information, and he was unable to retrieve too much information from Dr. Sun's stories, so all he could do for now was to memorize the details of these stories in his mind for now. The lightning continued to flash outside the hospital. The storm was like a desperate patient in and of itself. The wind lashed at the windows. The rain fell constantly on the roof, the sound echoing non-stop in everyone's ears. When the 4 people came to the mouth of the corridor that would lead them to the 4th sick hall, Dr. Sun stopped posing Chenji any questions. Instead, Dr. Sun led Chenji directly down the corridor. After they entered the corridor, Chen Ji's heart started to race. In fact, his heart was pumping so fast that he felt like he was having trouble breathing. His mind kept repeating the stories that Dr. Sun just told him for some unknown reason. The doctor who was looking through the surveillance saw a strange character in a red shirt in the corridor before. After that person gone up the stairs, she never came down again. This night is proving to be a strange night. I wonder if the few of us will run into her tonight. Theoretically speaking, this was something very scary, but once Chenji considered the possibility of that, he only felt his heart race even faster, and an indescribable feeling started to overwhelm his person. It was very complicated. Instead of fear, it felt more like curiosity and excitement. Curiosity kills the cat. I have to calm down first. There is no need to get ahead of myself. After they reached the second floor, Chenji noticed there was a rag doll that had lost its head sitting at the corner of the corridor that turned into the staircase. The doll was handmade. The body was torn apart, and the opening exposed the black and red-colored stuffing inside. Why is there such a thing at the hospital? Chenji was about to go over to take a look at it when someone pulled on his clothes. Chenji turned around to look and realized it was patient number 2. What's wrong? Why are you still so courageous even after you have broken a leg? Do not wander off from the rest of the group. We need to stick together. Patient number 2's voice was filled with concern. It was clear that he really did have Chenji's best interest at heart. All right, I was just going over to take a look. Chenji had no idea why, but his power of sight was incredibly good. Even in the darkness, he could see many things incredibly clearly. Perhaps this was caused by some kind of eye disease, or at least that was what Chenji told himself. When they reached the corner, Chenji's brows slowly locked together. There appeared to be animal organs stuffed inside the ragdoll's body. It looked quite disgusting. Do not get too close to it. There was a pregnant woman who registered at the hospital before. Due to complication during childbirth, the child died during the surgery. The mother survived the surgery, but it was hard to say it was a good thing. She slowly lost her mind, and for that she was transferred to the 3rd sick hall. During her period there, she had been searching for her own son. Dr. Sun explained as he started expressionlessly on the ragdoll on the ground. You mean to say this ragdoll is left here by that pregnant mother? Other than her, I cannot imagine anyone else would do something like this. Actually, I pity her conditions. Perhaps because of the trauma, she refuses to admit the fact that her child is already dead. She kept on telling the people around her that her child is still alive, and they are just around her. They will even crawl into her bed and lay beside her pillow at night. Dr. Sun dragged Chenji away from the decapitated ragdoll. Then does that mean that she suffered from delusion? Chenji asked. He felt like he could empathize with the lady. Yes and no. Dr. Sun turned back to give him a smile. The woman's condition is very similar to yours. She refused to take our treatment because perhaps she understood well inside her heart that once she was cured, she would not have the chance to see her own child again. How does that mean that her condition is very similar to mine? Chenji could not understand it. He did not pine for any lost child the last time he checked. The sacrifice for becoming better is to wipe out completely the stories that you have made up for yourself in the past. Forget everything and everyone that existed in your stories. Would you have voluntarily received the treatment? Dr. Sun dropped the question in a casual, but Chenji had a feeling that this was some kind of test. Chenji gave it a serious thought for a while. In the end, Chenji did not answer it. He did not want to expose the true thoughts inside his mind. Regarding these patients that refused to be treated from the very beginning, no matter how hard the doctors tried, it would be pointless. The condition of the mother became more and more serious. She would often tore out pieces of the bedsheet or the curtain and made them into simple dolls, and then she would place the dolls at the corner of the stairs. For some reasons, she believed this would bring her child back to her. Until now, I still could not understand the reasoning behind it. How could the ragdolls have helped with the return of her child? Would the child be attracted by the ragdolls and thus came searching for their mother, or the dead child would occupy the dolls' bodies and came back to accompany their mother? No matter which of the circumstance it was, I do not think we should have aversion to this ragdoll. Even though it looks scary, it possesses the lingering spirit of that pregnant mother. Chenji dragged his broken leg and stood before the ragdoll. What he said stunned Dr. Sun and patient number 2. They did not know how to react for a brief moment. You are pitying the mother? Dr. Sun asked to confirm. It is not really that. Let's analyze this from a more rational perspective. What has the mother done wrong in her position? Even if the child has turned into a ghost, is that the child's fault? Chenji's way of thinking was obviously different from the doctor's. They are both victims. The real culprit is the ones who have killed them. You mean to say this tragedy is caused by the doctor? Once Dr. Sun uttered that statement, Dr. Gao, who had been acting like a walking zombie, slightly frowned. No, I am not saying it is the doctor's full responsibility, but it must have been related to him somehow. So many things have happened at this hospital, no one could have guaranteed that nothing has interrupted the doctor during the surgery. Chenji looked at the headless doll that sat at the corner of the staircase. There is no debt without creditors. If it is trying to look for a closure, then it will have to do with something inside the hospital has done. Are you trying to reason with a ghost? Patient number 2 also could not understand the various actions done by Chenji so far. I cannot tell for sure whether there are ghosts in this world or not. I am just voicing my own opinion. Chenji moved his eyes away. The hospital will be cleaned every day in the morning, but the ragdoll still appeared here at the staircase. This meant that the pregnant woman might still be alive. That proves that there are other survivors inside this hospital. This should be a good news for us. The pregnant woman died on the 3rd month during her treatment. When she passed away, we found a closet filled with ragdolls inside her room. After Dr. Sun dropped this bomb, both Chenji and patient number 2 were stumped. She is no longer here. Then who placed the ragdoll here? Patient number 2 still refused to admit there was ghost in the world. Only the doctors would know about the pregnant woman's story. The killer is mimicking the pregnant woman. Does this mean that the killer is a doctor? Then he turned his accusatory gaze at Dr. Sun. Honestly, he suspected Dr. Sun a lot. When Zhang Jingju was injured, Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao were in our company. Even if the culprit is a doctor, it is not either of these 2 doctors. Compared to believing the killer was a doctor, Chenji felt a higher possibility that it was a baleful specter. During the argument, the group arrived at the 2nd floor. The empty corridor was pasted with the pictures of many doctors. This gave Chenji a sense of déjà vu. The hospital used to honor the best doctors and those who had been awarded by hanging their pictures at the corridor. Xinhai Central Hospital originally used a lot of money to hire many famous doctors. I suppose you could say this is a kind of advertising method. The intention of the hospital was coming from a place of good, but after the accidental death of one of the doctors, the hospital thought it might not be such a good idea to keep the doctor's picture on the wall anymore, so they removed his picture from the wall. But one night, when a nurse was on night duty, she realized the doctor's picture, which was supposed to have been removed from the wall, was hanging back on its original place. She studied it for a long time, and then she came to a scary conclusion. The picture of the doctor on the wall was not showing the original picture of the doctor, but the much paler countenance of the same doctor, as if it taken after he was dead. She reported this to her superior. The leader assigned the hospital workers to stay at the corridor to watch over any kind of incident, but the scary picture never appeared again. At the time, this became a scary rumor at the hospital. The leader gave the nurse a long notice to stay at home for her to rest. Just as everyone thought this was the end of everything, the doctors who had their pictures hung on the wall had accidents happen to them one after another. After that, the hospital removed all the pictures from the wall and made a decision to stop hanging a living person's pictures on the wall anymore. After hearing Dr. Sun's explanation, Chenji was even more confused. You said the hospital had made the decision to show hanging the doctor's pictures, so what are these? Why are there so many pictures on both sides of the walls? Are you telling me someone came to purposely hung all of them on the wall in the middle of the night? Like what I have told you earlier. Dr. Sun pointed at the door of the sick room beside them. After you walk through a doctor, the world inside and outside of it will be completely different. You are still inside the hospital, but it is no longer the same hospital. By the way, there is one more detail that I want to tell you. The picture of the first doctor that appeared on the wall, that was the same doctor who performed the surgery on the pregnant woman. There had to be a reason why Dr. Sun purposely stressed on this detail. Chenji ruminated on it, and then he realized most of the victims at this hospital had interacted with other victims before. Their deaths were probably not accidentally, but instead they were made to be looked like some kind of accident. We better do not stay here for too long. The lightning flashed and lit up the many pale faces on the 2 sides of the wall. In that moment, Chenji had a scary realization that it was not simple pictures that were looking down at them. The group hurried all the way to the 4th floor. Dr. Sun was still the one who led the way. I remember the storage room for the emergency store of medicine should be inside the 7th room. The corridor of the 4th floor appeared to have been long vacated. Most of the rooms here were locked, and some of the locks had been rusted shut. After the incident to the first hospital director, basically the 4th floor of the 4th sick hall has been abandoned. Normally, the doctors and nurses will rather take a long detour than cross this place. Is this place that scary? Chenji realized he was desensitized to the sense of fear. Well, there used to be a cleaner who did not believe in these things. He chose to do his job during the late afternoon when there were not that many people at the hospital. In the end, he saw someone held something in the corridor of the 4th floor corridor and was writing something continuously on the wall. He recognized the white coat the person was wearing and thus assumed the person was a doctor. But when he got closer, he realized the person was holding his own broken finger and was repeatedly writing the character death on the wall. So the cleaner encountered the death hospital director. Indeed, Dr. Sun's voice turned chilly. But do you know something even scarier that happened after that? The cleaner also died from an accident not long after that. This was already the best conclusion that Chen Ji could come up with. The cleaner resigned from the hospital, but he could not survive without money for long. Therefore, he went to work at another smaller private hospital. On the 7th day he worked at that private hospital, he died inside the office of the hospital director, but the curious thing was his cause of death was similar to the first hospital director here. In fact, when the police arrived at the scene, they entered an office that was filled with the character, death. Not long after that, the private hospital closed down due to the bad publicity. The related admin of the hospital had gone missing, and most of the doctors and nurses from that hospital, according to rumors, had stopped working in the medical field. How could this sound like some kind of curse to me? The origin of the curse is this hospital, and everyone with the curse will keep spreading the misfortune unless they will never be able to leave the hospital. Chen Ji realized how preposterous he was sounding. To use the hospital as the medium for curses and turn a place to save people's lives as the source of tragedy, the person behind this curse is truly a scumbag of the century. Curse, misfortune, your power of imagination is too strong. Patient number 2 shook his head. He did not agree with Chen Ji's opinion. From his perspective, the cause of all the strange things was human being. But he was not going to get into an argument with Chen Ji. After all, Chen Ji was a mental patient. Trailing the wall, Chen Ji followed the 2 doctors as they entered the corridor of the 4th floor. Initially, there was nothing wrong, but after walking for about 10 seconds, Chen Ji suddenly felt there was something out of place. The corridor did not look that long. One could see its end with a glance, but they had been walking for 10 seconds already. They still had not reached the end of the corridor. This is strange. Chen Ji stopped moving. The rest of the 3 turned to look at Chen Ji with confusion. Their gazes were questioning why did he stop. What's wrong? None of you notice this? Chen Ji pointed at the door beside them. This is already the 2nd time this sealed door appeared beside us. We appear to have been walking in circle. Once Chen Ji said that, it hit patient number 2 on his head. Indeed, I felt like we have been walking for a long time already too. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me because I was too nervous. The reason might be this door. After hearing the story about the first hospital director, Chen Ji was greatly interested in the hospital director's office. He was curious to see how this room with lots of secret would look like. Before the 2 doctors could stop him, Chen Ji pushed on the door of the director's room softly. Who knew the door would be left unlocked? A stinging stench drifted out from inside the room. Patient number 2 held his nose with his hands. Even Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao took a step back. Only Chen Ji stood dumbly at the door. His nostrils twitched. Chen Ji took in a deep breath. The suffocating stench triggered the memory in his mind as numerous scary thoughts flashed across his mind. I have smelled this stench somewhere else before. He was certain of that fact. His brain pulled up the memory whether he liked it or not. The pain started to come for him again. Holding the edge of the door, Chen Ji gritted his teeth as he forced himself into the hospital director's office. He looked at the death character that filled the room, and it felt like his brain was being pried apart by a pair of invisible hands. I'm very familiar with this stench. I have smelt it at the edge of death before. Whenever I smell this stench, something bad is bound to happen. Leaning against the frame of the door, Chen Ji forced himself to stay conscious. He forced his eyes to open and finally located the source of the stench. In the middle of the desk inside the office, there was a glass jar, and inside the jar sat a heart that was curled around with black threads. Chapter 1178, A Madman Who Uses Ghost Story to Deal with Curse, 2 in 1. After the hospital director's demise, his office has been kept the way it was. The people outside the doctor were filled with confusion. Other than Chen Ji, including the 2 doctors, no one dared to enter the room. Currently, Chen Ji was in a very bad state. The memory related to the stench in his mind started to loosen. Pieces of memory fragments blasted to form many different images in his mind. Hey, don't stay in there alone. It is too dangerous. Patient number 2 was worried about Chen Ji's safety. He slowly approached the hospital director's office, but when he reached the door, his body refused to enter the room. It was as if every cell in his body was resisting him, like they were certain he would die if he dared to venture into the office. In the brief clearing of his mind, Chen Ji heard the voice of patient number 2, but his nervous system was already swamped by the intense pain and torment. He started to lose control of his body. Under the dual torture of pain and the stench, he toppled headfirst onto the hospital director's desk. His hands held the surface of the table. Chenji's face that was twisted by pain almost crashed into the glass jar placed on the table. "Whose heart is this?" His breathing came rapidly as his chest rose and fell. As the pain within Chenji intensified, the heart that was wrapped by numerous black threads started to pump inside the glass jar. It was like Chenji's own heart. Every beating was pulling along Chenji's nerves. Could the heart inside the glass jar be mine? Chenji realized the frequency of the beating of his own heart, and the one inside the glass jar was slowly starting to line up. He stared at the glass jar closely as if his soul was about to get sucked into the jar itself. Indescribable pain and despair poured freely into the man's body. The world before his eyes started to swirl. The multiple character of deaths amplified before his eyes. It was as if they had all come alive. Chenji wanted to wave his arms to resist, but his body and nerves were at the edge of a breakdown. He had difficulty to even nudge a single muscle in his body. Being trapped inside the room filled with the word death, how come this experience feels so familiar to me? A memory bubbled up in the darkest corner of Chenji's memory. A mud statuette carved with Chenji's name at the chest was shoved inside an altar that was filled with the character, death by someone. What Chenji was experiencing now was similar to the mud statuette that was carved with his own name. But he was not trapped inside any religious altar, but he was instead trapped inside the dead hospital director's office. Someone has placed a curse on me. Flickering memory helped Chenji confirm that someone had once placed a curse on him, but due to various reasons the person had failed. But now he had triggered the curse again. The man himself had no idea why he could be so familiar with these things that should not be common to a normal person at all. Both of his hands slowly moved. Chenji's gum was bloody from the heavy gritting of his teeth. He reached out to hug the glass jar on the table. The initial plan was to break the glass jar to see if that would break the curse, but to his surprise, when both of his hands touched the glass jar, the black threads that was stuck to the heart crawled out from the heart, and they started to bang against the glass jar itself. It felt like they were trying to break through the glass to enter Chenji's body. The glass jar started to splinter and crack. The stench in the room intensified. Chenji's consciousness was failing. He used the last vestige of his energy to shove the glass jar to the edge of the table. The black threads slammed against the glass. The crack kept spreading. Just as the glass jar was about to shatter, deep red striations appeared inside the heart. These red blood vessels twined together and weaved out the face of a child inside the heart. The child screamed. As if to prevent the child to escape from the cage of the heart, the black threads immediately wrapped themselves back around the heart and stopped attacking the glass jar. Chenji witnessed the whole process. Be it the black thread or the child's face that appeared inside the heart, this was definitely different from the real world that Dr. Gao was convinced they were in. He looked at the child's face inside the heart rather confusedly. For some reason, the face reminded of himself when he was small. The heart that was kept inside the glass jar belongs to the young boy. The pain in his mind faded away by quite a lot. Chenji collapsed beside the desk and gasped hungrily for air. The hospital director's office had returned to normal. Even the stench in the air had lightened greatly. "Are you all right?" It was not until now that Dr. Sun ran into the office. He squatted down beside Chenji with his back to the door. "Do I look like I am all right to you?" Just as Chenji tried to speak, he started to cough uncontrollably. Dr. Sun looked at Chenji quietly. He pointed at Chenji's finger and then said something very strange. "Before the patients are admitted into the hospital, their personal effects will be kept in the 5th sick hall. There is a wedding ring inside your cupboard." "Wedding ring? But I am not yet married." "Indeed, you are not married, so why would you have a wedding ring on you?" Dr. Sun had a big smile on his scarred face. It radiated relief. He was facing away from the door, so only Chenji could see the expression on his face at that moment. "If you can successfully escape from the hospital, remember to put on the wedding ring. I believe it is very important to you." Chenji felt like Dr. Sun was a bit different from before. He tried to think closer about it. Ever since they left the 3rd sick hall, Dr. Gao had been holding onto his arm while Dr. Sun had an icy disposition towards him. But after the latter entered the hospital director's office, Dr. Sun suddenly smiled at him. This was completely different from how he had been acting up until now. Is this because Dr. Gao is not inside the hospital director's office with us? Chenji slowly discovered the difference between Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao. At this moment, Dr. Gao was more like a walking dead body, while Dr. Sun was getting more and more humanized. "Let's go. It is not wise to stay too long inside the hospital director's office. This place has witnessed too many tragedies." Dr. Sun picked Chenji up from the ground. He supported Chenji as they were leaving the room when Chenji suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute!" Chenji turned around and picked up the glass jar that was left on the desk. He hugged it in his chest. "What are you doing?" Dr. Sun took in a cold breath and subconsciously moved away from Chenji, who was carrying the glass jar as if the glass jar was something incredibly dangerous. "I want to bring this thing with us." Chenji knew the black threads around the heart might claim his life at any moment, but he still insisted on bringing this thing with him, because he felt like the face that was hidden inside the heart was very important to him. "Do you know what is that? The stories that I have told you before, do you really think they are just mere stories?" Dr. Sun's expression changed immediately. He knew how scary the glass jar was, but due to certain reason, he was unable to divulge more information. "I know this thing is very dangerous, but just because of how dangerous it is, there is more the reason for me to carry it with me," Chenji answered seriously. "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Dr. Sun started to suspect Chenji's condition had worsened again. "Actually, I did not plan to take this thing with me at the start, but the stories that you have told me changed my mind." Chenji hugged the glass jar, and his eyes fixed directly at the heart inside it. "This hospital might really be haunted. Against ghosts, we have no defensive mechanism against them, but that will change if we bring this with us. If a ghost really appear, we can use this glass jar to whack them." "Whack them?" Dr. Sun's brows were pleated together. He asked with uncertainty, "Are you serious?" "Of course, the thing that was left at the crime scene of the first hospital director's death has to be cursed somehow, but you have to understand one problem. Carrying this with us might cause our death, but running into a ghost will certainly kill one or more of us." Chenji hugged the glass jar as he headed towards the exit. "The choice between the two is clear. I personally want to see whether this glass jar is more dangerous or a ghost encounter is more dangerous." A ghost is an immaterial thing, but the glass jar was corporeal and surprisingly hefty. Chenji wanted to use something an actual person could touch to deal with a flitting ghost. This plan had stunned and confused Dr. Sun. "You might really be a madman." Dr. Sun's statement appeared to have a double meaning to it, but Chenji did not appear to grasp it. Of course, in Chenji's condition, even if he did understand it, he would pretend otherwise. "I'm already sick, but I will try my best to cooperate with your treatment." Chenji was being so kind and friendly that it was quite scary in this moment. Seeing Chenji carry the glass jar out of the hospital director's office, Dr. Gao, who was like a walking dead, not only did not reach out to grab Chenji's arm, he even voluntarily stayed away from Chenji and maintained a 3 meters distance from him. Neither of the two doctors was willing to stay close to Chenji. Even though patient number 2 had no idea what was going on and why the doctors were acting that way, he cleverly chose to stay away from Chenji as well. "Why did you decide to bring that heart specimen with you?" Patient number 2 was not averse to human organs, but he was just worried that this was kind of sick hobby that Chenji had. "Specimen?" Chenji looked at the living heart inside the glass jar. He felt like the appearance the heart had in everyone's eyes was different. "Dr. Sun said the hospital might be haunted, so I am bringing this glass jar that is left behind by the dead first hospital director. I suppose you can say I am trying to fight venom with venom." Patient number 2 could not wrap his head around Chenji's reasoning at all. He very astutely stopped this conversation with Chenji, but turned to address Dr. Sun. "Where is the storage room for the medicine that you have mentioned? We have reached the end of the corridor, but we still have not encountered any such room." "I must have remembered wrongly. After the strange death of the first hospital director, many doctors refused to come to this floor to take the medicine anymore, so the hospital has moved the medical storage room to the 4th floor of the 5th sick hall," Dr. Sun said very casually. "Are you sure?" Patient number 2 sensed a big problem with Dr. Sun. Then again, he did not trust Dr. Sun that much from the beginning. Chenji also noted the strangeness Dr. Sun was acting. It appeared as if Dr. Sun did not care about the survival of the other people. The reason he said the medical storage room was on the 4th floor was probably to lure Chenji to the hospital director's office. Saving the other patient was just another reason for Dr. Sun to accomplish his own goal. The only thing that the doctor cared about appeared to be Chenji alone. "Is it possible that as long as I am fine, everyone else will be safe?" Chenji already realized the discrepancy between this place and the normal hospital. Dr. Sun had mentioned a door earlier in his memory. Doors were very special places. Other than myself, the other patients will not really die even if they die here. Chenji shook his head to chase this thought out of his mind. He was not willing to experiment with Zhang Jingjiu's life to prove his suspicion. If they failed to find the medicine, Zhang Jingjiu might perish at any moment. Dr. Gao refused to say a word like he was already a dead person, so Chenji and patient number 2 had no choice but to place their trust in Dr. Sun's words. They followed Dr. Sun's instruction and ran from the 4th sick hall to the 5th sick hall. Along the way, Dr. Sun had told Chenji even more strange tales that had happened inside this hospital. When they rushing over, some incidents that could not be explained by science happened inside the hospital as well, but thankfully no one was harmed. The strange things never approached Chenji's group. They only flashed past somewhere very far away. They finally arrived at the 4th floor of the 5th sick hall. This time, Dr. Sun was not lying to them. They did find the medical storage room there. But of course things did not go that smoothly. Tapes were plastered on the door of the room next to the medical storage room. Blood was still leaking out from the gap at the bottom of the door, so it was impossible to ignore it. This room with the tapes was the office for the 2nd hospital director. He was once the vice director at this hospital. He had 7 children. After the demise of the 1st hospital director, he was given the position temporarily to take over. But unfortunately, on the 7th day of his new posting, he had mysteriously disappeared. He was not found until today. Dr. Sun stood next to the door as if encouraging Chenji to go in to take a look. The 2nd hospital director went missing on his 7th day on the job. Looks like there is a big risk to becoming the hospital director of this hospital. Chenji avoided the blood stain on the ground. I am very curious how many hospital directors this hospital has had. Including the temporary directors, there are 7 hospital directors in total. The 7th hospital director is the unluckiest. Dr. Sun answered every question that Chenji had. Why is the 7th director the unluckiest? He had the most painful death. Because he is still working at the hospital until now. Then Dr. Sun raised his finger to knock on the door. Whenever the knocking echoed around them, the ticking that came from Dr. Gao's watch would weaken by a lot. Can I go in to take a look? Chenji hugged the glass jar with a heart and pushed open the door of the 2nd hospital director's office. The room was sparsely decorated. Nothing stood out about the room in first glass. But after entering it, Chenji was assaulted by that horrible stench again. He rummaged through the items inside the room and finally found a glass jar on top of a bookshelf. This time the jar contained the facial organs of a person. Eyes, nose, ears, and other organs were suspended inside a liquid bath filled with black threads. The strange thing was when Chenji approached it, the pair of eyes turned to look at him. Why the 2nd hospital director also has jar inside his office? Chenji questioned as he reached out towards the glass jar, but he was stopped by Dr. Sun. Do not touch anything inside the room, Dr. Sun whispered. You can only look with your eyes and memorize them in your head. Don't go and take away anything that you feel like it inside the rooms. Dr. Sun, do all the hospital directors have the hobby of collecting human organs? You really think that is the case? Dr. Sun scanned the door from the corner of his eyes. After he made sure Dr. Gao did not follow them into the room, he said in the fastest speed possible. It appeared like he did not want Dr. Gao to hear what he had to tell Chenji. The 7th hospital director has 7 glass jars in his office. The weight of the jars totaled up to the weight of a patient's soul. That patient has the same patient number as you. Chapter 1179. The way for Chenji to leave the hospital 2 in 1. That patient has the same registration number as I am. Chenji's interest was immediately piqued by Dr. Sun's statement. But since you know the number of that patient, then it would mean that you know what is my own number, correct? When you find out what is his number, you will naturally know your own number. Dr. Sun kept lowering his voice. If you wish to leave this hospital as soon as possible, then you better find all the glass jars and memorize the things that are inside the jars. I only need to memorize them? Chenji narrowed his pupils. He studied the eyeballs that were submerged inside the glass jar filled with black threads, and for that moment a very scary feeling overwhelmed him like it was his own facial organs that was soaked inside the jar. Based on his instinct, Chenji croaked out the final question. Are these the things that I am missing? Hearing Chenji's words, Dr. Sun was very surprised. He turned away from Dr. Gao and nodded his head lightly, and then he stopped talking. The familiar stinging stench, the glass jars filled with black threads, the patient split into 7 pieces. Chenji's mind was a mess, and he did not know what to do. His instinct told him to bring the glass jar with him, but unfortunately he only had 2 hands. He could not bring all these jars even if he wanted to. Furthermore, even if he could, where was he going to place all of them? Reaching out to touch the glass jar on the bookshelf, the black thread inside the jar weaved into many ghastly human faces. They wailed and slammed against the glass before they were dragged back by the human face that was made up by the blood vessel within the facial organs. Dr. Sun, this glass jar might look dangerous, but I have a feeling it will not harm us. Would you mind helping me carry this one with us? Chenji hoped to get Dr. Sun's help, but his request was firmly rejected by Dr. Sun. The doctors appeared to be very unwilling to get close to these glass jars. Even Dr. Gao, who refused to let Chen Ji go at the beginning now, had started to maintain a distance from Chen Ji. From the reaction of the two doctors, it seemed like it was not that the glass jars were harmless, but they would not harm Chen Ji for some reason. Earlier in the sick room, Dr. Sun had dropped the hints on how to leave the hospital. Chen Ji needed to find all the 7 glass jars in this extremely strange night and memorize the contents inside all the glass jars. He still did not quite get the connection between this and the method to leave the hospital, but he would do what Dr. Sun suggested because his subconscious told him that Dr. Sun was someone to be trusted. He would not lie to him. Other than that, there was a force hidden deep inside his mind that was urging him to find those glass jars. When I first entered the office of the first hospital director, my past memory was triggered. The pain in the room filled with the character, death almost caused me to faint, but after touching the glass jar, the pain in my brain not only subsided, my consciousness also became sharper. A brave idea occurred to Chen Ji. He wanted to attempt trying to think about his past while hugging the glass jar. But currently he was under such heavy scrutiny of the two doctors, Chen Ji temporarily did not have the chance. That was why he had been hugging the glass jar. The thing that was feared by everyone was treated by him like some kind of treasure. After all, Chen Ji had always been a talented actor. After leaving the office of the second hospital director, Chen Ji and Dr. Sun entered the medical storage room next door to locate various kind of medicine. Several minutes later, patient number 2's expression darkened and he sighed helplessly. "There is no medicine that we need here." "Then there is no other choice. We will have to try the other sick halls." Dr. Sun appeared to have known this would happen. He walked ahead with Chen Ji, who was hugging the glass jar, and continued to relay the various ghost stories that had happened inside the hospital. Looking at the 3 partners around him, patient number 2's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A doctor who did not care about the survival of the patient, and whose face was covered in scars. A madman who was hugging a glass jar filled with a human heart. A main physician whose face was so pale that he looked more and more like a dead man by every minute. Could the culprits be the doctors? He felt like he was the protagonist inside a horror film and was going through the most despairing events as he walked step by step deeper into the abyss. It was too difficult to survive on his own, so he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and followed behind Dr. Gao. Chen Ji and Dr. Sun naturally did not notice the internal struggle of patient number 2. They paused in their movement occasionally and noticed many strange things about this hospital. There were 7 sick halls in total at Xinhai Central Hospital. It was once the biggest hospital at Xinhai, but there were too many despair and horror that happened here. The term of pain and sickness were tied together. Human nature was showcased on its darkest side at the hospital. There was a story behind every single ghost story. With Dr. Sun leading the way, the group had explored all of the sick halls. The office of the 7 hospital directors were situated at each of the 7 sick halls. Every hospital director's office contained a glass jar that was radiating that horrible stench, and every glass jar also contained a human body part. The body parts were all soaked in a solution filled with the black threads, and some of the body parts had gone completely black. According to Dr. Sun's instruction, Chen Ji memorized all the organs inside the glass jars. Whenever he entered the office, he would even personally touch the glass jars. Initially, his plan was try to simulate memory of his past when he touched the glass jars to try to remember as many things as he could, but he discovered something very scary. Whenever he wanted to touch the glass jars, the black threads inside would go berserk. They would want to break through the glass jars to attack Chen Ji. But at that moment, there would be deep red blood vessels inside the different organs that would appear to drag the black threads back. Strange thing happened then. Chen Ji wanted the black threads to go berserk, so his hand would definitely need to go in contact with the glass jars. But when the blood vessels dragged the black threads away, they would pull something away from Chen Ji as well. This was a feeling that was hard to describe. Chen Ji felt the shackle on his body loosen. Some memories in the past would blur, but most importantly, his brain would be filled with new memory fragments. The curious thing was these memory fragments did not belong to him. They also did not coincide with the memory that Dr. Gao had described to him. They belonged to the memory of a completely unknown third person. When Chen Ji looked through this third person's memory, he would not feel pain, but he would have a squeeze in his heart, as if his instinct was telling him it would a horrible thing to read through the memory of this third person. Chen Ji did not reveal this information to anyone. He planned to wait when he was safe to continue reading the memory fragments of this third person. After who knew how long, it felt like several hours had passed, but the sky outside the window was still dark. There was no sign that dawn was coming at all. Chen Ji's group had searched through all the sick halls, but they still could not find the medicine that they needed. In the end, they returned to the third sick hall. This was the place where Chen Ji originally stayed. At the same time, it was also where the seventh hospital director's office was located. He came to the seventh floor of the third sick hall and found the office of the seventh hospital director at the end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, there was an office desk that was placed in the middle of the simple room. A giant glass jar sat on top of the table, and inside the jar floated a human head that was facing away from the office door. That was the head of a child. It did not have any facial organ or skin. It was more like a shell that had lost its soul. When they saw this thing, everyone stopped outside the door. No one dared to venture too rashly into the room. These hospital directors sure have strange hobbies. Probably due to professional reason, patient number 2 had desensitized himself to the sight of dead bodies and human organs, but when he saw the human head inside the glass jar, he still could not control himself from shivering uncontrollably. The horror that was evoked by the human head was not physical but psychological. It appeared as if it was the symbol of horror and despair itself. Patient number 2 and the 2 doctors halted at the door while Chen Ji strode into the room directly. He did not even hesitate for a moment. Isn't the 7th hospital director the current hospital director? As the only surviving hospital director, his office might be different from the other hospital directors. Chen Ji did not give up this rare opportunity. Before he approached the glass jar, he looked around the room. He wanted to get to know the personality of the current hospital director from the inside decor of the room. There was no decoration inside the office. Other than the glass jar on the desk, there was nothing that was unique about the room. After taking a quick tour of the office, Chen Ji came to the desk. He walked to stand on the front of the glass jar and looked at the human head that was floating amidst the numerous black threads. It is still a child. The glass jar that contained the human head was much bigger than all the glass jars that Chen Ji had encountered earlier. It also had the largest amount of black threads in it, and when he looked closer, he noticed every single thread appeared to have a strange character written on them. It felt like a seal and also a curse. Ever since Chen Ji entered the room, the black threads inside the glass jar became active. When Chen Ji stood beside the table, the black threads weaved into various human faces inside the glass jar. The scary faces stuck before the human head, as if they wanted to block the face of the human head from view. The black threads feel like they are trying to block the sight of the human head inside the jar, but can the human head still see me considering it does not possess any more facial organs? Almost as Chen Ji finished that rhetorical question, the scary human head started to leak out a large amount of bloody red lines. The black threads tried their best to suppress them and wrap themselves around the blood vessels. If this was another person, even if they were not scared away, they would probably stun from the horror that was happening before their eyes, but Chen Ji was different. He reached out his hands to hug the glass jar directly, as if wanting to carry this largest glass jar away with him. When his hands touched the glass jar, the black threads and the deep red blood vessels boiled at the same time. They were like lightning striking each other. Then a large pulling power appeared from inside the glass jar as if it was trying to suck Chen Ji wholly into the jar. The situation was getting dangerous. Chen Ji had no idea what the black threads and blood vessels represented, but he could sense the danger that came from these things. If any of the black thread or blood vessel crawled into his body, he would probably die on the spot. Dr. Sun stepped into the office, but after he took a few steps, his body could not move forward anymore. Perhaps they had managed to take something from Chen Ji's soul. The blood vessels had managed to turn the table on the black threads. The human head inside the glass jar was slowly turning around. The faces made up by the black threads were torn apart one after another. Finally, the human head was floating before Chen Ji, showing him its ghastly face that had no organs. Honged. Lightning struck outside the windows. It was so loud it almost shattered the window. The jaw of the human head inside the jar moved up and down before it suddenly slammed against the glass jar. Clang. The sound of the knocking was mixed amidst the thunder. The dark eye sockets carried with them endless terror. Even if it had been split apart, even if it had lost its skin and facial organs, the head appeared to still retain its consciousness. The eyeballs were gouged away. The blood vessels inside the 2 dark holes were boiling as they slowly converged to knit out the shape of a doll. When the doll was about to finish, Dr. Gao retreated with no hesitation. He ran as fast as he could from the office. After Dr. Gao left, Dr. Sun seemed to have found his chance. He resisted the anxiety in his heart and burst into the office and slammed the door close. At that moment he had escaped from Dr. Gao's sight. There were only him and Chen Ji inside the room. Chen Ji, I know the way to leave the hospital. His voice had changed completely from normal. There was a kindness inside it, and he sounded much younger than normal. The hospital wants you to become one of their patients, and for that, they have come up with two solutions. One is to create a false security for you so that you will be completely immersed in it and voluntarily give up your past. This way, you will slowly turn into a puppet living inside their control. Without knowing it, you will be given more curses. Your friends and employees will be dragged down by the curse, and they will all eventually become the patients at this hospital. The second method is to force you to personally kill your own friends and family. Since they cannot offer you false security, then they will have you personally destroy your own past. These wonderful past memories will become pain that you can never face. Chenji, who is lost to madness, will become a monster that is out of control, and you will be locked up deep inside the hospital. Dr. Sun's words shocked Chenji awake. He hugged the glass jar with both hands and forced himself to turn around to look at Dr. Sun. The doctor's face and body was bleeding copiously. The words that he said appeared to have triggered some kind of curse, and he was facing extremely scary punishment because of it. The hospital will stop at nothing to accomplish its goal. You will be trapped inside the hospital forever, unless they believe you are turning into the patient that they want out of you. Dr. Sun pointed at the glass jar in Chenji's grasp. We are currently inside your brain maze. This is the power of one of the night doctors. I assume you can see it as some kind of hypnosis. This hospital behind the door is created from the night doctor's memory. His goal is to make you kill all the patients here and push you over the brink of madness. When you become the last survivor, you will encounter your own self that is covered in blood, and you will realize that you are the serial killer. Don't worry, I have already swapped the drugs for you, and my evil spirit will take your place as the murderer at this hospital. The illusion of the patients have been killed by me as well. You only need to insist that it was you who killed all of them, and you have forgotten about all the other details. The wounds on Dr. Sun's body kept splitting up. He was covered in blood, and he spoke faster and faster. We do not have much time left. You need to remember the location of the 7 glass jars and the organs inside them. I have investigated some information. The 7 glass jars contain something very important to you. Since they can influence you even when you are inside other people's memory, then it proves that the relationship between you two is far greater than I imagined. You have to find all of them. They are the only things that really belong to you inside this hospital. The head inside the jar banged furiously against the glass. After Dr. Gao escaped, tremors started to shake the hospital. Footsteps came from outside the corridor. A bloody figure appeared. The murderer that was played by Dr. Sun's evil spirit rushed into the room, dragged a long chain of human heads. The giant glass jar exploded in that moment. Numerous black thread and deep red blood vessels surged into Chenji's body. It felt intensely real. It did not feel like hypnosis at all. Perhaps due to some unique talent of Dr. Sun himself, the perfect plan that he came up with was derailed by some unknown factor that he could not have accounted for. Chapter 1180. Is this all part of your plan, Dr. Sun? 2 in 1. The deep red blood vessels filled with despair crawled into Chenji's soul. The black threads that represented pain and curse also bound around his body. The two forces used his body as the battlefield as they tore at each other. They were close to tearing him apart. From his physical body to his soul, the pain was indescribable, but the most horrible thing was Chenji realized he was unable to faint even if he wanted to. His body's self-protective mechanism had lost its use fully at that moment. There was no choice for him but to suffer that incredible pain. Is it all part of your plan, Dr. Sun? Chenji still had a clear head on his shoulders. In his most despairing and impossible moment, he knew resistance would be futile. So he had given up on resistance and voluntarily opened his arms to embrace the pain. He had committed into a decision that no one else would have done in his place. When the two forces were fighting against each other, he worked his brain to its maximum, and he started to dig through the memory fragments in his mind as much as he could. Many sealed memories floated up in his mind. Many familiar faces flitted before his eyes. Chenji was under such pain that he thought he would die on the spot. If he was still at the hospital, he would have fainted already, but at this place, where his body and soul were taken over by two different forces, fainting was something that was deprived of him. Looking at the horrible state that Chenji was in, Dr. Sun touched the scars on his face. He was also flummoxed at that moment. He did not know what to do. The brain maze is the talent of the night doctor. Why would it leave such an intense stimulus on him? Is it the influence of patient number 1? Once memory of him is triggered, one will be influenced by him. The pain on Chenji was so intense that the man would have willingly sought after death, but death would not continue. Dr. Sun was flustered, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only stand there and look at Chenji with apology in his eyes. But if this continues, he might die from the extreme pain. Even though dying will not cause any influence to him in real life, I think this situation is rather unique. Dr. Sun reunited with his evil spirit. He did not dare to get close to Chen Ji himself, so he had his evil spirit drag all the skulls to approach Chen Ji. His intention was to have his evil spirit bring Chen Ji out of the office, but who had known once the evil spirit got close to Chen Ji, it was torn apart by the curse and blood vessels. Droplets of blood splashed on Chen Ji's body. Combine that with the ghastly countenance that Chen Ji had at that moment, he had the perfect appearance of a demon who had just crawled out from the bowels of hell. Oh damn! Dr. Sun had no backup plan, so he could only watch as things progressed. After who knew how long, under Chen Ji's active cooperation, the deep red blood vessels had completely suppressed the black threads of curse. Some unknown and strange memory fragments bubbled up continuously in Chen Ji's mind. These memories did not belong to Chen Ji, so they should belong to that child's head. His memory was almost dominated by death. Different causes of death, and every time he tried to find the way back. The boy wandered about a red city as he kept pushing open doors that were covered in blood vessels. The child's memory perfectly laid over the gaps in Chen Ji's own memory. The pain slowly dissipated until there was only a single sentence that was left in Chen Ji's mind. I will be waiting for you at the deepest part of the hospital. Lying supine on the ground, Chen Ji still had not lost his consciousness, but he was so weak that he had lost the energy to even blink anymore. The glass jar inside the hospital director's office was shattered. Chen Ji's patient garb was covered in glass shards and blood stains. Several rolling human heads clustered around him, but if you looked closer, you would find there was not a child's head among them. Dr. Sun looked through the entire office, but he failed to find the child's head. A chill ran up his spine. He tried to nudge Chen Ji and realized both the blood vessels and curses had already disappeared. He hurriedly dragged Chen Ji out of the hospital director's office. Can you hear me? Dr. Sun collected the heads of the patients and then half-dragged, half-carried Chen Ji back to the 5th floor of the 3rd sick hall. Even though there was some accident, everything has gone mostly according to plan. You have to remember what I told you. He used almost 15 minutes before Dr. Sun managed to drag Chen Ji and all the heads back to the door of the treatment room on the 5th floor. It depends on this time whether you will be able to escape from the hospital or not. The hospital is filled with their people. I cannot afford to communicate with you anymore. You will have to rely on yourself to mount this escape. Dr. Sun grabbed Chen Ji's hand and used it to push open the sick room door. And then he pushed Chen Ji and all the human heads back into the room. You need to find back your real self. What? Dr. Sun closed the door, and the moment the door clicked shut, Chen Ji's eyes flew open. Ah! Chen Ji's horrible wailing echoed inside the treatment room. The chair toppled over and his body slammed heavily against the ground. Chen Ji. Number 7. The mechanical ticking of the watch slowly weakened. Dr. Gao and the other patients all turned to look at Chen Ji. At that moment, Chen Ji was like a crazy man. He kept on screaming at the top of his lungs. Why are all of you still alive? Why are all of you still alive? Chen Ji waved the newspaper in his hands wildly, and during this process he sliced his fingers. The blood soaked the paper wet, and the paper peeled off to reveal the sharp glass shard inside the folds of newspaper. His eyes wandered until Chen Ji saw his own reflection inside the mirror shard. Then he screamed like he was given a huge trauma. Killer! He is the killer! He has killed all of you! The mirror dropped to the ground and shattered into even smaller shards, and each shard had Chen Ji's reflection looking back at him. Dr. Gao, who was seated on the chair, slowly stood up. He put away the mechanical clock on the table. The ticking sound then disappeared. The other patients slowly returned to normal. They were looking a little bit pale, but Chen Ji appeared to have truly lost his mind. Inside the hospital, it was you who have killed all those people. Dr. Gao took out a file and started recording something on it. The other patients tossed Chen Ji terrified looks. The treatment will end now. Chen Ji will stay behind, and the rest of you should return to your respective rooms. After all the patients had left, Dr. Sun and Dr. Gao tried to communicate with Chen Ji, but Chen Ji was under so much pressure that he started to mumble incoherently. His condition was only getting worse. Staring at the maddened Chen Ji, Dr. Gao considered for a long time before he wrote down the statement, "cured," in one of the pages of the file. After writing that, he handed the report over to Dr. Sun. You have been following him in the brain maze. You did notice anything out of place. Everything was going according to the treatment plan. You could say that everything has gone without a hitch. The blood kept leaking out from Dr. Sun's scars. At that moment, he looked no better than Chen Ji. Dr. Gao appeared to have heard some rumors about Dr. Sun. After he saw Dr. Sun also work down the term cured on Chen Ji's files, Dr. Gao only sighed in relief. You should take the file to the Vice Hospital Director. Hopefully our first cooperation is successful, and hopefully this will also be our last cooperation. After he said that, Dr. Gao opened the treatment room door. 5 hospital workers came out from the locked adjacent rooms. They worked together to drag Chenji to the quarantine zone. When Dr. Sun was the only one left inside the treatment room, he flipped through Chenji's file as his finger casually knocked against the surface of the table. He knocked 6 times. Chenji, who was struggling with his life, heard the 6 knocks. He realized Dr. Gao's expression was slowly changing, but Dr. Gao himself did not appear to notice it. The night doctor has a kind of talent that is called brain maze. That kind of power can only be activated through the medium of sound, and that appears to be the ticking of the mechanical watch that Dr. Gao had inside his pocket. Speculation rose in Chenji's mind. When Dr. Sun first entered the treatment room, he knocked on the door 6 times. At the time, Dr. Gao still had not taken out his watch. In other words, Dr. Sun had already come after Dr. Gao before the former even entered the door. Dr. Gao used his own talent to conduct the treatment on Chenji, but way before Dr. Gao used his own talent, Dr. Sun had already pulled one over Dr. Gao. One trick over another, it was very intricately designed. However, even such a perfect plan still could not prevent the occurrence of an accident at the very end. Now the memory of a third person had appeared in Chenji's mind. The child's brain appeared to have settled into his mind through some kind of other method. To play up the role of the madman to fool Dr. Gao, Chenji continued to wail. He was acting crazier than an actual crazy person. He was finally strapped to the bed in the quarantine zone. Before Dr. Gao left, he poured out 5 white pills from the medicine bottle and tipped them all into Chenji's mouth. After forcing them down Chenji's throat, he and the other hospital workers left the quarantine zone. Chenji yelled until his throat was coarse before sleep came to claim him. What? The morning light showered on Chenji's face. He looked at the scenery outside the window silently. Yesterday night was the most dangerous night that he had experienced since he was hospitalized. If not for Dr. Sun, he would definitely think he was a serial killer already. Human consciousness required some key elements to support it. If Chenji had started to suspect himself, then he would have practically no chance at winning anymore. Even though it was very dangerous yesterday night, it was also extremely rewarding. I have gained a rough understanding of this hospital, and when the blood vessels were fighting the black threads at the few final moments inside the brain maze, I have unlocked many memories from the past. Most importantly, I have memorized the location of the 7 glass jars. Many unknown names appeared in Chenji's mind, and there were some unfamiliar experiences as well. I need to go and locate those 7 glass jars as soon as I can so that I can leave this godforsaken hospital. He had remembered many things, but these fragments could not be strung together. They were merely images that seemed to have no correlation with one another. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking was on the door, and then Dr. Gao as well as 2 hospital workers entered the room. The 3 of them stood at Chenji's bedside. None of them said a thing, they merely looked at Chenji silently. Dr. Gao, Chenji acted like he was too ashamed to face Dr. Gao. Yesterday night, did I? I'm afraid you will not be moving back to the normal sick room for a long time in the future. I'm sure you have not forgotten about your experience from yesterday night, right? You should still remember very clearly how it felt like to wield the weapon as it sliced through their skin. Dr. Gao looked at Chenji with disappointment. If not for the fact that Chenji had seen Dr. Gao written down the term, cured, in his file yesterday night, Chenji might truly buy Dr. Gao's acting. Please don't say anything else anymore. Chenji's emotions started to fray away. It appeared like he was unable to accept the fact that he would have killed several people in one night. I know you are in great pain, but if you are unwilling to abandon the stories that you have created for yourself to protect yourself from the truth, the rest of your life will be ruined just like that. Dr. Gao advised with extreme kindness. Your life is just beginning. Are you going to stay as a monster that is avoided by everyone? I just want to be like everyone. I want to live a simple life and be spared from this pain. The source of that pain is the fake memory that you have created for yourself. When those memories disappear, you will be cured fully. Dr. Gao poured out 5 pills from the medicine bottle. From now on, every night I will come and conduct treatment with you to help you wipe away your fake past. But I need your full cooperation during this treatment. In other words, you have to open up your heart to me and be willing to actively abandon the false past that you have created for yourself. Seeing the pained expression on Chenji's face, Dr. Gao sighed. Falsehood and reality, you can only choose one. Do not make the wrong choice again. After feeding Chenji the pills, Dr. Gao left. Chenji was strapped into the bed. When the time came, Su-Wan would arrive to send him meal and wipe down his face and arms. Chenji was unable to see the theme park's haunted house from the quarantine area. The only person Chenji could talk to was Su-wan. Luckily, Su-wan never showed any impatience towards Chenji. She kept telling Chenji about the beauty of the world outside the hospital. At night, Chenji was sent into the treatment room again. Since Dr. Sun was not there, Chenji did not dare to open his heart that easily and allow Dr. Sun to travel into his mind. Whenever he heard the sound of watch ticking, he would be under great alert. Unable to drag Chenji into the brain maze, Dr. Gao could only try other methods, and this continued for 7 days. Chenji's condition stabilized again. He was allowed to leave the quarantine zone. With the hospital workers' help, he was accompanied to the hospital garden to take a rest. This was the first time he had left the building in 7 days. Chenji slumped down on his usual chair to rest, and soon a white cat leaped out from the flower bushes. The cat appeared to be really concerned about Chenji. Once it saw him, it quickly ran over. When Chenji saw the white cat, he knew his opportunity had arrived. He avoided the worker's gaze and hugged the cat by its head. A cat has appeared inside this human world. You are the anomaly and also the key. All-Bai, help me delay and distract that hospital worker. Chenji subconsciously called out the name All-Bai. This was a name that came to him yesterday night. Based on the white cat's appearance, he believed that might be the cat's name. Tilting its head, the white cat looked at Chenji with confusion. Its dual-colored eyes blinked as if saying, People with hands around me, have you lost your noodles? The hospital worker saw the white cat and was coming over. Chenji did not want to miss this opportunity, and he used the back of his arm to brush against the cat's claw. To not harm Chenji, the white cat retracted its claw, but Chenji yelped as if in pain and threw the cat at the hospital worker. He covered the back of his arm with his hand like he was scratched. Where did the cat come from? Chenji yelled out the question in the hospital worker's mind. When the hospital worker was busying himself to chase after the white cat, Chenji returned alone to the 3rd sick hall. Based on the route in his memory, he came to the 7th floor. I do not have much time, I need to be fast. Not many people ventured beyond the 5th floor at the 3rd sick hall. The surrounding was incredibly quiet. Chenji did not run into another patient or doctor. Pushing open the door to the hospital director's office, a stinging smell floated out from inside the room. Chenji slid into the room without any hesitation. The interior decor of the room was similar to Chenji's memory, including the giant glass jar that sat in the middle of the office desk. Seeing the child's head inside the glass jar, the memory that belonged to the 3rd person in his mind was triggered. The world before his eyes changed in that second. The originally empty room was filled with endless black threads, and various horrible curses surrounded Chenji. That is how the hospital really looks like. Chenji had lost the choice to turn back at this point. When he took the step forward, he realized the black threads and curse did not come after him, but they stared at the space behind him. Turning back to look, Chenji realized the space where he was standing earlier had the shadow of a human head on it. The shadow looked just like the human head inside the glass jar from yesterday night. The child's head has followed me out from the brain maze, but doesn't everything inside the brain maze are created from pure memory? Chenji felt like the head behind him was just a shadow that was made from memory. Someone used this shadow to distract the curses inside the office to give Chenji's the opportunity to enter it. It feels like there is someone else who is helping me at this hospital other than Dr. Sun, and perhaps Dr. Sun is even under their order. In the blink of an eye, Chenji's world returned to normal again. He took big strides towards the glass jar and reached out to touch it. Chapter 1181, Kill the Past to Welcome New Life, 2 in 1. There appeared to be some kind of unique connection between Chenji and the human head inside the glass jar. When both of his hands touched the surface of the glass jar, the child's head that was floating quietly like a specimen started to slowly turn. Everything was going along quite according to what he had experienced inside the brain maze, but the only difference was in real life. Chenji could not see the battle between the black threads and the blood vessels. I feel like you originally belonged to me somehow. Chenji looked at the human head inside the glass jar, and a very strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if he was staring at his own head that was placed inside the glass jar. The child's incomplete face stuck to the surface of the jar. He had no eyes, and the 2 hollow eye sockets stared closely at Chenji. The two stared at each other just like that. Gradually, Chenji was surprised to see another version of himself inside the child's dark eye socket. His consciousness slowly blurred. His memory that was related to the past was sucked away by the head inside the jar, and in their place was the memories of a 3rd person. What is he planning to do? His memory fragments were taken away. In other words, Chenji was slowly losing himself, but he did not feel any anxiety or nervousness at all, as if he had just done an equal trade with the other party. The gaps in his mind were filled up by the child's memory, while the child had obtained Chenji's past memory. Chenji's mind was slowly emptied. All the locked memory fragments had been taken away by the head inside the glass jar. All that remained inside his mind were the memory fragments that he had already unlocked previously. Is he trying to help me unlock the memories in my brain? Whenever Chenji tried to force himself to think about his past, he would be overwhelmed by a splitting headache. Most of the time, even if he resisted the pain, he would not be able to unlock the most instrumental memories. Now this head inside the jar had sucked away all the locked memories in Chenji's mind. It felt like he was worried that Chenji might be exposed, and he even voluntarily filled in the gaps in Chenji's mind with other memories. These memories that belonged to a third person were buried deeply in Chenji's mind. He had no idea what kind of purpose they might serve. After he felt more like himself, Chenji felt like the shackle around his brain had been loosened, and his whole person felt much lighter. It was as if there was another force who was helping him shoulder the pain and despair. Chenji used his hands to rub the glass jar up and down. After he was certain he was unable to trigger any more response, he retreated out of the office in a hurry and returned to the quarantine area. There are 7 glass jars in total. I have only encountered one so far. It is too early to draw any conclusion for now. Chenji was lying in the quarantine area for about several minutes already before the hospital worker arrived. When he saw Chenji was obediently resting in bed, he sighed clearly out of relief. "I am going to sleep now. Please help me close the door behind you," Chenji said after he pulled the cover over him and he drifted off to sleep. The hospital director did not notice anything strange about this, so he decided to not report anything that happened that morning to Dr. Gao. At night, Dr. Gao and Su Wan entered the quarantine area. They both started to persuade Chenji again, hoping that he would voluntarily cooperate with the treatment. Only by opening his heart and deleting the negative memories brought upon by his delusions that he would be able to welcome his new life. This time, Chenji did not resist. After touching the glass jar with the child's head that morning, most of the memories he had about his past had already been sucked away, so now he had nothing to be afraid of anymore. The treatment after midnight was very successful, so successful, in fact, that Dr. Gao himself was surprised. The effect of the treatment was too good. They had managed to destroy most of the past memory in Chenji's brain at one go. Dr. Gao culminated on this and decided the main reason behind this was because Chenji had already given up on his falsified past and had decided to embrace his new life. To be honest, Chenji was definitely the most determined patient Dr. Gao had ever encountered. Fully cure a patient at the hospital, the first step was to remove their past memory, and the second step was to rebuild them according to the hospital's requirement. There were a few more steps after that. This was a very long and arduous process. But Chenji, the patient, had taken almost half a month to complete the first step of removing his past memory, and it was only completed in the end because Chenji had voluntarily cooperated with him. Only then there was some ray of hope. Not only Chenji, even Dr. Gao himself was tired already. The treatment has a wonderful effect. I am sure you will be able to leave the hospital soon if you continue to work hard like this. After who knew how long, finally Dr. Gao had a smile for Chenji again. What? The surveillance on Chenji inside the hospital gradually lessened, but his request to move back to the normal sick hall was still denied, and normally he was prevented contact with other patients as well. Most of the time, it was Su Wan who accompanied Chenji and provided him with the best and kindest care. They always seemed to have something to chat among them. In this hospital, Su Wan appeared to represent all the kindness and goodness. During this period, Chenji had been finding opportunities to sneak into the offices of the previous hospital directors. Each time there was shock but no danger. It felt like someone had been helping him from the shadows. After the third treatment Dr. Gao had given Chenji, Dr. Sun had appeared again to bring Chenji to go and meet the vice hospital director. The feeling that this vice hospital director gave Chenji was very strange. It felt like they had met somewhere before, but Chenji had no memory of that meeting at all. If Chenji wanted to leave the hospital, then he had to get the approval from the vice hospital director. In other words, the vice hospital director was the most important person at the hospital for Chenji. He needed to pass through the vice hospital director's examination before he was allowed to leave the hospital. Ever after multiple treatments by Dr. Gao and repeated examinations by Dr. Gao and Dr. Sun, and both of them thought Chenji was progressing fine, the vice hospital director was still not satisfied. Chenji could not do anything about this except continue to stay at the hospital, and 2 more weeks passed like that. He finally found the chance to touch the last glass jar. All of his past memories were all hidden inside the glass jars. Now the memory in his brain had already been swapped. The memories from the 7 glass jars were embedded deep inside his brain, and they bound together to form a child that was seriously wounded. Even though the 7 glass jars were still inside the hospital, the memories trapped inside the organs inside them had already escaped. They used this opportunity to slip into Chenji's mind. For now, Chenji still had no idea what this meant, but he was certain that the day for him to leave the hospital would not be far away now. On the 7th day after he touched the last glass jar, Dr. Gao conducted the 17th treatment on Chenji. The treatment this time was very special. He did not warn Chenji about it. It was not until Chenji walked into the room that he realized Dr. Sun and that vice hospital director were also standing inside the room. Without giving him any chance to speak, when he pushed open the door, Chenji appeared to have fallen into the brain maze already. He did not even know when he was subjected to the trick. Chenji, this will be the last treatment for you. If this is successful, you will be able to leave the hospital in the morning. Dr. Gao looked at Chenji with a smile. He, Dr. Sun, and the vice hospital director all stood at one side of the table. How shall I cooperate with you? Very simple. Dr. Gao took out a tray from under the table. On the tray sat a sharp surgical scalpel. Your second persona is hiding inside your heart. Dig out your heart. He is the last remaining vestige of your own delusion. Can I still live after I have dug out my heart? Chenji was not expecting this to be the last treatment. He thought he would have been able to leave the hospital already. He did not expect the hospital would be so careful. They would not let him go even after they had cleared away all of his past memory. Among you and your second persona, only one will be able to survive. If you cannot make this decision, then have your second persona make the decision for you. Dr. Sun said darkly. The scars on his face were twitching. Not only Dr. Gao, even the vice hospital director did not appear to wish to stand close to Dr. Sun. Perhaps they both thought Dr. Sun's methods were too drastic. Taking out a whole bottle of pills from his pocket, Dr. Sun flipped off the cap. It was filled with the pills bound with the black strands. Give me some time to think about it. It is time to give up on your past. This is only beneficial for you and him. Dr. Sun tipped out some pills from the bottle. He did not even seem to count the number of pills that closely before he shoved them down Chenji's throat. Swallow them. This action shocked both the vice hospital director and Dr. Gao, but it was too late for them to stop Dr. Sun already. Chenji believed he had swallowed 7 pills in total, and his body reacted to them almost instantly. His capillaries popped and wiggled like poisonous snakes on his skin. His skin turned blood red, and his eyes were bloodshot like they were about to explode. His rationality was completely consumed in that moment. A beast-like roar escaped from Chenji's throat. Seeing the pain that Chenji was in, Dr. Sun appeared like he was admiring the most beautiful painting in the world. He caressed the wounds on his face, and he looked positively drunk on happiness. Do not control yourself. Let your second persona come out. Dr. Sun yelled at the top of his lungs. He grabbed at the bottle of the pills again. This time he was stopped by Dr. Gao. If not, he probably would have poured the rest of the pills into Chenji's mouth as well. The curse's black fire burned Chenji's consciousness. Chenji started to hallucinate. He could feel his soul was being grabbed by multiple hands, and his body was slowly being dragged into a sea of curses. His consciousness started to blur, and in that moment, he saw again that man who was facing away from him. In the waves of curses, he had taken on 90% of the pain for Chenji. This man who felt so familiar to Chenji did not turn his head around. He was guarding a heart and stood among the sea of curses like an unwilding reef. You are my second persona. When the last time he saw this man, Chenji was also at the verge of a mental breakdown. It was the same again this time. He was force-fed too many drugs at one time. The waves of curses ravaged his mind, but even if the world appeared like it was ending, the figure still refused to budge. All the memories were shaken loose. When Chenji's memory and consciousness were about to collapse, a child covered in wounds walked out from the deepest past of Chenji's memory. The curse did not seem to be able to affect the boy much. The child was like a shadow. He slithered to the man who was facing against Chenji's side and whispered something into the man's ears. Chenji was too far away to hear what the child said. He merely saw after the man heard what the child had to say. His body shuddered lightly. He slowly turned around to look at Chenji standing behind him. This was the first time Chenji saw the man's face. This man, who was referred to as his second persona by Dr. Gao, did not look like Chenji at all. There was a bottomless melancholy in his eyes, and the front of his body did not have a part that was not injured. Who are you? Why do you still help me suffer most of the pain even though you are already so heavily injured? It was unclear how much curses the man had already suffered. It was too much to count. He looked at Chenji silently as he slowly let go of his hands. He then handed the heart that he had been guarding all these time to the child. The child carried the heart and returned to the deepest part of Chenji's mind. The man used the last ounce of energy that he had to smile at Chen-ji, and then he turned to wade into the black sea of curses. The unimaginable waves came to swallow Chen-ji then, and he too was washed away by the curse and pain. After who knew how long, when Chen-ji opened his eyes again, he saw before his eyes there was a tray that had a bloody scalpel and a beating heart before him. Chen-ji, your last treatment is very successful. Congratulations. When your second persona took over your physical body, he had voluntarily cut open his heart and left your body. The vice hospital director and Dr. Gao talked over each other. The kind smiles on their faces formed a great contrast to the bloody and pounding heart on the tray. With a pale face, Chen-ji looked at the beating tray on the tray. Then his body slowly slid backwards. After losing his heart, can a person still survive? What? Chen-ji's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Then his eyes flew open. Air seemed to flow into his chest then. You have completed your last treatment and have made the correct choice. You have killed the false version of yourself. From now on, you will be able to welcome a brand new life. The vice hospital director personally lifted Chen-ji up from the ground. He and the two doctors repeatedly wrote down something on Chen-ji's files. Bring him back to the normal sick room. Tomorrow we should be prepared with the papers for him to leave the hospital. With the order from the vice hospital director, Dr. Gao also sighed in relief. This most difficult patient he ever had finally was going to leave already. He carried Chen-ji to leave the treatment room. The vice hospital director and Dr. Sun, though, were arguing over something while presiding over Chen-ji's file. He returned to the normal sick room, and Chen-ji collapsed on the familiar bed. The extreme fatigue claimed him immediately, and he soon fainted. Early the next morning, the sun shone warmly on his face, but he could only feel chill all over his body. That was not my second persona at all. What kind of choice he has made inside the vice hospital director's brain maze, and whose heart was that which he had given to the child. After a month-plus treatment at the hospital, the doctors all felt Chen-ji had already fulfilled their requirement, but in reality Chen-ji did not change at all. If anything, he had become more suspicious of this hospital. There was even a maddening thought in his mind. If there was a chance, he would have to level this place. Initially this thought was not that strong, but after that last treatment, after Chen-ji saw the man who had been shielding him from the curses leave, now his brain was only filled with such thoughts. Killing my past self to welcome a brand new life, Chen-ji mumbled to himself. This appeared to be one of his old habits. He liked to talk to himself about things that others would not have understood. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking came and the person knocked in total for 7 times. The door opened and Dr. Sun walked into the room. He looked at Chen-ji in bed and he only said one thing. Go and find locker 29, the real treatment only starts now. After saying that, Dr. Sun cracked his knuckles and then turned to leave. Creating a new memory for me, making it so that I almost murdered my roommate in cold blood, using hypnosis and medicine to cause hallucinations to torment me, and all that was just the first step of the treatment. Chen-ji's situation was extremely unique, and he almost perished in this process. He had a hard time imagining what would happen to a normal patient after they were sent to this hospital. Chapter 1182, When I Have Possessed All the Goodness 2 in 1. 1 hour after Dr. Sun left, Dr. Gao and Su-wan walked into the room. They had a fairly good chat with Chen-ji, and then Su-wan led Chen-ji towards the storage room of the patients. They walked through the door and Chen-ji stood before his own locker. He looked carefully for the wedding ring that Dr. Sun mentioned, but he did not find anything that fitted the description. This is all your personal effects. You can change in here. I will go outside and wait for you. Even though there was what Su-wan said, she did not walk towards the door. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before she suddenly handed Chen-ji a piece of paper. This is my phone number and social media account. After you leave the hospital, if you ever feel like there is a relapse, feel free to contact me anytime you wish. Thank you. After Chen-ji kept the paper in his pocket, Su-wan only left. Closing the door of the storage room, Chen-ji started to undress to change. He found a black phone with a shattered screen inside the pocket of his shirt. Probably due to the lack of battery, the phone could not be switched on. Other than that, there were also identification card, recovery proof, and a thick stack of document inside the locker. The document recorded his everyday dosage of medicine and his bodily reaction. According to the files, the treatment started from 1.5 years ago. He even found a receipt at the end of the document. The treatment for the past 1.5 years had exhausted all the savings that his parents had left for him. Where is the wedding ring? I was told it would be here. Chen-ji gave his locker another thorough search when he was suddenly reminded of the message that Dr. Sun left him that morning. His gaze moved, and Chen-ji found locker number 29 was located right underneath his own locker. The door was not locked, and it appeared to contain the belonging of a female patient. It had her patient's records and urn. Wouldn't be hidden inside the urn, would it? If that is the case, just how important is the wedding ring that it has to be kept so far away out of sight? Chenji opened the lid of the urn. He rummaged inside it and finally found the wedding ring. He silently slipped the ring inside his pocket and then returned everything into their original place. This wedding ring should be some kind of memento. Now is not the time, but I should take a closer look at it after I leave the hospital. The paperwork to leave the hospital was surprisingly complicated. Chenji spent a whole day dealing with it. After he ran through all the various departments to handle his document, that feeling of absurdity overwhelmed Chenji again. Everything felt so real. He was just a simple man in the world, and not the fact that this was his world. Under the setting sun, Chenji carried his own backpack and left the hospital. He turned back to glimpse at the giant range of buildings behind him. He had the strange feeling that someone was watching him behind the curtained windows. I have a feeling I will return to this hospital soon, but I doubt it will be in the capacity of a patient anymore. Walking across the road, Chenji came to the theme park that was adjacent to the hospital. It is already quite late today. Tomorrow morning I shall go to the theme park's haunted house to go take a look. The haunted house was Chenji's obsession. He too was also curious why he had so many fragmented thoughts related to the haunted house in his own past memory. I only have a few RMB in my pocket now. I need to find a place to spend the night first. Chenji sat on the shoulder of the road. He flipped through the document that he had brought out from the storage room. There were information about himself and his parents inside it. My house is at Western Xinhai. Chenji had no impression of this at all. He looked at the key inside the file and stared at it for a very long time. This is the key to my home. The file also had the address for his home. Before the sun darkened completely, Chenji hailed a cab and gave the driver the address to his own home. When he paid the fare, the driver gave Chenji a curious glance. After all, it was not an everyday affair where he would fetch a passenger like Chenji, whose leg was encased in plaster and carried so many things with him. Do you need my help to carry your stuff up the stairs? The driver offered kindly. Chenji shook his head to reject the driver's kind offer. It's okay, I can manage everything on my own. After watching the tail light of the cab disappear down the road, the sense of déjà vu assaulted Chenji again. It was as if he was often greeted with strange looks by taxi drivers in the past as well. Such a nice and helpful man. Chenji carried his own things and entered the residential area. He had no impression of this place at all. He was merely following the direction on the files and slowly found his way to the doorstep of his own home. Third building, third floor, room 303. Use the key to unlock the door. Chenji looked at the lavish furniture in the room and he shook his head lightly. There is no sense of homecoming at all. It is as if this place is not my home. After giving the place a quick cleaning, Chenji skipped dinner. He crawled into bed instead while hugging his own backpack. The night fell. Chenji did not switch the lights. He gelled with the darkness and glanced at the city down the distance through the window. There are next to zero stuff in this home related to my parents. The few photographs that do exist have nothing wrong with them. This means that I cannot use them to find more clues. Chenji looked through the whole house and found nothing useful. Now his only hope was the black phone, which screen had already shattered. He turned back to glance at the phone that was charging. Chenji realized the phone appeared to have broken from a terrible fall. It could not be charged or even switched on. Dr. Sun said that the real treatment is just beginning, but I have already left the hospital. Doesn't that mean that treatment is already over? Chenji reorganized the events that had transpired inside the hospital in his mind. He then came up with a plan for himself. Tomorrow, I will first go and visit my parents, and then I will go to apply for a job at that haunted house. After all, to survive in this city, I will need a job, and I have a feeling that haunted house will be very suitable for me. Lying in the bed, the drowsiness came and Chenji slowly drifted off to sleep. At 8 a.m. in the next morning, based on some information on his own files, Chenji managed to gain contact with the policeman who was responsible for his parents' case, Lee Sanbao. This aging police officer was very kind. After he found out about Chenji, he personally came to bring Chenji to go visit his parents. Your parents have left too suddenly. At the time you were in a coma and you could be reached. I had no choice but to contact your parents' friend and ask him to help to deal with you and your parents' issues. Lee Sanbao led Chenji to the graveyard at the Xinhai countryside. He placed the bouquet of flowers that he bought before the grave. Looking at the picture on the grave, Chenji slowly squatted down. He felt like the energy was being sucked out of his body and he collapsed to the ground. Lee Sanbao sighed under his breath and walked away to give Chenji some privacy. Several minutes later, Chenji stood up again from the ground and he looked more like his usual self. Uncle Sanbao, who was the friend that helped with the funeral arrangement after the accident that befell my family. I wish to thank him in person. His name is Lu Jing. He is your parents' best friend and the famous real estate developer at Xinhai. Luo Jing. Yes, I can give you his phone number. Seeing the stable state that Chen Ji was in, Li Sanbao did not feel that worried anymore. After giving Chen Ji Luo Jing and his own phone number, he left the graveyard. It feels like everyone inside this city is a good people. Everyone that I have met so far are so ready to lend their help. Chen Ji's own black phone could not be used, so he shoved the paper with the phone numbers into his pocket, and then he took the public bus and headed towards the Xinhai theme park. His leg had not healed completely, but Chen Ji could not wait anymore. He used the money that he found at home to purchase a ticket for the theme park. He walked through various attractions and headed towards the haunted house that was at the western side of the theme park. The more he headed towards the western side, the lesser the visitor there was. Eventually, the laughter and conversation of the visitors faded away, and Chen Ji was the only one walking on the road. Stopping beside the road sing inside the theme park, Chen Ji looked at the haunted house that was situated at the end of the road. A woman dressed in red was standing in front of the haunted house that was positively vacant. She was holding a thick stack of flyers while toying with a white giant that was enormous in size. The familiar scenario, the familiar people, the familiar cat, now Chen Ji felt like he had truly returned home. He walked away from the road sign. When he was still 10 meters away from the haunted house, the giant white cat spotted him already. The white cat immediately lost interest in the woman and rushed towards Chen Ji. I had no choice when I had to throw you last time. I hope you will forgive me. Chen Ji picked up the white cat and ruffled its fluffy head. Honestly, the happiest time I had at the hospital was when I was ruffling your head. Chen Ji, you have left the hospital. When the woman in red saw Chen Ji, she too jogged to his side. Yes, I am completely recovered already. Chen Ji took out the proof that was given to him by the doctors from the backpack that he brought with him everywhere. He appeared rather shy around the woman in red, like he had never communicated much with the opposite sex in his life. Congratulations, I don't know what to say. The woman in red was truly happy for Chen Ji, but one moment later she looked at the white cat with some sadness in her. I have been feeding the white cat for so long already, but the moment it saw you, it has forgotten completely all about me. That was probably because it has not seen me in a long time. Are you here to pick up this cat? The woman in red reached out to touch the white cat, which was curled up comfortably in Chen Ji's embrace. Of course, you are not out of the hospital. It is natural for you to bring it home. In the future, you must not leave it alone in the house anymore. Even cats will feel lonely. I am not here to pick it up. After Chen Ji said that, both the white cat and the woman in red turned their heads to look at him. Then you are here for? I am here to look for a job. Chen Ji put down the white cat, and a warm smile appeared on his face. You're here for a job application? Both the woman in red and the white cat were stunned. Why so sudden? Well, before the car accident, I was already working in a haunted house. I have plenty of experience, and I feel that with my addition, I can change the condition of our current haunted house around. I have the confidence to turn our haunted house into the most well-known haunted house at Xinhai. Chen Ji carried his backpack and said confidently. Well, I do not mind that myself, but the problem is, the woman in red smiled sadly. I do not wish to lie to you. Currently, my family's haunted house account is in the red. You can say that it is running on deficit. I cannot imagine we would have the budget to afford yet another employee. Then can you give me a tour for now? Chen Ji very naturally walked to the woman's side. I have bought the ticket for the theme park. Okay, I don't see why not. The woman in red pushed open the gates of the haunted house. She then pulled back the thick curtains that blocked off the light and led Chen Ji into the haunted house. With his hands on the wall and his fingertips touching the props that fell at the corner, Chen Ji felt his whole person relax. Everything here he was familiar with. It was as if these were things that flowed through his blood. Currently, our haunted house only has 2 open scenarios. One is the Night of the Living Dead and the other is Minghun. Which one would you like to visit? And we can start with Night of the Living Dead. Without the need for the woman to lead the way, Chen Ji pushed open the door of the scenario and walked into it. The Night of the Living Dead was the old scenario that the haunted house preserved. Later, it was also the scenario that was first abandoned. Looking at the obsolete setup inside the room and the props that were poking out from their hiding spot, Chen Ji picked up the rubber head that had slid down to the ground and hugged it in his chest. I have been here before. I feel like everything here is made by me and my family. They are like my own children. Hugging the human head, Chen Ji sunk back into his reminiscence. He did not notice a zombie who was watching him silently from afar. Did my parents bring me here before? Why does this place give me such a sense of home? Even though his brain had forgotten about the past, his body still remembered that familiar feeling. I suppose this would be what they called branded into one's soul. Walking down the path that was filled with blood stains and human internal organs, touching the inverted body that hung from the rooftop, and smelling the faded scent of red paint in the air, Chenji came to the first scare point. The zombie clump that was before him had an actor hidden inside it underneath the mountain of mannequins. After triggering the trap, the zombie that was played by the actor would come alive to chase after the visitor. Chenji stopped before the zombie mountain. He sidestepped the trap, and something akin to hope rose in his heart. In my memory, when I was small, I used to play hide and seek here. My father would hide inside the zombie mountain and continue to play dead even after he was found. Pushing aside the different mannequins, when Chenji saw the zombie that was facing away from him in the middle of the mannequins, he could not help but raise his hand. His mouth moved faster than his brain and called out softly, "Dad." Everything before his eyes were overlapping with his blurry memory. He wanted to reach out to grab the man. But who knew the zombie inside the mountain would start to run without even turning his head around? The complicated path, the traps and props, be it the zombie or Chenji, they seemed to know this scenario as well as the back of their hands. Chenji stayed closely behind the zombie. This time he was not going to let this man slip away through his fingers again. The dark and bloody path slowly became wider and light appeared before them. Chenji and the zombie burst out of the scenario together. "Dad, why have you run out from the scenario? Is there anything wrong?" The woman in red holding the flyer was worried about Chenji, but when she lifted her head, she saw her father run out of the haunted house wearing the zombie costume. "This man is even more familiar with the location of the props than I do. I can't even find the chance to slow down and go into hiding at all." A middle-aged man's voice came out from under the zombie costume. Perhaps because he was running too quickly after he said that, he coughed several times. Just as the middle-aged man finished saying that, Chenji, who was hugging the human head, ran out after him as well. When he heard the middle-aged man's voice, his eyes dulled quite a lot because he knew the person inside the zombie costume was definitely not his father. "Chenji, why did you bring the rubber head out with you?" The woman in red quickly ran over to grab the human head away from Chenji's grasp. "You were not frightened, were you?" She looked at Chenji, who stopped at the entrance of the haunted house. Currently, Chenji's eyes were glazed over with confusion and water. "You do not look like you have visited a haunted house. Why are there tears in your eyes?" "Jangya, is he your friend?" The middle-aged man removed the headpiece of the zombie costume. He then gasped hungrily for air. "There is something wrong with this kid. Once he entered the scenario, he picked up the human head and he ran all the way with it." He is. Jangya was still trying to come up with an excuse for Chenji, but Chenji voluntarily walked to stand before the middle-aged man. "Sir, I am here for a job application." "Sir, a job application?" The middle-aged man carried the headpiece of the zombie costume and his eyes wandered between Chenji and Jangya. "Wait a minute. Let me clear my mind for a moment first." Chapter 1183, When I Have Possessed All the Goodness 2 in 1. The middle-aged man did not believe any words out of Chenji's mouth at all. He looked at Chenji alertly. Then he pulled Jangya over to his side and asked, "Daughter, is this young man your friend?" "Yes, he is my friend." Jangya smiled awkwardly. This was a situation that was quite curious. A zombie was pulling along a red specter who was trying her best to protect a normal person. "Dad, Chenji just got released from the hospital. He just needs to find a job. How about we go into the house to talk this over? After all, we have no visitors at this moment anyway." "Why should we go into the house to talk this over? There is nothing to talk about. Have you been tricked by him? He treats our haunted house like his own home. I have not even activated any of traps. He already know where all of them are located. He must have planned this for a long time already." The middle-aged man was still grumbling. Jangya appeared like she was feeling embarrassed. She forced the middle-aged man into the haunted house. "I am not yet done." "Chenji, why don't you come in?" Jangya led Chenji once again into the haunted house. She had Chenji sit down at the spot where the visitors were usually requested to sign the disclaimers. "There are a bottle of mineral water on the table. You can sit here first. I will go and get Mom. If she agrees, then you can start working here." "What do you mean by that? Your mom agrees and he can work here." "No, over my dead body." Jangya's father seemed to be on the lower rung of the totem in this family. Even though he was still complaining, Jangya had already run away to the second floor where the Minghun scenario was. Chenji and the middle-aged man occupied both sides of the table. The middle-aged man thought there was a serious awkwardness in the air, but Chenji felt very much at home. 1 minute later, Jangya and a woman who was slightly shorter than her walked down the stairs. Perhaps both of them were in ghost makeup. The woman did not look like Zhang Ye's mother. She looked more like Zhang Ye's older sister. "Mom, this is Chenji who is here for a job application." Zhang Ye and the middle-aged woman sat at the middle of the table. The woman studied Chenji closely, and then moments later, she shook her head. "It is not that I do not wish to employ him, but the young man has a kind face and a sunny presence. I'm afraid he won't be able to scare anyone even if we put him in a ghost costume," Zhang Ye's mother said with concern. After hearing what Zhang Ye's mother had to say, Chenji's smile turned even more shyer. "Auntie, actually I have worked in a haunted house in the past. How about this? You can give me a trial period of half a month. If in that period I fail to bring any changes to our haunted house, then I won't take any salary from you." "I knew you have an ulterior motive behind this all along, working for free for half a month, not taking any salary. Tell me honestly, you are here to get close to our Zhang Ye, aren't you?" The middle-aged man wore the rather pudgy zombie costume and directly waved his hands. "I do not agree. Not everyone is suitable for the job of a haunted house actor. One has to learn many things to be able to scare the visitors." He stood up from his seat. "Kid, it might look like our haunted house do not have any visitors now, but a few years ago, we were the most famous haunted house at Xin Hai. In terms of scaring people, we are the most professional." "Sir, don't call me that, it gives me the chills." "Uncle, I have the same opinion as you do. The career of haunted house is not as simple as people think. A good haunted house can help the visitors vent their negative emotions and can bring the visitors an immersive experience. I understand what you are trying to say, complicated." Once Chenji opened his lips, he proved how professional he was. He followed up on Zhang Ye's father's point of view. Just from visiting one scenario, Chenji could already list out the current problem of the haunted house, and the key point was, not only did he point out the problems, he even came up with solutions to solve them. Initially, Zhang Ye's parents did not pay him much attention, but as they listened to him, they could not help but be hooked into his professional extrapolation. They talked for about half an hour before Chenji stopped. By then, Zhang Ye's parents already had a great change of perspective on him. "I think Xiao Chen is quite talented. How about we give him half a month to try out?" Zhang Ye's mother turned to look at her husband. Zhang Ye's father, who was initially very averse to Chenji, also started to falter. "I mean, it will seem harsh to say no to a good talent like him." "Then it shall be decided." Zhang Ye's mother looked at Chenji smilingly. "No matter whether there is any positive effect or not, we will still pay you the salary. Just go ahead and do anything that you want." "Thank you, Auntie and Uncle, but there is something that I need to tell you beforehand." Chenji opened his backpack and took out the recovery certificate from the hospital and his own identification card from inside it. "I do not wish to hide anything from you. Zhang Ye already told you I have just been released from the hospital, but she did not mention what kind of hospital. It was a mental asylum. Actually, I was caught in a car accident, and I was diagnosed with serious delusion." Normally, in a job interview setting, the boss would never hire people with mental illness, and many applicants would try to hide their best as they could. But Chenji did not wish to do that. "Delusion? Then this won't do." Zhang Ye's father slammed his fist on the table. "The working location of a haunted house actor is oppressive and sometimes harrowing. You might relapse in our haunted house. I suggest you go and find a more relaxing career option." When Zhang Ye's father said that, Zhang Ye's mother was looking through Chenji's hospital files seriously. She then glanced at Chenji's leg, which had not yet recovered. "It says on here that the source of your delusion is because of your parents." "Yes, that car accident has taken many things away from me." Chenji's eyes were carrying a barely hidden pain. "You will start working here starting from tomorrow. Before your leg is fully recovered, Zhang Ye will help you around." Zhang Ye's mother made the decision directly as she looked at Chenji with some concern. "Honey, are you sure you do not want to consider this further? What if he suddenly acts up in the middle of the job and injures the visitors? What if his symptoms worsen due to his work here?" Zhang Ye's father was a lot more rational. "You are too rash with this decision." "But that is no reason to discriminate against others." "I do not agree. Are you kidding me? How could a haunted house hire someone with delusions to become its actor?" "Zhang Ye, why don't you bring Chenji around to help him familiarize himself with the layout of our haunted house?" Zhang Ye's mother ignored the middle-aged man. "Of course." Zhang Ye grabbed Chenji's arm happily and led him towards the second floor, leaving behind the middle-aged man's grumbling and annoyance. "My father is a grumbler, but he is a very kind person. He once rescued a drowning child and cooperated with the police to solve many cases. He was even awarded the Medal for Good Citizen by the Major before." Zhang Ye held onto Chenji's arm. Because the corridor inside the haunted house was quite small, they stuck very close to each other. "Your father is quite impressive." When Chenji heard Zhang Ye's father had once cooperated with the police force to help with their cases, he instinctually felt more admiration for the man, as if people who had done something like that would be someone that he should admire and learn from. He is just a man of sharp words. He does not mean most of them. Actually, he was the one to first discover the white cat and had tried to sneakily feed it on his own, but he got scratched in the face for it. Zhang Ye could not help but giggle when she thought about that. Your cat is very clever. It does not allow anyone to get close to it. It refuses to even let people touch its fur, but for some reason it is very obedient towards me. It will do anything that I tell it to. Perhaps that cat remembers something that we don't, Chenji uttered softly. The inside of the haunted house was not that big. Chenji only used half an hour to tour all of the scenarios. He already came up with the full complete plan to change up the place the moment he finished the tour. The first floor is the Night of the Living Dead, the second floor is Minghun, and the third floor is still not yet open due to the lack of staff. If I wish to change the current situation of the haunted house, I will have to start with the third floor. Without direction from Zhang Ye, Chenji found his way to the staff break room. He found the pen and paper and started to jot down his plan. There appeared to be endless scare plans in his mind, and the words poured out of him. Zhang Ye stood quietly at the side and studied Chenji when he was seriously working. She did not disturb him. After using only about 10 minutes, Chenji had already finished with the draft of his plan. These scares do not need too many props. You only need to add some small mechanisms and they will work. How did you come up with these things so fast? That is impressive. It feels like they already belong in my head. Chenji smiled embarrassedly. The Night of the Living Dead and Minghun will still be manned by Uncle and Auntie. I have decided to call the new scenario Murder at Midnight, and I will be responsible for it myself. Are you sure you can do it? Zhang Ye hugged the white cat and voiced out her concern. Scaring someone is a very technical work. You can't be too deliberate, but you can't make it too boring either. Don't worry. Chenji took the plan to go and find Zhang Ye's parents. The latter were clearly professionals. After Chenji made some simple introductions, they already understood everything. We will need to start by updating the haunted house, and only after that should we find a way to do the. Chenji found a piece of the disclaimer form. After reading all the clauses, he said, "We need to add a few clauses to this. For example, when a visitor faints inside the haunted house, it will be none of our responsibility. But we have never scared anyone until they faint before, and wouldn't that be very difficult to do?" It is never wrong to plan ahead, Chenji said with the same smile on his face. After all the interior of the haunted house has been upgraded, the next most important step is promotion, and first, we need to try our best to attract the attention of the existing visitors inside the theme park. After the foundation is made, we can make use of short videos and live streams to gain popularity on the internet. I have quite a few brilliant video ideas, but those cannot be hurried. We have to work slowly at it. The number of fans will slowly grow, and eventually the increase in quantity will translate into an increase in quality. Leave the camera work to me as well. I will set up the shoot at the third floor of the haunted house. Before Chenji came to them, he actually had already figured out everything. But won't the insider secrets of the haunted house be exposed if you make the shoot inside the haunted house? When the visitors already know what is inside the haunted house, they won't be that interested to come visit anymore. Zhang Ye's father still did not quite agree with this. We need to arouse people's interest. Whether the interior design of the haunted house will be exposed or not, you do not need to worry at all. I have the design of many scary scenarios in my mind. There is no need to bring any big changes. Only by building on the pre-existing basic, we can bring a completely different, exciting experience. Chenji paused for a moment. In other words, if the visitors follow the video that I have shot to base their tour on, then they will only get double the joy. Zhang Ye's father still did not quite understand what Chenji meant by that. He was still not that invested in Chenji. Are you sure you can handle a whole scenario on your own? After all, your leg injury is still not yet recovered. It will be fine. I only need to shuffle slowly inside the haunted house. Sometimes a killer does not need to move fast. By letting the visitors know about my presence, it will be enough to give them pressure. Chenji handed the plan that he had written down to Zhang Ye's father. Shall we start to build the haunted house scenario now? The earlier we are done, the earlier the business will get better. You are too anxious of an employee to prove himself. I still think you have an ulterior motive behind this. Zhang Ye's father had his gaze move behind Chenji, and Zhang Ye until he was forcibly dragged away by Zhang Ye's mother. Chenji was a man of action. He did not waste time with words. With Zhang Ye accompanying him, he came directly to the third floor and started to build up the scenario little by little. Even though Zhang Ye's father appeared like he was averse to Chenji's presence, but in reality, no matter what kind of props and materials that Chenji asked for, he would try his best to provide them as soon as possible. absorbed in his work, and with Zhang Yi as a company, Chenji did not feel tired at all. This kind of peaceful life that had a goal to it appeared to be something that he had been trying to find in his life. In 3 days, the relationship between Chenji and Zhang Yi's parents was getting better and better. After the theme park closed its door, Zhang Yi and her parents would return to their own home while Chenji stayed at the staff break room. He worked even at night and rarely took breaks. Every morning, Zhang Yi would bring an extra set of breakfast for Chenji, and during lunchtime, Chenji would be invited by Zhang Yi's family to have lunch inside the haunted house. Even though they had not spent that much time together, the more Zhang Yi's mother looked at Chenji, the more satisfied she felt about the young man. She realized Chenji barely had any negative quality to him. He was hardworking, incredibly handy with his work. He was also very talented. Sewing, installing surveillance cameras, making mannequin, even makeup. The man was good at everything. Zhang Yi also liked to stay together with Chenji. Even though when they were not talking, just staying beside Chenji and looking at him work, she would not be bored. Even though Zhang Yi's father still groused once in a while, he appeared to have accepted Chenji. Just occasionally he would complain that his position in the family appeared to have dropped even further. Life was like the stream in the forest. It flowed quietly and peacefully. Chenji had more and more smiles on his face. He worked until late into the night almost every day. He was often so tired that he barely had the energy to dream. He loved everything about his current life. After 2 more days, the inside of the haunted house was updated fully. Chenji persuaded Zhang Yi's father to organize an activity with the help of the theme park management. Those who were available to clear all 3 scenarios at once and managed to maintain the volume of their scream under 120 decibel would be rewarded with 10,000 RMB. This reward money would be sponsored by Zhang Yi's father, and the theme park would only be responsible for the promotion. With this activity, Chenji managed to attract a large batch of visitors. The western side of the theme park that was previously so quiet now became so noisy with activity. Seeing so many people, Zhang Yi's father regretted this decision immediately. But then something even more interesting happened. The first batch of visitors all died inside the scenario for murder at midnight. Chenji had his hands tied. He knew how important the 10,000 RMB was for Zhang Yi's father, so to protect the money, this patient who had managed to fool even the doctors had given it his all. The fact that visitors had fainted and cried from a visitation to the haunted house brought instant popularity to the haunted house, and more people knew about this place. When the theme park closed, Chenji, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi's father all collapsed on the table like 3 fish left out to dry in the sun. Zhang Yi's mother, though, was looking at the computer monitor with her eyes glinting. She counted the ticket money that they had acquired that day, and the smile on her face was so big her lips could not close at all. The more she looked at Chenji, the more she admired this gutsy young man. "It's time to get up, folks. We are going out to the restaurant to celebrate tonight." The few changed their clothes and went out for dinner. Zhang Yi's mother dragged her husband and sat at one end of the table. She looked at Zhang Yi and Chenji, who occupied the other end of the table, and occasionally a mysterious smile would appear on her face. By the end of the dinner, Zhang Yi's mother suddenly brought up the fact that she had forgotten to lock the house. After paying the bill, she dragged her husband away before he could even protest, leaving Zhang Yi and Chenji alone at the table. "Auntie and uncle are such nice people. They even treat me tonight." This feeling of belonging was something Chenji had not experienced in a long time already. In his memory, he did not have any image of dining with his family and friend. He felt like even if he did not lose his family, the person that accompanied him the most was probably that white cat. "You have been slaving yourself out for the past few days already. Here, eat some more." Zhang Yi appeared to have guessed why her mother had suddenly decided to leave. She kept her head lowered and her voice had become softer. The couple chatted over dinner. They always managed to find topic to talk about. The two seemed to share a bond, a connection between 2 souls. Chapter 1184, When I Have Possessed All the Goodness 3, 2 in 1. Chenji and Zhang Yi chatted for a long time before they left the restaurant. The 2 of them stood under the yellow streetlight and looked at the city around him. "Your leg is still recovering. I should accompany you home." After the ghost makeup had been removed, there was an arresting beauty about Zhang Yi. "No, I should do the gentleman thing and send you home first. It is already getting quite late. I will be very worried if I let you go back home on your own." Chenji stopped one of the cabs and entered it with Zhang Yi. The 2 of them got into the back seat. Perhaps because the driver was there, neither of them said another word after they got into the car. One was silently looking out the window and the other had the head lowered, studying their own hands. When they arrived at the residential area where Zhang Yi stayed, Chenji also exited the cab with her. He only turned and left after he watched Zhang Yi walk into the building. Watching Zhang Ye disappear into the building, there was an inexplicable feeling that crowded Chen Ji's heart. It was not entirely affection. Underneath the sweetness, there was a stinging trace of pain. The reality is too beautiful. I have not had a dream in a very long time already. He walked down the pedestrian walkway. Chen Ji did not wish to take a cab. He wandered around the city aimlessly. The city before him was busy and beautiful, but he felt like he did not belong to this place. It felt like he was someone that was forgotten by the rest of the world. I think I will take a break tonight and have a good rest instead. At around midnight, Chen Ji only arrived at the haunted house. He very expertly opened the gates of the haunted house, pulled back the curtains, and entered the staff break room. The white cat was lying on the table, biting on the box that contained the cat kibble. When it saw Chen Ji, it immediately jumped to the side, as if trying to say it had nothing to do with the kibble that scattered all around the floor. I seem to have encountered this multiple times already. I feel like I have been staying for a long time inside this room. Joy was alluring and arresting. Initially, Chen Ji thought he could quietly deal with everything, but only now he realized he was not as strong as he thought. He could openly deal with all kind murderers and strange curses, but when he was inside the same cab as Zhang Ye, he would feel extremely nervous. What is the thing that I have been aiming for? Lying on the wooden bed, Chen Ji felt like his whole body was sinking into the bed. His body was enveloped by warmth, the fatigue of his body was slipping away, and drowsiness slowly arrived to claim him. The morning of the next day, Chen Ji was awakened by the alarm. He entered the bathroom to wash his face. He studied his own reflection in the mirror. I did not have any dream again yesterday night. This was the first time Chen Ji had a very good look at himself after he had woken up. Sometimes, he could not even have a clear recollection of how he really looked like. When I was at the hospital, Dr. Gao would come and ask me every day whether I had a dream or not, and what kind of dream it was. Is dream that important to me? Chen Ji did not quite understand it. For him, dream was just a dream. It was not part of his delusion, and it did not seem to have too deep of a connection with the reality either. When he washed his face, the water splashed on the mirror. When Chen Ji reached out to wipe away the water stain, suddenly he saw that the door of the cubicle in the mirror was slightly left ajar. A flash of lightning struck his mind. He whipped his body around to look at the slightly open door of the cubicle. Slowly using his strength, Chen Ji pushed open the door of the cubicle further. There was nothing inside the cubicle. He sighed in relief, and the heart that was stuck at his throat sunk back to its natural place. Everything about this world feels normal, yet at the same time, things feel so out of place as well. Chen Ji left the cubicle door ajar and left the bathroom. He was ready for a new day of work. The theme park opened punctually at 9 a.m. Before the theme park even opened for business, there was already a long queue of visitors outside the gates. Some of the youngsters were even there purposely to visit the haunted house. Zio Chen, from now on, we will help you clean the haunted house together. Your leg is still injured. Do not try to hog all the works. I am worried that you will tire yourself out. Zhang Ye's mother was very kind towards Chen Ji. It felt like she had treated Chen Ji as one of her family already. It is fine. Even the doctors have said that more exercise will be helpful for my recovery. Chen Ji brought the white cat into the third-floor scenario. The midnight killer that he played had become the main attraction of the haunted house. Speaking of which, this was where things got a bit strange. There were many visitors that had visited the third-floor scenario, but the visitors' description of the murderer was all different. Some of them said they said a blood-loving madman on the third floor. He was crazy, mental, and over the top. It felt like he was going to tear everyone that he ran into. Some of them said they encountered a friendly visitor into the third floor. After getting to know the person and allowing him to join the team, for some reason, the team was slowly disintegrated from the inside. Chen Ji had mastered the style of different killers, and he could switch between them at will. He was the same person, but he could give different impression to different batches of visitors. Furthermore, due to the dim lighting inside the haunted house, so most of the visitors felt like the scenario was hiding several actors. During the afternoon break, Chen Ji walked out of the haunted house, and he planned to go to find Zhang Ye to ask her some questions. He had just pulled back the thick curtains when he saw a few young people surrounding Zhang Ye. They appeared to be reasoning with her. What is going on here? Chen Ji sidled up to Zhang Ye's side. He scanned the few youngsters and for some reason felt they looked familiar. Before we came, we heard there was an activity at your haunted house. Those who can clear 3 scenarios at one go will be able to get the reward of 10,000 RMB, so the few of us purposely came and bought the ticket to come challenge it. The young man who spoke looked honest and kind. But this lady is telling us the activity is already over. The activity is indeed already over, but if you really want to make things interesting, I can put my own 5,000 RMB on the table to play with you. Chenji said with a smile. He was like a big brother next door with a sunny personality that was both good at sports and study. If you can clear the scenario successfully and manage to do so without a scream over 120 decibels, and then the reward money of 5,000 RMB will be yours. But if you fail, then you have to help promote the haunted house among your family and friends. If they won, they would get 5,000 RMB. If they lost, there was no punishment. In other words, there was nothing for them to lose. Therefore, the few youngsters agreed to the condition easily. Chenji, don't act too rashly. Zhang Ye silently pulled on Chenji's clothes. They are all students from Xinhai Medical University. Some of them have performed autopsy on real bodies before. They will not be so easily scared. Xinhai Medical University, Chenji thought for a while and then turned to the two students who led the group. Do you mind telling me your names? I am Hisan, and this is my senior, Gao Ruxu. Chenji's eyes swept the students before him before his eyes landed on Gao Ruxu. The moment he saw Gao Ruxu, a strange scar on the back of Chenji's hand started to bleed. Pulse of pain entered Chenji's heart like someone was tacking pins on the back of his arm. Chenji, your arm is bleeding. Zhang Ye pulled Chenji to her side. It should be an accident inside the haunted house. I probably brushed against something sharp. It'll be fine. Chenji had been curious about this scar on the back of his arm as well. His broken leg had almost recovered, but this small scar on the back of his arm showed no sign of recovering at all. Now it had started to bleed again. This was very abnormal. Gao Ruxu is related to the wound on the back of my arm. He buried this thought deep inside his mind. Then he rearranged his expression back to normal and very passionately led the few students into the third-floor scenario. Half an hour later, Chenji walked out of the haunted house with a heavy frown on his face. Zhang Ye, I am going to need your help. Seeing the deep frown on Chenji's face, Zhang Ye felt a quick unease. None of them screamed. Yes, Chenji scratched his head. They all fainted before any of them let out a peep. I cannot drag all of them with just my own. Will you come and help me? With their eyes twitching, Zhang Ye and the nearby visitors all took in a cold breath. They took a whole 20 minutes before Chenji and Zhang Ye managed to transport all the students out from the third floor of the haunted house. We should deposit them under the tree shade where the wind is breezy. I have already performed heart resuscitation on them and I have checked their vitals. They are fine. There is no need to worry. Why are you so familiar with all these things? All three members of Zhang Ye's family hurried out. Chenji made so many people faint at one time, even the management of the theme park was spooked when they got the news. But thankfully, Chenji knew where to draw the line. After they were carried out from the haunted house, Hisan's gang woke up one after another. Right on time, it is same as how I calculated. Chenji looked like everything was within his control. When the students left, he did not forget to remind them. Please come back to visit us more in the future. The popularity of the haunted house grew, and the business became more and more lively. Even Zhang Ye's father, who initially had some opinions about Chenji, now could not help but praise Chenji whenever he ran into his friends. He even said it was his own eye in business that noticed Chenji's talent in the first. After one more week, the business at the haunted house slowly stabilized. Chenji's mind appeared to be a wealth of endless good idea. He could always come up with new designs. The haunted house became one of the most popular attractions at Xinhai theme park, and it had gained a fast-growing following on the internet. The overall income had quadrupled its original earning. Everything was moving towards the right direction. Chenji got to know many new friends. The pain in his memory was slowly washed away by the passage of time, and light slowly returned to his eyes. Whenever he was free, Chenji would go and find Zhang Ye. He was like a shadow to her. The two of them worked together in the day and had their meals together. After work, Zhang Ye would accompany Chenji to do his physiotherapy. Chenji's broken leg already recovered to a state where it hindered his movement no more. After they had worked together for quite some time, Zhang Ye also realized Chenji appeared to like to be with her, but she quite liked this kind of feeling. They continued to work together until the last day of the month. The Xinhai theme park needed to conduct machine maintenance and inspection. Coincidentally, the day was raining, so the management decided to close the park for the day. Today we can earn a well-deserved rest. Zhang Ye removed the ghost makeup and changed into a pretty dress that she seemed to have prepared earlier. She ran into the prop room to find Chenji. Chenji, today the them park is closed. Do you have any plan for the rest of the day? The management is going to maintain the equipment today, so the workers might come in the afternoon to inspect the machines. I will stay inside here to deal with the props. Chenji sat amidst a pile of plastic arms and organs. It is rare that we get a day off and you plan to spend it inside the prop room. Zhang Ye bent over beside Chenji. Would you like to go to the movies? Well, is there a good horror movie recently released? Chenji answered without lifting his head. The white cat at the side could not watch this anymore. It licked its claws as if considering whether it should give Chenji a swipe to help him along. Why are we going to watch a horror film when the horrors are already playing around us every day? Zhangya grabbed Chenji by his arm. Come on, don't just stay inside the house. You need to take in the fresh air once in a while. Wait a minute, I still have a red paint on me. I'm afraid that I will dirty your clothes. Hey, wait a minute. Zhangya did not release the grab on Chenji's arm, and the two of them walked out of the haunted house sharing an umbrella. Tusk, it is nice to be young. Zhangya's father stood at the window at the second floor of the haunted house, and he had been quietly watching everything. After that lamentation, he turned to look at the other window. Zhangya's mother was standing there. Honey, it's rare that we get a day off. How about we two go to the movies? The management is coming to check the equipment in the afternoon. You better go and inspect all the props. Fix those that need to fix and patch up those that need to be patched. But honey, this is such a rare day off. Go. What? Chenji had a liking to rainy day, but he had no idea why he liked the rainy weather. He had no recollection of the reasoning behind it. After the movie was over, the two of them walked for a while inside the mall. Zhangya even picked out a set of clothes for Chenji. When they walked past a DIY shop, Zhangya dragged Chenji into it. This was a place where the customers could make their own keychains, phone casing, and there was a spot for couples for make soft ceramic dolls. Once they stepped into the shop, the owner came over to welcome them. She selected a quiet spot for them and then started to introduce the items available in the shop. After listening to the introduction, Zhangya decided to make the doll with Chenji. The owner took out the catalog that contained many different cartoon images. There were detailed instructions, but before she could start with the lecture, Chenji had already finished pinching out the shape of the doll in his hands. Your boyfriend has such handy fingers, the owner was shocked. Compared to Chenji, suddenly she felt like she was just an amateur. Which character are you making? The owner looked through the catalog, but she could not tell what Chenji was making. Are you not working according to any of the corresponding images? You are making the dolls from the images in your mind? Are you sure this is the first time you have done this? I will never forget her look. Unfortunately, I am still quite an amateur at this. Even if I have used every skill that I know, I can only recover 1% of her beauty. The ceramic doll in Chenji's hand was slowly taking on shape. She was wearing a red dress and holding a love letter. This gorgeous woman captured in ceramic was none other than Zhangya. After being fed a mouthful of dog food, the shop owner very cleverly made herself scarce. Before she left, she even presented Chenji and Zhangya with 2 cups of drinks. They were on the house. Zhangya, this is for you. When Chenji was making the doll, his hands appeared to have awakened some kind of muscle memory. This small ceramic doll appeared to have come alive. It had fully represented Zhangya's arresting beauty. Are you sure? Zhangya looked at the doll happily. She carefully placed it beside her, but after studying it for a while, she started to feel a headache coming. I also need to make one for you as well. Half an hour later, Zhangya selected a rather passable Chenji doll among the bunch of broken limbs and snapped necks. She very embarrassedly placed the doll before Chenji and then lowered her head to focus on her drink. The two of them sat together and they were very close together. Time passed by without them knowing it. They had finished making the dolls, keychains, and then went for a meal together. They had done many things they wished to do. Night was coming and the rain showed no sign of slowing down. If anything, it had only got heavier. There was not that many people on the road. Chenji and Zhangya shared an umbrella. Initially, Zhangya was just holding Chenji's hand, but slowly, she leaned onto Chenji's shoulder. Should I walk you home? How about we walk a bit further? Rain slid down the leaves and the umbrella. The water puddles by the roadside reflection the neon lights of the buildings. Chenji and Zhangya walked down the street at the old city. Chenji. What's wrong? Actually, after I have met you, I would have horrible dream every night. Zhangya leaned on Chenji. They are very scary dreams. In the morning, my parents died in a car accident, and I am myself lying in a pool of blood. In the dream, I was wearing a skirt covered in blood and wandering inside a hospital. I would dream about the different side of this city where it was filled with dead people, and in the city, you are the only ghost with temperature and warmth. Chapter 1185. Are you willing to destroy your dream with your own hands, 2 in 1? A rainy city, an empty street, Chenji and Zhangya stood together sharing the same umbrella. Those dreams feel so real. It is as if the world inside the dream is the real world. Looking into Zhangya's eyes, Chenji's mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he did not utter the words in his mind. He hesitated for a moment before he moved his eyes away. I also cannot tell which is the reality and which one is the fake, but it does not matter. No matter where we are, I will be standing beside you. I will be always by your side like a shadow. The rain drained into the puddles by the road. The reflections of the neon lights blurred from the ripples. Zhang leaned softly against Chenji's body. She did not share the pain that she had been suffering during this period with anyone else, but now that she had voiced them to another person, the anxiety and fear in her heart slowly started to lessen. Neither of them wished to shatter this temporary goodness. They strode in the rain and walked for quite a long time. The rain continued to pour. Chenji hailed a cab and sent Zhang home. When Zhang got down from the cab, she told Chenji another thing. Not too long ago, there was a young man called Zhang Wenyu who came to visit the haunted house. The visitor looked no different from the other visitors. It was after reading the name on the disclaimer notice that Zhang found out his name was Zhang Wenyu. After Zhang returned home, Chenji told the cab driver to send him back to Xinhai Theme Park. He rushed back into the haunted house and opened the cupboard where all the disclaimers were kept. He looked through them one by one and in the end, found 12 disclaimers that had Zhang Wenyu's name on them. Looking at the dates, the appearance of this Zhang Wenyu is becoming more and more frequent. Initially, he only appears once a week, but ever since I started working at the haunted house, the name practically shows up among the visitors daily. Chenji was responsible to act as ghost on the 3rd floor. It was mainly Zhang who was dealing with the visitors outside. Due to the hectic schedule, no one had the time to pay attention to the disclaimers. Zhang Wenyu has been here before, so this probably means that he has seen me in person already. Chenji took the stack of disclaimers and sat next to the wooden table. Why are there so many people with the name Zhang Wenyu? When Zhuohan looked through the patients list in the night doctor's office, why did over 10,000 of patients with the name Zhang Wenyu got registered at the hospital at the same time? Rubbing his temple, Chenji's brain did not have any memory related to Zhang Wenyu at all. His locked memory fragments had already been transferred into those glass jars. What he left were the little unlocked memory fragments from before. After putting away all the disclaimers with Zhang Wenyu's names back into the cupboard, Chenji headed towards the staff break room. When he passed the haunted house bathroom, he subconsciously glanced into it. The toilet cubicle door had been closed by someone in his absence. He walked into the bathroom to push the cubicle door open, and then he moved to the staff break room. He picked up the white cat and looked at the rain that was getting heavier outside the window. I have found out about many things in my past, but none of the things can be considered good memories. Chenji raised his hand as if trying to touch the night sky. Now I have everything that I have ever dreamed of, but time will not stop at this moment. Hugging the white cat, Chenji looked into the cat's dual-colored eye. If you are me, what kind of choice will you make? Chenji was asking the white cat and at the same time asking himself. The storm finally abated after midnight. Chenji tossed and turned in his bed before he finally fell asleep. Opening his eyes, the sun hit on his face through the window. Chenji rubbed his head as he crawled up from bed. A new day has begun. He put on his clothes and picked up the white cat to head into the bathroom to go through his morning routine. When he lifted up his face to look at the mirror, he realized the cubicle door behind him had been closed again. I remember very well I have come in here to open it before I got to bed yesterday night. Why is it closed now? Could it be the wind? Chenji pushed open the door of the cubicle again. He glanced inside it. It was just a normal toilet cubicle. There was nothing special about it. Somehow all these feel so weird. After giving the place a good cleaning, Chenji opened the gates of the haunted house to start the day for business. The first person to come to work was Zhang Ye. After their date yesterday, their relationship became much closer. Zhang Ye's parents came much later to the haunted house as if they were trying to give the young couple as much alone time as they could. Xinhai Theme Park opened at 9 a.m. The visitors rushed through the gates and queued up obediently in front of the haunted house. Chenji, who was in the disguise of a crazed murderer, was standing behind the curtain of one of the windows on the 2nd floor and observed everything from the dark. Throughout the whole morning, there was no accident inside the haunted house. During lunch break, Chenji, who was still in the disguise, started to go through the disclaimers that they had gotten in that morning. After the visitors signed the disclaimer, they would be kept in order inside the cupboard, therefore, from the placement of the disclaimer, one could correctly deduct the time the visitor came to visit the haunted house. Chenji had just flipped through 2 pages when he stopped, because at that moment, he was holding the disclaimer that had Zhang Wenyu's name on it. Should still be nearby. He grabbed the disclaimer and went to find Zhang Ye. After giving it some thought, Zhang Ye told him it was a middle-aged man who signed that disclaimer. The man had a unique presence about him and a sharp gaze that dissuaded others from looking directly at him. After knowing the man's looks, Chenji rushed out of the haunted house without taking off his disguise. His clothes were dirty and covered in red paint. He looked quite scary. Zhang Wenyu, where would he be? Walking through the shadowed path, Chenji stopped at the split right in the middle of the theme park. There were so many visitors around him. Even if he possessed very good power of sight, it was practically impossible to pick out a single person among the large crowd. He has been coming to the haunted house because he wants to meet me. If that is the case, why does not he leave any messages for me? He paused at the split for a very long time. Just as Chenji prepared to give up and leave, he realized there was a man sitting at the theme park's restaurant's corner looking at him. Is that him? Chenji did not hesitate. He held the disclaimer and strode into the restaurant and sat down next to the man. After taking a closer look at the man before him, a sense of familiarity rose up in Chenji's heart. He was sure that he was not wrong. Long time no see. The middle-aged man took a sip of the coffee in the cup and leaned his body back against the chair. Long time no see, but this should be the first time we have met. Chenji placed the disclaimer on the table. You are Zhang Wenyu. I am a part of Zhang Wenyu, you can call me. With his fingers tapping on the table, the middle-aged man thought for a while before answering. The author. The author? Looks like you have really forgotten everything. The middle-aged man stood up directly. It was as if he had sensed something wrong and was prepared to leave. Please do not go like that. Can't we have a good chat over this? When you have made the decision, and then you come and find me. The author was not dragging his heel. It was as if the longer he stayed here, the bigger the danger he would be in. What kind of decision? Chenji grabbed the author's hand. When the truth is so cruel that if you know about it, regret will definitely follow. In that case, will you still be willing to pursue the truth? The author pulled his hand away from Chenji, but not before planting something in Chenji's palm. If you do, then come to this place and find me alone. After saying that, the author hurriedly melted into the crowd, and then he disappeared. Chenji lowered his head to look at the center of his palm. There was a piece of napkin placed there. The name of a location was written on the piece of paper, Ping an apartment. After putting the napkin paper and the disclaimer away, Chenji walked away from the theme park restaurant with heavy thought in his mind. He walked through the theme park with the costume of the crazed murderer from the haunted house. When many adults who came with their children to the theme park saw Chenji, they quickly covered their children's eyes. Some of the other visitors took out their phone to snap pictures of Chenji. Chenji, Zhangya, who was dressed in the red specter disguise, jogged over to him. Why did you come over here all of a sudden? Just now, Chenji did not hide the truth from Zhangya. I found Zhang Wenyu. We can talk about that after we get back. It is not good for the visitors of the theme park to see us like this. Zhangya dragged Chenji back to the haunted house. After the simple lunch, they started to work for the afternoon session. They busied themselves until 6 o'clock when the haunted house closed for business. Chenji removed the murderer costume and started to check the props and traps inside the scenario. He was moving through the floor when he heard footsteps coming from the stairs. He turned his head to look and saw that Zhang Yo was coming up the stairs. How can I help you? It's nothing about me, but I am worried about you. After you have met Zhang Wenyu, your attention has been constantly distracted. Zhang Yo walked to stand beside Chenji. Is he one of your former friends? If you run into any trouble, know that you can share them with me any time. I cannot remember him at all. Perhaps we do used to know each other because he appears to know about my past. Chenji had a bit of a headache. He pressed on his temples. Then you should go and ask him for more details. Be it a good or bad thing, that was once who you were. It contained your memory and the real you. Zhang Yo had been encouraging Chenji. But what if I am a horrible person in my past? Or what if finding out about my past will affect my present and future? Chenji leaned against the wall of the corridor. The cold walls on his back made him slowly calm down. I am very sure that the current everything that I have now is the thing that I have been desiring all along. If I have never experienced this before, then perhaps I can give it all up easily, but now I am very unwilling. I even do not have the courage to take the risk to make this decision. Chenji was still talking when his cold hands felt a trace of warmth. Lowering his head to look, Chenji realized Zhangya was holding his hands softly. Zhangya. Haven't we made a promise to each other yesterday night? No matter where we are, we will be by each other's side like shadow. Therefore, do not fret too much on whether to search for your past or to maintain the current state. What you need to do is to find back your real self. Zhangya pulled Chenji along by his hand. Come on, don't fuss too much over this. It is time for dinner. My mom has bought many good food. The business at the haunted house was getting better and better by the day. Zhangya's parents bought many drinks and food. They had a celebration with Chenji until late at night before they left. At around 10 p.m., Chenji, who was staying alone in the prop room, suddenly heard the sound of the window being opened. He grabbed the nearest tool inside the toolbox, which was a metallic hammer, and leaned his back against the wall and hid himself in the shadows. Chenji did not go after the man who snuck in immediately, but came to the main control room first and switched off all the lights inside the haunted house. He was very familiar with the layout of the haunted house, and with his incredible power of hearing in that moment, he gained the upper hand almost immediately by doing the decision that he made. Holding the hammer, Chenji held his head. He focused his ear to listen. Following that soft pitter-patter of footsteps, he came to the door of the staff break room. Just outside the door of the staff break room, there stood a dark shadow. He slowly approached, and the sound of his footsteps was muffled. The shadowy figure had no idea there was another person about several meters behind him. The figure twisted the door handle, as if wondering how to open the door when he felt a giant force wrap around his neck. "What is your name? Why have you sneaked into the haunted house in the middle of the night?" The chilling and eerie voice demanded beside his ear. His back was drenched by cold sweat almost immediately. "Chenji, I am Xiu Han. It's me, Xiu Han. I am your friend." The person screamed for mercy. It was clear that he was really afraid. "Xiu Han," hearing the familiar voice, Chenji immediately let the person go and switched on the lights in the corridor. Xiu Han, who was wearing a tattered brown old coat, was collapsed on the ground, grasping for air. "Oh, it was my old roommate. Why didn't you just say so? We could have saved a lot of trouble." "Did you ever give the time to say anything?" Xiu Han rubbed at his neck. After he lifted his head, Chenji's brows were immediately creased together. There was a wound that was about 7 cm long on Xiu Han's left eye. His left eye appeared to have plucked away. "What happened to your eye?" Chenji put down the hammer and immediately helped Xiu Han up from the ground. "I have traded it away," Xiu Han said matter-of-factly. "You have used your eye in a trade?" Chenji was shocked by this revelation. What kind of trade was this? Is it with one of the doctors inside the hospital? "No, before you were taken to the treatment room to accept the treatment, I have already escaped from the hospital." Xiu Han thought back to the incident that happened 1 month ago. "That day, I got the notice from Dr. Gao telling me that I was go to the treatment room with you that night. At the time, I already felt something was off. That and another doctor had dropped me a hint. I knew that if I did not do anything then, I would be in great trouble. Therefore, I made the quick decision to escape from the prison." Chenji thought back to that night. When Dr. Gao first gave him the treatment, there were in total 7 people in the treatment room. 5 of them were patients and the other 2 doctors. At the time, the explanation given by Dr. Gao was 2 of the patients had escaped, so he and Dr. Sun were there in their placement to participate in the treatment. "Xiu Han, the doctor that gave you the hint at the time, can you still remember his name?" "I cannot remember who it was that dropped the hint for me, but based on my deduction, the only person that could have chosen that moment to give any hint to me, it has to be one of the doctors working inside the hospital." Xiu Han was still as strong as ever when it came to logical deduction. Chenji nodded. He believed the Xiu Han was able to escape successfully from the hospital had 2 reasons behind it. First was because the hospital did not pay that much attention to Xiu Han. They did not know the Xiu Han had already started to suspect his own memory. Secondly, there was a doctor inside the hospital who had lent him an aid, and this mysterious doctor who had helped Xiu Han from the dark was most likely Dr. Sun. After all, by helping Xiu Han leave, that the young man would have the chance to join in Chenji's treatment. If you did not conduct the trade with the doctor, then who else in this city would use an eyeball as an item of transaction? Chenji led Xiu Han into the staff break room and had him sit on the bed. The eyeball was a trade and also a sacrifice. Xiu Han pulled open the zipper of his jacket to expose the wounds that had not yet recovered near his collarbone and chest. "These are the sacrifice needed to find the truth." Looking at the ghastly wounds on Xiu Han's body, Chenji grabbed the med kit from inside the haunted house. "What have you been up to during this period of time?" "I'm now currently being sought by everyone in the city, therefore I have to cut the long story short." Xiu Han stood up to pull back the curtain. After he made sure there was no one else outside the window, he only revealed, "I cannot be sure whether this world that we are currently in is the real world or not, but there is one thing that I am certain of. When you start to have suspicion of this world, misfortune and horror will descend upon you." Chapter 1186, Making a Decision 2 in 1. Misfortune will befall you once you start to have suspicion of this world. Chenji shook his head lightly. The fragmented memory in my mind told me that even if I am just living my life, I will be under the torture of misfortune and despair. They are completely different things. Xiu Han touched the wound on his left eye. It appeared to be recovering already, so it was pulsing with pain. Your previous memory perhaps came from the real life, and the real life had always been cruel, but everything that you are experiencing now is more like a dream that you will not be able to wake up from. Ever since I woke up at the hospital, I stopped dreaming at night. So from that point of view, your suspicion has some basis to it. Chenji poured a glass of water for Zhu Han, but Zhu Han refused to touch it at all. He was very cautious. Your body is recovering very fast, and the sharpness in your eyes has gone. I know you actually understand many things, but now you are unwilling to face them because you have possessed the goodness in the world. You have tasted the bliss, and so you do not want to personally destroy them with your own 2 hands. Zhu Han was not only clever, he had a very good observation skill. From Chen Ji's various tone and expression, he could discern many things. Listening to Zhu Han's accusation, Chen Ji did not answer. He had also been questioning himself, but unfortunately he never reached any conclusion answer. But if this is just a dream and suspicion will trigger bad luck that will tear down all the goodness, then in the end, even if I wake up from the dream, wouldn't I be thrown back to an even crueler reality? But the bliss here is fake. Zhu Han stood up and looked at Chen Ji seriously. What have they done to you in the short amount of 1 month? What have you experienced? You weren't like this at the hospital at all back then. The feeling you gave me was more like a devil who was hiding a heart of revenge. I have not experienced anything too special. I merely have been living a simple life. If you really want to pinpoint something, it would be my encounter with Zhang Ye. Chen Ji sat on the chair. The emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. She is very special to me. When I am with her, I will feel very secure and safe. I thought things will go smoothly, but I guess I have wasted my time coming here tonight. Zhu Han removed his gloves and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. You will eventually wake up from the dream. The day you change your mind, you can come to this place to find me. When Chen Ji reached out to accept the piece of paper, he noticed the fingerprints on Zhu Han's fingers had been sanded off. I am now a wanted man. This is probably the last time I am coming to find you. After Chen Ji kept the paper note, Zhu Han was ready to leave. This city might look perfect on the surface, but underneath its perfect cover, it is filled with boils about to burst with pus and blood. When you become unwilling to leave this place, it will slowly swallow you into its stomach. I will think about this further. Okay, there is one more thing that I have to tell you. I have once stolen a white phone out from the hospital. After I switched it on, I realized it was installed with various kind of cursed words and a bunch of apps related to curses. Initially, I thought that was just a strange interest by the owner, but after that, I have sneaked a look at all the phones of the hospital workers and the doctors at the hospital. Everyone at that hospital with white phone had many curse-related games and apps installed in their phone. So if you encounter anyone using white phone in the future, remember to stay away from them. After Zhu Han dropped that piece of advice, he did not stay any longer. He climbed through the window of the bathroom and left. Closing the window behind him, Chen Ji's face was dark. He leaned against the door of the toilet cubicle and his brain was churning rapidly. There were originally many memory fragments in my mind. They described a completely different life. The doctors at the hospital told me those memories were all part of my delusion, but after seeing the 7 glass jars in all the hospital directors' offices, I can be certain now that those experiences were absolutely real. Chen Ji was actually very clear that, if those memory fragments were real, then the city that he was currently living in was most likely a fake one. After the hospital realized all the memory fragments in my brain had disappeared, they only allowed me to leave the hospital, but the key problem was when I was leaving the hospital. Dr. Sun had come to remind me that the real treatment is only starting now. Eliminating my past memory is only the first step. The thing that they will do next is probably to reshape my memory so that I will stop suspecting this hospital and this world and become a living doll inside the city. They will use the fake bliss and happiness to numb me to everything, to have me desire everything, to make it so that I am unable to part myself from them and even turn me into a defender of this place and its rules. Chen Ji's gaze was cold. They had a very good plan, but there were too many accidents in this process. The escape of the patient Zhang Wenyu, the suspicions Zhu Han had towards this world, the help of Dr. Sun, and the most importantly, some kind of change had been happening to Zhang Ye as well. He could remember very clearly, when he encountered Zhang Ye at the hospital, there was blood droplets that had gathered from bloody words that had crawled into Zhang Ye's body. Initially, Zhang Ye's existence was probably to compensate for my real, to help fulfill my wish, but under the influence of those blood words, Zhang Ye started to have some very scary nightmares every night. Those nightmares are probably the real world, and those nightmares have been reminding me and Zhang Ye that, under this bubble of bliss, there are many bloody faces looking to swallow us. This is a blissful world that is meant for people to sink themselves into, but my life is more than me alone. Many different figures appeared in Chen Ji's mind. The second persona that has gouged out his heart in the brain maze, the patients who are still in torment at the hospital, The child who was split into many parts and stuffed into different glass jars. Dr. Sun who was filled with scars, and perhaps even Zhang Ye. Thinking back to their date, when Chen Ji was making the ceramic doll, both of his hands had molded the version of Zhang Ye in his heart. Chen Ji, who was a master dollmaker, had already noticed a problem then. The Zhang Ye doll that he created wore a bloody dress and was wearing various negative emotions. That was not Zhang Ye under the specter disguise, but a demon god that was extremely scary. The version that Zhang Ye that he made from his memory was a different Zhang Ye that he spent time with daily. Perhaps the version of Zhang Ye at the haunted house was merely a part of the real Zhang Ye. With this thought in mind, Chen Ji lowered his head to look at paper note left in his palm. There were 3 words written on the front of the paper: Ping'an Apartments. On the back, the location of Ping'an Apartment was roughly jotted down. Dr. Sun helped me escape from the hospital, so that proves that the way to wake up from the dream is not inside the hospital but somewhere in this city. The message that was left behind by Zhu Han and the author was one and the same. After giving it some thought, he turned back towards the staff break room and then came out carrying an old backpack. The white cat strode bouncingly behind Chen Ji. Just as they were around to reach the haunted house door, Chen Ji turned back to place it back inside the room. I am going to a very dangerous place tonight. I can't let you follow me, so tonight I will need you to watch over the fort for me. The pair of dual-colored eyes looked at Chen Ji with confusion. The white cat appeared as if it was in brutal shock. Moments later, it ran out again, as if worried that Chen Ji did not want it anymore. I am not going out to play this time. I need to stay here and look over the place. I promise I will be back before sunrise. In the end, Chen Ji did not bring the white cat with him. Based on the instruction on the paper, he took a cab and came to a restaurant that was close to Ping'an Apartment. Xinhai's taxi drivers apparently rarely got the direction to come to places outside of the city. When Chen Ji got out from the car, the driver even tried his best to advise him that it was incredibly unwise to come to the countryside alone at night. Chen Ji walked past the restaurant. His original intention was to prevent others from following him on vehicle, so he planned to walk the rest of the distance to the apartment. But incidentally, he had not had a meal since the start of the day, and he was already quite hungry, so he turned and walked into the restaurant. Ping'an Apartment was at Xinhai Western countryside. This place was very secluded. Before he came here, Chen Ji also did not expect a restaurant that was quite popular could be found so far away from the city. The shop was famous for its lu zhu, stewed food, and wild game. Due to the city's rules for the banning of wild game, the restaurant had to move to the countryside, even though the owner had been trying his best to explain that all the meat that was served at his shop was reared from home. They only had that unique taste because of the special recipe of seasoning that they used. The shop was not that big. It did not have any VIP rooms. There were only 5 to 6 short, wooden tables placed at the lobby. I am so sorry, but we are already closed for business. There was a fatty standing at the cashier. He had on a dirty apron, and a very obvious scar was traveling his face. I have come so far from the city to visit your place. Just serve me anything that you have left. Chen Ji smelled the delicious scent of meat inside the shop, and his stomach grumbled even louder. He found a seat, and then casually flipped through the menu. There are still some vegetables, but we have already run out of meat. The meat at this place sells like hot cakes. The fat chef finished dealing with the work he was dealing with and took a menu and walked towards Chen Ji. We still have some frozen dumplings in the fridge. How about I make some wild boar dumplings for you? I do not like wild game that much. Just some vegetables will be fine. Chen Ji turned his head to look at the chef, and the chef also happened to lower his head to look at them. When the two saw the other's face at that moment, something incredibly absurd happened. The scar on the fat chef's face started to wiggle. His body appeared to freeze, and cold sweat slithered continuously down his forehead. Do you know me? Chen Ji narrowed his eyes. Absolutely not, the chef replied firmly. Then he turned and ran towards the kitchen like he was escaping for his life, but his shoulder was grabbed by Chen Ji. Do you really not know me? If that is the case, then why did you run? What is your name? Chen Ji might not like he was that thick in frame, but he had powerful arms. His 5 fingers sunk into the chef's shoulders like metallic claws. Your body is shaking. Are you afraid of me? I am not afraid of you. I have merely mistaken you for someone else. He looked similar to one of the police officers, and I thought you were here to check on the wild game. The chef did not dare to turn his face around, and when he answered in the softest voice possible. You are lying. Chen Ji pressed harder with his hand. Tell me, what is your name? My name is Kai Longtu. I am just a small chef. Please let me go. The chef started to beg. Kai Longtu of the Lu Zhu shop? Chen Ji felt like that information was rather familiar. He pressed the chef against the wall and reached out his finger to touch the scar on the chef's face. From the body size, the chef was much larger than Chenji, but in reality, the chef did not have the intention to even struggle at all. The wound on your face has not scabbed over and the wound is not that deep. It looks like they have been slowly gouged out by some object. Is this some kind of sick punishment? Chenji's finger trailed the edge of the wound. The pain caused the chef to grit his teeth. The perimeter of the wound is extremely irregular. It feels like whenever it is about to heal, someone will come and injure you again. I cannot imagine the pain that you must be in. Listening to what Chenji had to say, the chef's legs were as weak as noodle. He knelt down to the ground and his face was pale as ash. Chenji, can we just pretend that we have not met each other? I have never seen you and you have never walked into my shop. You even know my name? Chenji pressed even harder. He could be sure that this was the first time he met Kai Longtu, but the latter was able to recognize him, so this could only mean that they had some kind of connection before, and that connection was a proof for the validity of Chenji's former memory. The chef wished that he could slap his mouth. With a bitter face, he did not dare to even utter a word anymore. I only need you to answer a few of my questions honestly. If I am satisfied, then I won't bother you anymore and we can pretend that we have not met each other. Compared to the chef, Chenji was even more desperate to know stuff, but he did not show it on the surface. Ask me then, I will tell you everything that I know. The chef crawled up from the ground as if he had surrendered to his destiny. He jogged over to close the door of his shop. My first question is, from where did you know me? This was the point that Chenji was the most curious about. He was there that night to go and ask Zhang Wenyu about it, but as fate would have it, he ran into this strange chef instead. It was at a Lu Zhu snack shop at Xinhai, but not the one behind the door, the chef said when the world before his eyes turned blood red. He felt like someone was about to tear his brain apart. Hey, Chenji was given quite a shock as well. Seeing the wound on the chef's face suddenly tear open for no reason, that was the understandable response. Then the blood poured out from the chef's face. Holding his own face, the chef was rolling on the ground. He resisted the pain but did not dare to make too loud of a noise. He could only bite on the tablecloth that he had grabbed earlier. There was blood everywhere on the ground. Chenji looked at the redness that was drying up, but he did not feel any disgust or fear. It was as if he had gotten used to all these gore already. His fingers touched the blood stains on the ground. The sticky and warm feeling was very familiar to Chenji. A thought burst out from the deep part of his mind. This is real blood. After about 10 minutes, the chef only slowly returned to normal. He reached out his bloody hands to grab at Chenji's shoes. I cannot tell you anything, I will die. Actually, in your current state, I feel like dying might be a better option than death. Perhaps you still have something that you still have not finished. Chenji picked the chef up from the ground. If one day I can end the pain, I will try to find a way to help you. Please do not push yourself further. You can just tell me whatever that you can tell me. The chef's body was shaking due to extreme pain. He used the tablecloth, soaked it in his own blood, and wrote down something on the ground. Whenever he finished writing a word, he would immediately wipe it away. This is the place where the patients are punished behind the door. The place where the patients are punished. With shaking hand, the chef wrote down another line. Can't escape, can't die even if I want to, help me. He wiped away all traces of blood on the ground. He held his bleeding face and headed back into the kitchen. After reading the bloody revelation by the chef, Chenji had a very bad feeling rising inside him. Seeking the truth and misfortune would come. Now it appeared like misfortune had already come knocking at his doors. Chapter 1187, Back to the Beginning 2 in 1. All the hospital workers at the hospital also have the surname Kai. There has to be some kind of connection between them. It is unwise to stay here for too long. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Chenji lost his appetite. He skipped the meal and left the shop. He walked down the path for about 100 meters. When Chenji turned his head back to look, all the lights at the shop had been switched off already. The place was shrouded in darkness. He could not see anything. For me, this is a city that is perfectly beautiful, but Kai Longtu said this city is used to punish the patients. And then he mentioned something about a door. What kind of special significance does the door play in this city? Chenji was reminded of the door inside Zhang Ya's haunted house's bathroom. Whenever he pushed the cubicle door open, the next he passed the bathroom, he would notice the cubicle door would be closed again. Other than that, when he received the treatment at the hospital, when Dr. Gao pulled him into the brain maze, the turning point also came when he was supposed to push open doors. After he pushed open the door, the hospital outside was eerie and scary. It was as if the worlds inside and outside the door were completely different. Perhaps the exit to escape this city is a door hidden inside this large city, based on the direction provided by Zhu Han at around 11. 4:40 p.m., Chenji finally reached Ping'an Apartments. It was an old-fashioned apartment building that appeared to be quite abandoned. It was situated behind an abandoned village at the western countryside of Xinhai. The location was extremely secluded. Why would the author and Zhuohan signal for me to come here? Have the two of them met each other before? The leaves ruffled from the wind. Chenji walked past the abandoned village. There was not even a single figure around. Feels like I have been to this place before for some reason. Looking at the tombstones outside the window and the uneven old locust trees that grew up gnarly like ghosts, such a scary atmosphere did not cause even a ripple of fear in his heart. Just what kind of life I have led before? How come I feel nothing when I am around these things that should have scared a normal people? If anything, I feel some kind of familiarity around them. Chenji did not think there was anything abnormal about him. He chalked the formation of this attitude to a deeper layer of consciousness in his mind. When he reached the end of the village, Chenji was about to move forward when he suddenly saw a person kneeling on top of the tombstone next to it. The person appeared to have materialized out of thin air, but at the same time, felt like he had been watching Chenji from that spot for a long time already. And Chenji saw the man, the latter also saw Chenji. The two of them shared a look, but neither of them felt there was nothing off about this. Neither of them spoke. They continued with their own work. The man continued to kneel on the tombstone while Chenji walked away from him. But after he took a few steps, Chenji suddenly realized the man who was kneeling on the tombstone earlier looked quite familiar to him. But when Chenji turned back to look, the only thing that he saw was a solitary grave. Where is the man? In the middle of the night, there was a person kneeling on top of a grave. This is definitely something unusual, but how did I manage to accept it as an everyday thing? The person who was kneeling on the tombstone did not give me a sense of danger or warning either. Ever since he made the decision to come to Ping'an Apartments, Chenji realized more and more things that he could not explain started to appear around him. To get to Ping'an Apartment, he had to move through the abandoned village. After Chenji passed the graveyard, a piece of dirt road piled up with twigs and trash that extended before him. Next to the road there stood a sign. It said no trespassing. But because no one had passed this place for a long time, the sign had seen better days, and even the warning on it had faded away. The apartment is already so old. Just what kind of people still insist on staying there? Walking down the dirt path filed with holes, Chenji looked around him with curiosity. The two sides of the roads were hanging with funereal bouquets and flags. Many paper money littered around the ground. Some of the paper money had been half buried inside the ground. Obviously, they had been there for quite some time already. White clothes were bound around tree branches, and one could see shadows of grave through the trees. The tombstones flickered amidst the forest like eyes, and they were extremely scary. If this was a normal Xinhai citizen who had come here, they probably would have turned back out of fear already. This place is decorated so eerily, it feels like someone is purposely to hide something here so that people will not be willing to come any closer. The path that he was walking on appeared to lead directly down to hell. It was unclear how long Chenji had been traveling down it before he finally reached the end. There was an old apartment that was well hidden inside the forest. It had 3 stories in total. It was not tall by any means. All the windows on the 3rd floor were boarded up with wooden boards, and you could see the sign of charring on the walls, signifying this place was once a site of a big fire. A big fire probably enveloped this place before, but due to a probable lack of funds, the owner only refurbished the lower 2 floors and left the 3rd floor the way it was. Ping'an Apartments? After wading through the small yard that was filled with wild grasses, Chenji saw the plaque with the apartment's name on it. The building appeared to have had many names in it in carnation. The characters on the plaque had been changed many times, giving it a harried look. Is someone in? Chenji pulled open the zipper of his backpack. With his hand inside the backpack, he entered the building carefully. The inside of the building was extremely old. The floor tiles were cracked and there were gaps on the wall. Occasionally one could see black worms wiggling inside them. From the outside, the building looks quite small. I am surprised it can accommodate so many rooms inside it. Chenji did not dare to wander down the hall aimlessly. His eyes scanned the doors one after another before his gaze finally fell on the door for room 101. Knocking lightly on the door, Chenji stood for a long time outside the door, but no one came to answer it. He leaned against the door and perked his ears up to listen. It was deathly quiet inside the room, as if no one was staying there. "What are you doing?" A man's voice suddenly rang out from behind Chenji. It gave Chenji quite a fright. He immediately whipped his body around to turn behind him. "It's you. You were the person who was kneeling on the tombstone earlier." It did not take long for Chenji to recognize the man behind him. "This is not a place that you should have come. Before you awaken the other tenants, you better leave this place as soon as you can." The man was standing a few steps behind Chenji. He walked with no sound at all. Chenji had no idea when did he arrive behind him. It is already too late, and I wouldn't be able to find a transport to get back into the city even if I want to. Do you mind if I stay here for one night? Chenji stared closely at the man and remembered the man's every movement deep inside his heart. But all the rooms here are occupied. The middle-aged man kept urging Chenji to leave. Just go. Even if you stay outside, it is better than you staying here. The place is occupied, but how come I feel like none of the room here has people inside them? Having no people inside them does not necessarily mean that they are not occupied. Before the man could finish, there appeared to be something that fell down from the third floor. It sounded like a ball rolling down the stairs. Chenji turned to look, but the man quickly shuffled his step to block Chenji's view. Did something just fall down the stairs? A tenant has lost her precious keepsake. I will go and help her. I need you to stand here and do not move. The man walked towards the corner of the corridor. Chenji did not listen to his order and instead followed behind him directly. When he came to the corner of the stairs, Chenji saw the middle-aged man hand something over to a woman, or more precisely, he placed something on the woman. Thank you. The woman touched her neck with both of her hands and then looked at Chenji with open curiosity. The strange thing was, when she saw Chenji's face, she was unable to pull her eyes away. It was not until the middle-aged man coughed audibly for several times that something occurred to the woman, and she hurriedly to turn away. Being stared by that strange woman, Chenji's back was drenched in cold sweat. Earlier he saw clearly that the middle-aged man had placed something for the woman. But there was nothing on the woman's arms or body that could make a bouncing sound. Chenji's eyes were fixated on the back of the woman's neck. The woman's neck was twisting abnormally. It was as if her head was tittering unevenly on her shoulders. It is time for you to go. The middle-aged man stood on the stairs and looked down on Chenji. His face was strangely pale like a body inside the morgue. Actually, the reason I am here is to look for a friend of mine. Chenji did not want to hide the truth. This place was too strange. He felt like it was better if he came out with the truth. It is impossible for your friend to be here. The tenants staying here would not be your friends after all. The middle-aged man walked to stand before Chenji. This is the second time we have met tonight. The first time I have pretended to not see you, and now I can still pretend to not see you. So please leave now because there won't be a third time. You have been pretending to not see me. What will happen if you have seen me? And you will become a tenant here, and it will be very hard to leave again. The middle-aged man held Chenji up in the corridor. Moments later, a door that was close to the stairs on the second floor opened. A woman wearing glasses walked out from the room. She saw Chenji and the middle-aged man. When the woman saw Chenji, her expression changed as well. She seemed to share a good relationship with the middle-aged man. She walked directly to the middle-aged man's side and then whispered softly into his ear. Aljo, has this young man been to Ping an apartment before? The man who was called Aljo shook his head. I am chasing him away now. If he is seen by more of the tenants, I am afraid he won't be able to leave if he wants to then. After dropping that piece of advice, the woman with the spectacles brushed past Chenji like he was not even there and headed up to the third floor. Chenji had noticed by then most of the people at Ping an apartment treated him strangely. He suspected it had to do with Zhang Wenyu and Zhu Han. Brother Joe, is there a tenant here that goes by the name Zhu Han? He is my friend. Actually, we shared the same room when we were at the hospital. Chenji gave Zhu Han's name. His intention was to hope to get more information, but to his surprise, after he said that, the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him changed instantly. Wait, you and him are friends? You also came from that hospital? Aljo stared closely at Chenji. Yes, we were staying inside the same sick room. I guess you could say that I am one of the reasons he had escaped from the hospital. Zhu Han is still out. If you are his friend, then you should go to his room to wait for him. After Aljo found out Chenji was someone who came from that hospital, he immediately changed his mind. He personally led Chenji to the room at the deepest end of the second-floor corridor. This is where Zhu Han stays. Coincidentally, his room lock is broken, so you might as well go into his room and wait for him. Chenji did not stand on ceremony. He pushed the door open, and he was greeted by bloody bandage and gauzes that covered the floor. These were used bandage by Zhu Han. Today he went out to meet a friend. He had not returned yet. The friend that he had gone out to meet was me. Chenji pointed at himself. Oh, he went to find him, but he failed to return, and you have come to this place to find him. The man who was called Aljo smiled at him. Before he returns, you better stay in his room. This apartment will get quite noisy after midnight. No matter what you hear, do not leave this room. Just close your ears and go on off to sleep. The middle-aged man left after saying that. Chenji was left alone inside the room. The room was barely furnished, but Chenji felt a sense of familiarity to the place. It felt like even though this was the first time he had been to this strange place, he had visited this very same room in his dream multiple times already. Sitting on the bed, Chenji held the backpack close to his body. I believe I have come to this before. I cannot remember exactly what has happened here, but in my mind, it was nothing good. Chenji waited inside the room until after midnight, but Zhu Han still had not returned. He felt incredibly drowsy. Chenji rubbed his bloodshot eyes. A normal apartment would not be situated behind an abandoned village and a graveyard. There has to be some problems with this place. If based on the hospital's original treatment, by now Chenji would have been deprived of the influence had on him due to his former memory already, then he would have arrived here like a normal person. However, due to the appearance of Dr. Sun, there was loophole in the hospital's treatment. Chenji knew that he could not believe his own two eyes at any time. He had to maintain extreme collectiveness that was beyond human limit. At around 2 a.m. in the morning, Chenji suddenly heard a strange sound coming from upstairs. It sounded like someone was cutting through something with a saw. He remembered the warning by the man with the surname Joe. He was supposed to stay inside the room obediently. The sound of sawing faded away, but it was then replaced by the fleeting screams and the sound of paints flaking down from the wall. Among the drifting sound, Chenji could have sworn he heard the name Zhang Wenyu being mentioned. There has to be a reason why he forbade me to leave this room. Chenji was still seated on the bed, but several minutes later, he heard a familiar name being mentioned from the conversation that drifted from upstairs, Zhang Jingjiu. Now that he thought about it, the screams earlier sounded similar to Zhang Jingjiu's. Chenji could not sit idle anymore. He carried his backpack and sneaked out from the room and came to the third floor. Everywhere had signs of burning. There were many broken furniture and burnt trash that crowded the corridor. The sound of conversation and sawing came from the deepest end of the corridor. Chenji slowly moved forward. A faded scent of blood tackled his nose. The world before his eyes were slowly being replaced by a hue of red. The blackened walls were covered in blood. Inside the darkened corridor, he could see a few figures moving about. Chenji trained his focus. There were many trash on the ground. If he was just a bit careless, he would make some noise. What are they doing? Chenji slowly approached. When he reached the middle of the corridor, he saw the wall at the end of the corridor. His pupils narrowed, and Chenji realized that was a doctor wearing a white coat that was pinned to the wall at the end of the corridor. The doctor's coat was drenched red by blood, and there was a patient with twisted limbs lying under him. Zhang Jingjiu? His breathing became urgent. Chenji was not expecting to run into a doctor from that hospital and Zhang Jingjiu at this place. It was the people from this apartment that have kidnapped them out of the hospital, but that is impossible. Chenji's brain was working overtime, but before he came to a reason, he suddenly heard a soft sound that came from behind him. He whipped his head around, and Chenji saw a young boy who was standing behind him. The boy was not tall, and his body was thin and weak. However, his face had maturity and cunningness that did not match his age. My name is Men Nan. Big brother, what is yours? Chapter 1188. Single Eye, Cursed Lady, Scarlet 2 in 1. The boy's voice traveled very far. After Chenji heard that, his face was pale. Currently, the crazed murderers gathered at the end of the corridor were busy hacking up a body. With the call from the boy, the people on the whole third floor knew that he was there. Big brother, you have sweated a lot. Is this place that hot for you? The little boy was definitely doing that on purpose. There was cunning and guile in his eyes, but his face took on an expression of pure innocence. Without stopping to take the time to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, Chenji's first reaction was to turn and run. His reaction was already very fast. This was also definitely the best solution in that moment. He turned and prepared to escape, but before Chenji could take any few steps, he saw the doors that were burnt on the third floor being pulled open one after another. Human faces that were as pale as those of the door poked out from behind them. Big brother, where are you going? The boy still refused to leave Chenji. He stuck close to Chenji and had a huge smile on his face. The figures filtered out from the room. There were students in school uniforms and strange people with handicaps. They had blocked the way of Chenji's exit. What should I do now? Cold sweat slid down the bridge of his nose. Even though Chenji's brain was spinning at the best of its ability, he still could not figure out the solution to this conundrum. Haven't I told you to stay in your room? The saw grinded against the wall. The middle-aged man called All Joe was coming towards him. His pairs of eyes that did not contain that living emotion stared at Chenji coldly. Now you cannot leave even if you want to. Chenji did not anticipate that this apartment building that appeared so empty would have so many people living in it, and most of them were staying on the third part that was ruined in a fire. I believe this is a huge misunderstanding. Even under that extreme situation, Chenji realized he was still perfectly collected. He looked at the saw the middle-aged man was holding with both of his eyes. The chains of the saw had splinters on them, but no trace of blood at all. This proved that the man had not used the saw to injure anyone, but he had been using it to cut through some wooden materials. Misunderstanding? The man with the surname Joe had his smile slowly turn crueler. It was as if he could perfectly read into Chenji's mind and knew where to apply the most pressure. Then tell us, what is the misunderstanding that we have? Actually, I am the same kind of humans as you. There was a basis behind what Chenji said. He was friends with Zhuo Han and Zhang Wenyu, and thus the friends of his friend had a high chance of being his friends. Furthermore, this bunch of tenants had nailed the doctor from the cursed hospital to the wall. They were not definitely sharing a good relationship. Similarly, the enemy of my enemy could be persuaded to become my friends. Chenji spoke it in a sincere tone, but when the people around him heard him, they did not react too much. I am telling the truth. Chenji wanted to explain further, but he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. You are the same kind of humans as us, but whoever told you we were humans in the first place? The boy who was following behind Chenji was giggling happily. He seemed to have a penchant for scaring people, and he had been trailing behind Chenji. The tenants gradually closed their ranks around Chenji. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the corridor of the second floor. All of you need to calm down. He is not your enemy. In fact, he was once your best friend. The author came to the third floor. He contemplated for a long time before he settled on the term friend. In reality, though, he could not name precisely the connection between Chenji and the tenants. They were like colleagues, friends, and even family. Zhang Wenyu? When they saw the author arrive, the tenants parted for him to walk through. Zhou also put down the saw that he was holding. Of all of us, only you have remained most of your memory. You remember this man. I only share a normal relationship with him. I have met him only a few times, but I can tell you for certain that he is very important to all of you. The author walked to stand before Chenji and nodded with admiration. I really did not expect you to come here. If someone had given me the same choice, I believe I would rather live in the fake blissfulness. Who exactly are you? What is the meaning of the name Zhang Wenyu? Why can I find up to 10,000 of patients list with Zhang Wenyu's name on them inside the hospital? Chenji had so many questions in his mind. Why our memory have all been tempered with, but you are the sole exception? It was inconvenient to answer those questions outside. The reason I have invited you was to tell you the truth. The author stood among the tenants. He raised his arm to point at the people around him. Now in this apartment, other than yourself, everyone else, including myself, are all dead people. Dead people? Chenji was not surprised when he heard that revelation. He was merely reminded of a word that Zhangya once said. That day when they parted, Zhangya said that she had dreamed that she was living inside a city filled with dead people, and she even claimed that Chenji was the only ghost with warmth inside the city. Indeed, ghosts exist for real, at least that is the case in this city. The author had Chenji stand together with Zhou and the rest. You used to run a haunted house, and these people were your employees. The relationship you shared was like that of a close family. The author's words once again proved Chenji's previous suspicion. The cruel memory that was locked in his brain was the real memory that actually belonged to him. What else do you know? The reason none of you can remember this thing is because your memory has been swallowed up by a piece of mouth. This is a kind of power that even I cannot fathom. The author shared all the memory that he had about Chenji with everyone. He did not hide anything. I will tell you something that might cause you even more despair. This whole city is like a prison, and all of us are inmates that are trapped here. I do not know the way to break out of here, but I know the key to doing that lies in you. When the author spoke, he kept his eyes on Chenji. You have chosen us, and that means that you have actively abandoned the false bliss. From the moment you stepped into Pingan Apartments, your life is going to welcome a big change. Combined with what the author said, Chenji was reminded of the information revealed by Dr. Sun. The hospital had prepared two kinds of treatment methods for Chenji. The first was for him to murder everyone that was important personally and pushed him over the edge of madness, and then trapped him deep inside the hospital. The second was to wipe away all of Chenji's past memory, provide him with a fake happiness, and turn him without him knowing into a happy living doll that could be toyed freely by the hospital. Under the cooperation by Dr. Sun, currently the treatment method adopted by the hospital was to make him lose himself in the fake goodness. But once the hospital knew that Chenji had not really submerged himself in the false bliss, and was actually planning how to resist every single moment, they might change their treatment method at any moment. The most disgusting about the hospital was after giving Chenji the best possible sweet nightmare, they would personally come to tear down and dismember the happiness. That way the despair and pain inflicted on Chen Ji would be deeper and heavier. After I have chosen you, would anything happen to Zhang Ye? Even though he was in steep danger, the first person that came to Chen Ji's mind was still Zhang Ye. The month that he had spent away from the hospital was the happiest moment of his life. That strange feeling that something that was rare to him even in his previous memory. When the name of Zhang Ye was brought up, the entire apartment immediately sunk into silence. The noisy tenants all had their mouths clamped shut. They looked at each other. They were quite confused. They could not explain to themselves why the name would brought upon a sudden flash of fear on them. Zhang Ye is the boss of the haunted house inside the Xinhai theme park, yes. The author, though, did not feel anything too special about the name Zhang Ye. I would lie to you, but there is no meaning in that. I can tell you for sure that tragedy will definitely come after her. Everything and everyone that you value now will be entangled in tragedy and misfortune. I have an idea. Chen Ji raised his hand and pointed at the doctor that was pinned to the wall at the end of the corridor. But before I say anything, do you mind moving that doctor away first? It is fine. His eyes and ears have lost their uses already. There is nothing for you to worry about. Just tell us what you wish to. The boy called Men Nan sidled up to Chen Ji. He used the most innocent voice to say the cruelest thing. Both me and Zuhan came from Xinhai Central Hospital, and my condition is much serious than his. I will give you a direct example. He was supposed to take 2 instances of medicination per day and half a pill every time. There was a period when I have to take 4 times of medication per day and 5 pills each time. Chen Ji shared the experience that befall him at the hospital with everyone. Other than the 7 glass jars and doctor's son, he did not hide any other details. The few most important patients and the doctors are all related to me somehow. After I come to this place, I have a sense of familiarity when I see all of you. I even suspect this whole city is built to treat me. Chen Ji's words caused the tenants to sink into silence. If another person came here and said these words, they would probably be turned into a dead body by now, but Chen Ji was different. When all the tenants saw Chen Ji, they had an indescribable feeling that rose within them. It was as if they were willing to harm Chen Ji from the bottom of their hearts. All Zhou had pretended many times to not see Chen Ji, and the reason behind that was because he did not want to drag Chen Ji into this. Even though he had lost his memory, his instinct told him to protect Chen Ji from harm. That was in itself a very unusual thing. Now combined with what the author had said, all the tenants started to think about this seriously. The hospital wants to treat me for some reason. They have planned 2 kinds of treatment methods for me. If one of them turns out to be ineffective, they will immediately switch to another. My idea is for everyone to conduct their investigation in silence, and I will of course cooperate to the best of my ability. On the surface, I will continue to act like I am still submerged in that haze of fake blissfulness. Chen Ji said with determination. After we have obtained more than enough clues, or possess actual power that we can use to rival against the hospital, only then we will go up against them and come clean with what we have been preparing. That is not a bad idea, but the hospital will not give you that chance. The author walked into the deep end of the corridor and picked up a copper nail from the ground. Do you see this doctor nailed to wall? Ever since Zuhan escaped from the hospital workers made their move immediately. After Zuhan accidentally injured one of the hospital workers pursuing him, the night doctors from the hospital joined the ranks pursuing him. These night doctors might look like normal humans on the surface, but actually they are all ghosts, extremely scary ones too. The author raised his hand and pierced the copper nail into the doctor's chest. Blood leaked out slowly. After a certain amount of blood had flowed out, black thin threads started to appear out of the doctor's body. All of you have your memory consumed already, so you do not understand how scary this thing is. When both parties have not torn down the truce between them, they will still maintain their everyday normalcy, but once the hospital becomes serious, just the few of us will not be enough to form even a smidge of resistance against them. Even though he had already suspected something of that case, when Chen Ji saw the black threads that burst out from the doctor's chest, he still felt discomfited by them. But he was also thankful that, when he was at the hospital, even though it had crossed his mind many times to deal with the doctors, and then made his escape forcefully, he was now thankful that he did not go along with that crazy plan. He had been taking on a disguise, or else he would not even have the chance to trick the doctors residing at the hospital. The few of us are no match for the enemies at the hospital, then we should go look for more people. I am sure there are more than us who have problem with the hospital other than ourselves, staying inside this city. Chen Ji was reminded of the whole cupboard full of patients list. There are indeed many people who have problems with the hospital, but the problem is those people are even more crazier and scarier than the hospital. The author appeared to be the first person to have escaped from the hospital. He was very familiar with the darker side of this city. They accomplish some kind of goal. Many times they would try their best to maintain at least a surface rules and regulations, but these people are not the same. I believe you have seen Zhu Han already, yes. Yes, I have. In just one short month, it is as if he has changed into a completely different person. Chen Ji looked around him, but he did not notice any trace of Zhu Han at all. When Zhu Han was forced into a corner by the night doctors from the hospital, he ran into a woman. The woman said she would make a trade with Zhu Han, and she would help Zhu Han escape from the danger. And that was how Zhu Han lost his left eye. Yes, the condition that she gave for her help was for Zhu Han to surrender his left eye. You can go to find her for help, but the premise is you have to be prepared to sacrifice your own body. The author thought that by saying that, he would give Chen Ji a second thought about what he had happened, but who knew after Chen Ji gave it some thought, he asked seriously, "What is that woman's name and where can I find her?" No one knows her name, everyone calls her Single Eye. She is hiding inside an abandoned hospital at the western countryside. The author shook his head. The three scariest specters at this city are respectively Single Eye, Cursed Lady, and Scarlet. Compared to Single Eye and Cursed Lady, Scarlet is more persuadable. If you really wish to go down this path, then you should be able to find her at Li Wan Street at the eastern countryside of Xinhai. Chen Ji memorized the names of these three ghosts. If I have made 3 contracts with these 3 ghosts at the same time, does that mean I will have the chance to face the hospital head-on? I cannot tell for sure, perhaps we will have 10% chance. The author persuaded Chen Ji patiently. Before you even think about something like that, consider this. If you make 3 contracts with 3 ghosts at the same time, it is like you are putting your life on the line as a bet. Even if there is a 10% chance for you to win the bet, in the future you will become a broken monster. If we have already reached that point, what is there for me to lose even if I have become a monster? Chen Ji's answer was sharp and quick. Perhaps there is still another method. All the ghosts in this city have lost their memory. To attain their memory, there are 2 methods. The first one is to kill the people that have stripped them of their memory, and the second is for them to consume each other and then piece the lost memory in their mind back together. The person who has stolen our memory is extremely cunning and wicked. His goal is for us to murder each other. But this also proves something indirectly. Even though in the past we might not be best friends, at least we are of the same stance. The author hoped the Chen Ji would calm down. You cannot treat them as enemy. If everyone come from the same point of view, then it means that there is a chance for you to persuade them to lend their help to our causes. Remember that. Chapter 1189. Misfortune Collapse Dangerous Trade 2 in 1. I have never treated them as the enemy because I am very clear that from the beginning, my only enemy is the hospital. Chen Ji definitely was acting. After all, the man had not forgotten the things that had happened to him at the hospital. On the surface, the hospital claimed that it had been salvaging and saving the patients, but in reality it was the hospital that was endlessly creating despair and pain inside this city. After a normal person was sent into the hospital, their worldview would be made twisted after their treatment. The seed of sickness and madness would be sown in their heart, and eventually they would grow and turn into a monster. Until now, Chen Ji had no idea why the hospital would do something like that. It was as if their passion was to create different kind of patients. Other than the 3 scariest ghosts, there are many other ghosts hidden at the dark corners of the city. I have asked around. Before this, there aren't that many supernatural presence at the city. But 2 months ago, the regulation was shattered. Many different kinds of specters and dead people with lingering spirits started to appear, and it was around that time that you woke up inside the hospital. Therefore, I have my reason to believe most of the ghosts inside this city are related to you somewhat. The author used to write detective novels. He had incredibly powerful logical thinking and power of observation. How did you find out the time that I have woken up inside the hospital? At the time, there should only be doctors and nurses around me. Chen Ji was confused. It was Zhang Wenyu who told me. The author did not look like he was lying. There are upwards of 10,000 of you who are called Zhang Wenyu. Your answer has not helped narrow down anything for me. Even though all of us are called Zhang Wenyu, but there's only one true Zhang Wenyu. His ability is not weaker than Single Eye and the Cursed Lady. In fact, he might be even stronger than Scarlet, but he is currently hiding among the crowd. The author had a barely discernible smile on his face. When he realized we were in danger, he immediately transferred his memory onto all the lingering spirits that he was carrying. Because of that, he managed to survive the ordeal. He did not forget the promise that he had made you, but for now he is unable to show himself. Transferred his memory onto the lingering spirit that he was carrying. This reason was unable to convince Chen Ji. After all, every ghost and human that he encountered had already lost their memory, but Zhang Wenyu was the sole exception. Even the hospital could not figure this out, much less Chenji. The people that you have once helped will one day become your salvation. The author scanned the tenants around him. Eventually, you will understand that. Chenji worked over the words that the author said. Now he could confirm that it was Zhang Wenyu who had been helping in the dark, and the other ghosts in the city could be negotiated with to gain their help. The fact that you have chosen Ping an apartment means that misfortune will come arrive. I hope you will be able to control yourself and try to buy as much time as you can. The author called all the key makers at the apartment to gather. To Chenji's surprise, the leader at the apartment was not the middle-aged man called Joe who looked reliable, but it was the boy who had been following behind him. Mennan is the cleverest tenant among us, and he has quite frightening power himself. The author's claim got the approval of nearby tenants, and thus the way Chenji looked at Mennan had also become different. Honestly, he did not sense any treat from this boy, he just thought the child was just being naught. As if sensing the question in Chenji's eyes, Mennan huffed and turned his head away. He did not try to prove himself, as if it was below him to argue for things like who was stronger than whom. We shall discuss what to do next. Since we have decided on resistance, then we have to give it our all, only then we have a chance at success. The author said heavily. He had retained part of his memory, so he knew how scary the hospital was. Compared to that mountain, the people at Ping an apartment was like mere pebbles. From now on we will use Ping an apartment as our mission center. We will venture out to look for our friends hiding the shadows and invite them to come join us. Even though Mennan looked young, his mannerism and tone was no different from an adult. He was very experienced and would not hold back when faced with the enemy. He had helped the rest deal with danger many times in the past, so he was given the leadership post at Ping an apartment. Sometimes the tenants at the apartment was also confused. The child was just a boy, just where did he learn so many nasty tricks? Other than the ghosts hiding at the corners of the city, we could try to befriend part of the patients inside the hospital as well. Mennan walked to the innermost part of the third floor. He looked at Zhang Jingjiu lying on the ground. The hospital was a prison for a large amount of patients. If we can incite some kind of betrayal among them, then things will be a lot easier for us. After all, even the strongest fortress can be taken down easily from within. Mennan, this patient on the floor is my friend from the hospital. Why is he here? Chenji was very concerned about Zhang Jingjiu's situation. At that moment, Zhang Jingjiu's 4 limbs were fixed in places by wooden slates. His twisted bones had been corrected. Earlier, all Zhou was using the saw to make some wooden splints for him. The doctors have abandoned this patient called Zhang Jingjiu because he has lost his uses. They have tossed him out like trash. He was thus discovered by Zhu Han, who was hiding among the heap of trash at the time. It was Zhu Han was sneaked Zhang Jingjiu out with him. Mennan inspected the injury on Zhang Jingjiu. Ever since he was brought out from the hospital, this patient had been unconscious. To save his life, we have ambushed a doctor, but unfortunately this doctor does not seem to know anything. Chenji realized that he perhaps had underestimated the power of the tenants at Ping an apartments. Under Mennan's leadership, they managed to capture a doctor alive and was not discovered by the hospital. That in itself was already incredibly impressive. Then how do you guys plan to deal with this doctor? If you keep him around, perhaps the doctor might come to find him. We will use him for some temporary experiments. The cursed lady appears to be very interested in the black threads on the doctor's bodies. If we present her with this doctor as a present, she might be more inclined to help us. Mennan had been calculating and measuring the plan in his heart all along. He planned to squeeze the value out of this unfortunate doctor down to the very last drop. The two parties chatted for a long time, but even when the sun was about to come up, Zhu Han still had not returned. The author and all Zhou had a bad feeling about this. They had Chenji leave the apartment, and then they made the promise to meet up again at tomorrow midnight at Li Wan Street on the eastern countryside of Xinhai. Under the cover of the night, Chenji left Ping an apartment. He had no idea after he left. The ghosts on the third floor were all watching him slither away. Are we really going to place all of our bets on him? Mennan glanced at the author. You won't be tricking us with him, right? I will only ask you one simple question. When you showed up behind him earlier, you have more than enough time and chance to kill him, but did that thought even cross your mind? The author replied with a question of his own. After saying that, he turned to the rest of the tenants. No one spoke. In the end, it was all Zhou who stepped forward. He gave me a very special feeling. For some strange reason, the first time I laid my eyes on him, I believed that he is someone worthy of our trust. I have the same feeling as well. The female teacher wearing the glass also gave her opinion. The woman standing next to her was hugging her own head and raised both of her arms. She was nodding her head manually. Then I guess it can't be helped. We will trust him this one time. Seeing everyone had the same feeling, Mennan himself also sighed in relief. What? After leaving Ping an apartment, Chenji's mind was surfeited with different kind of questions. There are actual ghosts in this city. The answer given to me by Dr. Gao and the author are completely different. Regarding whether there are actual ghosts in the world or not, Chenji had posed the same inquiry to Dr. Gao before. The people at the hospital wanted to create a normal world, but they did not know how difficult it was to pull one over Chenji. For Chenji, the more challenging thing was not to see through the traps, but how to ensure he was not discovered by the doctors from the hospital that he already had the knowledge that they were lying to him. Perhaps Zhang Ye's dream is also real. How come she would keep making these recurring dreams after she met me? And in contrast, I have never made any dream after that. Is it possible that Zhang Ye has taken away my ability to dream? Before the last question was answered, the next question already surfaced. The tenants at Ping and apartments are all ghosts, but how come I feel more comfortable spending time with them compared to living humans? In any case, they should be trustworthy people. Walking out from the abandoned village, Chenji took a long detour before he returned to the restaurant. Along the way, he did not encounter any taxi, and a drizzle started to fall again. Chenji had no choice but to run under the eaves of the restaurant to take shelter from the rain. The lights of the small shop were not on. It was completely in the dark. Chenji did not plan to disturb the owner. His plan was to leave as soon as the rain stopped, but to his consternation, once he got close to the entrance of the shop, a very strong stench of blood hit him. The owner is preparing wild game? Chenji tried to use the back of his arm to push at the door. The door was not locked. He saw how the tables and chairs inside the shop were overturned. There were blood everywhere, and there was a chopped arm lying near the entrance to the back kitchen. Kai Longtu? Chenji's heart started to race. He carefully avoided the blood trace on the ground. He took out the tool hammer from his backpack and slowly approached the kitchen. There are too many blood on the floor. If I head inside there, I will definitely leave behind footprints. Chenji did not continue to go further in. He found a corner instead and peered his head into the back kitchen. The fatty Kai Longtu was shoved inside a large jar. Only his head was exposed outside the jar. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, and he was quite fat. His body could not fit into that one jar. This can only mean that his body has been dismembered. If the man still had breathing, perhaps Chenji would take the risk to go and save him and then call the police for help, but now that he was sure the man was dead, if he went over now, he would only bring trouble for himself. This was at the countryside, and there was no trace of anyone else around him. The chance of him being treated as the murderer was extremely high. Kai Longtu had just conversed with Chenji several hours ago, but now he was already a dead body. Chenji felt a chill slowly taking over his body. Is this the tragedy that is mentioned by the author? He took deliberate steps back. He kept his eyes to the ground to ensure that he did not leave behind any accidental footprints. When he left the restaurant, Chenji looked at the door that he had touched earlier. Thankfully, I opened it using the back of my hand so I would not leave behind any fingerprint, but for the sake of security, I better wipe it down again. After wiping the small spot on the door that he had touched and giving it a close inspection, Chenji quickly left the scene of the crime. Chenji did not show much show after encountering Kai Longtu's body, but this did not mean that he was a cold-blooded monster. In actuality, it was the total opposite. Kai Longtu's death was a rude awakening for him. If he did not escape from this city as soon as he could, he might be the next one who was crammed inside a food jar. To wash away any possible leads that might connect him to the crime, Chenji purposely took a long detour. He avoided most of the surveillance and then took a cab to head back to Xinhai Theme Park from a completely different spot. He rushed into the haunted house to take a cold shower. After Chenji was ready with everything, he opened the gates of the haunted house and started to prepare for the day's business. At around 8 a.m., Zhang Ye and her parents only arrived at the haunted house, and then they all started to busy themselves. They started to do the makeup, but at around 8:30 a.m., the people from the theme park management suddenly came to visit and informed Zhang Ye's parents that the haunted house was to temporarily suspend their business that day. The business was only going back on trails for the past few days. Now was the moment to rake in the money, so Zhang Ye's parents were utterly confused by this decision. They found the management at the theme park to argue. The reason that was given the management was that the haunted house had failed to pass the security check. Part of the equipment still had hidden safety concerns to them. The haunted house was thus prevented from doing business. Zhang Ye and her parents had no choice but to return inside to the haunted house to conduct more checks. The theme park opened for business at 9 a.m., but the gates of the haunted house were firmly closed. Many of the visitors voiced their displeasure. After all, they purposely traveled here to visit the haunted house. Zhang Ye and her father tried their best to explain the situation to the visitors patiently. Chenji, though, squatted at the first floor and silently watched everything that unfolded below. Is this part of the tragedy? Zhang Ye's mother noticed the state that Chenji was in, so she sidled over silently to ask, "Are you not feeling well?" Chenji shook his head. "I am slightly afraid that our haunted house might not be able to open its door ever again." "Don't you worry too much about that. This is perfectly normal. The management has the responsibility to ensure the safety of each attraction. I'm sure we will be back on our feet in another few days." Zhang Ye's mother was a very kind person. Even though she was also made worried by this situation, she still spent some time to console Chenji. "Everything will be fine soon." Yes, Chenji entered the scenario. As he dealt with the items inside the scenario, he formulated the next phase of his plan inside his mind. "I cannot act too out of the ordinary. I must not let the hospital suspect that I still retain part of my previous memory." The haunted house was forced to close, and it was unclear when they were allowed to open for business again. But this did not bring Zhang Ye's family down. After all, they had been through similar things in the past. The theme park was noisy with the sound of visitors. The people came and went, but it was back to fluttering leaves and squawking crows around the haunted house again. The quick tempo of their lives was given a sudden stop. The closure of the haunted house meant that there was no cash flow. The silver lining was this had given more time for Zhang Ye and Chen Ji to spend together. Even though most of that time was spent with Chen Ji silently making items and Zhang Ye helping beside him, just that was enough for the two of them. When night came, Zhang Ye's mother handed the key of the haunted house over to Chen Ji. After they left, Chen Ji was left alone inside the enormous haunted house. Theoretically speaking, if one was abandoned inside a haunted house alone, one would feel some fear, but Chen Ji realized he would only feel safe and more at ease when he was inside the haunted house. At around 9 p.m., Chen Ji prepared his backpack and was ready to make his journey to Liwan Street, but to his surprise, Zhuohan flipped over the window in the bathroom again. During this second encounter, Zhuohan looked even more haggard than before. There were even more ghastly wounds on his body. "Chen Ji, I need a favor from you. Come here and let me bandage your wounds first. You can't keep on going like this." Chen Ji wanted to go and grab the first aid kit, but he was held back by Zhuohan. "There is no time. I need you to come with me immediately." "Where are we going?" "Xinhai Private Academy at Western Countryside." Zhuohan gritted his teeth. It appeared like he was trying to resist the pain on his body. "I have used my heart to exact a trade with Single Eye. If I have died from an accident, I hope you can take away my soul and complete what I wish to do next." "You have used your life in a bet. Have you lost your mind?" Chen Ji stood fixated at where he was. "At least for now I could still bet using my own life. If I stay here any longer, I am afraid I might lose even the freedom to die." Zhuohan's eyes were shining with pleas. "Help me this one time, I will bring you to see the truth about this world." Chapter 1190, Patient Number 2, 2-in-1. Zhuohan looked to be in a hurry, like he was being chased by something scary. "I have gone to ping an apartment yesterday night, but you were not there." It was not that Chen Ji did not want to help Zhuohan, but he thought that Zhuohan was still too young. It was such a waste for the young man to put such a big risk on his life like this. "After leaving your haunted house that day, I was targeted by the doctors from the hospital. To shake them off, I had no choice but to go to the private academy at the Western Countryside again and borrow the Single Eye's power to stop them." Zhuohan touched the wound on his face. The pain appeared to be able to help him maintain his temporary consciousness. "She helped you block the doctors, and you have used your own body organs to pay in return." "It is a very fair trade." Zhuohan sighed in a soft sigh. "The tenants at Ping an apartment are people like us. They are indeed trustworthy, but unfortunately they are too weak. This world is not as simple as you think. All of my suspicions are getting proven little by little. We need Single Eye's help. Her existence is a kind of threat, but at the same time, she will be able to help us understand this whole city more objectively." "Okay then, I will go with you." Chen Ji glanced at his watch. "But I will have to leave before midnight because I have promised the tenants from Ping an Apartments to meet up at Liwan Streets after midnight." "Thank you." Chen Ji initially wanted to leave the white cat behind to look after the haunted house, but to his consternation, the white cat jumped right into his backpack and refused to come out no matter what. It was as if it had already made the decision to stick together with Chen Ji no matter what. Unable to shake the cat loose, Chen Ji had no other choice but to place the white cat alongside his hammer. He carried his backpack and made to depart. Zhuohan did not quite understand Chen Ji's series of actions, but he did not comment too much on it. After leaving the haunted house, Chen Ji planned to call for a cab, but he was immediately stopped by Zhuohan. They walked down the small alleys that crossed the city. They walked for a very long time before they encountered a minivan parked at the end of an alley. The driver's man is Tang Jun. He is also a tenant from Ping'an Apartments. He has lost most of his memory, but according to what he could remembered, he used to be a race car driver. 1. Tang Jun was a very skilled driver. He drove the minivan along the routes where there were as little people as people, and he managed to get Zhu Han and Chen Ji to Xin High Private Academy before 11 p.m. For some unknown reason, this place had been abandoned for a very long time already. Once they stepped into the school ground, one could feel the howling winds. The temperature inside the school grounds appeared to be much lower than the temperature in the city. Follow me? This was not Zhu Han's first time at the abandoned school. He led Chen Ji away from the education blocks and directly headed towards the multi-purpose lab building at the back of the abandoned campus. The interior of the building was filled with chairs, and underneath each chair was carved with the name of a student. The students wrote down their name under the chair, probably because they were worried that they might mistaken their seat for someone else's during a meeting. But after the school was abandoned, these chairs with names on them looked more like tombstones standing in the dark. The single eye is inside the lab building. Yes, but she herself has no idea why she likes to stay here. All of the doors at the lab building were locked. Various kind of strange and cruel dawdles were painted on the doors. It was as if something bad had happened at this private education institution before, and the abandonment of the school was related to these things. There was a steel door that blocked the way from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. A bunch of broken chairs were piled up before this door. They looked like a mountain of broken limbs being stuck together. Zhu Han found a way through the mountain of chairs. He led Chen Ji and crawled their way through it. We're here, this is the place. After we enter this room, I need you to not say a word. The single eye has a strange temperament and she might be hostile towards you. Zhu Han stood at the door to the dance studio at the 4th floor. After giving Chen Ji some brief advice, he pushed open the door to the dance studio. A stinging chill rushed at his face. When Chen Ji saw the state inside the dance studio, both of his shoulders could not stop shaking and his heart started to beat against his chest. It was as if he had been to this place before, and this location was a place of importance for him. 1. Inside the spacious dance studio, the walls were pasted with pictures that contains people whose faces were gouged out, and there was a large ceiling-to-floor mirror at the end of the studio. All the windows were sealed shut by wooden boards, and there were several chairs placed right in the middle of the dance studio. The enclosed space appeared oppressive and dark, but there was also a melancholic air in the atmosphere. Zhu Han took out a small dagger from his pocket, and he used it to make a small cut on the wounds on his cheeks. The hollow socket in his left eye started to leak blood. The fresh blood dropped one after another on the ground. Zhu Han held the dagger and moved to sit on one of the chairs. I am here to complete my promise with you. The temperature inside the dance studio dropped again. The wooden boards over the window creaked noisily, and the mirror at the end of the studio also started to have cracks over them. Moment later, even though there was no visible change in the dance studio, should you look at the large mirror, you would notice there was a woman with a single eye who had appeared inside the mirror of the dance studio. Inside the mirror, she ignored Zhu Han, who was bleeding, and at that moment, she was standing behind Chen Ji. His spine felt like it was frozen. Chen Ji could not make the most basic function of turning his head around. It was me who made the trade with you. Zhu Han used his remaining eye to stare at the mirror. He was rather confused. Single Eye had never taken such a deep interest in someone before. Just what was on Chen Ji that attracted her so? Perhaps she had heard Zhu Han's voice. Blood letters started to appear on the surface of the mirror. Give me 7 human lives, and I will enter the hospital to help you retrieve the patient's list. 7 human lives in exchange for Single Eye's help once. Seeing this, Chen Ji frowned slightly. Single Eye, who was hidden inside the abandoned school, fitted his image of a baleful specter perfectly. She was cruel, dark, scary, and liked to toy with human lives. 7 lives? Haven't we already made our discussion yesterday night? I will give you my life and you will enter the hospital to help me steal out the patient's list for patient number 1. Zhu Han stood up from the chair. Fresh blood slid down the wound in his left eyes. Currently his face was covered in blood and he looked quite scary himself. The woman with the single eye in the mirror stood behind Chen Ji and did not move. She waved her hand, and new words appeared on the surface of the mirror again. Perhaps there is still another option for the 2 of you. The 2 of us? Seeing the choice of words used by Single Eye, Zhu Han already had a very bad feeling about this. What kind of option? More cracks appeared on the mirror and several ghastly characters then slowly surfaced. Give me Chen Ji's left eye. Seeing the bleeding words on the mirror, both Chen Ji and Zhu Han felt incredibly unsettled. How did she know that my name is Chen Ji? Chen Ji was very confused about this in his heart. Zhu Han did not have the answer either. The single eye had shown much deeper desire in Chenji compared to himself. Chenji's one eye is equivalent to the lives of 7 people. This bloody transaction made Zhu Han sink into contemplation. His gaze wandered continuously between the surface of the mirror and Chenji. No one inside the dance studio spoke. Everyone was weighing the pros and cons in their mind. Honestly, Chenji also wished desperately to take a look at the patient's list of patient number 1. He had a feeling that patient 1 was related to the child who was split and stuffed inside the 7 glass jars, and patient number 1 would be the key to solve this whole conundrum. If I hand over my left eye to you, can you guarantee you will be able to sneak the patient's list for patient number 1 out of the hospital? Chenji was unclear about single eye's ability, but he knew that the ability of the hospital was not to be underestimated. Almost no one would be able to take them on single-handedly. Moments later, another row of blood letters appeared on the surface of the mirror. I cannot guarantee that, but this will be your last chance. Even after sacrificing his left eye, there was no guarantee that they would have their hands on the patient's list. That was when Chenji started to hesitate. Chenji, the trade is cancelled. Let us go. Zhu Han seemed to have realized something. He kept his gaze on Chenji and shot him a signal through his eyes, and then he stood up and prepared to leave. Once the 2 men moved, the door of the dance studio shut on its own. There was nothing inside the room, but both Chenji and Zhu Han felt like they were about to be squashed into thin slabs. You will only be able to go away from this place after you leave something behind. The single-eyed woman inside the mirror stood among the blood letters. Her wounded, pale arms slowly raised, and Chenji's body moved uncontrollably towards the mirror. It was like his body was out of his own control at that moment. Chenji? Zhu Han grabbed Chenji by his shoulders, but he was unable to stop Chenji's movement at all. Thus, he was dragged towards the mirror as well. Seeing the single-eyed woman inside the mirror, Chenji felt inside his heart the mixture of familiarity and unfamiliarity. The familiarity came from the scenario he was in, and the unfamiliarity was regarding the person before him. The arm that the single-eyed woman raised reached forward. It touched the surface of the mirror and blood rippled. The pale arm that was covered in wound reached out through the mirror and attempted to grab at Chenji. His eyes narrowed, and the single-eyed woman in Chenji's gaze was slowly overlapping with another figure. As if subconsciously, the name escaped out of his lips before he could stop himself. Zhang Ye. When the name was mentioned, the hand that the single-eyed woman suddenly stopped. Her hand that was reaching towards Chenji's heart dangled in midair. In the end, she only took away a strand of hair from Chenji. All the bloody characters on the surface of the mirror disappeared. Zhu Han stood next to Chenji. His face was covered in blood. He could not believe that the cruel single eye had just left himself and Chenji go just like that. Do you used to know the single eye? How come in that very moment, it felt like she was entrapped by the sensation of fear? 1. We should leave this place first before we discuss anything further. The moment the single eye reached out from inside the mirror had triggered a memory inside Chenji. When Zhang Ye's figure overlapped with the woman with the single eye, it was as if he was struck by lightning. A feeling that had been elusive suddenly returned to his body. He was certain that Zhang Ye had once appeared using the very same method before. There has to be some truths hidden inside the dreams that Zhang Ye has been having. Earlier, when the single eye heard Zhang Ye's name, her expression had clearly changed. Just Zhang Ye's name was able to shake her. This proved that Zhang Ye could possibly be a specter that was much scarier than the single eye. Since Zhang Ye was his partner, therefore, Chenji's previous thought was more like he should be there to protect Zhang Ye, to stop her from getting injured, but now he realized that might not be the absolute truth. I will need to have a long and good chat with her. Compared to Single Eye's promise, Chenji now had a new direction. After escaping from Xinhai Private Academy, they found Tang Jun's mini-van parked at the front. After they got into the van, both Zhu Han and Chenji only sighed in relief. Was that a baleful space eater? That was so immensely scary. When Chenji was together with the tenants of Ping an apartment, he did not feel too suffocated. Only after this encounter with Single Eye that he truly understood the horror of a real specter. Chenji, there is one thing that eludes me. Why would Single Eye know your name? This should be the first time you two have met each other. Zhu Han was still hung up on that question. I have lost my previous memory. Perhaps Single Eye was once my friend. This was the only reasonable explanation that Chenji could come up with. Your one eye is equivalent to the lives of 7 people. A specter will not lie during their trading negotiation. Looks like I will have to give this a serious reconsideration. Zhu Han scratched his chin. At the hospital, you were the most unique patient. The doctors had even used the other patients as the medicine to treat you. Now that we have left the hospital, even the specters could see how special you are. Sometimes, I too have a feeling this whole city was purposely built for the intention of my treatment. All of the trace had been wiped away, only the things that the hospital wanted me to see was left behind. Along the way, Chenji and Zhu Han had been conversing. After they left the hospital, they finally could talk and share their information without any worry of people listening in on them anymore. At around 12 midnight, Tang Jun drove Chenji and Zhu Han to Liwan Street. This old street was located at the eastern side of Xinhai. It was the final stop for the bus on Route 104. It was extremely secluded, and normally people would not come to visit this place. The tenants from Ping Apartment should be here already. Does any of you know how to contact them? Chenji turned to Zhu Han and Tang Jun. Both of them responded with a shake of their heads. This is the first time I have come to Liwan Street myself. After Zhu Han got down from the car, he first surveyed the place around him. The streetlights on both sides of the streets flickered on and off, and there was no one else in sight. Guys, do you notice that all the shadows on this street are tilted? Tang Jun, who had remained quiet, suddenly spoke. He tried to rake through his mind for some time. Ever since we arrived at this place, I was overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity. It was as if I used to come to this place to race cars with someone. The shadow? Chenji lowered his head to look, and he realized something even stranger. All the objects and people on this street had tilted shadow, but only his shadow was normal. Something is not right. The three of them walked down the street. The windows and doors of the buildings on both sides were firmly shut. There was no presence of human activity at all. Crossing down the whole street, they finally arrived at a residential area that was at the deepest part of Liwan City. Once they stepped through the front door, their whole body was enveloped by a sense of chill. The inside of this residential area was completely different from the world outside. Feeling a pull in his heart, Chenji lifted his head subconsciously, and he spotted a little girl in a red dress was staring at him from the window of a room on the fourth, inside one of the apartment buildings. That is Scarlet. The door of the corridor was pushed open. The middle-aged man with the surname Joe appeared at the door. Stop wasting time, get over here. The three of them rushed into the building. With all Joe leading the lead, they were brought to meet Scarlet. All Joe and Men Nan wanted to introduce Chenji, but before they could say anything, the little girl known as Scarlet actively walked towards Chenji. She stood before him. Then she did something very strange. This girl in a bloody dress knelt down beside Chenji, and her hands caressed Chenji's shadow lightly. Moments later, she lifted her head, and one after another grotesque blood collected into characters around her. After I followed my instinct to come to this old street, there was a man with a normal shadow who was waiting for me here. He told me he was patient number 2 and he needed a help from me. Seeing the revelation on the ground, everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone's shadow at the street was titled. Only Chenji and this mysterious patient number 2's shadows were normal. What kind of help did he want from you? The question escaped from Chenji's lips before he realized it. His instinct told him the answer to this question would be immensely important to him. He wanted me to become your shadow. The blood in the girl who was known as Scarlet started to boil. Some of the mist in her old memory appeared to have parted ways. Chapter 1191, The Cursed Hospital's Misjudgment 2 in 1. No one in the room could understand what the little girl said. To ask a specter to become the shadow of a living person, the person who would make that kind of request must be seriously ill. Everyone, including Chenji, found that hard to believe. Is this a different kind of trade? You become his shadow and he will become your puppet. Men Nan's prediction was more cynical. Then again, he was merely seeing things from the perspective of a normal ghost. After the girl in red heard that, she shook her head. The blood vessels behind her started to move, and instantly they covered the entire room and completely cut off the room from the rest of the world. Scarlet was very powerful. Even if the rest of the specters worked together, they would not have been able to harm her. But Scarlet did not appear to have any hostility against them. After she had isolated her room from the rest of the world, Scarlet walked to Chenji's side, where Chenji's shadow was. Her hands morphed into endless blood vessels as they surged into Chenji's shadow. She appeared to be searching for something or someone. She looked for half an hour, and Scarlet creased her small brows. A line of bloody letter appeared on the walls around Chenji. I can remember quite distinctly that there should be a ghost living inside your shadow. Where is she? Why can't I find her anymore? Have you lost sight of her? Facing the consecutive questions from Scarlet, Chenji was as confused as ever. There was a ghost originally living inside my shadow. Yes, Scarlet used the letters weaved out from blood to communicate with Chenji. Those without their shadow are not long for this world. At least that was what patient number 2 told me. But isn't my shadow just fine? Look, it is just right there. Chenji was confused. The shadow of everything and everyone at Liwan City should be titled. Only you and patient number 2 have normal shadows. That proves that the shadows for the two of you are made up in this world. They do not exist. In other words, you two are people without shadow. The blood letters soon surfaced. Scarlett's emotions started to ripple for the first time after she had encountered Chenji. You are very similar to patient number 2. He had helped me recover some of the memory related to my mother. As repayment, I am willing to help you one time, but temporarily, I cannot be your shadow. Seeing that Scarlett had volunteered her help for one time, Chenji was very happy. But when he gave it a closer thought, he started to feel like something was not right again. Scarlett, how does that patient number 2 look like? How come it feels like he knows me somehow? Based on Scarlett's description, Chenji felt like patient number 2 appeared to be very familiar with him. He probably used to be his friend or something. He did not give me his name. I believe that every information related to him at this city is a kind of taboo. If anyone tries to find out about them, tragedy and misfortune will befall them. The man himself probably knows about that as well, therefore, he did not tell me anything else that I do not need to know. The bloody letters appeared on the ground, then they soon disappeared. It was as if they were never there to begin. If you are really that curious, you can go to the hospital basement to find him. His original body appears to be locked up deep inside the hospital basement. The person that came to find me that day was merely a slip of his lingering spirit. The hospital basement? Chenji himself just got out from the hospital. He had no idea the hospital even had a basement. The most dangerous part of the hospital was all hidden underground. The patient number 2 appears to be locked up at the underground 17th floor. Of course, it is not my suggestion for you to go look for him now. The hospital basement is too dangerous. The description of the world provided by Scarlett was different from how Chenji imagined it. If the hospital even had a sprawling maze underneath it, then Chenji would have to reassess the hospital's overall power level. But seeing it from a different perspective, the fact that Chenji managed to pull one over such a dangerous hospital, it went to show how resourceful Chenji was as well. The more Chenji thought about this, the more he was eager to regain his memory. The blood around them started to fade. The words weaved together by blood all disappeared like they were never written in the first place. After Scarlett had given Chenji her promise, she disappeared among the residential apartment. Both she and Single Eye could be considered very scary specters, but they did not dare to linger too long normally. They were always hiding at some kind of hidden corner. You are one hell of a special character. I originally thought it would be very difficult to persuade Scarlett to help us, but it was done so easily. In fact, I have a feeling she was even eager to lend her help to you. Men Nan grumbled in the tone of a middle-aged man. After saying all that, he only realized he still had not left Liwan City. As if worried that Scarlett might have overheard him, he quickly looked around him for sign of danger. There are more and more people who are willing to help us. When tragedy arrives, we perhaps would have the chance to survive with barely our lives intact. Zhu Han was not as optimistic as Men Nan. From his point of view, even with the collective effort of everyone, and even after everyone's power of gather, it was barely enough for them to fight for a chance to have their lives intact. Chenji, I'd suggest you to stay at the theme park for these few days. Try to convince the hospital that you are still stuck in your haze of bliss and buy as much time as you can. Do not let the hospital find out that you have already met up with us. Zhu Han's mind was very clear. He knew that Chenji was the key. Just leave the task of finding helpers to the rest of us. Tomorrow night, we will go together to find the cursed lady. After the 3 strongest specters in this city have promised to give us their help, then I will temporarily stay away from the rest of you. Chenji had his own concern as well. The cursed lady is the scariest and also the most mysterious presence amongst the 3 specters. No one knows where she is exactly, but I have heard from the author that one of the Zhang Wenyu had encountered her at an abandoned hospital before. All Zhou said with a serious expression. She is very dangerous if possible. I wish to have Scarlett along with us when we go and find her. No, we can't do that. Scarlett only promises to help us one time, and that was only because she was giving face to patient number 2. We cannot waste such a valuable chance just like that. Chenji denied that idea firmly. He repeated the name Cursed Lady multiple times in his heart. There felt like there was a black and red thread connecting the 2 bodies. Cursed Lady, I will be there to convince her. The group decided to meet up tomorrow morning at the entrance of an abandoned hospital at Eastern Xinhai, and then they split up and went off in different direction. This way, even if someone wanted to follow them, it would be a very hard thing to do. When the sun almost came up the horizon, Chenji returned to the haunted house. Even though the haunted house at Xinhai theme park had been suspended from business, he still worked with the props, cleaned the place like usual, in preparation to return to business should the ban be lifted. These habits appeared to have been carved into his bones. Even though he had lost his memory, his body would still work on them on instinct. At around 8:30 a.m., Zhanya came to the theme park with breakfast. Curiously enough, her parents did not accompany her to the theme park that day. "Why aren't Auntie and Uncle with you today?" Chenji munched on the hot rice and Zhanya sat down next to him. "My father's stomach is acting up again. My mom is staying back home to look after him." "Is it anything serious?" "It's an old illness." Zhanya tried to make it sound like it was nothing, but her eyes belied the well of concern and anxiety inside them. "Zhanya, did you have a nightmare again yesterday night?" Chenji put down the chopsticks and looked straight into Zhanya. He held them in places so that they would not turn away from him. "Yes," Zhanya admitted with some pain. "It was the same dream again. In the dream, my parents got into an accident. The present that they had prepared for me was soaked in blood. I even dreamed about myself in a red dress, holding the bloody present that they had prepared for me, standing at the road alone in the middle of the night." Chenji did not know how to comfort Zhanya. Based on his speculation, he had started to gain clues about a truth that was very cruel. There was a chance that the dreams that concerned Zhanya was real. In other words, when they shattered this false world, Zhanya would lose her parents again. Despair would once again come after this girl and pull her deep into the endless abyss. Chenji knew that Zhanya had affection for him, but the person that she fancied would personally destroy her beautiful dream. This would be incredibly cruel for anyone. "Chenji, sometimes I would be incredibly confused." Zhanya hid both of her hands under the table. Her fingers were twisted together until they were white. There was a halting breath in her words. "In my dream, when I look into the mirror, the person inside the mirror would tell me one thing. She said, 'I have stolen Chenji's life, and I am currently experiencing the bliss that you once had.' Do not mind those things. Keep your eyes on the present and value what you currently have." Chenji reached out to grab Zhanya's hands. He realized Zhanya's hands very incredibly cold. At the very beginning, when they started to know each other, and when he held Zhanya's hand, he could feel the warmth unique to living human, but now it appeared like Zhanya's body temperature was gradually dropping. "I have this ominous feeling that something is about to happen. I'm very afraid that I would be torn apart from them soon." It was unknown whether it was the nightmares or it was the immense pressure in real life. Zhanya was in a very bad state. Only when she was beside Chenji that she would feel some trace of security. The theme park opened punctually at 9 a.m. There were visitors that kept coming over to ask about what had happened. They had seen the short videos about the haunted house on the internet, so they purposely came from far away to visit the place. But when they found out the haunted house was not in operation, they all showed very disappointed expression. The visitors' loyalty and popularity that the haunted house had earned were slowly fading away. Reality was like a cold bath of water splashed upon Chenji. At around 3 in the afternoon, the people from the management forced their way into the haunted house. They inspected the 3 scenarios inside the haunted house and did not discover any problem. But when Chenji asked them when they would be able to return to business, the answer that he got was, to be decided later. After the group from safety inspection left, Zhanya called her parents holding the report given by the team. Chenji stayed beside her all the time. He heard Zhanya's mother's voice from the other end of the phone. She sounded very tired, and Zhanya's father was incredibly weak-sounding on the phone. Today is the second time the management at the theme park is scheduled to come and inspect the haunted house, but as the owner of the haunted house, Zhanya's parents are not present in person. Zhanya's father is not suffering from a simple stomach bug. It has to be something even more serious. Tragedy had already fallen, and it was slowly corrupting everything that Chenji treasured little by little. Now it is Zhanya's parents, will it be Zhanya next? He had already tasted the bliss, therefore he would only be in more pain when they were taken away from him. Chenji had no idea what the treatment plan that the hospital had devised for him. The only thing that he could do now was to absorb them silently while collecting his own power on the dark. After the sun set, Chenji wanted to accompany Zhanya to go visit her parents, but Zhanya did not seem like she was too keen on that idea, so Chenji did not force himself further. After he walked Zhanya out of the park, he closed himself inside the staff break room. "After seeing the cursed lady tonight, I will not go anywhere else anymore. I will stay inside the haunted house. Hopefully that will delay the tragedy from coming so soon." At around 10 p.m., Chenji was all ready to leave the haunted house when there came a curious sound from the bathroom on the first floor. Chenji grabbed his tool hammer. He thought it was Zhu paying him another visit, but when he saw the person before him, he could not have been more surprised. "Dr. Sun?" His neck and face were all covered in scars, the face that he could not be recognized anymore. This doctor that the other doctors did not even like to work with at the hospital had escaped to Chenji's haunted house. "I only have 1 minute left, so I need you to just listen to me." Dr. Sun knocked on the bathroom door and basically yanked Chenji into his brain maze. Unless it was absolutely necessary, I would have never left the hospital, but now that the situation has turned absolutely necessary. After entering the brain maze, Dr. Sun only dared to continue. The hospital has already found out about your trip to Ping an apartment. That was why Kai Longtu was punished the way he did. Since they already knew about that, why didn't they stop me? Chenji was confused. Long story short, before you were hospitalized, the hospital had done an investigation of you, but for some reasons, they had done a serious mistake in their diagnosis on you. They thought you were using ghosts to run your haunted house, and you were using living people as bait. You have not completely gained the trust of the ghosts, and that was why the hospital was willing to let you out of the hospital. The specters themselves are the collection of negative emotions, and furthermore, they have lost their memory, so the first reaction, when they saw you, should be an attempt on your life. They should do everything in their power to consume you. If you were harmed by your once friend, it would push you further into despair. That was the goal the doctors wanted to see. Therefore, after they found out you have ventured to Ping an apartment, they did not stop you. In fact, they purposely had you witness the tenants torture the doctor. Assuming there is no trust between you and the ghosts, then would you think they are good people or bad people when you see the tenants torturing the doctor? When your bond with your former friends is broken, you would become easier to control. By then, the entire world will be your enemy, and no one will be willing to help you. The setup of the hospital was perfect, but they did not know about the relationship between you and the specters is not just a simple taking advantage of each other. Even though they have forgotten about their past, they are still willing to stand beside you. Both parties have already lost their memory, but the specters are still willing to place their trust in you, and you are also so adamant to align yourself with the ghosts. If the hospital had known the real nature of the relationship between you and those specters, they would not have let you out of the hospital. But now the hospital had realized they had committed a mistake. Soon the hospital would conduct many different trials on you. They will slowly push you to the edge, and I hope you will be able to retain the control of yourself at all times. Tragedy has already fallen. The hospital will go after Ping an apartment as well. You have to go and warn to leave Ping an apartment as soon as possible and tell them not to stay together at one spot. Dr. Sun spoke so fast that Chenji did not have the chance to put in his own words at all. Tonight is the last chance. After you met up with them to inform them of the danger, you must not have any connection with them anymore. Every single interaction that you have will only increase the hospital's rancor towards you. But I can't just stay passively and take all the punishment like this. Before Chenji finished, Dr. Sun already cut him off. If you can buy more time, the chance of something succeeding will become bigger. What kind of something is that? Just remember what I said. Do not be hung up over the fake bliss, and do not be fooled by the false memory. Dr. Sun grabbed Chenji by his shoulders. There are multiple lives hinging on your shoulders. Every decision that you make will decision whether they are pulled into the endless abyss or not. I know what to do now. Chenji's eyes were peaceful, but they spoke volumes. Chapter 1192, Pluck Away My Heart 2-in-1. The time that I can stay here is running out. I will tell you one last thing. The hospital has already discovered that Zhang Yu has been swapped. Dr. Sun's expression had never been so serious. When the name Zhang Yu was mentioned, his body was shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Yu has been swapped. Chenji was confused by this revelation. What do you mean by that? The Zhang Yu who has been accompanying me is someone sent by the hospital. The female boss of the haunted house. Zhang Yu was initially planted here by the hospital. She was created out from your own dream. The meaning of her presence is for you to sink in the fake bliss of this world and believe in the authenticity of this world. But no one anticipated this. Zhang Yu, who was created from your own memory, managed to gain her own sentience. Not only did she not follow the hospital's requirement for you to sink deeper into the falsehood of this world, she kept leaking the loopholes of this world. The hospital has discovered the traces of real Zhang Yu on her, and the traces are getting more numerous and bigger as time goes by, Dr. Sun said urgently. In other words, this Zhang Yu who is currently controlling me is the version of Zhang Yu who was once in my memory. Chenji's heart started to race. From the first time he laid his eyes on Zhang Yu, he felt there was a spiritual bond between them. She is slowly losing control. No one can tell what is exactly going on behind this. The scar on Dr. Sun's face was twisted until his face could not be recognized anymore. Perhaps the hospital will not come after you in the short future, but now all the night doctors have shown interest in the change to Zhang Yu. They will definitely be targeting her. There was not one night doctor at the hospital who was a good person. Chenji could still remember how Dr. Gao used to treat him. To force Chen-ji into madness, he even came up with the plot of switching the medicine so that Chen-ji would personally kill his roommate. What kind of crazy treatment method was that? This group of people had shown their interest in Zhang Ye. Once Chen-ji heard Dr. Sun said that, the veins on the back of Chen-ji's arm started to pop. After I have interacted with the tenants from Ping an apartment, I realize they have a very unique attitude regarding Zhang Ye. What exactly does this name represent? Chen-ji forced himself to remain calm. It represents a specter who is very important to you. Without her resistance and sacrifice, you would not have the chance to wake up at all. Dr. Sun's words were direct and cruel, but Chen-ji knew that the truth was always cruel. You could say that she has used the destruction of her own soul as the leverage to fight for a chance of survival for you. The walls around them started to twist and waver. Dr. Sun knocked on the room door. That is the extent of the things that I can tell you. You have found a way to survive no matter what. Dr. Sun knocked on the door 7 times. On the 7th time, Dr. Sun pushed open the door, and at the same time, Chen-ji was brought out of the brain maze. Opening both of his eyes, Chen-ji saw that the window of the bathroom was open. Dr. Sun, though, had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never paid a visit to the haunted house to begin with. Taking in a deep breath, Chen-ji looked at his own reflection in the mirror, and his fists gradually tightened. I have just felt the taste of happiness, but I was told all the happiness are fake. I have finally found bliss, but I am about to lose everything. His pupils gradually narrowed. The bottom of Chen-ji's eyes were pooling with blood. He had been resisting the urge. I need to go and warn the people at the Ping an apartment now. There has been a change to the plan. Without wasting any time, Chen-ji carried his backpack and left the haunted house. They originally planned to meet up at the abandoned hospital at the countryside, but due to the sudden revelation by Dr. Sun, Chen-ji could not wait any more. He hailed a cab to Ping an apartments. Chen-ji raced all the way, and thankfully he was able to reach the tenants before the hospital got to them. He told the tenants part of information given to him by Dr. Sun. After everyone ensured the mutual way of communication, they decided to split up and hide at the various corners of the city, biding their time. Midnight was arriving, and most of the tenants had already disappeared from the apartment. Tang Jun drove the minivan and led Chen-ji, Zhu Han, Men Nan, and All Zhou towards the abandoned hospital at the countryside. Hospitals appear to have a very special symbolism in this city. Xinhai is a very big state, but the only hospital in operation is Xinhai Central Hospital. Don't you guys think that it is something weird? Zhu Han was always able to discern details that would have escaped the attention of a normal citizen. He had a heart that was always in suspicion of the things around him. Seen from a different perspective, the young man indeed suffered from symptoms of paranoia. These scariest specters still retain part of their instinct. There has to be a reason why Single Eye chose an abandoned and Scarlet chose Li Wan Street as their hiding spot. If we work from the same hypothesis, the cursed lady might be related to the hospital. Perhaps she was a patient who has escaped from the hospital. You have a point there. Without taking the front door, the few of them leaped over the walls and made their way through the hospital corridors. How come this place feels so familiar to me? Men Nan walked at the front of the group. He looked at the pillows that littered the corridors and the human faces that were painted on them. His expression slowly started to change. It feels like I have been to this mental asylum before. You have been to this place before? Yes, Men Nan nodded. He did not stop to explore the first 2 buildings, but made a beeline directly towards the 3rd sick hall. The 3rd sick hall that was situated at the deepest part of the hospital compound was very strange. The interior walls were written with many different kind of curses, and cages welded from iron bars were placed inside the room. This place did not look like a hospital at all. It was more like a prison that was used to detain criminals. Doors, windows. Through his fragmented memory, Men Nan came to the 3rd floor of the 3rd sick hall. There was no trace of light at all inside the darkened corridor. The chill appeared to crawl right into their bones. It was like they were traveling down the stomach of a deep-sea creature. Why am I leading the way again? I'm just a child. How could you do this to me? Men Nan, who had been walking at the front of the group, suddenly stopped moving. He gripped Chen-ji and All Zhou's hands, and an innocent expression that did not appear that often on his face turned up towards them. Let us go in together. Chen-ji did not reject him. Every nerve in his body was already pulled taut. Walking down the corridor, it seemed like the passage of time had slowed down. Endless wailing and screams leaked out through the wall. The sense of apprehension this place gave Chen-ji was deeper than when he was at the abandoned school in Li Wan City. After who knew how long they had journeyed, Men Nan stopped in front of a door that was covered in curses. As if feeling something resonating in his heart, he raised his hand to push on the door lightly. But just as his finger touched the door, the black letters on the door appeared to come alive all at once, and they surged towards Men Nan. The boy, who appeared weak and vulnerable, responded with surprising fast reflex and determination. He directly used his own blood vessel to sever off his fingers. Before the broken finger even reached the ground, they were swallowed up by the dark letters. Men Nan observed all these with a pale expression. He waved his hands, and the blood vessels gathered to form a new set of fingers. She is slightly stronger than I am. Holding his own hand, Men Nan retreated to hide behind Chen Ji and Al Zhou. The door had already been pushed open slightly by Men Nan. With the example of his predecessor, Chen Ji picked up the pillow with the human face from the ground and used it as a cushion to push open the door. As the door was slowly pushed open, the cursed letters in the corridor all started to boil. They dissolved into black threads, and like a web weaved by a giant spider, they wrapped themselves around the third sick hall, keeping it on lockdown. The doors and windows were sealed. In other words, they had no way to escape anymore. Just as the few were panicking about their fate, all the wails and screams in the building disappeared all at once. In the death-like stillness, suddenly a very distinctive sound appeared. It was the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. The slender tip of the high heels stepped on the tiles that were splattered with blood. It trampled on many faces that were made twisted from curses and appeared before the group. Cursed lady? Looking at the red high heels before them, no one dared to move. The scary presence that radiated off the woman was much more suffocating than the single eye and scarlet. Aren't they on the same level? Why is the cursed lady so scary in person? Chen Ji dared to move freely before the single eye, and he could even communicate with Scarlet, but before the cursed lady, he did not dare to even breathe too loudly. It was an indescribable pressure. As long as she was willing, she was more than capable of killing all the human inspectors in the room in the blink of an eye. It felt like the corridors were closing in on them. Chen Ji felt like his own body was about to be crushed. Just as everyone felt like they were about to crumble under pressure, Men Nan, who had been hiding at the back, walked out to the front. Men Nan, who was the smallest and youngest, stood before the rest of the adults. The way he reacted now had given Chen Ji a real surprise. Chen Ji had a new appreciation of the young man. No wonder he was the strongest specter at Ping an apartment. Al Zhou wanted to stop him, but he was unfortunately already too late. Men Nan appeared to have made a firm decision. The blood fluttered behind him. Resisting the anxiety in his heart, he came to stand before the red high highs. His pair of brilliant eyes looked at the pair of shoes that were pulsing with blood. Men Nan used every ounce of energy in his body and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you my mother?" The third sick hall gave Men Nan the feeling of home. Even though the greater part of his memory had already been taken away, he could still remember he had spent his time here with his own mother. With anticipation clear on his face, Men Nan was desperate for the red high heels. Reply, but the next second, he was flung to the side by the threads bound together by the curses. The letters that carried a dangerous presence with them worked their way onto Al Zhou, Tang Jun, and Zhu Han's bodies. They crumpled weakly to the ground. Only Chen Ji was still standing where he was. Taking one after another step forward, the pair of red high heels only seemed to care about Chen Ji. The chilling and piercing hands touched Chen Ji's heart. His heart seemed to have stopped beating in that moment. The red high heels appeared to be confirming something. After she had a feel of Chen Ji's heart, the cursed lines inside the building all came alive. She seemed to have finally found the thing that she was looking for. Unable to resist, when Chen Ji regained his consciousness, he was greeted with the sight of a woman in red standing before her. The woman's shirt was filled with human names that were carved out by curses. The stark white skin that was exposed was wrapped in black and red bandages. Her feet was wrapped in a pair of high-heel shoes that had a special kind of imprint on them. Cursed lady? Chen Ji could not help himself from uttering this scariest name, but the next moment, the blood capillaries on his arm started to twist. The tiny and slender black lines moved to form one after another ghastly characters on the surface of his skin. That is not my name. Words that the cursed lady wanted to say was like a curse that he could not shake off. They surfaced on Chen Ji's body. The latter had no idea how the woman managed to do something like this. He tried his best to maintain his chill. Chen Ji looked at the black thread on his arm and suffered the extreme pain. I have lost my past memory, but I have a feeling that we should have known each other in the past. I too have lost part of my memory, for example, my name. The black threads crawled on Chen Ji's skin and flesh as they moved to form new characters. The whole incident just looked and felt absurd. By placing curses on myself, I found out that my memory was lost inside the hospital. I have looked through all the abandoned hospitals in the city, captured several patients and workers, but I am still unable to find my lost memory. The place that made you lost your memory is Xinhai Central Hospital. All of our memory is lost there. They are our common enemy. Chenji had slowly gotten used to the pain. He was now able to keep the tone of his voice even. To regain back your memory, then you will have to enter deep into the hospital. Other than the method that you say, there is another method that I have that can help me regain my memory. The cursed lady was standing before Chenji. The bandage on her field slowly peeled off layer by layer, and the black scary threads were practically growing out of every inch of her body. Do you know what is a curse? The black and red threads were covered in screaming human faces. The specter before him probably had the blood of who knew how many lives on her hands. Her power was amplified in this city, until a stage that was truly unbelievable. Using pain as sacrifice to reap a blood reward, that is a curse, and that is also the only power that I have. The cursed lady's pale hands gripped around Chenji's heart. There is a memory about me hidden inside your heart. Using your heart as a sacrifice, I will be able to regain the memory that I have lost. Even at that moment, Chenji was able to maintain his shocking calmness. I would bet that you would not do something like that. A curse is something that is extremely hard to reverse, since there is a memory of you in my heart that can only mean that I am someone important to you too. Even though Chenji appeared unfazed on the surface, in his heart, he was still slightly panicking. Other than Scarlet, all the other specters he had met so far had reasons to make him feel fearful. Single Eye wanted Chenji's left eye, and now the cursed lady wanted Chenji's heart. Using my own life as sacrifice, after you have found the memory that you have lost, you will realize the important person in your memory has died. Is that truly the goal that you are trying to achieve? Chenji spoke faster and faster. He refused to give the cursed lady any chance to think. Even if I pluck away your heart, you might not necessarily die. Even if I do not do that now, in the future, you will beg me to do so. The words that the cursed lady left on Chenji's arm contained complicated emotion in them. She seemed to know certain things, but she was reluctant to share them. I will beg you to kill me in the future. Chenji did not quite understand it. Everything that he was doing now was for the purpose of survival. Why would he ever actively ask for death? All the specters in this city, including myself, everyone not only had their memory taken away, they had most of their power taken away as well. To regain all of these things, one will have to go to that hospital, but the contradiction lies in the fact that everyone who has lost their memory and power would not have mounted a large enough power to fight the hospital. The cursed lady had no reason to lie to Chenji. If she was willing, she could directly gouge out Chenji's heart now, and not waste time trying to communicate with him. Even with the cooperation of everyone inside the city, we will not be enough to fight the hospital. Chenji felt a shred of despair winding around his heart. Unless they have found their lost memory and power, or else there is no chance of that happening at all. The cursed lady looked at Chenji with her bloody eyes. There are not only my memory hidden inside your heart, there are other people's memory as well. Let me put a curse on everything that you are. It will be able to grant everyone other than yourself their lost memory and power. The cursed lady did not force Chenji. She only gave Chenji a choice. Just now you said that, even if I have lost my heart, I might not necessarily die. Chenji was seriously considering the option that was given to him. In this false reality, as long as you still retain the memory of the truth, you will not die. Give me some time to think about this. Tragedy has already arrived. I will be waiting for your answer here. The black and red threads retreated like the tides. The cursed lady pulled away from Chenji. Chapter 1193. This time let me be your shadow, 3 in 1. Cursed lady's eyes moved away from Chenji's face and moved to scan the back of his arm. When the two were close to each other earlier, the wound that was on the back of Chenji's arm that was unable to heal started to bleed again, as if it had received some kind of agitation. Was it you who left behind the wound on the back of my arm? Chenji raised his arm, to which the cursed lady responded with a curt nod. 10 minutes later, the third sick hall returned to normal and all the black threads had faded away. All Zhou and Tang Jun crawled up from the ground. After ensuring everyone was fine, it was also at the same time Men Nan woke up from his unconsciousness. We have grossly underestimated the power level of the cursed lady. She is probably the strongest specter in this city. Men Nan took in a cold breath. It is not shameful to lose to her, but we will probably have to reconsider further this issue about requesting her for help. We have already met all 3 of the scariest specters in this city. The rest of the specters can be handled by the tenants of Ping an apartment. Chenji, I need you to stay patiently inside the haunted house and do not have any more interaction with the rest of us. Zhuo Han's brain was clear, and his thoughts was sharp. After we have made all the necessary preparation, we will go back to the haunted house to find you. After saying all that, Zhuo Han realized Chenji had not responded with any words. He patted lightly on Chenji's shoulders. Do not think too much about what the cursed lady has said. Can a person still be considered a complete person once he has lost his heart? Actually, she has a valid point to make. Do not get pulled into this nonsense. You are the key for every one of us to make our escape. Before Zhuo Han could finish, he saw how bloodshot Chen Ji's eyes were. Honestly, of everyone there, Zhuo Han was the person who was the most familiar with Chen Ji. He had once considered to trade his life with Single Eye. Only those who had been forced to that step could empathize with the feeling that Chi N-ji was going through. Zhuo Han knew that as someone who was at the center of the storm, the pain and despair that Chen Ji was put under must be at least 10 times of his own. He wanted to console Chen Ji, but all the words that he could think of sounded weak and meaningless before the face of true despair. We will find back our memory. Zhuo Han did not disturb Chen Ji, who was deep in thought. The few of them left the third sick hall together. After coming up the new contact method, Chen Ji parted ways with the tenants from Ping and Apartments. He took a long detour before heading back to the haunted house at the theme park. He laid in the bed inside the staff break room. Before this, he only thought the rising sun of this world would shower his body with the warmest ray, but now he was slightly afraid of the sight of dawn. He had no idea what would happen tomorrow, but there was one thing that he was certain. He knew that the day after would be worse than today. Tragedy was approaching him step by side. Chen Ji laid in bed all night and he realized he was unable to fall asleep. At 8 a.m. in the next morning, Chen Ji crawled out of bed due to habit and started to clean the place. Even though the haunted house was still barred from business, he would still spend every day checking the many scenarios and props. At around 8:10 a.m., Zhang Yu arrived at the door of the haunted house. She looked much haggard than before. In just the past few days, she seemed to have shed a lot of weight. Yesterday night, she was tormented by nightmare again. At 2 a.m. in the morning, she was frightened awake. Once she closed her eyes, the tragedy in her nightmare would be imprinted at the back of her mind. Her father's condition was worsening, and her mother had to stay behind at the hospital to look after her. Zhang Yi did not want to add more pressure on them, to give them one more thing to worry about, so she poured her concern towards Chen Ji. I found myself unable to sleep even though it was already 3-something in the morning. I got out from bed to go to the kitchen to grab myself a glass of water. When I passed the window, I saw a man at the bottom of the building. He was smiling constantly while staring at my window. Zhang Yi leaned close to Chen Ji. The scenario from my nightmare was slowly turning into reality. It has reached a point where I cannot differentiate between them anymore. At this point, Chen Ji already knew that the hospital had already reached out their claws towards Zhang Yi. This was the usual modus operandi for the hospital. First, they would make it seem like a normal person was going insane, and then they would reach out to them to offer treatment and intervention. Chen Ji was very worried about Zhang Yi's mental state. He was concerned that she might be sent into Xinhai Central Hospital, because once you got into that hospital, it was basically impossible to come out anymore. There was one moment where he felt like bringing Zhang Yi to run away, but where else could they run away to? This was a city without hope. All the good memory and happiness was just a mirage. Even if they wanted to run, there was no place for them to run away to. Looking at Zhang Yi, who had truly wilted in the past few days, Chen Ji's fingers slowly tightened. Why don't you go inside the haunted house to take some rest? I will be here to look over the place. The truth that he wanted to say he could not say, the harsh truth was suppressed at the bottom of his heart. In this life which was slowly peeling apart, Chen Ji cared for Zhang Yi as delicately as he could. That was the only thing that he could do now. Opening the door to the staff break room, Chen Ji saw Zhang Yi, who quickly fell asleep. He branded this image of hers into his heart. It feels like I have owed her too much. Lying next to the bed, Chen Ji did not budge for an inch because he knew that this might the last few moments that they could share together. When it was almost noon, the management of the theme park entered the haunted house with a few of the security guards. They barged into the place like it belonged to them. They did not even acknowledge Chen Ji's presence. When Chen Ji hurried to meet them, the management had already done with the modification that they wanted. All of the decision had already been made without even consulting the owner of the haunted house. The most popular scenario at the haunted house, Murder at Midnight, was to be taken down in 3 days. They believed the scenario was too scary, that it had caused visitors to faint. It had seriously affected the reputation of the theme park, so it had to be removed. A few of non-professional walked among the scenarios, criticizing non-stop about the props that Chen Ji had poured his soul into. Anything that did not reach up to their standard, which was practically everything, had to be removed. This was not his haunted house, it was Zhang Yi's haunted house. He wanted to try his best to protect this place so that it would see the day of reopening in the future. As long as that day would come, then they would have the chance to survive the ordeal. That was the only request that Chen Ji had. There were more than 70 spots that needed to be changed, and on top of that, a scenario had to be completely removed. And to do all that, they had only given Chenji a 3-day period to do so. After the management of the theme park left, Chenji's hand that was holding the piece of paper was squeezing so hard that the paper had gotten twisted out of shape. As long as there is still a chance for reopening, there is still hope. After Zhangya woke up, Chenji went to find her with the piece of paper. Looking at the content inside the paper, Zhangya was not feeling so well either. Chenji, though, sat beside her to comfort her as best as he could. In the afternoon, the two of them busied themselves with the modification of the haunted house. They had sealed up the scenario for murder at midnight and had taken down most of the scary props. They worked until 6 p.m. The two of them initially planned to go for dinner together, but suddenly Zhangya received an urgent call from her family. Zhangya's father was transferred to another sick room, and her mother was requested to stay to look after him. After getting the call, Zhangya immediately hurried towards Xinhai Central Hospital. Chenji, though, walked her to the front door of the hospital. When the two parted, Chenji gripped Zhangya's hand. He told her if she was frightened, she was welcome to come to the haunted house to find him at any time. She should not be home alone at a time like this. Seeing Zhangya retreat deep into the center of Xinhai Central Hospital, Chenji's heart slowly squeezed together. He was very fearful that this was the last chance they would have the chance to see each other. After returning to the haunted house, Chenji found himself unable to find peace. He kept pacing up and down the corridor until the clock showed that it was already 9 in the evening. He wanted to dull his senses by submerging himself in his work like usual. But when he entered the haunted house with the modification details that were given to him by the management, Chenji found himself stumped. He did not know what to do. All of his talent and skill was to make the visitors fall more in love with the haunted house, to give them a truly frightening experience. He had not done anything that would require him to actively destroy the haunted house before. Gripping the tool hammer tightly, Chenji looked at the scenario that he had personally built, and he shuffled into it silently like a man without a cause. Throughout the night, Chenji destroyed the scenario for murder at midnight, and he continued to take down all the scare points. The sunlight filtered through the window into the haunted house, but Chenji could feel any warmth at all. The rays of light seemed to carry a piercing chill in them. The sun has finally come up. Sitting at the door of the haunted house, Chenji, who had not taken a wink throughout the night, did not feel sleepy at all. He scratched the white cat's head. The pair of human and cat looked down the distance quietly, waiting for Zhangya to arrive. At 10:30 a.m., way after the theme park had opened for business, Zhangya finally arrived at the haunted house. Seeing Zhangya in person, Chenji sighed in great relief. He was really worried that it would be a lasting goodbye between them yesterday night. "Zhangya, you need to take a good rest. Just leave everything about the haunted house to me." Chenji, who had not slept at all through the night, wished for Zhangya to take some rest. He stood beside Zhangya and regarded her with complicated emotions in his eyes. The two of them entered the scenario together. It was then that Zhangya realized with shock that Chenji had already completed all the modifications required by the theme park management. "Did you not sleep at all yesterday night?" Zhangya was reminded of what Chenji said earlier, and she felt her heart squeeze with pain. At around noon, Chenji found the people from the management. After they inspected the haunted house, he and Zhangya thought they would be allowed to reopen the haunted house again, but the response they were given was, they should wait for later announcement. There was no hope in the future, but Chenji and Zhangya still refused to give up. In the afternoon, Zhangya left to go to the hospital while Chenji stayed alone behind at the haunted house. He looked at the place that he could not recognize anymore, and his dry lips pinched together. At around 11 p.m., he heard the sound of the gates of the haunted house being shaken. Chenji, who was spacing out inside the haunted house, ran out in a hurry. He saw Zhangya leaning against the gate, and her face was as white as paper. She was swinging unstably on her feet. "What happened?" Chenji quickly helped Zhangya into the building. "I left the hospital at around 8 p.m. After I got home, I just had this unsettling feeling inside him. It was as if the scary memory from my nightmare was about to crawl into my brain." Zhangya closed her eyes in pain. "The world in my eyes would suddenly become absurd, and the strange man outside my window comes closer and closer. I can sense him waiting for me just outside the corridor." Zhangya's mental state was loosening. Her nightmare was overlapping with reality, and it was turning her whole world upside down. She was in an extremely precarious situation. She must not be given any more agitating stimulus. "Zhangya, why don't you sleep at the staff break room tonight? I will guard beside you. I will make sure that no one will come to harm you." Chenji laid down the mattress on the floor and gave Zhangya the bed to sleep on. The staff break room was not large. After switching off the lights, they could hear the echo of each other's breathing. The moonlight outside the window filtered through the gap and shone into the room. Zhangya, who was lying on the bed, facing away from Chenji, suddenly asked softly, "Chenji, am I sick?" No, the thing that is sick is this world. So why is it me that feels the pain? The tip of her toes tapped on the ground. Zhangya sat up from the bed. The moonlight showered down her long black hair like rain. Hearing the rustle in the dark, Chenji turned back to look. Zhangya was lying next to him like a person who was lost. If it is this world that is sick, then why is it us who has to suffer? Her head was leaning softly against Chenji's back. She hid herself behind Chenji. It will be fine. Chenji did not turn around. He was afraid that the despair in his eyes would betray himself. His natural talent at acting seemed to be completely useless around Zhangya. I am sure everything will be fine. Listening to each other's heartbeat, neither of them slept. They leaned against each other back to back and waited for the next dawn to arrive. At around 4 a.m., Zhangya received a phone call from her mother. She rushed to the hospital. Chenji wanted to stop her, but he could not find a solid reason to. At around 8 a.m., Chenji put all the bed and pillows back into place and started to clean around the haunted house. When he was done with all his chores, he sat at the door of the haunted house alone. There was only one person and one cat at the haunted house. There was no visitor and no other employee. After the theme park opened for the day, Chenji went to the office many times to find the management, hoping that they would give them a leeway. His effort got him nowhere. If anything, he only managed to annoy the management, and they told him to stop wasting their time. Being shown the door again and again, Chenji still insisted on finding the person responsible at the theme park. He just hoped that the person would come to take a look at his haunted house. He had already done all the modification based on the rules that he was given. But until the theme park closed for business at night, Chenji still failed to find the answer that he was looking for. The owner of the theme park had already left the site, and the other managers pretended that they could see Chenji at all. He found some random thing to sit. Chenji returned to his stoop at the front of the haunted house. His eyes occasionally glanced towards the big clock inside the haunted house. Kept his vigil for Zhangya, but this time, Zhangya did not return to the haunted house. The bad omen in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Chenji left the haunted house at midnight. He called Zhangya's phone number at a nearby convenience store, but his calls went unanswered even though he made multiple attempts. At around 1 a.m., Chenji took a trip to the haunted house. Scanning Xinhai Central Hospital that was all lit up like daylight, Chenji still did not enter the place. He tossed and turned through the night. Whenever he heard even the smallest whisper in the wind, he would crawl up from bed to investigate it. But the door of the haunted house remained empty. There was no one there at all. The next morning, Chenji cleaned up the haunted house and rushed to wait at the front door nervously. But even after the theme park opened for day, there was still no trace of Zhangya. Zhangya remained unseen throughout the day. How come she has not returned from the hospital yet? Night fell. Chenji paced constantly inside the haunted house. He had never lost such composure of himself before. On the morning of the third day, there was still no news from Zhangya or her parents. It was as if they had forgotten everything about Chenji and the haunted house. The fourth day, the fifth day. On the morning of the seventh day, when Chenji, whose eyes were red, was cleaning the haunted house, several theme park workers in security guard uniform rushed into the haunted house without warning. What is the meaning of this? Chenji guarded at the entrance with the broom and refused to let them through. We are only working on the clause of the contract. This haunted house has been working in deficit, and it has failed multiple safety inspection. After a meeting among the management, they have decided to level this place to clear up the space for a new attraction. The haunted house boss is dying at the hospital. Don't you feel have a heart to take down the haunted house down? Chenji guarded the door of the haunted house with his life, his eyes glowing red like ember. Before you question us, you better consider how are you going to survive without your salary. Get out of the way. The group of guards rushed forward. Chenji dropped the broom and took out the tool hammer from the prop room. Bang, the tool hammer that was covered in red paint smashed through the wooden board. Chenji's scary strength made everyone freeze in their spot. This is my certificate of recovery. When I am still reasonable enough, I'd advise all of you to leave this place. Chenji dropped the piece of paper on the ground. After the boss of the haunted house has recovered, you can do anything you want, but the premise is you have to get his permission first. Even with his life on the line, Chenji would give up everything to protect the haunted house. The guards appeared to have gotten a notification from their superior. They did not get into a direct conflict with Chenji. Instead, they found some wooden boards and nails to seal up the front door of the haunted house. Now, even if Chenji had the key, he could not run the business like normal anymore. Let us go. After the security guards left, Chenji, who was still holding the hammer, leaned against the wall. He slowly slid to the ground. He was left alone by his lonesome at the haunted house. Hugging his head silently, Chenji gritted his teeth. Without taking a bite at all, he stayed that way until noon. When the sun was about to set, Chenji came to the attic of the haunted house alone. He remembered finding something at this place, and that thing had changed his life forever. He rummaged through the place, but he came up with nothing. Tired and defeated, Chenji slumped down beside the window. At this moment when destiny entwined, Chenji saw the most despairing image in his life. Inside Xinhai Central Hospital that was just across the road, in the third sick hall where he was once a patient of, just at the same window that he had stood for a day, Chenji saw Zhang Ye in a patient's garb. With no spirit in her eyes, Zhang Ye in the patient's outfit stood numbly inside the room. Her head was tipped down, studying the white pills in her palm. Zhang Ye, his fists banged heavily against the window. Chenji shouted very loudly, but Zhang Ye did not seem to hear him. His hands were cut by the shards of the window. Blood slid down his arm and dropped to the floor, but Chenji did not appear like he felt any pain at all. His eyes were glued to the sick room down the distance. The sun slowly sunk below the horizon. Night blanketed itself over the city of Xinhai. The window of the sick room was slammed shut the doctor, and the heavy curtain blocked everything out of sight. His palms bleeding with blood, Chenji stood inside the attic of the haunted house. He looked down the building that stretched down the distance. You are not even going to give the illusion of happiness anymore, do you? Picking up his backpack, Chenji ran down the stairs and rushed into the bathroom. He first glanced at the cubicle door that had been closed for some reason, and then using all the might in his body, he smashed the door of the cubicle and the window in the bathroom. Leaping out from the haunted house, Chenji did not leave immediately but turned to look back at the haunted house. A white cat leaned obediently at the open window. When it saw Chenji looking at it, it immediately rushed towards him. Rubbing the white cat behind its head, Chenji whispered softly, "The tragedy has befallen me. The closer you are to me, the more danger you will be in. So you must not come to find me anymore." The white cat did not seem to understand Chenji. With every step that Chenji took, it would follow closely behind him. After Chenji got into the taxi, it meowed desperately outside the door. When he arrived at the third sick hall, Chenji knocked on the door that was covered with curses. The cursed lady in the red clothes materialized silently. She seemed to have predicted that Chenji would return. "I can give you my heart, but before that, I need to give my left eye to another specter." Chenji's tone was so calm that it was quite frightening. "I will give up everything that I have to help you all find back your memory, but I hope that you will promise me one thing." "Are you sure you are willing to give up everything?" The dark black words slowly surfaced. That was not Cursed Lady's original plan. "Yes, my left eye, my heart, my head, my body, you can take anything that you want. I only hope that you can keep my shadow behind so that I can stay by her side forever." As he finished, Chenji took out a sharp knife from his backpack. His own face was reflected in the sharp knife, the remaining fragment of memory that he had flashed quickly across his mind. "This time it will be my turn to be her shadow." Chapter 1194, March of the Dead. The curse had morphed into a black knife, and the Cursed Lady personally handed the knife over to Chenji. The most difficult lie to detect are those made up from 90% truth and 10% lie. The hardest mirage to escape are those made up from 90% reality and 10% nightmare. After I have gained your heart, I can use the curse to maintain your life and memory. But if you have given up everything but your shadow, I am afraid I am too powerless to do anything anymore. Losing everything that you are you willing to use that as a sacrifice to become a shadow behind her that will never be able to speak and never be able to interact with? The characters imprinted themselves on Chenji's wound. He accepted the knife from Cursed Lady. Without any hesitation, he plunged the sharp knife covered in curses into his chest. The blade entered his body. Every life that was lost was replaced by curse and despair. Using flesh and blood as sacrifice, through the medium of curse, he helped Cursed Lady found everything that this body and Cursed Lady had experienced. The memory bloomed deep inside the curse. The knife was only halfway into his body when it was held back by multiple black threads. The Cursed Lady in the red dress had pain and complicated emotions in her eyes. She had been reminded of her past. Mysterious patterns weaved out from black threads on her clothes. The presence of the Cursed Lady became more terrifying until it enveloped the entire western Xinhai countryside. The howling human names were being torn apart one by one. All the curse that the Cursed Lady had once consumed melted together to form a new name. Put a curse on someone, you would have to know their name. The Cursed Lady's own name was her only weakness and biggest secret. At that moment the name appeared before Chenji's eyes, and then it slowly faded, hidden deep inside the black and red dress. The pale hands grabbed at the knife inside Chenji's chest, but the curse already coursed all through Chenji's body. The Cursed Lady could not pull the knife out even if she wanted to. "Looks like you have already found your memory. Can you tell me what kind of person I was in the past?" The Cursed Lady did not answer. She controlled the cursed thread to seep in Chen-Ji's wound. She wanted to stop the wound from spreading, but no matter how hard she tried, the wound kept getting bigger. The curse had already worked its magic, and the effect was irreversible. Cursed Lady placed her hands on Chen-Ji's chest. The black threads curled into 4 words before Chen-Ji's eyes. Is it worth it? Of course it is. Even though I have lost most of my memory, I still have some residual fragments left. You have once saved my life. One life for another, this is a fair trade. The pale hands gripped the cursed knife. No one had said such things to a specter before. There are many specters in this city who have helped me. They stood by my side knowing the risk that it would bring them. How could I keep on hiding behind their back simply because of my fear of death? Chen-Ji held the cursed knife stuck in his chest. This time, it is for me to take a stand for them. The presence that enveloped the western Xinhai chilled. The cursed lady followed behind Chen-Ji. I will go with you. Inside the dance studio at Xinhai Private Academy, the mirror that was several meters long was shattered instantly. The sharp shards cut Chen-Ji's face and blood spurted. He stood face to face with a young lady in a school uniform that only had one eye. Do you only wish for my left eye? An unbridled laughter echoed through the night. An air of savagery lashed through the entire private academy. The sound of footsteps echoed down the abandoned Li Wan Street. Chen-Ji looked at the little girl in red standing at the corner of the street, waiting for him to arrive. The bloodied hand reached out towards Scarlet. There was an eternal softness in Chen-Ji's voice. There is no need for you to become anyone's shadow. You exist for your own reason. The blood in his palm seeped into Scarlet's heart. The originally dark street was blanketed over by endless redness. Blocks after blocks of shadowy red buildings appeared behind Scarlet. Ping an apartment, underground morgue, abandoned village in the mountain, old dam. One after another scary presence rose to the surface, shattering the heavy serenity of the night. Redness swallowed the twinkling stars in the sky. Innumerable blood vessels spread through the city. All the despair and tragedy was trampled under one's feet. On the empty street, the lights flickered on and off. An extremely oppressive presence materialized out of nowhere. The city in the night appeared to be frozen. Every citizen that was awakened looked towards the end of the street. A young man carrying a backpack walked alone in the night. He looked incongruous with the rest of the city. His every step left behind a bloody footprint. Behind this man, there were endless evil, savage, and vengeful shadows following closely behind him. It was the March of the 1,000 Dead. Horror and despair filled the city. The man's bloody eyes fixated on the hospital at the center of the city. The night sky was torn apart. Half of it was dark as ink, the other half red as blood. Xinhai Central Hospital sensed this change naturally. All the lights at the hospital were switched off. Salvation and destruction is only one thin line apart. Sometimes, destruction is also a kind of salvation. The young man stopped before the door of the hospital. 7 night doctors blocked his way forward. Chen-Ji, when the leading Dr. Gao opened his mouth to speak, his head was already plucked off his shoulder. The woman with the single eye tore apart Dr. Gao's face. The head and her hands instantly became black threads that were wiggling like worms. Dr. Gao's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood dyed his red coat. When his coat was fully red, Dr. Gao stood up from his pool of blood again. The black thread and blood vessel formed for him an ugly head that was filled with scars. That was the real appearance of the fake Dr. Gao. At this stage, what is the purpose of words anymore? Chen-Ji did not waste any time on words. He also was not that naive to think the hospital would let Zhang Ye, so the most reliable action was to destroy everything, to tear down all the despair, pain, bliss, and memory, to bury this fake city alive. The night doctors revealed their true selves. Their white coats were flushed red. 7 red specters with unique power guarded at the door. They stood at their posts. The doors of the 7 sick halls at the hospital opened at once. The patients at the hospital had once treated rushed out like waves. These patients appeared to have been fed the black pills. Their eyes were shining with pain and madness as they rushed towards Chen-Ji. There were so many of them. The hospital appeared to have a limitless supply of patients. Chen-Ji, a familiar voice suddenly came from a spot behind him. Chen-Ji turned his head to look. The author was running over while dragging a worker at the theme park in a Doraemon costume, and behind them there were numerous people who were hurrying from various corners of the city. The people that you have once saved will one day become your own salvation. A man in red walked out from the crowd. The presence that he gave off was even scarier than Single Eye. Chapter 1195, I am Chen-Ji. The man in red walked over. All the black threads bound around the patients faded away. The talent of this red specter was a secret. I said I would protect you at all cost, and that is a promise whether we are inside the door or outside the door. The bloody eyes blinked. The patients from the hospital had their legs amputated. No one within the man's 100 radius was still standing. Blood turned into rivers. The man in red slowly moved forward as if no one was able to stop his march. Compared to the man in red, Single Eye was another extreme. She had lost control until it felt like madness had consumed her. She won't stop killing. All the patients that neared her were impaled by blood vessels. The despairing faces were sucked into her empty left eye. Single Eye fed on the patient's soul and resentment. The presence around him became scarier. Her unsettling laugh chilled the few night doctors. Even those patients who were fed the black pills halted, as if the horror from Single Eye had suppressed the effect from the drug. Cruelty and savagery, her eyes were filled with bloodlust and desire to kill. Submerged in the joy of negative emotions, this was the real Red Spectre. The front door of the hospital was leveled. The 7 night doctors were boggled. How did Chenji, who lost his memory, manage to gather so many specters who had lost their memory as well? Practically all the specters in the city were moving this way. Why would these extremely evil monsters and ghosts who loved to kill be willing to follow behind a living human? They had already lost their memory. They could not even remember each other's name. So why would these specters still be so willing to abide by Chenji's intention? Did they not understand that laying siege to the hospital was like jumping into a roaring fire? The 7 night doctors could not wrap their heads around it, neither could the patients who were nothing more than puppets. It eluded even the vice director who was kneeling outside the director's office inside the hospital. Multiple spirits and specters rushed at the hospital, while Chenji maintained his own pace, taking one step at a time. Blood dyed the street red. The white walls of the hospital were turned red. The 7 night doctors were pushed away. They used their power and tried to send as many specters as they could into the brain maze. These 7 red specters are not running away. It feels like they are trying to buy time. There's a bigger cluster of building under the hospital. I suspect they are trying to awaken something underground. Mennan stuck close to Chenji, as if trying to make up for his careless words before. He was being very supportive now. The curse spread inside Chenji's body. The black blade over his heart almost plunged into his chest. The pain he was under intensified, but he showed no sign of stopping at all. Blood poured out of his eyes. When the surrounding red specters and baleful specters saw Chenji in this state, they became even more spirited. Scarlet, Single Eye, Man in Red, the 3 of them tussled with the 7 night doctors. No one held back. In just a few breaths, the fake Dr. Gao who was beheaded earlier was seriously injured again. The power balance was disrupted. Endless specters rushed into the hospital. The first sick hall was swamped by blood immediately. Chenji walked down the corridor. With the wall as support, he came to the director's office at the first sick hall. He pushed open the door. Numerous black threads pierced towards his body, but curiously enough all the curses stopped when they were 1 meter away from Chenji, like they were frozen. The glass jars placed here have already been moved. The room was empty. Other than the most vicious curse, there was nothing. Chenji looked towards the window and focused on the building down the distance. Inside the 3rd sick hall, the vice director was handing the glass jars in his hands to the 2 doctors before him. One of them was Dr. Sun. The other doctor had a presence as strong as Single Eye. You are both doctors most valued by the director. One of you is naturally gifted, and the other is incredibly powerful. I need the 2 of you to bring these 7 glass jars into the underground now. The treatment has completely failed. Tell the director to not delay it anymore. We have to kill the evil spirit of patient 1 as soon as possible. Then another face grew out the vice director's body, and echo reverberated inside the room. After giving his order, the studious vice director morphed into a monster. His coat was covered with wailing faces. During the period they exchanged words, when the vice president walked out from his room, Chenji's crew had already taken over 3 sick halls. The cursed blade crawled into Chenji's body, morphing into tiny strands of blood vessels. With the recovery to each specter's memory, the curse on Chenji's body would intensify further. The greater the pain he was under, the faster he moved. Carrying the hope inside him, Chenji rushed down the familiar corridor and pushed open the fated door. The window inside this room still looked towards the haunted house inside the theme park, but the woman who stood near the window had already disappeared. Where is she? Outside the window, blood fell like rain. Before Chenji arrived, he already notified all the specters that a few of the patients were their ally. They needed to be saved first. When Chenji got back down from the room, out of the 7 night doctors, 2 had been vanquished and the remainders were not in a good spot too. And on Chenji's side, the only one injured was Single Eye, but that had more to do with her killing style. In fact, she preferred to trade wounds for wounds. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sick halls were taken over by specters. When the vice director arrived, the night was already fully red. Where is Zhang Ye? Chenji asked in an even tone. When did you regain your memory? The human mouths on the vice director's body opened and closed. "I asked you, where is Zhang Ye?" The roar came out of Chen Ji's throat. The man who was tittering on the line of life and death felt the urge to murder like never before. "So you have not regained your memory after all? Looks like the problem is not on you but on her. Then there is still a chance to turn this around." Shrill laughter came out from the human faces. The mouth on the vice director's face slowly opened, and he used them to utter the first word after his reunion with Chen Ji. "She is being suppressed by the director and Kai, but she still dared to split out a lingering spirit to help you. Perhaps she is no longer of this world by now." The moment the vice director said that, a pale pair of hands reached out behind Chen Ji. The black threads coursed through the vice director's body. The cursed lady reached into the chest of the vice director's puppet and gripped her hands around a heart that was constructed from curses. "Cursed words? Planting curses through voice? How did you manage to have the ghost fetus talent?" The mouth screamed for mercy. The cursed lady did not give the vice director more chance. She used her full power. Everyone knew the cursed lady was scary, but no one knew how scary she really was. The cursed threads covered the entire Xin Hai Central Hospital. She wanted to turn this place into a cursed hospital. She wanted to carve the despair and tragedy deep into the hospital. The vice director tried his best to resist. The faces on his body were corrupted by the curses. His beating heart was slowly dyed deep black. Energy left his body. The vice director yelled despairingly at Chen Ji. Evil spirit, you will be consumed. There is nothing but the deepest despair for you." "Evil spirit, are you talking about me?" He was focusing on the vice director being tortured, but then Chen Ji's eyes slowly moved away. Because at that moment, Dr. Sun, who was holding the glass jars, was heading towards him. "I am not an evil spirit. I have my own name. It is Chen Ji." Chapter 1196. Your child is here to find you 2-in-1. Director, Dr. Sun, whose face was covered in scars, hugged 3 glass jars in his arms. He did not listen to the vice director's order and leave, but instead was running back to this place. Despair and pain overwhelmed both of his eyes. He glanced at the dying vice director, and blood tears were overflowing in his bloodshot eyes. Hearing the voice that came from behind him, the vice director slowly turned his head. When he saw Dr. Sun running towards him with no regards for the potential danger that he was putting himself in, the vice director's cold and broken heart suddenly skipped a beat. But he soon recovered to normal. The decaying faces on his body all shouted in a shrill voice, "Do not come over here! Run and get away from here as fast as you can!" The vice director screamed at the top of his lungs, but it did not seem to reach Dr. Sun's ears. The man appeared to have lost his sanity as he tried to put his life to fight against Chen Ji. "Dr. Yue, bring him away with you," the vice director ordered with his last breath. He knew that compared to his own life, the 7 glass jars were far more important. The vice director was already injured, and now the whole incident with Dr. Sun was keeping him distracted. The vice director was almost torn apart by the cursed lady. He was barely hanging on with the last shred of consciousness inside him. He still had something that he needed to be done. So when he saw that Dr. Yue pulled Dr. Sun back and was forcibly dragging the latter away, the vice director's heart finally dropped back to its place. A venomous light resurged in the vice director's eyes. The man stared darkly at Chen Ji. "Evil spirit, I will use everything that I have to curse you. I will make you suffer 10 times, no, 100 times the pain that I am in. I will definitely make you pay for." "Vice director?" The familiar voice came again, interrupting the vice director in the middle of his words. The latter subconsciously turned back to look. Dr. Yue was holding the 7 glass jars on his own. The organs inside the glass jars were banging on the walls of the jars madly. Numerous blood vessels rushed out from inside them. They bit towards Dr. Yue like a giant maw. "Do not place the 7 glass jars together. Separate them from each other." The vice director was so worried that his heart could barely handle it anymore. But then he was greeted with a scene that he would never forget in his life. Dr. Sun's hand was placed on Dr. Yue's back. Dr. Yue, who was trapped by the blood vessels that came out from the 7 glass jars, could do nothing about what would happen next. Dr. Sun, whose blood tears still ran on his face, slowly applied force on his arms as he pushed a very sharp shard of a broken mirror right into Dr. Yue's body from the back of his heart. The normal piece of glass shard was reflecting the face of a child. The child looked just like Chen Ji from when he was young. The blood vessels rushed into Dr. Yue's body. They were like monsters who were out for blood. They started a feast on Dr. Yue, consuming everything that he was. The glass jars were slowly dyed red by blood. The sealed glass jars started to have spidery cracks on them. Witnessing all these with his own eyes, the vice director had already lost his ability of speech. That Dr. Yue died without even knowing why. "Dr. Sun, you—" His head was snatched away. The world in the vice director's eyes turned upside down. His last gaze was fixated on Dr. Sun's body. That evil, mad, and destructive Dr. Sun, the man who was a walking symbol of tragedy and despair, was now standing obediently next to Chen Ji like a child. "Boss, I have found your former body and gleaned some information about the child of the red raincoat. I have already ushered the living people that came from outside the door to a safe place. I tried my best to protect them." But then Dr. Sun added with some regret, "But unfortunately, I cannot stop the hospital director from taking Zhang Ye away with him. I was too powerless to do anything about that." "You have already done more than you could." When Chen Ji saw the 7 glass jars, there was a strange resonance that came from his mind. It was as if the organs that were stored inside the 7 glass jars spoke to him somehow. Holding the knife that was formed from curses at his heart, Chen Ji shouldered the past of all the ghosts. Taking on the sacrifice for them to regain their memory and power, Chen Ji silently walked to stand before the 7 glass jars. Dr. Yue, who was as powerful as Single Eye, had been sucked dry. The 7 glass jars had been turned completely red. Power needed to keep this city operating comes from these 7 jars. Endless curses keep drawing energy from the organs kept inside the glass jars. Even after so many years, the organs inside the jars are still perfect and well. This is practically a miracle already. Dr. Sun's attitude had a 180 change compared to how he was acting before. When he was undercover at the hospital, he found out many things, and the more things he knew, the greater the respect he had for Chen Ji. "How can I get to Zhang Ye? How can I destroy this city?" Chen Ji repeated these 2 questions. The memory of the third person in his mind had already been triggered. The cruel images reminded him again and again that the organs inside the glass jars belonged to a third person, and that person had a completely different memory growing up than him. Zhang Ye was taken away by the hospital director. It is very easy to destroy this city, and that is to destroy these 7 glass jars. Dr. Sun did not try to treat Chen Ji any differently simply because the latter had not fully regained his memory. His body slowly crumpled down. Actually, Chen Ji had already reached his limits already. Every blood capillaries in his body were running with curse. With each beating of his heart, the number of curse in his body would increase at a tremendous rate. "The vice director just called me an evil spirit, but I am just me. The thing that I have experienced was not something that I have imagined. Every single person and every single ghost that follow behind me can prove that I exist." Chen Ji's hands slowly reached towards the blood-red jars. The memory that was sucked away from the glass jars washed back into his body like a surging tide. The locks on all those memories were unlocked. At the last moment of his life, Chen Ji had found the memory that belonged to him. He finally recognized every single person that was around him. He remembered every single experience that they had gone through together. The bouts between life and death, the dances on the tip of the knife, and every single night that they had traveled into the dark together. Of course, he too was reminded of the first birthday that he had spent inside the haunted house. He was reminded of the birthday present that the specters had prepared for him. He remembered how he taught the newcomers how to scare the visitors. He thought back of the movie that they had made together and the fun that they had had when they went to visit another theme park's haunted house. "I never thought I was an unlucky person. To have run into these people is the luckiest thing that have ever happened to me." Chen Ji was the last person to have his memory recovered. He had taken on the price for all of his employees to find back their memory. This time he stood at the front of all of his employees, just like how his employees had always had his back without any hesitation. The memory of the third person in his mind did not disappear. The child who had taken away Su Yin's heart had appeared again. He started to weave the 2 persons' past memory together. Chen Ji did not do anything to stop him. Then again, he was not capable of doing anything that might stop the child. When the memories started to overlap, the blood vessels that punctured into Dr. Yue's body also crawled into Chen Ji instead. When the blood of both parties started to mix, the cracks on the glass jars started to widen. With each new crack on the glass jars, there would be a new crack on the starry sky that was dyed red above their heads. Chen Ji and his employees stared closely at the glass jars, but Dr. Sun appeared to have known this would happen already. It was as if the person that once helped him inside the hospital was the ghost stored inside the glass jars. Dark and oppressive city had already been dyed red by Chen Ji's crew. The glass jars that were filled with black curses were now turning blood red. The small glass jars appeared to be this city of despair. With each passing moment, the edge of the city started to collapse. Black fog that carried with it the horrible stench of dread and despair started to roll out from God knows where. Xinhai behind the door had started its collapse. Chen Ji had stayed true to his promise. If he failed to find Zhang Ye, he could bury this whole city alive. The curse coursed through his body. The blood vessels from inside the glass jars also flooded into Chenji's body like crazy. The child that was hidden in his mind was directing these two forces and tried his best to help keep Chenji alive. As the cracks on the glass jars became more numerous, the more powerful that child became, but this was still not enough to help sustain Chenji's life. The curse had already seeped into his heart, liver, spleen, and bone marrow. Chenji's consciousness was slowly turning blurry. With a human body, to have taken it so far with the weight of so many specters on him, the fact that he could hold on until now was already in itself a miracle. I still have not found Zhang Ye. One after another specters stood beside Chenji. At the center of the broken city, everyone from the haunted house had gathered around its owner. The cursed lady was the first to place her hands on Chenji's body. She actively started to direct the curse from Chenji's body into her own. And then all Zhou, Duan Yue, and the other employees also placed their hands on Chenji's body. The color of blood had taken over the whole city. The night sky and the glass jars around Chenji shattered at the same time. Endless black fog poured down from above them like a black sea. The false city that was constructed by the cursed hospital behind the door had finally collapsed. Twisted monsters inside the black fog went after the lingering spirits that were unlucky enough to be in their path. The lives inside the false city reverted back to their original form, stranded lost souls that had nowhere else to go. The building under their feet disintegrated layer by layer. Apocalypse was coming, and the black fog was its harbinger. Finally, the people had a good glimpse of the true world behind the door. This was a hospital that was constructed in the middle of a black sea. It was like an iceberg floating on the sea. The part that was showing through the black fog was just 1/10 of its total size, and Chenji's group had only been on the most surface layer. Feeling a pull in his heart, Chenji glanced downwards. His sharp gaze pierced through the layers that were composed of curses. The woman that had a dress dripping like blood and long flowy black hair was at the deepest part of the cursed hospital. Zhang Ye, other than Zhang Ye, Chenji also saw 3 different gods inside the hospital. A doctor in a white doctor's coat and a monster that only had a mouth over his head had forced Zhang Ye into the corner. And at the most bottom layer of the hospital, there was a monster whose lower body was connected to the black fog, and the upper body was carrying the whole hospital upon its back. It was guarding the door that was situated at the deepest corner of the hospital. It was clear that if it deigned to join the battle, Zhang Ye would be vanquished in a second, but it appeared like it did not dare to budge away from the door for even a second. "Bring me all of those night doctors." Seeing Zhang Ye deep inside the hospital, seeing the woman who was still fighting even though she was already covered in wounds, Chenji's heart that was punctured by curses started to pound again. He knew that he could not die here, at least he still needed to see her one last time. Fighting to keep himself awake, the determination and grit showcased by Chenji was something that impressed even his ghost employees. They did not believe they would have been able to survive this long should they are placed in Chenji's shoes. One after another night doctor was placed in the middle of the 7 glass jars. The blood vessels emptied them of their negative emotions and power. The organs inside the glass jars appeared to come alive. The resonance that they had with Chenji grew stronger and stronger. The body that was split up has no memory that is mine, but it come from the same source as I do. The memory that belonged to another person now overlapped perfectly with the aid of the child. These 2 memories appeared to represent one single person who was living through 2 different kind of lifestyles, abiding by the law of pure evil and goodness. One of them had firm belief in kindness, he was open and good, he was always ready to save all the misfortune, and he was the first to shoulder all the pain and despair. The other had more sharp edge and angles. He always saw the world and the others from the worst possible angle. The person himself was not innately an evil person, but he merely followed the absolute fairness of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Spirit sniff, yin-yang vision, ghost ear, mortician makeup, living doll, lips of tragedy. You have given me all these talents just for this day. Chenji's hands gently parted away the curtain of blood vessels. He looked at the body that was amputated. The combination of the memories is to ease the amalgamation of the physical bodies. Chenji had no other choice. The curse had ruined his heart. If he wanted to live, he at least would need a brand new heart. My heart contains all the memory and past of all my employees. To complete the curse, I have offered up my own heart as a sacrifice to help them regain themselves, and now my own cursed heart has been hollowed out. Chenji, who had regained his memory, could directly guess the answer without giving it much thought. It was as if the fog that had bogged up his mind earlier had cleared. The man appeared to be talking to himself, or at least someone that only existed in his own mind. Have you already predicted this a long time ago? You were afraid that I was unwilling to part with the memory in my heart, so you resorted to this kind of method. The child in his mind appeared surprised by this accusation. The boy who was knitting the memory shook his head, but he soon realized Chenji would not be able to see him no matter how hard he shook his head. Chenji reached out to hold the beating heart. After absorbing the bodies of the several night doctors and the vice director, this heart had found a new source of life. I do not have any other choice, I have to stay alive. His fiery eyes stared deep into the hospital. Yin-yang vision saw through the endless curse. In the despair of almost death, Chenji had an arresting smile on his face. I have given you my promise. In life or in death, we will be together like each other's shadows. 7 glass jars exploded at the same time. The seal that was applied of them lost their power. Chenji used the power of living doll on his own body. With the cooperation and help from so many specters, he controlled the blood vessels and used his own flesh and blood as raw materials to swap out the cursed organs. The 7 glass jars were the foundation that was used to maintain the basis of the hospital. Now the glass jars had not only been shattered, the organs that were originally trapped inside them were slowly combining with Chenji. And all the rules had been broken, the whole hospital started to shudder. The layers crumbled one after another. Chenji's group was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the hospital. At the underground of the hospital director and Kai still had problem completely killing Zhang Ye. They had tried so many different methods, but Zhang Ye almost managed to find a way to stay alive at the edge of having her soul smashed into smithereens. She had too many talents and power at her disposal, and the more painful they inflicted on her, the more powerful she became. And to make things worse, there appeared to be no limit by which her power could soar. This was hard to deal with even for multiple demon gods. The hospital was at the edge of its total decay. The monster who had been carrying the hospital on its back and guarding the door at the deepest level slowly opened its eyes. He looked at the door that he had been made the permanent guardian, and he said with complicated emotion, "Your child is coming to find you. I will trap him and the rest of you behind this door." As he made his proclamation, the black sea of fog around him started to boil instantly. The monster appeared to have gained the power to control the black fog after paying his own body as sacrifice, and after consuming too many substance that called the black fog its home. Chapter 1197, Dr. Gao, 2-in-1. The demon god that shouldered the whole cursed hospital on his back was getting bigger and bigger. His lower body had completely dissolved into the black fog, turning him into more of a monster than before. He was like the past that Chenji saw behind the ghost fetus door. Both of them had part of their bodies assimilated into the black fog because they were not cautious about the things that they consumed from inside the black fog. But the difference about this demon god was, the ghost fetus only used part of his consciousness to absorb the things inside the black fog, while this demon god directly used his actual physical body to do so. This was where this demon god was even crazier than the ghost fetus. Chenji did not know how the black fog was formed, and he had even less of an idea what was enveloped inside the black fog, but he knew for a fact that if one absorbed too much energy from inside the black fog, they would be visited by misfortune and tragedy. The black sea swelled upwards. When the demon god used the black fog to attack Chenji's group, they only then realized the cursed hospital was not fixed in place, but it had been moving amidst the black fog. The sudden attack taken by the demon god that carried the cursed hospital caused the hospital to halt in the middle of the sea, like a floating, isolated island. The hospital has been absorbing the black fog day in and day out. They have been inserting something inside the black fog into their patients' bodies. Chenji was analyzing the situation. His body and flesh were still meshing with the organs of the child inside the glass jars. His various talents had been given an extremely powerful upgrade. The most direct manifestation of that was now Chenji's yin-yang vision could not only look through curses, it could pierce through the black fog as well. Many patients were trapped on every single floor of the hospital. The black pills that they had been fed were created with an ingredient that was taken from inside the black fog. Chenji himself had taken the pills that came with the black lines before, so he knew how strange and scary those things were. The hospital is trying to make use of the black fog. All the patients are test objects for them to experiment on. All the information in his brain slowly lined up together. The big problem slowly came to Chenji. The hospital pushed normal people into the wraps of madness, and they used different methods to cultivate their patients. Different kinds of patients had different kinds of uses. The lowest grade of patients were merely vessels to cleanse the black fog. After ingesting a large amount of the black pills provided by the hospital, when these patients exploded, they would generate a large amount of resentment and curse. The negative emotions wrapped itself around the hospital, making the island more stable among the sea of black fog. At the same time, the curse and the resentment were the food source for the night doctors, and the demon gods that resided at the hospital. Patients who were slightly more special would be given special treatment. The hospital was like some sort of twisted farm. Their ultimate goal appeared to be to cultivate an existence that was similar to patient number 1. After he regained his memory, Chenji became even calmer and more collected than before. His various close brushes with death allowed him to have a heart that was much stronger than that of a normal person. Do not touch anything that is inside the black fog. Everyone that is not a red specter, I need you to gather behind me. The cursed hospital was similar to the residential area that was behind the ghost fetus door. Perhaps the ghost fetus was inspired by the cursed hospital, and he used the curse to open the door inside the black fog. With that previous experience, Chenji was familiar with the damage that the black fog could inflict on normal specters and lingering spirits, so he quickly gave the orders for them to stay back. This was the final battle of a 4-star scenario. Those under the ranks of a red specter had no qualification to enter the fray anymore. The moment they came into contact with the black fog, they would be torn into piece. Hearing Chenji's order, the many employees hurried to gather around him. Single-Eye Chang Wenyu, Scarlet Zio Bu, Zhang Wenyu, and the Red High Heels volunteered to walk forward. The collective effort of 4 top red specters caused the large wave to surge out from the blood and curse. It formed a barrier to form Chenji and the rest of the employees inside it. Normally speaking, even 4 top red specters would be no match for the demon god inside the cursed hospital, but Zhang Wenyu and Red High Heels had mastered part of the talent of a demon god. Furthermore, the demon god at the bottom of the cursed hospital's main focus was to protect the door at the deepest part of the hospital, and all these factors contributed to a surprising stalemate between both parties. Neither party was able to do anything to budge the other, but overall the whole situation was still quite unfavorable towards Chenji. Zhangya's talent was still a mystery. She kept using the talents of the many specters she had absorbed, and she was clever with her usage of them, but even so she would soon be forced to the corner. The wounds on her body stopped recovering, and above her bloody dress, some of the black ghost faces had started to disappear, and after their disappearance, they no longer returned. Even though Zhangya's power was still growing, it appeared like she had almost reached her limit as well. Due to some reasons, the 2 demon gods that cornered her did not go for the kill from the very beginning. They thought that they could have easily captured Chenji and Zhangya alive without paying too much effort. But now, be it Chenji or Zhangya, unanticipated accidents occurred at these 2 battlefields. Therefore, at this moment, they could not follow their original plan anymore. They stopped holding back. Even with the sacrifice of taking heavy damage, they would do everything within their power to vanquish Zhangya. This demon god was too scary, but she was at the end of her line. She could not spare a second to even help Chenji anymore. The demon god with the surname Kai's ability was consumption. It would try every single method to consume the things on its enemy's body. From obsession to memory, everything could be consumed by this demon god. Therefore, during a battle, as long as it was still alive, it would only become stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. Initially, the hospital planned for Kai to consume Zhangya, but now that there were so many extenuating circumstances, they did not dare to take this risk anymore. Demon god with the surname Kai entangled itself in a deadly battle with Zhangya, who had already lost herself in the fervor of battle. The hospital director, though, used this opening to retreat. He pulled out a woman in a patient's garb among the heavy knot of curses. Zhangya from the Xin High City should have disappeared following the collapse of the false city, but that was not the case apparently. Zhangya, which was constructed from Chenji's memory, was asleep among the sea of curse. Her beating heart was imprinted with many bloody red characters. Most of them spoke of cruelty, massacre, despair, pain, and destruction. But underneath all these ghastly words, at the deepest part of that heart, there were several statements that were faded. I have made a dream. In that dream, I shared an umbrella with him while going back home together. I dreamt that we were waiting for a bus together at the bus stop. I even dreamt that I have given him a hug. The words that were the least bloodied were hidden at the deepest part of the heart. It was due to these words that Zhangya and the patient's garbin did not disappear alongside the fake Xinhai. She was Zhangya's consciousness and the most precious memory that she had. For her who died from tragedy, this piece of memory was like a lighthouse in the dark sea of endless despair. It was incongruous with the bloody world around her, giving off a weak and flickering light. A normal curse is no use on you, but to make the curse using the blood of your heart, then the result might be completely different. The hospital director in the doctor's coat grabbed Zhangya by his neck. The hand that was covered in curses and human faces pressed on top of Zhangya's head. He was trying to suck all the bloody words out from the patient, Zhangya's heart. Zhangya, who was unconscious, was subjected to extreme pain. Even the demon god, Zhang, who was in battle with the Kai demon god, was affected by it. The hospital director's curse is very scary. Using the blood from the demon god's heart might really have the chance to heavily injure Zhang Ye. Dr. Sun had his attention fixed on the hospital director. He knew that the scariest presence at the whole hospital was the hospital director. There are 3 demon gods at the hospital. Zhang Ye is now holding 2 of them back, and the demon god at the bottom of the cursed hospital appears to be unable to leave that door. He can only control the black fog to attack us. Chen Ji thought for a while and came to a decision swiftly. Tell Zhang Wenyu and the rest to focus their aggression on that door. Do not care what is behind that door. We have to figure out a way to open it no matter what. The further down they went, the closer they got to that demon god, the greater the resistance they faced, but Chen Ji's group had no other choice. Zhang Ye was in a very treacherous position, but to save her from the demon gods, even with the power of several top red specters, was practically impossible. Even if they could somehow get close to the demon gods, they would not be able to match up with the demon god's speed. Now the only hope that they had was to break up this situation was the door at the most bottom of the cursed hospital. The door stood up and unable to move. The demon god could only defend it passively. Any decision that Chen Ji made had been given a thorough contemplation. He needed to search for the ray of hope among the abyss of despair. Since the cursed hospital minds that door that much, then I have to do everything within my power to destroy that door. Chen Ji was not consumed by his anger. His brain was thinking very clearly. To stabilize the situation, he had to know how to make use of the asset that he had at his disposal to their maximum potential. Turning from defense into offense, the demon god at the bottom of the cursed hospital did not expect Chen Ji to make this crazy decision. The layers of the cursed hospital started to disintegrate. Chen Ji's group got closer and closer to the battlefield of the demon gods, but Chen Ji, who was using the power of the living doll on himself, did not choose to shy away from the heat of the battle, but chose to actively go in search for it. Looks like you have deep confidence in this demon god. You believe that she alone will be able to drag us down. The curse in the palm of the hospital director crawled into Zhang Ye's body. The black small threads sunk deeply into Zhang Ye's heart like many fish hooks. The Zhang Ye in the patient's garb was like Sleeping Beauty who was lost in a nightmare. The curse slashed her curse. Her brows slowly creased together. Her lips quivered slightly as if she was calling someone's name. The bloody words in the patient Zhang Ye's heart was drawn out. The curse lines that were covered in twisted human faces started to wind around her heart. The hospital director used the patient Zhang Ye as a medium to inflict a powerful curse on the demon god Zhang Ye. Chen Ji captured all of these with his own 2 eyes. The fire of madness was burning in his eyes, and his action picked up a quicker pace. This was the first time Chen Ji had actively used the talent living doll. A perfect living doll required the soul of a living person and flesh and blood. The birth of a living doll signified the death of a human life. It was an equal exchange, a life for a life. When he acquired this talent, Chen Ji did not expect that the first time he would actually put this talent into full use would be on himself. The internal organs that were corrupted by curse were swapped away. Chen Ji's body and the child's body were joined together in a very special way. Everything that was harmful towards Chen Ji was extradited out of his body, and that including the wound on the back of his arm that could not heal no matter what. The curse that the red high heel made using the blood from Gao Ruxu's heart was cut off by the blood vessel, but during this process of severance, an accident that no one could have predicted happened. The blood that had been held back by the curse all this time broke through the shackle. Someone appeared to have left their memory behind deep inside Gao Ruxu's blood. When the wound was taken off Chen Ji's body, a flash of blinding red pierced through the black fog. The few seconds after the blood disappeared among the fog, everyone who was on the battlefield heard the despairing howl of a man. To be able to cause distraction to the demon gods in the middle of the battle, the owner of the voice had to be none other than a demon god himself. This is such a familiar voice. The hospital director halted in his movement. Chen Ji, who was trying his best to cleanse his body of the curse, also turned his head around to glance at the spot where the drop of blood had dispersed. The blood taken from Gao Ruxu's heart had completely disappeared from the world of the black fog. The last trace that she had in this world was being wiped away. Ripple trickled down the world of the black fog due to this one drop of blood. The sea of fog not far away was surging. As his organs were being swapped out, Chen Ji's physical body turned for the better, but the thing that caused him some slight twitch of anxiety was he realized that after he had used the child's body, there appeared to be an invisible bond that appeared between him and this world behind the door. It was a kind of protection, and it was also a kind of bondage. These 7 glass jars contain a power that is strong enough to control an entire city in Mirage. It is incredibly powerful, but it is also rife with the presence of the dead. It appears to be only usable by the dead. The process of making the living doll had reached its final step. Now he only needed to swap out the heart, and Chen Ji would be given a new life. The demon god who carried the cursed hospital on its back had been watching all this. He appeared to be waiting for this moment, in fact. Just as Chen Ji prepared to change his heart, a monster that was amalgamated from broken body parts and severed heads leaped out from the roiling sea. It was like a centipede that was larger than even the size of the cursed hospital. Every single appendage of its body was carved with endless screaming and wailing dying spirits. The memory left behind by the living percolated in the world of the black fog before they morphed into decaying broken limbs. The demon god consumed and digested these grotesque things, turning himself into a giant monster. The twisted and absurd body that wiggled like a centipede was the lower half of the demon god's body that was previously hidden in the black fog. This monster was at least twice as large as the giant whale that was transformed into by the ghost fetus. And the scariest thing was part of its body was still hidden inside the black fog. It still had not shown off its full appearance. How did one win a war against such an opponent? Compared to it, even a top red specter appeared as small as little ants. Chen Ji quickly swapped out his heart as soon as he could. The giant tail that was bound together by broken limps lashed out at Chen Ji's head. At the same time, multiple red buildings appeared in the air. Li Wan City at midnight materialized among the black fog. Xiao Bu had tried her best, but the gulf in their power was too big. The blood-red Li Wan City was like a mirage. It only flickered for a few seconds before it was smashed through. But these few precious seconds had given all the red specters the time to react. All the lingering spirits that went by the name of Zhang Wenyu disappeared at the same time, and the presence that radiated off the real Zhang Wenyu became scarier by the moments. He raised both of his arms. Endless shadows following behind him did the same. They wanted to use their own bodies to stop the attack of the demon god. Around Zhang Wenyu, endless threads of curse slithered out of nowhere and bound themselves around the centipede's body. The speed of the giant tail gradually slowed. Just as it was about to swipe Chen Ji's head right off, a screeching laugh echoed through the air. Single Eye danced in the destruction. Zhang Wenyu grew several times in size. The blood vessels in her body molded together to form the image of a three-headed demon. Her scar-filled arm pierced right into the giant tail. This top red specter did not know the meaning of fear. Even facing against a demon god, she was not going to hold back. She was to face it head-on. The giant tail was held back by brute force, and it paused right above Chen Ji's head. The face of the demon god at the bottom of the cursed hospital darkened. Let's see how much longer you can keep this going. The two sides butted head with their lives on the line. Right at this precipitous moment, the black sea of fog down the distance started to boil. Everyone's attention was attracted by it. They all turned to look down the horizon. An indescribable feeling of oppression slowly appeared. The sea of darkness was parted away. A cat that was as white as snow burst through the dark fog and rushed as fast as it could towards Chen Ji. Blood tears were leaking out of its dual-colored eyes. Blood vessels with a unique presence fluttered out from its back. They looked like a pair of bloody wings. A cat. The three demon gods saw the white cat at the same time, but half a second later, all the faces of the few demon gods changed. The sound of chains clinging came from deep inside the black fog. A figure bound by endless chains and shackles slowly strode out from the black fog. Dr. Gao, the presence of a demon god pushed back against the black fog savagely, but this was only just the beginning. The chains were being pulled taut one after another. As the black fog faded away, a red city that seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon appeared behind Dr. Gao. He knew that he was unable to take on the cursed hospital alone. But to save his only bloodkin in this world, this total madman had been dragging the red city on his back as he traversed through the sea of fog. Chapter 1198, Let Me Paint for You. The arrival of the red city diffused the sea of fog. The indescribable pressure caused everyone present to have their nerves pulled taut. The chains that were carved with despair bound tightly around Dr. Gao's body. They were joined to this flesh and blood. No one knew what happened to him at the Red City. The presence that he gave off now was even scarier than Zhang Ye. The crimson eyes slowly moved away from the blood vessels behind the white cat and fell on the monster that carried the cursed hospital on its back. The decision had been made in that moment. Only by heavily injuring this monster, then the cursed hospital would stop moving through the sea of fog, and that would provide the chance for the Red City to consume the cursed hospital. I was the one who committed all the sin, but you have cursed my wife to death. I have gone into hiding, hoping you will give me a chance, but you people are relentless, following me from Xinhai to Jiujiang, chasing me from inside the door to outside the door. Now I have nothing left, no family and no past. The chains rattled noisily. Black threads lined themselves around the chain. Dr. Gao knew he would not be a match for so many demon gods at the cursed hospital, so from the very beginning, his intention was never to win. He put everything on the line, and the safest solution was for both of them to die together. He did not need to win, he only needed to ensure that he did not lose. Dr. Gao's arrival was the first wrench in the cursed hospital's plan. The endless Red City was getting closer and closer to the cursed hospital. Back then, the School of Afterlife was just adjacent to the Red City, and perhaps due to that proximity, it was eventually consumed by the Red City. The hospital director's collected expression finally changed when he recognized Dr. Gao. His emotionless eyes wandered between Dr. Gao and Dr. Sun. The director's face darkened. The two doctors that he had his best hope on in his life had now gone against him, becoming his nemesis. The opposite of human is God. All I ever wanted to make all of you into a god with no weakness, and this is how you repay me, by dragging me down into hell with you. The thing that you wish to change us into are nothing but ghosts who have the capacity to suffer more pain and despair. How is the even close to being a god? Dr. Gao's arm waved heavily downwards, a chain lashed against the bottom floor of the hospital. The grotesque color of red started to spread. The Red City was like an awakened beast. It opened its sharp maw at the cursed hospital. The whole hospital started to shake. And the blood vessels crawled its way to the door at the bottom floor of the hospital. The demon god that shouldered the cursed hospital abandoned Chen Ji and moved its large body back to guard the door. He wanted to guard the door, but Dr. Gao was no Chen Ji. Just as the demon god pulled his body back, Dr. Gao also slammed one of its chains heavily on the door. You are too slow. Blood cracks appeared on the black door. The door originally was red, but the surface was covered in curses, so from afar, one would think it was a pure black door. The former and current chairman of the Ghost Story Society had a surprising similar solution to this battle. They both saw the door as the opening. The monster that carried the hospital was incredibly scary, but Dr. Gao was the real demon god in every meaning of the word. He came here with the knowledge that he might not return. He did not care about wounds to his body. His only purpose was to destroy this place, which had ruined his whole life. The chains pierced into the hospital's lowest level. Dr. Gao did not go against the demon gods of the cursed hospital. Other than coming after the door, the other thing he had done was to use his chains to help join the cursed hospital and the Red City together. Monster's size now worked against him. That, combined with the disturbance from four top red specters, meant that he was not able to stop Dr. Gao on his own. The chains that connected the Red City and the cursed hospital grew more numerous. Red energy used the chains as medium to rush into the cursed hospital. Spirits and specters used this opportunity to escape from the Red City. They could not stay for too long inside the black fog, so the cursed hospital became their refuge. Back when the 4-star scenario, the School of Afterlife came into contact with the Red City, even if it resisted with all its might. All it could do was to hold off the inevitability of being assimilated. The hospital director knew very well how scary the Red City was. He immediately had Kai go and stop Dr. Gao while he stayed back to deal with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, who was at the edge of her life, had the pressure stared to fight back at her full force to prevent the director from completing the curse. Black hair covered the sky and blood waves rolled. The closer the Red City was, the stronger Zhang Ye appeared to become. There seemed to be some kind of bond between her and the city. Kai and the monster carrying the hospital attacked Dr. Gao at the same time, but Dr. Gao and Chen Ji refused to change their focus away from the cursed door. During this massacre, more and more holes were punctured through at the bottom floor. Red waves slammed at the hospital, and it forced the director to use his trump card. Under his control, the curse that had collected for decades at the cursed hospital slowly rose, wrapping the whole hospital in it. The red blasted against the curse. The director knew the cage of the curse would not hold on for too long, but he had confidence that he would be able to kill all the enemies inside the hospital before the cage was shattered. The blood coat turned deep black. The names of every curse victims appeared around him, and the black thread represented a human life each. Dr. Gao's wife was among them. You are the most perfect doctor that I have met. I plan to have you succeed me as the next hospital director, but you have made the wrong choice. The hospital director grabbed at the patient Zhang Ye's neck with his left hand. The blood words in Zhang Ye's heart was torn apart by curse, while his right hand searched for the name of Dr. Gao's wife. Everyone that has entered this hospital will be cursed. Do you think you can fight that after you have become a demon god? His fingers gouged heartlessly though the name of Dr. Gao's wife. At the same time, Dr. Gao's movement halted for a moment, it as if his heart had been stabbed. Blood slipped out from the corner of his mouth. The pain from his heart not only did not slow Dr. Gao, but it caused him to laugh maddeningly. I thought I have stopped loving her, but seeing her name being stabbed can still bring me so much pain. It appears like no matter how unhuman-like, unghost-like I have become, I will always have a piece of her with me. The chains were held in page by the cage of curse. The ghost from the Red City could not enter. Dr. Gao and Zhang Ye were cursed at the same time. Chen Ji's group was in their most dangerous situation yet. The 3 demon gods at the cursed hospital had been there for a long time already, even though it could not be said that they trusted each other implicitly, but to protect their own lives, they had unleashed their full power. Finally, the moment has arrived. Looking at the chaos around him, Chen Ji held the child's heart in his hands. During this crucial moment where he needed to change the heart, the moment where he needed absolute focus, he shouted out a name. Yan Danian. A hand reached out from Chen Ji's wounded back. Yan Danian peeled back the skin on Chen Ji's spine to expose a painting that was hidden under his skin. 8 scary stingers crawled out from Chen Ji's back. A red specters that looked like a spider leaned on Chen Ji's back. In terms of presence, this red specter was slightly weaker than a top red specter, but the thing that surprised everyone was this red specter had a blood door embedded inside his body. Hide this trump card, Chen Ji had Zhang Ye eliminate all of the memory he and his employees had about the tunnel lady's son before they entered the hospital. Chen Ji had been inside too many blood doors. He also knew the cursed hospital had the power to take away Zhang Ye's power. Therefore, Chen Ji had Zhang Ye seal away his own memory before they arrived at the hospital. With his mind a blank slate, they could not do anything to Zhang Ye. This was something only Zhang Ye could do. After all that preparation, lastly Chen Ji had Yan Danian use a permanent destruction of the manga as the price to paint a picture whose presence would never be discovered on his back. To activate this trump card, there was only one condition, and that was to find Zhang Ye. He had forgotten about the existence of the tunnel lady's son, and thus when the hospital looked through his memory, they would miss that as well. They would not expect Chen Ji would carry a mobile blood door with him. Everything that happened was all within Chen Ji's prediction. Now that the hospital was locked inside the cursed cage and completely isolated from the outside world, Chen Ji pushed open the door inside the giant spider. Blood waves rushed into the hospital, and a figure flashed among the dancing blood vessels. Bai Qiulin walked out from the door holding a broken oil painting. "Boss, I have found the person that you want." Endless red started to spread. The spider boy grimaced with extreme pain. More cracks appeared on the blood door as incredibly eerie presence leaked out from inside it. Moments later, a pale hand gripped the edge of the door frame. The painter, who looked somewhat similar to Fan Yu, walked out through the door. His fingers were dipped in blood-red paint, and he held a human skin canvas in the center of his palm. His dark eyes that were like the stretch of the night sky glanced at the hospital director. "This is this person that you wish for me to paint." Chapter 1199, I have finally found you. When the painter saw the hospital director, the bloodied fingers danced on the human skin. The presence that he gave off now was far more scarier than when Chen Ji met him at the School of Afterlife. Other than that, Chen Ji noticed something else. The painter once said that he could only paint human being, but now he did not hesitate to paint hospital director. In just a few seconds, he already sketched out the man's outline on the piece of human skin. Blood splattered. The painter appeared to have become a demon god. The power to topple the battlefield had arrived. The painter himself was not as powerful as Dr. Gao or Zhang Ye, but he had on his side an extremely formidable talent. Even though he had limited use of his talent, and the condition for using them was extremely harsh, if he managed to spring it as a surprise on his enemy like how he was doing it now with the hospital director, then it could render his enemy totally helpless. When the hospital director sensed his control over the curse was dropping, the painting was already half done. Yet another demon god. The hospital director, who was always so confident, realized his own power was being drained. He hissed, "Close down that door, destroy that painting." The Kai demon god and the giant monster realized the severity of the situation. Both of them started attacking Chen Ji's blood door. Chen Ji's side was not going down without a fight. They all focused their aggression at the door at the bottom level of the hospital. It started with a door, and it shall end with a door. The battlefield was focused around these 2 blood doors. With the approach of the demon gods, the spider boy stood his ground as firm as he could. His 8 legs steadied himself as more and more shadows walked out from inside his door. Many red specters from the School of Afterlife showed up to aid. Other than them, the old headmaster from the school also released the misfortune from the Red City into the place. With the support from the consciousness of the school of the afterlife, many red specters from the school showed up to guard the painter. With the last stroke, the painter's power had another breakthrough. He had successfully taken away the hospital director's power. For a demon god, that was almost impossible. The hospital director's hands that grabbed the patient Zhang Ye wizened instantly. Many dead spots appeared on his skin. The names of the people who died from his skin started to consume his body like a rejected organ. Sensing the change in the battle, Zhang Ye, who was cornered, finally exploded. Black hair rushed out like waves, and it spread madly down the horizon. Her eyes burning with fury, she stepped through the sea of blood and swore to tear the hospital director into pieces. The counter-attack had just begun, and the hospital itself was almost crumbling. Dr. Gao, who was left alone, continued his crazed attack on the blood door inside the hospital. Gashes of red appeared on the door that was covered in endless curse. Dr. Gao seemed to sense something. His icy gaze appeared to pierce through that door. "I know what is hidden behind that door. Even after so many years, you people still have not given up." Hearing that, the giant monster that carried the cursed hospital had an ominous feeling run through him, but it was too late for him to do anything to stop the inevitable now. Dr. Gao caught the opening in its defense and pulled out one after another chain that was covered in blood and flesh from inside his body. Every single chain was wreathed in sin and tragedy. As the chains pulled out of his body, the rationality in Dr. Gao's eyes dissipated. He had torn off the last seal and attacked with all his might. No one anticipated that Dr. Gao still had part of his power hidden. The blast of red slammed into the hospital's door, and the cracks deepened. The Kai demon god and the giant monster wanted to stop him, but the painter and the endless red specters around Chen Ji moved to block their path. Therefore, there was nothing they could do but watch as Dr. Gao opened the door at the deepest part of the hospital. Bang, a loud boom that shuttered the soul stunned everyone. The cracked door at the most bottom of the hospital was opened. An extremely gory presence drifted out from inside it. Dr. Gao stood alone at the threshold of the door. The rationality in his eyes was slowly returning. He stared deeply into the door, and the murderous intent was clear on his face. "Director, I know you are hiding in here." "Director," Dr. Gao's words caused Chen Ji to go on alert. There appeared to be yet another hospital director residing inside that door. "Gao Ming, you always manage to appear and disappear at the most inopportune moment." An elderly voice came from the other side of the door. He gave a soft sigh. The door was slowly let open to reveal the hidden scenario behind the door. Mountain of carcasses and sea of blood. It was hell constructed from broken bodies. Most disgusting thing was on the door that led to this hell had the word heaven written on it. One after another, adults and children with smile plastered on their faces walked through the flesh and curse. They had that firm smile stuck on their faces, making the place that was constructed from dead bodies their home. Black blood dripped onto the ground. The dead bodies were sliding out from the walls. On top of the throne made up from human bones sat a man in a bloody coat. He looked about 90% similar to the hospital director outside the door, but he appeared much younger. The man's lower body was joined to the mountain of dead bodies. He was heavily injured. It felt like he was only hanging on by a thread through the energy provided to him by heaven. After the door at the bottom of the hospital was shattered, Chen Ji's eyes were pulled to a single director. He stood there numb as if his brain stopped working in that moment. He stood like that for a long time, staring at the fixed spot. In the center of the bloody sea, Chen Ji's parents were punctured through by endless blood vessels. They were lying peacefully among the sea of blood. Time had lost its meaning. Chen Ji studied those familiar faces. All the good memories flashed across his mind. His hand raised as if it was moving on its own, as if it was trying to make contact with them through the distance of literal hell. "I have found you." A few simple words, but it represented endless dance at the edge of death. The hardship that he had been through only he could understand. This was supposed to be the most despairing route, but he had forced the light of hope through at the end of the road. The hospital director inside the hell appeared to be the real director. The director who wore the doctor's coat outside the door was merely a part of him. "Just a little bit more and I can achieve full recover if only I have more time." The blood sea rolled and swallowed Chen Ji's parents. The real director glanced at Chen Ji. "You live up to your name as patient number 1. I have cut up and sealed your physical body, tricked your consciousness to bind itself to the Red City, took everything from you, left nothing for you to be living for, but yet you still managed to grow to this stage. Is that all of your dying words? You might not have the chance to speak ever again." Chen Ji had never wished death on a person before. This urge was translated into an extreme chillness. His brain had never moved so fast. In that moment, several ideas popped out of his mind. "Boss, he wants to consume your parents and then use your body and soul as medium to slowly take over the control of the Red City." Zio-sun stood behind Chen-ji. His real target is the Red City inside the Black Fog. We need to deal with him as soon as possible, or else, when he realizes he has no chance of winning, he might bring everything he has down with him, and that includes the possibility of him murdering your parents. Heeding the reminder from Zio-sun, Chen-ji stopped his hesitation and poured all of his energy into taking down the real hospital director. Chapter 1200, Family and Family. Situation was getting worse for the cursed hospital. The director in the doctor's coat had the tables turned on him by Zhang Ye. Every demon god was held back, and the cursed cage that isolated the cursed hospital from the Red City was at the edge of crumbling. Sitting amidst the mountain of bodies, the bloody hospital director finally made his move. The bodies rammed together as endless black threads crawled out from the bodies. The hospital director's first target was not Chen-ji's group, but the director in the white coat. Before anyone could react, the threads that came out from the body already twined about the doctor's body. "You have already done more than you could." Chen-ji had just said the same thing to Zio-sun, but the doctor's ending was completely different from Zio-sun. For the cursed hospital, those who had lost their uses were nothing but trash, completely expendable. The director pulled the doctor, whose power had been drained, into the sea of blood, and the black threads jumped on the poor man like piranhas. Throughout the whole process, the doctor did not resist too much. It was as if he had already known this would happen. Ultimately, he would have to return to his creator. After consuming the doctor, the bloody director stood up from the throne of bones. The mountain of carcasses underneath him shifted with each of his movement. The scary presence could not be rivaled by any of the demon gods. "Just a little bit, my family, now it is time for you to protect me." The bloody director waved his arms. The adults and children who only knew how to smile inside the heavens started to voluntarily move towards the sea of blood. Non-smilers were the family the director created for himself. There was some kind of unique blood bond between them. This was a cursed bond. The family members could not shake them off for life. No matter how great the pain they were in, they could only smile. Everything that they did because the hospital director believed only smiles deserved its place in heaven. Without their own expression, everyone jumped into the blood sea with great smile on their faces. Their lives dissolved into strands of blood vessels. These blood vessels represented family and the bond of blood. They swam among the sea before piercing into Chen-ji's parents' bodies. The world is filled with endless pain and trail. Only family can break down the defenses around their heart. The bloody director looked at the mass suicide of his whole family, but there was barely a tremor of emotion in his eyes. "I really do not understand it. If you do not wish to smile, what are the purpose of you being a part of my family?" As more blood poured into Chen-ji's parents, the presence from the hospital director grew stronger. Using his own family members' lives as sacrifice, he inserted the cursed blood into Chen-ji's parents. The lingering bond to their family became the only weakness of Chen-ji's parents. To target this weakness, the bloody director kept creating one after another family member that fitted his requirement since more than a decade out. One could say that the existence of the non-smilers was for this day. Seeing this, Chen-ji gritted his teeth. Many of the red specters around him already started to attack the hospital director. The hospital director was Chen-ji's nemesis, and he was the culprit that destroyed Dr. Gao's life. These two chairmen of the Ghost Story Society would not stop until they claimed his life. The large mountain of carcasses was conquered by the red specters. The chunks of flesh were cut down. While everyone was caught up in the bloodlust of the battle, Zio-sun silently slithered over to the edge of the bloody sea. Wearing a bloodied doctor's coat, his eyes scanned the rows of non-smilers. Finally, he found a child at the corner of a room made up from dead bodies. The child was cowering under a tattered, deep blue raincoat. He curled in the shadow. Even though tears ran down his face, the smile would not leave his lips. "Found you?" Zio-sun kicked off the broken limbs that blocked his way. He was about to run over when a strange man whose lips were cut to the bottom of his urlobs crawled out from the mountain of dead bodies. "Dr. Sun, I hope you have not forgotten our deal." Chen-ji had met this non-smile before. When he visited Liwan City, he took the same last bus with Chen-ji to enter the world behind the door. "Do not worry, my boss remember you, and he often mentioned how you have helped him deal with the shadow at Liwan City." Zio-sun picked up the boy in the blue raincoat and waved behind him. "The hospital director does not have time for you now. Try to go and save as many people as you can. The director is not your real family. It is not worth it to put your lives down for him." Deep inside the mountain of dead bodies, one after another non-smiler changed their direction. Once a member among them started to revolt, most of them wanted to follow. Zio-sun did not stop. He carried the child and rushed away from the mountain and ran into one of the rooms at the lowest floor, which was crumbling. Kicking down the door, an unfamiliar voice came from inside the room. "Dr. Sun, is that you?" "Kai Jian, Kai Huang Quan, quick, bring everyone with you. This place is about to collapse soon." Dr. Sun yelled into the darkened room. Soon about 10 living humans ran out from the small room. Some of them were wearing patient's garb, others were Kai people in hospital uniform. Even though they existed in the world behind the door, they were indeed living humans. After this batch was rescued by Xiao Sun, they followed faithfully behind him. "You guys have once helped me, so I have to keep up my end of the bargain. This is the lesson that my boss has taught me." Dr. Sun on Chen Ji's side wanted to protect the good people behind the door. The hospital director wanted to kill all of his family behind the door. This scene was witnessed by many small and weak lingering spirits and souls. No one was willing to die for no reason, and no specter wished to be cursed. The amount of blood vessels in the blood sea gradually dropped. The red specters and ghosts that were barely holding up the structure of the cursed hospital started to escape. None of them trusted Chen Ji, but they were not willing to help the hospital director as well. While the director's attention was otherwise distracted, they silently retreated to the edge of the building, waiting for the cursed cage to shatter so they could slip away. Karma always come biting around. After the hospital director realized some of the non-smilers had absconded, he pulled on his fingers lightly. Blood vessels snapped like wires. With each snip, one non-smiler collapsed to the ground. Their bodies turned into monster as black curses crawled out from their internal organs. Even in the fray of the battle, the director refused to let his own family go. Most of the non-smilers stopped moving. The strongest among them appeared to have already formulated a plan with Xiao Sun. He exchanged the blood inside their bodies. Even though they were still cursed, they could still hold on. "So this is the family I've been surrounding myself with? Even with the possibility of losing their lives, they want to escape the home I have personally built for me." 7 human faces surfaced on the hospital director's coat. They appeared to be his 7 children. The 7 faces wailed endlessly. They were always cursing the director. No one knew how this happened to the director. Even just Xiao Sun only heard some rumors through the grapevine. Due to some twisted reason, the director had personally murdered all of his family. The half-living non-smilers in the hospital were all his family, created from curse and blood. His real family resided inside his blood, becoming the source of his curse. The forgotten memory percolates at the deepest part of the nightmare, forming a black fog that stretches down the horizon. People always assume pain can be forgotten, but pain is always there waiting to be seen again. The director caressed the faces of his family members, listening to their worst curses. His eyes slowly pinned on Chen Ji. "I come from the same origin as the black fog, a complete contrast from you, I suppose. I hate everything that is good, and today I will reawaken all the pain that has been forgotten."